The storm known as Camille had left nothing untouched. What hadn't been flattened by its fury had been twisted beyond recognition. Kelly tightened the straps of his dive gear, eyeing the skeletal remains of the oil rig that jutted from the Gulf, like the broken spine of some ancient sea monster. The platform's legs, warped and bent, looked like they'd been crushed in the fist of a careless giant. Most of the salvageable equipment had already been hauled off, leaving behind a hollowed-out husk that would soon become an artificial reef. As the dive boat cut through the choppy water, Kelly reviewed the demolition plan with his team, their voices barely audible over the hum of the engine. Nearby, a patrol boat kept watch, shooing away curious fishermen who drifted too close, though why anyone would want to witness this spectacle was beyond him. With a practiced motion, Kelly tipped backward into the water, the sudden silence of the underwater world enveloping him. Sunlight filtered down in shimmering ribbons, casting shifting patterns across the rig's battered legs. Visibility was decent, at least. The explosive's neat blocks of C4, each no bigger than a hardcover book, were already secured in place. He moved methodically, inspecting each charge while his teammates wove primacord around them like a deadly spiderweb. These guys knew their stuff, locals, ex-Navy, sharp as they came. Still, Kelly double-checked their work, and they did the same for his. When you were dealing with enough explosives to level a building, there was no room for shortcuts. 20 minutes later, they ascended to the upper section just below the surface, where they repeated the process with slow precision. Down here, time moved differently. Every second stretched, every movement carried weight. One wrong move, one frayed wire, and the whole thing could go up in a blast that would turn them into fish food. Half a world away, Colonel Robin Zacharias banked his F-105G hard, skimming the jagged peaks of the karst hills. Below him, hidden in the folds of the terrain, and Say-2 missile site had already loosed 3 shots at his squadron. The radar operator was good, too good. He'd taken out 2 of Robin's men the week before, and now it was personal. In the back seat, Jack Tate's voice crackled over the intercom. He's at 9 o'clock, still sweeping. Doesn't have a lock yet. Robin's grip on the stick tightened. They weren't going to repeat last time's mistake. No shrikes, no half measures. This bastard had slipped through their fingers once, and it had cost them. Al Wallace, a friend since their days in Salt Lake, had been in one of those planes. Not this time. Robin rolled the Thunderchief into a tight spiral, the ground blurring beneath him. The game was simple. Stay low, stay fast, and make sure the hunter became the hunted. Zacharias pushed the unsettling thought aside, not bothering to chastise himself for the muttered curse. Let's give him another show, he muttered, yanking the control stick back. The F-105 surged upward into the enemy radar's range, hanging motionless like a dare. This SAM commander had likely trained under the Russians. They didn't know his exact kill count, only that it was alarmingly high, and that kind of arrogance made men sloppy in their line of work. 2 launches, Robin, both tracking, Tate called from the rear seat. Just 2. Zacharias scoffed. Maybe his budget's tight, Tate shot back dryly. 9 o'clock. Time to work your magic, Rob. Watch this. Zacharias banked hard left, keeping the missiles in sight before diving into a split S maneuver that dropped them behind a ridge. He leveled out dangerously low, the Say-2 spiraling uselessly, thousands of feet above. Now's our shot, Tate said. Damn right. Zacharias wrenched the stick left, arming his cluster bombs. The thud hugged the terrain, skimming ridges, as his eyes locked onto the next target 6 miles out, 50 seconds away. Radar's still active, Tate warned. He sees us coming. Only 1 missile left. Unless his crew was faster than usual. But you couldn't plan for everything. Flak at 10 o'clock, too far to matter. Still, it marked a bad exit route. There's the plateau. Maybe the enemy saw him, maybe not. He could just be another blip lost in the radar noise. Some exhausted operator squinting at a screen. The thud was unmatched at low altitude, its mottled camouflage blending into the terrain. They were probably searching the skies, not expecting him this low. The jamming wall ahead was part of the plan. His wingman's work, but standard tactics called for a high-altitude dive. They'd tried that twice. Failed twice. Time for something new. He'd hit them low, scatter Rockeyes across the site, and let the other weasel clean up. His job was the command van and the man inside. The thud jerked left, then right, dodging any ground fire. Guns were still a threat. Star pattern confirmed, Robin announced. The Say-6 layout, straight from a Russian manual, fanned out 6 launchers around a central hub resembling a Star of David, which struck Zacharias as grimly ironic. The thought flickered and vanished as he lined up the van in his sights. Rockeye selected, he confirmed, more to himself than anyone. For 10 critical seconds, he held the jet steady. Steady. Wise. Dirt, bespitig frively way. 4 bulky canisters tumbled free, splitting open mid-air to rain down thousands of bomblets. He was already miles past when they struck. No time to watch men scramble for cover. He stayed low, banking sharply left to check the damage. A towering plume of smoke erupted from the star's center. That's for Al, he allowed himself to think, just once before leveling out and scanning for an escape route. The strike team could move in now the SAM site was done. He aimed for a narrow pass, pushing near Mach 1, finally relaxing as the threat faded behind him. Home for Christmas. Then tracers. Red streaks erupted from the pass ahead. No warning, no deflection, just straight at him. He jerked up instinctively, and the thud flew right into the fire. The aircraft convulsed violently, and in the blink of an eye, everything turned from order to chaos. Robin. A voice crackled through the intercom, barely audible over the blaring alarms. Zacharias felt a cold certainty settle in his gut. His plane was going down. Before he could even process it, the engine erupted in flames, and the thud lurched into an uncontrollable roll. Instinct took over as he grabbed the ejection handles, but a choked cry from the back seat made him hesitate. He turned just in time to see Jack Tate's blood suspended in the air like a macabre mist, but then agony exploded through his own spine as the ejection seat tore him free. Meanwhile, Kelly fired a flare into the sky, signaling the all-clear. Another boat lobbed small charges into the water, scattering the fish away from the demolition zone. After a tense 5-minute wait, he nodded to the safety officer. Piavia's secure. With 3 sharp warnings of fire in the hole, he twisted the detonator. The explosion was textbook. Water erupted into froth as the rig's legs snapped clean. The platform tilted almost lazily before crashing into the sea with a colossal splash, the illusion of floating steel lasting only a second before it vanished beneath the waves. Kelly coiled the wires and tossed them overboard. 2 weeks ahead of schedule. Guess you really wanted that bonus, the executive remarked, impressed. A former Navy pilot himself, he appreciated efficiency. Dutch wasn't wrong about you. The Dassers Tamalus. The Admiral's a solid guy. Helped Tish and me out more than once. Flew with him for 2 years. Absolute legend. The executive chuckled, then gestured at the tattoo on Kelly's arm, a cocky red seal balanced on its flippers. What's the story there? Unit tradition, Kelly deflected with a grin. Classified, huh? Figures. The exec clapped him on the shoulder. Check will hit your account by close of business. I'll radio ahead so your wife can swing by. Tish Kelly browsed the racks at the stork shop, her excitement barely contained. At just under 3 months along, she could still wear most of her usual clothes, but she couldn't resist imagining the possibilities. She made a mental note to drag John here. Later, he loved picking things out for her. Stepping outside, she slid into their Plymouth wagon, the coastal sun a welcome change from Maryland's dreary autumn. The drive to the oil company's yard was smooth, every traffic light flipping green just as she approached. The truck driver, however, wasn't as lucky. Running behind schedule after a grueling haul from Oklahoma, he scowled as the light turned yellow. He jammed the brakes only for both pedals to sink uselessly to the floor. His stomach dropped faster than the rig had. The highway stretched empty before him as he gripped the wheel, downshifting to slow the massive rig while laying on the horn with desperate urgency. His prayers went unanswered. The station wagon darted into the intersection without hesitation. The driver would forever remember the sickening moment when the woman's face vanished beneath his grill, followed by the horrific lurch as his truck rolled over the crumpled vehicle with a metallic scream. Pam watched in numb horror as Helen's muffled cries filled the shack. She wanted to feel something, anything for her friend, but fear had frozen her emotions solid. The men worked methodically, their violence calculated, each choked gasp from Helen a reminder of what happened to those who tried to escape. Henry's lessons always left marks, both visible and not. Pam's own ribs ached in phantom pain as she met Helen's pleading gaze, silently begging forgiveness through her own terrified stare. When the sounds finally stopped, Pam squeezed her eyes shut, wondering whose turn would come next. The artillery crew laughed as they propped their captive beside his dead comrade, relishing the pilot's anguish. Their amusement faded when the Hanoi intelligence officer arrived, scrutinizing the prisoner with sudden intensity. After a hushed phone call, the officer smeared the dead man's blood across the living one's face and snapped photographs of bizarre pantomime that left the soldiers exchanging confused glances. Why make a living man look like a corpse? Kelly stood motionless in the ER hallway, the chaplain's empty words washing over him. The officer's rehearsed speech about failed brakes and tragic accidents meant nothing. His wife, their unborn child, gone in an instant, while the truck driver, a father himself, now lay sedated in another ward, shattered by guilt. Kelly's colleagues hovered nearby, ready to handle logistics. But no amount of paperwork could fill the void where his future had been. The world kept moving, indifferent, as if the universe itself shrugged and said, "These things happen." The man had already faced hell, or so he thought, but life had a way of showing him there were deeper layers he hadn't even imagined. Kelly wasn't sure what made him pull over. One second he was driving, the next his foot was on the brake, steering his Scout onto the gravel shoulder. The girl wasn't even thumbing for a ride, just standing there, indifferent as cars roared past, kicking up dust and exhaust. She had the stance of someone used to waiting one leg straight, the other slightly bent, a worn backpack hanging off her shoulder. Her hair, the color of sun-bleached wheat, whipped around her face in the wind. By the time he noticed her blank expression, it was too late to change his mind. She watched his car slow, then gave a half-hearted shrug before walking toward him. The window was already down when she leaned in. "Where are you headed?" she asked, catching him off guard. He'd expected to be the one asking the first question. Up close, she looked young, maybe early 20s, but her eyes carried the weight of someone much older. Her face wasn't dirty, just weathered, like she'd been out in the elements too long. The oversized shirt she wore had seen better days, and her hair was tangled. But none of that was what held his attention. It was her eyes. A striking gray-green, they looked right through him, empty in a way he recognized. He'd seen that stare before in soldiers, in men who'd lost too much. "Back to my boat," he answered, unsure why he said it. Her whole face changed. "You have a boat." The sudden brightness in her eyes was almost childlike, her smile spreading like she'd just won something. He noticed the small gap between her front teeth. 40-footer. Diesel cruiser. He jerked a thumb toward the back, where groceries filled the cargo space. "Wanna come?" The words left his mouth before he could think. "Sure." She yanked the door open and tossed her bag in, settling into the seat like she'd been waiting for this exact moment. Merging back into traffic was a nightmare. The Scout wasn't built for speed, and the interstate was packed with idiots in a hurry, families racing toward the beach, weekend warriors cutting lanes without signaling. Kelly clenched the wheel, forcing himself to focus. What the hell am I doing? The question nagged at him, but it wasn't the only one. Lately, there were too many things he didn't have answers for. Around him, cars buzzed with life, kids pressed against windows, waving at strangers. Kelly ignored them. It was easier that way. He dragged a hand over his stubble, rough against his palm. His fingers were grimy. Funny how the little things reminded you of what you'd lost. No surprise they'd given him those looks back at the warehouse. Letting yourself slide, Kelly. But honestly, who gave a damn? He glanced at the woman beside him and realized he hadn't even asked her name. Here he was, taking her to his boat, and he didn't know the first thing about her. Unbelievable. She sat quietly, gaze fixed ahead, her profile soft and striking, slender, almost delicate, with hair that wasn't quite blonde or brown. Her jeans were the kind that came pre-distressed, the kind people paid extra for to look like they'd lived in them. Kelly couldn't care less about fashion. One less thing to worry about. How had he ended up like this? His mind gnawed at the question. He knew pieces of the answer, but they never quite fit together. Different parts of him remembered different fragments of the man he used to be, sharp, resilient, decisive. Now, just a mess of confusion, stumbling through life like a ghost of himself. The worst part? He couldn't even pinpoint where it all went wrong. Sure, he knew the events, the external blows, but the real damage was deeper. Some internal wiring that had short-circuited, leaving him adrift. She stayed silent, and that was fine by him. Yet something nagged at him. An instinct, that old familiar prickle at the back of his neck. His eyes flicked over the road, scanning for threats, but all he saw were reckless drivers with more horsepower than sense. Still, the unease clung to him. Without thinking, his hand drifted down, fingers brushing the textured grip of the Colt tucked beneath the seat. He jerked his hand back, scowling. What the hell was that about? But he kept checking the rear view, telling himself it was just routine. The marina was chaos, holiday weekend madness. Cars darted recklessly across the potholed lot, each driver convinced they were beating the rush they were actively creating. At least here, his Scout had the advantage: high clearance, better visibility. He swung around, backing smoothly into the slip he'd left hours ago. Locking the car felt like sealing off the outside world. The open water called, a clean escape. Springer wasn't some polished showpiece. She was solid 41 feet of diesel-powered practicality, built for function over flash. 2 cabins, a convertible salon, and engines that purred without strain. No fancy varnish, just reliable gear, marine radar, comms equipment, navigation tools fit for deep-sea work. She was meant to be a workboat, and Kelly liked it that way. No pretenses, just steady, uncomplicated purpose. Exactly what he needed right now. Kelly and his companion stepped out of the car, the salty harbor air filling their lungs. He popped open the trunk and began hauling the grocery boxes onto the boat, noticing how the woman wisely kept her distance. "Was ist das der?" Ed Murdoch's voice boomed from the upper deck. "What's up?" Kelly called back, balancing a carton on his hip. "We pay no fault tickage." Replaced the generator brushes, but turns out the meter was the real issue. "Swap that out too," Ed explained as he descended the ladder, only to stumble on the last step when he caught sight of the woman. The mechanic's eyes flickered over her with obvious appreciation before he turned back to business. Topped off your fuel, engines are warmed up. It's all on your tab, he added with a smirk. Kelly dismissed the small talk with a curt nod. Appreciate it, Ed. Oh, and Chip mentioned someone's interested in buying if you ever change your mind. Not happening? Kelly interrupted. Ed chuckled, gathering his tools. She's a real catch, Kelly, he tossed over his shoulder, clearly proud of his innuendo. It took Kelly a second to catch the joke, earning a dry chuckle as he stowed the last of the supplies. The girl Pam, as she introduced herself, stood awkwardly, her fingers twitching like she was fighting nerves. Where should I go? She asked, her voice light but uncertain. Head up top. She flashed a smile so bright it could thaw a glacier, as if she'd already figured him out. Kelly retreated to the cabin, grateful at least for his habit of keeping things shipshape. Staring into the mirror, he muttered, All right, genius. What's the plan now? No brilliant ideas came, so he settled for washing up before rejoining her. Forgot to ask your name, he admitted. Pam, she said, offering her hand. And you? Gaily, Mamstefeft. He kept his tone neutral, maintaining a careful distance. So, where are we headed, mister? Kelly. Just Kelly, he corrected. Pam nodded, undeterred. Fine, just Kelly. Where to? Got a little island about 30 miles. You own an island? Her eyes widened like he'd just revealed a secret treasure map. Least technically, he admitted, though the distinction clearly didn't matter to her. Let's go, she exclaimed, practically bouncing with excitement as she glanced back at the shore. Kelly couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, let's. He fired up the bilge blower's force of habit, even though the diesel engines didn't demand it. Safety was ingrained in him, a lesson learned from others' mistakes. After the required wait, he fired up the engines, the twin Detroits roaring to life as he checked the gauges. Satisfied, he untied the lines and guided the boat out of the slip, adjusting for the mild current. Pam watched the marina shrink behind them, her grip on the railing easing as they picked up speed. You know boats well? Kelly asked, glancing at her. She shrugged, her earlier nerves replaced by curiosity. Enough to know I'm in good hands. Kelly smirked. Let's hope so. She shrugged slightly, her voice carrying a hint of an accent he hadn't noticed before. Not much, she admitted. When he asked where she was from, she mentioned Indianapolis, but added it had been years since she'd lived there. His own roots were in Texas, though that felt like a lifetime ago. Her fingers brushed the ink on his forearm, tracing the lines of a tattoo he'd gotten in a place he'd rather forget. One of my stops, he said vaguely, and she nodded, understanding without needing details. The yacht surged forward as he pushed the throttles, leaving the marina behind. When she pressed him about his time overseas, he dodged with a half-joke about polite conversation. She shot back with a playful challenge. What makes you think I'm a lady? And for the first time in months, he laughed. Not the hollow kind, but something real. Her grin was contagious, and it caught him off guard. Took you long enough to smile, she teased, her tone warm. He almost cracked a dark joke about how long it had been but swallowed it, shaking his head at his own thoughts. Her hand lingered on his arm, not just to examine the tattoo, but to connect. The warmth of her touch was startling, a stark contrast to the cold isolation he'd grown used to. He focused on steering, navigating around the wake of a freighter looming ahead. The boat pitched as they cut through the choppy water, and she asked about changing clothes. He pointed her toward the cabin, only for her to laugh at his awkward offer to switch quarters. When she reappeared, it was in shorts and a loose halter, her skin pale against the sun. Kelly caught himself staring and forced his gaze away, but she made it impossible. pressing close enough for him to notice the way the fabric gaped. "Like what you see?" she asked, and he fumbled for words before realizing she was already distracted, waving at the freighter's crew. An Italian sailor blew her a kiss, and she returned the gesture, leaving Kelly oddly irritated. He swung the boat wide, sounding the horn as they passed the ship's bridge, proper etiquette, though most wouldn't bother. Through binoculars, he knew the officer wasn't looking at him. Not with Pam standing there, sunlit and laughing. Kelly spun toward the wheelhouse and barked an order. Seconds later, the freighter's deep horn blasted across the water, startling the girl so badly she nearly jumped overboard. They both burst out laughing, and she clung to his arm, her fingers absently tracing the edges of his tattoo. "It doesn't feel like I thought it would," she murmured. "Yeah, most folks think it'll be smooth like paint," Kelly admitted with a shrug. "Not exactly an art gallery masterpiece. Why did you get inked?" "Puberty is stowers." "Even the brass." "Guess we were bored." "Kinda ridiculous when you think about it." "Uka bachelor," she grinned. "Nee, Zybet." "Good, 'cause I like you," he shot back, flashing her a smirk. She rolled her eyes playfully before pressing closer, her warmth seeping into his skin as he guided the boat out of Baltimore's harbor. The Italian freighter loomed in the distance, the only ship breaking the calm, glassy water. The Chesapeake Bay stretched ahead, smooth as oil, as Kelly stuck to the main channel. To Stauble, thirsty?" she asked as they veered south. "Sure. Mini fridge in the galley, grab whatever." She returned with 2 beers, just as Kelly noticed, the sky darkening. A monstrous thunderhead towered miles high, its shadow swallowing the sunlight. "Rain's coming," he muttered, cracking open the can. She tensed. Back home, that meant tornado warnings. "Not here," he assured her, scanning the deck for loose gear. Everything below was stowed, tight Navy habits died hard. He flicked on the radio, catching the tail end of a weather alert. Pam bit her lip. "Are we in trouble?" "Nah. Boat's solid, and I used to wrangle bigger toys than this." She nestled back against him, her head on his shoulder, eyes half-lidded like she was savoring the thrill. Kelly wasn't reckless, just confident. Skirting Bodkin Point, he angled into shallows where no tanker could follow, stealing glances at the storm's advance. The sun vanished, replaced by a churning wall of clouds. He plotted their course on a waterproof chart, grease pencil marking their path. The Springer needed depth, and Kelly wasn't about to gamble. Satisfied, he set the compass and exhaled. "Getting close," Pam whispered, fingers tightening around his sleeve. "You can duck inside," he offered. "Gonna get rough." She shook her head. "But not deadly, right? Only if I screw up. And I don't plan to." The first raindrops hit as the wind kicked up, but Kelly's grip on the wheel stayed steady. Navy training didn't fade, neither did the grin tugging at his lips. She clung to his side, her fingers tightening around his arm as she asked, "Mind if I stick around and see how this plays out?" There was something oddly comforting about her presence, though Kelly couldn't quite put his finger on why. He glanced at the darkening sky. "You're gonna get soaked," he warned, but she just grinned, pressing closer. With a shrug, he eased off the throttle, letting the boat settle into the water. No need to rush now. The storm clouds rolled in fast, turning the Chesapeake Bay into a churning mess. Rain slashed sideways, cutting visibility to a few hundred yards as the wind howled at 30 knots. Kelly flicked on the running lights, his grip steady on the wheel. The boat rocked hard, waves slamming against the hull, but he wasn't worried he'd handled worse. Still, anchoring now was smarter than pushing through 5 more hours of this. Pam's nervous grip on the wheel made him smirk. "Just keep her steady," he said, squeezing her shoulder before heading to the bow. The deck pitched beneath him, but his no-slip shoes and years of experience kept him steady. He tossed the anchors first the Danforth, then the Kears, letting them bite into the sandy bottom. By the time he made it back, they were both drenched, hair plastered to their faces. He killed the engines, letting the wind drag them back until the anchors held. Could he fought it, he admitted, shaking water from his sleeves. But why bother? Pam shivered, though her eyes sparkled with something like excitement. So, we're camping out here. Muwa Bisin. Kelly nodded, watching the storm rage around them. For once, he didn't overthink it. Tonight, the bay could keep its secrets. The storm raged around them as Kelly hesitated, unsure whether to retreat below deck or stay in the moment. You want me to leave? He asked, rainwater streaming down his face. Pam shook her head, her fingers brushing his cheek. No, I just thought you might prefer somewhere drier. Her voice was nearly lost in the wind, but the warmth in her touch spoke louder. I like it right here, he admitted, surprising himself. The realization hit him like the lightning cracking overhead. All the signs had been there for hours, yet he'd been too guarded to see them. Logic protested weakly in the back of his mind, reminding him how little he knew this woman, how reckless this was. But the loneliness that had haunted him for months dissolved under her touch, her skin slick with rain yet radiating heat. This wasn't like the hollow encounters he'd forced himself into since the accident, leaving him emptier afterward. Pam's halter top slid off effortlessly, and suddenly logic didn't stand a chance. They're perfect, Kelly murmured, his hands tracing the curve of her waist as she laughed against his mouth, taking control with a confidence that left him breathless. The boat lurched beneath them as they stumbled toward the cockpit, clothes scattering across the deck. Pam guided him down, her movements fierce yet deliberate. And Kelly, usually so measured, so careful, let go completely. Thunder rolled as she arched above him, her smile luminous even in the storm's gloom. Later, tangled together under the fading rain, he clung to her, terrified the moment would evaporate like the mist rising off the water. But the chill eventually drove them below, where towels and quiet replaced the frenzy. Drying her hair, Kelly's grin faltered. The weight of everything he'd buried came crashing back, and this time he couldn't outrun it. Pam didn't press, just held him as his shoulders shook, her fingers threading through his hair. You don't owe me words, she whispered. But they came anyway, ragged against her collarbone. 7 months ago. She was buying groceries the truck's hitch failed. Pam's arms tightened around him, and for the first time in half a year, Kelly didn't feel alone. Tish, her name was Patricia, he murmured, the words catching in his throat. Pam studied him in the dim salon light, noticing scars she hadn't seen before, each one a silent story. None of it mattered now. She pressed her cheek against the top of his head, struck by the unfairness of it all. He should have been building a life, raising a family, not carrying this weight alone. You kept it all locked inside, didn't you? His silence was answer enough. And why tonight? She pressed. I don't know, he whispered, then surprised himself by adding, thank you. Kelly blinked up at her, unguarded for once. That's the kindest thing anyone's ever done for me. Pam shook her head. You know why. And so does Tish. She loved you, John. Enough to let me step in, maybe even enough to send me your way. The dam broke again. She held him, rocking slightly until the storm passed. When he finally lifted his head, gratitude flickered into something hotter, something alive. Pam yielded, letting him reclaim himself in the only way he knew how. Later, as he slept beside her, she traced the stubble along his jaw, her own tears falling not for the fear the day had brought, but for the unexpected grace that followed. Dawn came too soon. Kelly stirred at his usual hour, disoriented by the warmth beside him, until memory flooded back. He slipped free, draping the blanket over Pam before stepping into the crisp morning air. The coffee pot hissed to life as he tugged on swim trunks and climbed topside. The anchor light still glowed one small victory. The storms had scrubbed the sky clean, leaving behind a world washed in pale gold. Then he saw at the dragged anchor. A rookie mistake. He scowled, though the sea lay flat as glass, the breeze barely a whisper. The coastline shimmered in the early light, beautiful and indifferent. For the first time in years, he'd slept through the night. No whiskey, no nightmares. Just peace. A distant rumble cut through his thoughts. He squinted west, but the mist clung low, swallowing whatever approached. Grabbing binoculars from the bridge, he barely had time to register the blinding spotlight before it vanished. A voice crackled over the water. "Damn! Kelly didn't recognize you out here." The Coast Guard boat materialized from the haze, its hull nudging against Springer. Kelly lunged for the fenders, muttering, "Trying to give me a heart attack. Portagee." Oreza grinned, leaping the gap with the ease of a man who'd spent more time on water than land. "What, and miss your charming company." Oreza motioned toward the boat's sides with a smirk. "Trying to bruise my ego?" Kelly shook his head as he approached. "You all? Not just bad manners, bad seamanship." "Already had a word with the kid about that," Oreza replied, extending a steaming cup. "Morning, Kelly." The rich aroma of Oreza's legendary coffee hit Kelly before he even took the mug. He chuckled, raising it in mock salute. "Consider me officially appeased." The Coast Guardsman rubbed his eyes, exhaustion evident. "Sterk Exetan. Crew's green, and I'm practically their grandpa at 28. "Oh, to trouble?" Kelly asked, sipping the strong brew. Oreza scanned the water, jaw tight. "Some idiot in a day sailor went missing after last night's squall. We've turned the Chesapeake inside out looking for him." 40 knot winds fordo that, Kelly remarked. "Hit like a freight train." "Yeah, well, 6 boats rescued, 1 still Mia." "Spot anything weird?" Kelly shrugged. "Left Baltimore around 4, took 2.5 hours to get here. Dropped anchor when the storm rolled in. Couldn't see squat through the rain." Oreza arched a brow at the word "we," then grabbed a soaked halter from the wheel and lobbed it at Kelly. His expression stayed blank, but curiosity flickered behind it. Maybe his friend had finally caught a break. Life owed him that much. Kelly handed back the cup, face equally unreadable. "Only saw one freighter tailing us. Italian registry half empty, doing 15 knots. Anyone else make it out?" Oreza scowled. "Yeah, and that's what pisses me off. Merchant morons barreling out like it's a damn race." Kelly snorted. "God forbid they get their deck shoes wet. Or worse, actually follow safety protocols. The Chesapeake might look civilized, but it had swallowed its share of careless sailors." "Doubt it," Oreza muttered, squinting at the horizon. He wasn't buying it, and fatigue stripped away his poker face. "Just keep an eye out for a candy-striped sail, orange and white. Ring me if you see it." 2 will do." Oreza paused mid-turn, eyeing the anchor lines. 2 hooks for a breeze like that? Spacing's off. "Thought you knew better, Chief." Kelly feigned offense. "Since when do bean counters lecture real sailors?" It was an old joke they both knew Oreza could outmaneuver him in tight quarters. But not by much. Grinning, Oreza vaulted back onto the cutter. Before ducking into the wheelhouse, he jabbed a finger at the halter. "The tail put a shirt on. Looks like it'll fit. Assuming you haven't forgotten how." Kelly's retort died on his lips as he spotted a civilian inside the wheelhouse unexpected. 3. The cutter's engines roared to life, churning northwest. "Morning," Pam murmured behind him. "Who was that?" "Null Trapdad." He turned. She stood wrapped in dawnlight, hair a wild tangle, eyes still hazy with sleep. The blanket had slipped, but Kelly found he didn't mind. At this point, the only surprise left would be if she ever acted predictably. Missed Coast Guard. Missing boater. He reached for her. Sleep okay. Muet, I bet. She swayed into him, her kiss slow and warm. Then, with sudden grace, she spun away, arms lifted like a dancer. Kelly caught her waist, lifting her effortlessly. Breakfast? He asked. She grinned down at him. Surprised me. Pam shook her head when Kelly offered breakfast. I don't eat in the mornings, she said, bending to tie her shoe. Kelly just nodded with an understanding smile, though he'd soon discover her words didn't match reality. By mid-morning, the aroma of sizzling bacon and scrambled eggs proved irresistible. She devoured the first plate before Kelly could blink, then polished off seconds despite her earlier protests. As she ate, he noticed more than just slender arms. The sharp outline of ribs beneath her shirt told a story of skipped meals and empty cupboards. Whatever her past held, he could at least fill her stomach now. 4 eggs, half a pack of bacon, and enough toast to feed a small army later. Pam finally pushed her plate away with a contented sigh. The morning sun climbed higher as Kelly taught her the basics of the galley, their laughter mixing with the clatter of dishes. By 8, they'd hauled anchor and set course westward, skirting the main shipping lane to dodge the weekend fishermen already dotting the water. Pam squinted at a cluster of bobbing floats. What are those? She asked, wrinkling her nose. Kelly handed her his sunglasses and pointed to a distant workboat. Crab traps. Basically underwater spider hotels with a one-way door. When she frowned at the explanation, he chuckled. You ate bacon this morning, right? Pretty sure that pig didn't volunteer. Her mock glare dissolved into laughter as they veered around a buoy, the easy rhythm of the boat lulling them into comfortable silence until Kelly's offhand comment about life's cruelty landed heavier than intended. Pam's quiet, "Yeah, I know," carried a weight that made him stiffen at the wheel. But just as quickly, she leaned against him, her warmth dissolving the tension. The moment passed, though not before Kelly's instincts prickled with unease. Go put on sunscreen, he ordered, nudging her toward the cabin. Unless you want to match the ketchup bottle by noon. Pam stuck out her tongue but obeyed, pausing at the hatch. Can I shower too? I smell like low tide. Please do, Kelly deadpanned. The fish have sensitive noses. Her dramatic gasp and playful swat at his arm sent him grinning as she disappeared below deck. Meanwhile, 30 miles north, Coast Guard veteran Manuel Orza slammed his coffee cup onto a weather-beaten chart table. Gone. Like smoke, he snarled to the exhausted civilian beside him. The man rubbed his bloodshot eyes. 28 hours of storm chasing, and seasickness had left him in no mood for riddles. Helicopters wouldn't have helped in that mess, Oreza continued, jabbing a finger at their search grid. Unless our guy grew gills, he either sank or... The civilian interrupted with a humorless laugh. Soused. Turned into a damn mermaid? Station Commander Paul English silenced them both with a look that could freeze salt water. The missing boat was out there. And so, Oreza knew, was trouble. The exhausted man sighed, rubbing his temples. Look, I know this seems hopeless, but trying is part of my job. Petty Officer Oreza crossed his arms, his voice thick with fatigue. Sir, we've been at this all night. My team's wiped out. Unless you've got a solid reason to keep going, grab some shut-eye while you can. The civilian offered a weary grin, softening his earlier frustration. Oreza, with brains like yours, you should be wearing officer stripes. Oreza snorted. If I'm so sharp, how'd we lose track of our guy before sunrise? That one we spotted at first light? One dadadadadatoy. Former Navy chief, good man. English, the new guy at the station, squinted at the grainy photo captured by the spotlight. Seems young for a chief. Oreza shrugged. Came with a Navy cross. English raised an eyebrow. You really think he'd... Not a snowball's chance. With a tired shake of his head, the civilian trudged toward the bunks. They'd be back on patrol by dusk, and rest wasn't optional. Once he was gone, English turned to Oreza. So, what's the deal with this Kelly guy? Oreza tapped the chart with his pencil. He's hauling serious equipment, Captain. And the man barely sleeps. English exhaled. He'll be around for a while. I need you to manage it. Oreza circled a spot on the map. This is the perfect lookout point. And yeah, I trust him. Higher-ups said no. Oreza smirked. Higher-ups don't know the water like we do, sir. I'll take orders, but not navigation lessons from a desk jockey. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit shack near the marshes, 3 men huddled over a table. The tallest one flicked open his knife, slicing through thick paper to reveal a plastic bag of white powder. Couple hours of work, and we walk away with 300 grand. Got a problem with that, Eddie? The third man grinned. And this is just the beginning. Eddie hesitated. What about the boat? Debbie scuttle it. Mais ip you at teaming. They glanced at Angelo, unconscious and bleeding on the floor. The tall man's voice was ice. Same goes for him. Right here's good. Eddie swallowed hard. His people won't take this well. Tony scoffed. What people? He turned rat. You think rats have friends? Eddie knew it was over. He pulled out a 92, pressed it to Angelo's skull, and fired. The body jerked, then stilled. Wrapping it in fish netting, he dragged it outside and dumped it into the murky water. Cautious as ever, Eddie scanned the empty shoreline before motoring out. A few hundred yards off, he tied concrete blocks to the net and watched Angelo sink into the depths. The water was clear, too clear, until the crabs swarmed in, and Eddie finally relaxed. Angelo would be out of the picture in under 14 days, a refreshing change from their usual drawn-out methods, one worth noting for future jobs. The real challenge would be getting rid of the small sailboat. He'd need to scout a deep enough spot, but time wasn't an issue. He had the whole day to figure it out. Kelly adjusted his course to the right, steering clear of a noisy cluster of speedboats. The island came into view about 5 miles ahead, just a dull hump on the horizon, barren and treeless. But it was his. Privacy was guaranteed, though the lousy TV reception was a downside. Battery Island had a forgettable past. Its name, more of a joke than anything, dated back to the early 1800s, when some over-eager militiamen set up a gun battery to defend the Chesapeake Bay from the British. The British, on the way to teach Washington a lesson, barely noticed the pitiful smoke puffs from the island. One amused commander took a single ship close enough to fire a few shots, sending the so-called defenders scrambling for their rowboats. A landing party of British sailors and Marines quickly spiked the guns, rendering them useless before continuing their leisurely cruise up the Patuxent River. Their troops later marched into Washington, forcing Dolly Madison to flee the White House, then moved on to Baltimore, where things didn't go quite as smoothly. Left to the feds, Battery Island became a forgotten embarrassment, overgrown with weeds for nearly a century. Then, in 1917, with America dragged into its first major overseas war, the Navy needed a testing ground for its guns. The island, conveniently close to Norfolk, became a thunderous proving ground for massive battleship cannons, blasting away chunks of land and scaring off confused migratory birds. The only notable addition was the graveyard of World War I cargo ships sunk nearby, which soon looked like jagged little islands themselves. Decades later, war revived the island again. The nearby naval air station needed a bombing range, and the old wrecked ships made perfect targets. Concrete observation bunkers were built until one unlucky bomb obliterated one of them, luckily empty at the time. The wreckage was cleared, and the island was repurposed as a rescue station, complete with a boathouse and reinforced docks. It served its purpose until helicopters made crash boats obsolete, and the government finally wrote it off as surplus. Now it was just Kelly's quiet retreat minus decent TV. The island had been forgotten on some government list of abandoned properties until Kelly secured the lease. As their boat neared the shore, Pam lounged on her blanket, soaking up the sun under a generous layer of sunscreen. Without a swimsuit, she'd opted for just her underwear, something Kelly didn't mind, though the casualness of it nagged at him in a way he couldn't quite explain. For now, his focus was on steering, though his eyes kept drifting back to her every few minutes, as if checking she hadn't vanished. Adjusting the wheel slightly to avoid a looming fishing yacht, he stole another glance. Pam had slid her bra straps down for better sun exposure, and Kelly couldn't help but approve. A sudden blast of diesel horns from the nearby boat jolted them both. Kelly scanned the water, zeroing in on the source, a Hatteras cruiser about 200 yards to port. A man on its flybridge waved frantically. Kelly sighed and altered course, taking his time to close the gap. The other captain clearly lacked experience, fumbling with the controls as his boat drifted. "What's the issue?" Kelly called through the loudspeaker. "Lost our propellers." The sunburnt man shouted back. "Hit something, maybe a sandbar." Kelly suppressed the urge to suggest rowing and instead edged closer. The man, short and hairy-chested, looked desperate, while the woman beside him seemed mortified. "You need a tow?" Kelly asked, already sizing up the situation. The man eagerly agreed, scrambling for a line. As Kelly maneuvered into position, he couldn't help but judge. This guy had money, sure enough, to buy a nice boat, but no clue how to handle it. Yet when it came to tying knots, the man surprised him, securing the line with practiced ease. Pam, now watching from the deck, raised an eyebrow. "What's his deal?" "Some people forget the ocean has a bottom," Kelly muttered. "Hit it wrong and things break." He shot her a look. "Might want to cover up before we dock." Laughing, Pam disappeared below. Kelly eased the throttle forward, towing the Hatteras at a cautious pace. He'd done this too many times. Maybe he should start charging. Docking was a slow, careful dance. Kelly dropped fenders, tied off lines, and made sure the other boat didn't scrape the pier. The owner, at least, knew how to handle ropes, tossing them over with surprising skill. As Kelly hauled the boat in, he flexed a little no harm in showing off for Pam. It took just 5 minutes to secure her boat before Kelly helped Springer tie up as well. "This your place?" the stranger asked, eyeing the weathered dock. "All mine," Kelly answered with a grin. "Welcome to my little slice of paradise." The man extended a surprisingly delicate hand despite his firm grip. Sam Rosen. He'd thrown on a wrinkled button-down, but his smooth skin gave him away. "John Kelly," he replied. "My wife, Sarah," Sam added. Kelly chuckled. "Let me guess you're the one who actually reads the charts." Sarah, a stout woman with nervous brown eyes, let out a sharp laugh. "Somebody ought to thank you for fishing us out," she said, her Brooklyn accent thick. "Unwritten rule of the water, ma'am." "So what happened?" "That damn chart said 6 feet of clearance. We only need 4, and low tide was hours ago." Sarah snapped, frustration boiling over. Her husband had clearly gotten an earful already. "That sandbar's been growing since last winter's storms. But my charts don't show it. And it's not even hard bottom, just soft silt." Just then, Pam appeared, now dressed in something presentable. Kelly realized he hadn't even caught her last name. Pam. She introduced herself with a quick wave. "You'd need a break?" "We've got all day to figure this out," Kelly offered. The group agreed, and he led them toward his home. Sam stopped short. "What in the world is that?" He pointed at the massive concrete bunker, its 3-foot-thick roof looming like a relic from another era. A smaller companion structure sat beside it. "Used to be Navy property," Kelly explained. "I lease it now." "Nice dock setup," Sam remarked. "Comes in handy," Kelly admitted. "So what do you do?" "Surgeon," Sam said. "Professor of surgery," Sarah corrected, rolling her eyes. But he couldn't navigate a bathtub. The damn charts were wrong. Sam grumbled as they stepped inside. Kelly cut in. "What's done is done. Lunch and a cold beer will make it easier to stomach." He surprised himself with the offer, then froze at the sharp crack of a distant gunshot echoing over the water. Sam's head snapped up. What was that? Probably some kid plinking at muskrats with a naughty two, Kelly guessed. Usually quiet out here, except during duck season. Then it's a zoo at sunrise. Sam eyed the hunting blinds along the shore. "You a hunter?" "Not anymore," Kelly said flatly. Something in his tone made Sam pause, reassessing him. "It too is long. Long enough." "Oh, would you know?" "Did my residency, then got shipped to Iwo Jima and Okinawa." "Miss Piddle's ship. Kamikaze season, huh?" Sam nodded grimly. "Real party. What about you?" "Spent most of my time belly crawling," Kelly said with a wry smile. "But you've got the look." "Close enough, just dumber." Kelly spun the combination lock and heaved the steel door open. Inside, the bunker defied expectations. What had once been a stark military space now felt almost homey, with drywall, rugs, and even a covered ceiling. Only the narrow view slits betrayed its past. The decor showed a woman's touch, Patricia's, but the current state of orderly bachelorhood was unmistakable. As Kelly rummaged in the fridge, Pam wandered, wide-eyed, while Sarah examined the space. "Stays cool in here," she noted. "Steam heat," Kelly said, tapping a radiator. "Government specs, this place was built to last." Sam whistled as he ran a hand along the sleek countertops. "This place is incredible. How'd you swing a setup like this?" "Hmm?" "A buddy pulled some strings," Kelly replied, popping open the stainless steel fridge to grab another beer. "Government surplus deal." Sarah raised an eyebrow, impressed. "Must be one hell of a friend." Kelly just grinned. "Yeah, he is." Meanwhile, over at the Pentagon, Vice Admiral Dutch Maxwell glared out his E-ring window at the protesters below. The distorted chants of baby killers. And the sight of a North Vietnamese flag made his jaw tighten. He could still hear the rhythm of their shouts, even if the words were muffled by the thick glass. "You're gonna give yourself an ulcer, Dutch," Rear Admiral Casimir Podolsky remarked, though his own grip on his cigarette was tight enough to crush it. "Tell me something I don't know," Maxwell muttered. Podolsky exhaled smoke, his sharp blue eyes flickering with something between bitterness and resolve. "Those kids out there. They've got the right to protest. It's what we fight for." Maxwell snorted. "Yeah, real heartwarming." Podolsky tossed a heavy folder onto the desk, its edges marked with red and white striped tape and stamped with the words, "Boxwood Green." "They're letting us run with it." Maxwell blinked. "You're joking." "Worked on it till 3:30 a.m., but it's a go. Full feasibility study, just us, though." Here it's a books?" Maxwell let out a slow breath. Jim Greer in on this. Just got word he's at Langley now. Perfect timing. We need a spook who still remembers which side he's on. Podolsky smirked, nodding toward the window. After dealing with that circus outside, what's a few more enemies? Back on the boat, Kelly cracked open his second beer as lunch wound down. The spread was simple cold cuts, bread, and cheap beer, but nobody complained. You handle the lines pretty well for a newbie, Kelly said, mostly to break the silence. The doctor grinned. Surgeon's hands. Good with knots. Sarah chuckled. Pharmacologist, actually. I teach at Hopkins. Sam, ever the conversationalist, asked, So how long have you two been married? The pause was instant. Pam, oblivious, chirped, Oh, we just met. Kelly nearly choked on his beer, heat creeping up his neck. But the doctors just shrugged, unfazed. He exhaled, realizing nobody cared half as much as he thought. Let's check that prop, he muttered, standing abruptly. Rosen followed him out into the sweltering heat, the sun beating down as they got to work. The island's backup shelter doubled as Kelly's personal workshop. Grabbing a few tools, he maneuvered a compact air compressor outside, positioning it near Doctor. Rosen's Hatteras yacht before strapping on weighted dive belts. Need me to do anything? Rosen asked, watching as Kelly peeled off his shirt. The doctor's trained eye caught the faint traces of old battle scars, the kind field medics never had time to stitch neatly. Nah, I'll be fine, Kelly assured him, climbing down the dock ladder. Only going about 5 feet down. If the compressor fails, I'll notice right away. True to his word, Kelly resurfaced moments later, tossing 2 mangled propeller blades onto the concrete. Found your issue, he announced. Rosen stared in disbelief. What the hell did we hit? Kelly smirked as he unbuckled the weights. Just water, Doc. Plain, old salt water. Rosen frowned. What? You had a marine survey done before buying this boat, right? Memai, Bepors. Insurance required it. Guy charged me $100, said it was a steal. Kelly snorted, shutting off the compressor. And what problems did he list? Claimed something was wrong with the sinks. Had a plumber check turned out fine. Guess he had to justify his fee. Sinks, Kelly repeated, barely containing his laughter. That's what he told me over the phone. I never bothered with the written report. Zincs, Doc. Not sinks, Kelly corrected, shaking his head. Your props were eaten alive by electrolysis galvanic corrosion from mixed metals and salt water. The sandbar just finished them off. Didn't the Coast Guard Auxiliary cover this in their boating course? Rosen flushed. Well, yes, but now you know, Kelly interrupted, holding up a propeller fragment that crumbled like stale bread. This used to be bronze. Son of a Rosen grabbed the debris, pinching off a brittle flake. The surveyor meant for you to replace the zinc anodes on the strut. They sacrificed themselves to protect the rest of the metal. Your rudder's shot too, but it can wait. Those props. Not a chance. Rosen cursed under his breath, glaring at the harbor. Idiot. Kelly chuckled. Hey, if this is your worst mistake this year, you're winning. So, what now? I'll call a buddy in Solomon's. He'll ship new props by tomorrow. Kelly paused, flipping through Rosen's navigation charts. These are 5 years old. You're supposed to update them annually. Rosen groaned. Unbelievable. Relax, Kelly said, clapping him on the shoulder. Best lessons sting a little. You fix it and move on. The doctor finally cracked a smile. Sarah's never letting me live this down. Blame outdated charts, Kelly suggested with a wink. Need backup. Men's solidarity. I like it, Rosen admitted. Think we'll get along just fine, Kelly. Elsewhere, tension crackled. Where the hell is she? Billy snapped. Rick threw up his hands. How should I know? Both men turned to the woman in the corner. Billy's voice turned icy. You're her friend. Doris stood frozen, her entire body quivering with fear, as Billy closed the distance between them in 3 quick strides. She braced herself, but couldn't avoid the sharp crack of his hand against her cheek, sending her sprawling to the floor. You lying little snake, spill it now. He snarled, his voice dripping with menace. Tears blurred her vision as she clutched her stinging face. Her desperate glance toward Rick met only with cold indifference. I swear I don't know anything, she pleaded, her voice breaking. Billy's fingers worked at the button of her shorts, his belt already sliding free from his waist. Bring the others in, he ordered Rick, his tone leaving no room for argument. Doris forced herself to stand, stripped of dignity and trembling uncontrollably, knowing escape was impossible. The other girls shuffled in, eyes averted, their silence deafening. She had suspected Pam might run, but that was all. And now, as the belt sliced through the air, the only comfort she had was knowing she'd never betray her friend. The pain was unbearable, but Pam was free. Meanwhile, Kelly and Rosen maneuvered the hand truck along the dock, stacking groceries with practiced ease. Rosen, still waiting for his boat parts, seemed in no rush to leave. You're a surgeon, huh? Kelly asked, eyeing the man's calloused hands. 8 years teaching, Rosen confirmed, adjusting the load. You don't fit the stereotype. Rosen chuckled. Not all of us play golf. My old man laid bricks for a living. Mine ran into burning buildings, Kelly replied, steering toward the bunker. Rosen gestured at the scars on Kelly's chest. Someone did solid work patching you up. That one looks like it came close. Kelly hesitated, the memory flashing back the impact, the dizzying spin. Got sloppy, he muttered. Just nicked the lung. Could have been worse. Rosen gave a dry laugh. 2 inches from your heart. No big deal, right? As they stored the last of the supplies, Kelly wiped his hands. Nice talking to someone who gets it, Doc. He forced a grin, though the phantom ache of that bullet still lingered. Rosen studied him. How long were you in country? 18 months, give or take hospital stays. Rosen nodded toward a framed medal on the wall. That Navy Cross for the A6 pilot. Kelly shook his head. Different mess. Swam through a river full of God knows what to drag him out. Got so infected I spent 3 weeks delirious. Worse than taking a bullet. Rosen grimaced. Hell of a place. They say the snakes alone will kill you 9 ways. Kelly smirked. And the 10th one swallows you whole. He clapped Rosen on the shoulder. But the job got done. Admiral made me chief, gave me a shiny medal. Come on, let me show you the boat. The tour was brisk, no frills, just function. Rosen noted the precision in every detail. Kelly handed him a beer, their mutual respect unspoken but clear. What about Okinawa? Kelly asked. Rosen's expression darkened. Busy. Kamikazes didn't care if we were a hospital ship. Kelly took a long swig. I'd rather shoot back. Rosen's quiet chuckle said it all. John grabbed Pam's backpack from the deck and moved toward the dock, where Dr. Rosen stood waiting. He tossed the bag across, but Rosen fumbled the catch, sending it tumbling onto the concrete. The impact popped the top off an unmarked prescription bottle, scattering a few capsules across the ground. Even from a distance, Kelly recognized the problem before Rosen's shocked expression confirmed it. His stomach dropped as he stepped off the boat, his boots hitting the dock with deliberate slowness. Rosen scooped up the loose pills and snapped the lid back on before handing it over. These aren't yours, John. Kelly's voice was eerily calm. What are they? Guailudes. Misaquilone. A heavy sedative strong enough that some think it shouldn't even be legal. No label means no prescription. A wave of exhaustion hit Kelly, along with a sharp sting of betrayal. Yeah. Sevole Matua. You had no idea? Sam, I've known her less than a day. I don't know anything about her. Rosen rubbed his neck, scanning the horizon before shifting into doctor mode. Ever messed with drugs yourself? No. I hate that garbage. It ruins lives. The anger flared hot, but not at Rosen, who took it in stride. Cole Spalsamer meant. Addiction doesn't care how it starts. Freaking out won't fix it. Breathe. Kelly exhaled, almost laughing at the absurdity. You sound like my old man. Firefighters know their stuff. Rosen paused. Look, your girl might have a problem. But she seems decent, and you're no jerk. So do we help her or not? Kelly's voice turned bitter. That's her call. The betrayal gnawed at him. He'd let his guard down, only to wonder if he'd fallen for the drugs, not the person. Rosen's tone sharpened. True, but you're part of this now. Scream like an idiot, and you'll just make it worse. Kelly blinked. You're freakishly level-headed for this mess. Damn right I am, Rosen shot back. This isn't my specialty, but Sarah's a pro. Maybe you both got lucky. Pam's not a bad kid, just scared. You did notice she's jumpy, right? Yeah, but then it clicked. Of course. But mostly you noticed she's gorgeous. I was young once too, John. Now we've got work to do. He studied Kelly. Wait, there's something else. Kelly hesitated. I lost my wife last year. The words spilled out before he could stop them. And you thought maybe yeah. Stupid, huh? Why was he even admitting this? Part of him wanted to walk away, but that wasn't who he was. Using her and ditching her would make him no better than the men he despised. Rosen gave him a long look, then shook his head. We all have weak spots. You've got the tools to handle yours. It doesn't. He grabbed the hand truck, wheeling it toward the bunker. The blast of AC inside felt like a slap back to reality. Pam was doing her best to keep Sarah engaged, but her efforts were falling flat. Sarah, ever the observant physician, had initially chalked it up to social discomfort, but now her trained instincts kicked in, scrutinizing Pam with clinical precision. When Sam walked into the room, Sarah shot him a glance that spoke volumes, one Kelly instantly recognized. Pam, oblivious, droned on in a flat, revealing tone. So, yeah, I left home at 16. Her gaze suddenly sharpening as she spotted the backpack in Kelly's grip. There was an unexpected fragility in her voice, a crack he hadn't noticed before. Perfect. I need some of that, she muttered, snatching the bag and retreating toward the bedroom. Kelly and Rosen exchanged glances as Sam handed his wife a plastic container. One look was all it took. I had no idea, Kelly blurted, scrambling for an excuse. I never saw her take anything. He mentally retraced their time together, realizing those distant, glassy-eyed moments weren't fatigue. They were something far darker. Would the precum? Sam pressed. 300 milligrams. Not critical, but she needs help. Pam reappeared moments later, claiming she'd forgotten something on the boat. Her hands were clasped tight, the only thing keeping them steady. The signs were obvious now, the forced composure, the barely contained tension. She was no actress. Is this what you're after? Kelly asked, holding up the bottle. The question hit like a blade. Pam froze, her eyes locking onto the container with a ravenous intensity, as if she could already feel the pills between her fingers, the numbness they promised. Then came the shame, a crushing wave, as she registered the stares around her. But it was Kelly's face that shattered her. Hunger warred with humiliation until the latter won, her expression crumbling from guilt to something far worse. The realization that whatever connection they'd kindled was now ashes. Her breath hitched, then broke into ragged sobs. "I'm sorry, Kelly," she stammered, folding in on herself. "I didn't to tell you." For Kelly, the choice was instant. Betrayal flickered, but then he remembered the kindness she'd shown him just hours ago, and the raw self-loathing in her eyes. He couldn't stand by. Not if he wanted to live with himself. Tears welled as he stepped forward. Because sometimes the hardest thing isn't walking away, it's reaching out. Kelly moved toward her, his arms encircling her trembling frame to steady her. He held her close, supporting her weight as if she were fragile, tilting her head gently against him. For once, the cynical voice in his mind stayed silent, no mocking. "I told you so, because none of that mattered now." She was hurting, and that was all he could focus on. The others stood by, their expressions a blend of discomfort and clinical observation. "I tried," Pam whispered, her voice breaking. "I swear I did, but I was terrified." Kelly barely registered her words, his attention fixed on comforting her. "It's all right," he murmured. "You had my back before. Now it's my turn." A fresh wave of tears hit her. "You don't understand," she choked out. "I'm not who you believe I am." He chuckled softly, oblivious to the weight of her confession. "You have no idea what I think, Pammy. Trust me, it's fine." Only then did he notice Sarah Rosen beside them, her presence unnoticed until now. "Pam," Sarah said gently, "let's step outside for a moment." With a quiet nod, Pam let herself be led away, her hand clasped in Sarah's like a child seeking reassurance. Left alone with Sam, Kelly exhaled. "You're a real stand-up guy," Rosen remarked, clearly pleased with his own judgment. "Kelly, where's the closest pharmacy?" "Solomon's, probably." "Shouldn't she be at a hospital?" "Sarah will decide, but I doubt it's needed." Kelly glanced at the bottle in his grip, disgust twisting his features. "I'm tossing this garbage overboard." "Absolutely not." Rosen cut in sharply. "I'll take them. The lot numbers could help track where these came from. They're going in my boat's safe." "So what's next?" "We wait." 20 minutes later, Sarah and Pam returned, fingers still entwined. Pam's chin was lifted, though her eyes glistened. "We've got a fighter here," Sarah announced. "She's been battling this alone for weeks." "It's not impossible," Pam added quietly. Sarah handed her husband a slip of paper. "Find a pharmacy. John, get us moving. Now." As Solomon's faded into the distance, Kelly frowned. "What's the plan?" "Simple, really," Rosen explained. "We use barbiturates to ease her off gradually. Cold turkey can be dangerous seizures, even death in extreme cases." Kelly stiffened. "People die from this." "Why would you know?" Rosen shrugged. "That's our job. Sarah thinks she'll be fine." He checked the list again. Phenobarbital to manage withdrawal. "Look, you know boats, right?" "Yeah," Kelly muttered, turning toward the helm. "Then let us handle the rest." The Coast Guardsman exchanged weary glances as the civilian, wide awake, despite the hour, pored over navigation charts, tracing circles with his finger. "How fast does a sailboat go?" he asked, oblivious to Quartermaster Manuel Orza's irritation. Oreza sighed. "That one, 5, maybe 6 knots in good conditions. Hull speed's roughly 1. Sine times the square root of the waterline length." "My is a tef for check a tef." The man barely nodded, already lost in his calculations again. The night had been rough with howling winds, making the officer grumble in frustration. Small boats don't speed up in rough water, they slow down. All that bouncing over waves means less forward progress, he snapped. The civilian interrogating him wasn't satisfied. Then how'd he slip past you? Oreza clenched his jaw. This guy wasn't even a real officer, just some desk jockey throwing his weight around. A real officer would have understood the situation, not berated him for things beyond his control. He forced himself to stay calm, though part of him wished an actual commander were here to set this guy straight. Civilians respected rank, which said everything about their common sense. Sir, you ordered me to hang back. I warned you we'd lose him in the storm clutter. Our radar's useless in bad weather, especially tracking something as small as a day sailor. You've made that clear, the man muttered. Oreza bit back the urge to repeat himself again. A sharp glance from Warrant Officer English kept him in check. Instead, he exhaled and studied the chart. So where do you think he went? The bay isn't endless. He's got 2 shorelines to choose from, plenty of hidden docks and narrow creeks. If it were me, I'd ditch the boat up some quiet inlet. Easier to vanish there than at a marina. The civilian's face darkened. You're saying he's gone? Pretty much, Oreza admitted. 3 months of surveillance down the drain. Not my fault, sir. The petty officer hesitated. Odds are he went east sailing, with the wind beats fighting against it. That's the silver lining. Bad news. A boat that size can be hauled onto a trailer. By now, he could be halfway to Massachusetts. The man's expression soured further. Just what I needed to hear. You want me to sugarcoat it? Why, Barry Sieve. 3 months. The civilian was stuck on that number, refusing to accept reality. Oreza and English exchanged a glance. Some people never learned sometimes the sea kept what it took. You searched, you hoped, but in the end you had to let go. Neither man liked it, but that was the job. English saw an opportunity. Maybe call in some choppers. The Navy's got assets at Pax River. It'd also get this nuisance out of their hair. The civilian smirked. Trying to get rid of me? Wouldn't dream of it, sir, English replied smoothly, though he couldn't help thinking the guy wasn't as clueless as he seemed. Meanwhile, Kelly docked just after 7, securing his boat with meticulous care. Sam handled the medical supplies while Kelly covered the instruments, his mind still churning from the trip. Rosen had been a good teacher, but the return voyage left Kelly alone, with his thoughts no easy answers. Just more questions. He lingered on the mooring lines, double-checking everything, delaying the inevitable. Above the clouds, a Lockheed Hercules cruised effortlessly, its crew monitoring the calm skies. The aircraft, built years ago in Georgia, logged another smooth flight, everything running like clockwork. For them, it was just another day in the air. The 4 turboprop engines droned steadily, their familiar vibration resonating through the cabin, making the coffee in their cups ripple in tiny concentric circles. Everything about the flight felt routine, except for the aircraft itself. This wasn't just any plane. It belonged to the 99th Strategic Reconnaissance Squadron, and its modified wings carried 2 Model 147 SC drones, nicknamed Buffalo Hunters. Originally designed as high-speed targets called Fire BIIs, they had been repurposed for missions far more secretive. In the rear cargo bay of the DC-130E, a second crew busily prepped the drones, inputting coordinates for a mission so classified that none of them knew its true objective. Not that it mattered, their job was simply to launch and guide the unmanned aircraft. The lead technician, a seasoned sergeant in his 30s, focused on his assigned drone, Cody 1930. He glanced out a small window to check on it, though there was no real need. After a decade in the drone program, he treated each one like a prized possession, and this particular model had flown under his control 61 times, a squadron record. Cody 1930 had a storied lineage. Built by Teledyne Ryan, the same San Diego company that crafted Lindbergh's Spirit of St. Louis Perclat. But unlike that legendary plane, the company had found its niche in military contracts, producing target drones for fighter pilots to practice on. The sergeant, however, saw his role differently. To him, the drones weren't just disposable targets, they were his chance to outmaneuver the cocky fighter jocks who thought they could shoot anything down. And he'd gotten good at it. So good, in fact, that frustrated pilots owed him more than a few bottles of whiskey for their missed shots. Then someone higher up had a revelation. If American pilots struggled to hit these drones, maybe enemy defenses would too. Suddenly, the Firebees weren't just practice targets. They were life-saving decoys for reconnaissance crews. Now, as Cody 19-3's engine roared to full power, the sergeant gave it one last look. 61 tiny parachute symbols marked its side, each representing a successful mission. With any luck, there'd soon be a 62nd. "Don't let me down, sweetheart," he muttered as the drone detached, vanishing into the sky. Back on the ground, Kelly stepped into a house filled with the scent of a light dinner. He found Dr. Rosen in the living room. "Where's Pam?" he asked. "We gave her something to help her sleep," Sam replied. "She's been running on fumes for days." Sarah nodded from the kitchen doorway. "Poor girl's completely drained. I just checked she's out cold." Very softly, Kelly frowned. "But if she's been on sleeping pills, her body fights them even as it craves them," Sam cut in. "It's a nasty cycle." Sleep was going to be a major struggle for her in the coming weeks. Sarah hesitated before adding, "There's more to it. She's terrified of something, but she wouldn't tell me what." She took a breath, knowing Kelly needed to hear the truth. "She's been through hell, John. I didn't press for details one step at a time, but someone's hurt her badly." Kelly stiffened on the couch, his grip tightening. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying she's been sexually assaulted," Sarah replied, keeping her tone clinical despite the anger simmering beneath. Kelly's voice dropped. "You mean raped?" His arms tensed, veins standing out against his skin. Sarah nodded, her disgust slipping through. "Almost definitely. More than once, from the signs. There are bruises on her back, too. Someone beat her." Kelly exhaled sharply. "I didn't see any of that." "You weren't looking for it," Sarah said bluntly. "How did you find her?" Kelly recounted the night, the way Pam had stared at him with that hollow look. Now he understood why. Why hadn't he seen it sooner? The realization burned through him. "So she was running from him," he muttered. "You think the same bastard got her hooked on pills?" Sarah's voice turned bitter. "Real Prince, whoever he was." Kelly's jaw clenched. "You're telling me someone beat her, drugged her for what?" Sarah hesitated, hating her next words, but knowing they had to be said. "John, don't take this the wrong way, but she might have been trapped in that life. Pimps break girls down like that. Pam was young, vulnerable, a runaway with no safety net. The malnutrition, the bruises, it all fit." Kelly shook his head. "She's not like that." "I don't get it." But part of him did. The way she'd clung to him, the desperation in her touch. Was any of it real? The question twisted in his gut. What was he supposed to do now? Logic or instinct, which one led to the right choice? "She's not giving up, John." "She's tougher than she looks," Sarah said, leaning in. 4 years on the streets, surviving God knows what, and she's still fighting. But she can't do it alone. She needs you." Her gaze sharpened. So, here's my question, are you going to step up? Kelly's icy blue eyes locked onto hers, searching for an answer he wasn't sure he had. You're really fired up about this, huh? Sarah took a slow sip of her drink. She wasn't much to look at short round, her frizzy hair overdue for a trim, but her intensity was undeniable. You have any clue how bad things are now? A decade ago, drug cases were rare. Just something that happened to other people in other neighborhoods. Now, half my work is keeping kids from overdosing on garbage that shouldn't even exist. Her voice cracked. And it's only getting worse. Cocaine's the next wave. Sam muttered something grim in agreement. Sarah's hands clenched. She needs you, John, she repeated, her words charged. Don't you dare walk away. Someone screwed her over, but she's still standing. Be the one who doesn't let her fall. Inside the room, a faint breath stirred the air. Someone's in there, Sarah observed sharply. Kelly met her gaze, his earlier uncertainty replaced by calm assurance. Figured that out myself a while back, just in case you were concerned, he replied with a quiet grin. Sarah gave a brisk nod. Glad we agree. Now, what's first? The girl needed more than medical intervention rest. Proper meals and time to cleanse her system were crucial. We'll keep phenobarb on hand as a precaution, but withdrawal shouldn't be an issue, Kelly explained. She's running on empty, not addiction. 10 pounds underweight, maybe more. With the right care, she'll bounce back. Sarah exhaled, shoulders relaxing as she glanced toward the bedroom. If that phenobarb does its job, she won't stir till morning. Tomorrow, we focus on meals and movement. Tonight, she gestured toward the kitchen. We eat. Dinner conversations stayed deliberately light, with Kelly launching into an animated breakdown of Chesapeake Bay's underwater terrain, best fishing spots included. By the time plates were cleared, plans had shifted. His guests would stay through Monday. The clock neared 10 before they finally pushed back from the table. After tidying up, Kelly slipped into the bedroom, pausing to listen to Pam's steady breathing. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, a different kind of machine sliced through the night. The Buffalo Hunter drone, sleek as a predator, dipped toward the earth, its speed climbing past 500 knots. Its rudimentary computer, a relic by modern standards, guided it along a pre-programmed route with robotic precision. Painted in experimental camouflage-modeled earth tones above, ghostly white below, it was a shadow in the sky before stealth had a name. Radar-absorbing materials coated its wings, and a screened intake masked its engine's telltale signature. At 11:41 local time, it crossed into North Vietnamese airspace, skimming just 500 feet above the jungle. Ground batteries scrambled, their gunners firing a frantic volley. 3 shells whistled past close, but not close enough. Unfazed, the drone droned on, oblivious as a wind-up toy. In a distant EC-121, a major tracked its progress via a coded transponder. Stay on course, he murmured, eyes locked on the blip. The mission's stakes were high, its secrecy higher. Beside him, a fragment of a topo map hinted at the uncharted dangers ahead. The drone banked sharply to the north, descending to just 300 feet as it locked onto the winding path of a narrow river cutting through the valley. Whoever programmed its flight path knew their job. Major Thompson had to give them that. Cody, 1930, had already burned through a third of its fuel, and now, skimming low between the ridges, it guzzled the rest at an alarming rate. The autopilot compensated well, but a sudden gust of wind nearly sent it careening into a towering pine, missing by less than 70 feet. 2 militia fighters perched on the ridge took potshots, their bullets whizzing harmlessly past. One scrambled toward a field telephone, but his partner waved him off. What was the point? By the time anyone picked up, the drone would be long gone. The Major grimaced, wondering where those stray rounds had landed. Too late to worry now. Colonel Robin Zacharias shuffled across the packed dirt of what might have passed for a parade ground in another life. 6 months a prisoner, each day a battle against a despair deeper than anything he'd imagined. His 89th mission, a flawless run, inches from going home, had ended in flames thanks to pure, stupid luck. Worse, his backseater was dead. Probably the lucky one, Zacharias mused bitterly, as 2 armed guards prodded him forward, his wrists bound, ankles shackled. Even with rifles and watchtowers, they still feared him. I must look like a real monster to these little guys. The irony almost made him laugh. Dangerous. Thicket frilly second. His back still screamed from ejection injuries. His escape attempt, a pathetic 100-yard crawl straight into enemy hands. The beating started immediately, dragged through villages, spat on, pelted with stones before landing here. Wherever here was. Seabirds cried overhead. Maybe near the coast, though we remembered the gulls of Salt Lake City, miles from any ocean. The physical torture had eased lately. Maybe they'd gotten bored. Or maybe I'm just not as fun to break anymore. He snorted at the thought. No windows in his cell, no contact with other prisoners. Twice he'd glimpsed faces men his age. Likely officers, but any attempt to speak earned him a rifle butt to the ribs. They'd only nodded, smiling faintly. That was the worst of it. None of this matched the briefings. No Hanoi Hilton, no fellow POWs. Just isolation and the gnawing terror of the unknown. For a man who'd spent 2 decades controlling his own destiny, that was the real torture. He'd thought things couldn't get worse. He was wrong. The crisp morning air was shattered by a booming voice. "Morning, Colonel Zacharias." A towering Caucasian officer in an unfamiliar uniform strode across the compound, his polished boots kicking up dust. His grin widened as he approached the prisoner. Quite the change from Omaha, wouldn't you say? Just then, a high-pitched whine sliced through the humid air. Zacharias's pilot instincts took over his head, snapped toward the southwest before his guards could react. The sleek silhouette of a Buffalo Hunter drone streaked across the sky. Standing tall despite his captivity, Zacharias tracked the aircraft with professional pride, his eyes locking onto the camera bay as if willing the equipment to function. His moment of defiance ended abruptly when a rifle stock slammed into his ribs, dropping him to his knees. Through the pain, he noticed the polished leather shoes stepping into view. "Save your enthusiasm," the officer chuckled darkly. "That bird's just counting ships in Haiphong. Now let's have a proper introduction." Meanwhile, the drone designated Cody 1930 maintained its northeast trajectory, skimming through the thick anti-aircraft defenses surrounding Vietnam's busiest port. Its whirring cameras captured everything: flak batteries, watchtowers, even infantrymen taking potshots with their AK-47s. The little drone's only advantage was its compact frame as it barreled forward at 500 knots, its film reel spinning furiously. Down in the operations center, a major white-knuckled his console, watching the radar blip dance across his screen. "Come on, sweetheart, right on cue," he barked, earning a glare from the sergeant monitoring nearby communications with Red Crown, the Navy command ship coordinating the chaotic airspace. The drone executed its programmed turn with mechanical precision, banking hard over Haiphong's docks, where panicked longshoremen scrambled for cover beneath a storm of tracer fire. "That's my girl," the major whooped, immediately lowering his voice when the sergeant shot him another warning look. The coded transmission crackled through to Red Crown. "Cody 1903 is bingo." 30 miles offshore, the exhausted drone began its final act. Its new transponder pinged the USS Henry B. Wilson's radar screens, where eager weapons officers briefly tested their tracking systems before the drone's fuel-starved engines sputtered out. At precisely 5,000 feet, explosive charges deployed a parachute, sending the valuable reconnaissance package drifting gently toward the waiting recovery team's mission accomplished despite the hailstorm of enemy fire. The Navy chopper hovered in position as the white parachute drifted down like a perfect bullseye against the morning sky. Stripped of most equipment, the drone weighed no more than a pickup truck light enough for the crew to reel it in effortlessly. With ideal weather conditions, the recovery team snagged the chute on their first pass, swiftly hauling their prize toward the USS Constellation. Aboard the carrier, deck crews guided the drone into its cradle, concluding its brief but critical mission. Before the helicopter even touched down, a technician was prying open the camera compartment, extracting the thick film canister with practiced urgency. He sprinted below deck, delivering it to the ship's photo lab where another specialist got to work. In just 6 minutes, the freshly developed film, still damp, was handed off to an intelligence officer. The results were better than expected. Under the glow of fluorescent lights, the film unspooled across a glass plate. "Well, Lieutenant?" The captain pressed, barely containing his impatience. The junior officer adjusted the reel, his finger tapping the third frame. "First reference point. Second Barker. And there, the target zone. Perfect conditions, sir. Sunlight, clear skies. No wonder they call these missions buffalo hunts. Let me see." The captain shouldered past, eyes locked on the magnified image. A lone American stood among captors, his face just distinguishable. "Damn it, I can't make it out." "Sir, that's our job," the lieutenant said firmly. "Give us time, we'll enhance the negatives, run blow-ups. The air wing needs these port shots, too." "They can wait." "Negative, sir." "They can't." With a quick snip of scissors, the lieutenant separated the crucial frames, leaving the rest for analysis. 2 months of planning had led to this moment, and the captain wasn't about to wait. Within an hour, he had his confirmation. By the next, he was airborne first to Da Nang, then hopping across the Pacific via QB Point and Clark Air Base before a final flight to California. Exhausted but wired, he caught only fitful sleep, knowing the intel in his hands could shift national policy. Meanwhile, as dawn broke over the Chesapeake, Kelly woke to an empty bed. He found Pam on the dock, staring at the water, her exhaustion lingering like a shadow. The bay was serene, its surface broken only by feeding fish. The quiet was so deep, he could hear distant boat engines long before they came into view. It was peaceful, but for Pam, it felt isolating. Kelly approached silently, resting his hands on her waist as the breeze carried the salt air around them. The morning light filtered through the window as Kelly stood behind Pam, his hands resting gently on her shoulders. She wore his oversized shirt, the fabric hanging loosely around her frame, and he kept his touch light, protective, not possessive. He knew the weight of her past, the invisible boundaries he couldn't see but had to respect. "Good morning," he murmured, but she didn't answer right away, her silence heavy between them. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "So now you know." She still couldn't bring herself to face him. Kelly exhaled slowly, matching her quiet tone. "Yeah, I do." "What do you think?" Her question was raw, fragile. About you?" He shifted slightly, his arms sliding around her waist, careful not to hold too tight. "I think you're incredible. And I'm damn lucky we found each other." A bitter laugh escaped her. "I do drugs, Kelly. The doctors say you're fighting it. That's all that matters to me." Her voice cracked. "It's worse than that. The things I've done—" He stopped her before she could finish. "I don't care about the past, Pam. We've all got shadows. But you? You gave me something I never thought I'd have again, someone to fight for. His grip tightened just a fraction, grounding her. You're not alone anymore. She tensed. When you find out everything, I'll take that risk. I already know the parts that matter. His next words surprised even him. I love you, Pam. She stiffened, then turned in his arms, her eyes searching his. How can you say that? Kelly grinned, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. Hell if I know. Maybe it's your morning breath. Or the way your nose crinkles when you're trying not to cry. His fingers traced the fabric over her chest. No. It's this. Your heart's still beating, still fighting. That's all I need. A flicker of hope crossed her face. You really mean that? Every word. The sunrise painted her in gold, tears glistening on her cheeks. He wiped them away, the warmth of her skin dissolving his last doubts. First order of business. Getting you some real clothes. This looks a little too borrowed from a boyfriend for my taste. Beple sexa. Who says I'm a lady? Ms. Playden. Her smile faltered. I'm scared, Kelly. He pulled her close, his hands tracing slow circles on her back. Being scared's okay. I spent years terrified. But you're still standing. That's what counts. His fingers brushed against raised scars and his jaw clenched. Suddenly, the room felt too small. You hungry? He asked, stepping back to take her hands. They starving. Then let's fix that. He led her outside, where Sam and Sarah were returning from their morning walk. Sarah's grin was knowing. How are our favorite lovebirds? The Coy de Debray. Pam called back. Melt the belt, Harry Pam. And we're picking up some screws today. Pam blinked. What? Propellers, he clarified. For Sam's boat. She eyed him skeptically. Sailor talk. Trust me, he laughed, tugging her along. Across the island, Tony nursed his coffee, glaring at Eddie. Where's mine? Eddie snapped, rubbing his tired eyes. You told me to move the damn heater outside. Get your own. Eddie scowled. You want us to suffocate in here. That monoxide'd kill you. Tony rolled his eyes, too exhausted to argue with the man's grumbling. Some battles weren't worth fighting. Eddie muttered under his breath as he stepped outside where the coffee supplies were set up. Henry, the quiet one of the trio, stayed focused on portioning the product, wisely avoiding the tension. Things had unfolded surprisingly well, better than Henry had anticipated. His lie about Angelo had smoothed things over, removing both a loose end and a potential rival. Now, stacks of high-grade narcotics worth over $300,000 were being carefully weighed and packed for distribution. The job had taken far longer than expected, stretching into a grueling overnight session. Turns out, the work they usually paid others to handle wasn't as simple as it seemed. The bourbon they'd brought along hadn't exactly sharpened their efficiency, either. Still, not too shabby. And this was only the first taste Tucker was letting them have. Eddie couldn't shake his unease about Angelo's sudden disappearance. But there was no backing out now, not after what they'd done. He'd been dragged into Tony's mess, and the weight of it settled in his gut. Leaning against the rusted frame of what used to be a ship's cabin, he squinted at the sunlight, glinting off a luxury yacht in the distance. For a second, he let himself imagine owning something like that, taking his kids fishing, maybe even crabbing. The irony wasn't lost on him. Crabs. He let out a dry laugh, then stiffened. Was he really safe with these guys? They'd just iced Angelo less than a day ago. But Angelo hadn't been connected like Tony was. Tony was their golden ticket, their link to the streets. That bought Eddie some time as long as he kept his head straight. Any idea what this room used to be? Tucker asked, mostly to break the monotony. Tony barely glanced up from sealing the last bag before tossing it into the cooler. Dunno. Maybe the captain's quarters. Tucker shrugged. Makes sense close to the bridge. He stretched, his back aching from hours of tedious work. Of course he was the one doing the heavy lifting. Tony was made. Betty wanted to be. And Angelo. Well, Angelo had been expendable. Tucker wasn't losing sleep over it. These guys kept their word for now. But he wasn't naive. The moment he stopped being useful, he'd be just another problem to solve. The product was top-tier Asian heroin, refined and cut just right to give users an intense high without the nasty side effects. Asian sweet, they were calling it. Catchy but risky. A branded product drew attention. Still, the customers would come back for more, and the dealers could charge a premium. Matchev Tucker smirked. Business was good. And as long as everyone stayed happy, there'd be no need for more messy complications. Crabs had to eat after all. But, hopefully, the next meal wouldn't involve another body. The police finally had a lead, a name to pursue, concrete questions to ask. But that was the price of dealing in high-demand goods, which was why Henry Tucker had handpicked his team for their expertise, reliable contacts, and airtight discretion. His operations location had been chosen with the same caution, offering 5 miles of open visibility and a speedboat ready for a quick exit. Sure, there was risk involved, but life itself was a gamble. You weighed the stakes against the payoff. For Henry, a single day's work meant a cool $100,000 in untaxed cash enough to make the danger worth it. And Piaggi's connections. Those were worth even more. Now that he had their attention, it wouldn't be long before their ambitions matched his own. Over in Solomon's, the boat arrived a few minutes ahead of schedule. Nobody had explicitly told Kelly to keep Pam occupied, but it was the perfect distraction for her. He rolled the portable compressor onto the dock, firing it up with a quick lesson on monitoring the pressure gauge. Wrenches clattered onto the wooden planks as he sorted them. 1 finger for this one, 2 for that, 3 for the big guy, got it? Pam nodded, amused by his exaggerated show of professionalism. The others knew he was playing it up, but nobody minded. Kelly slipped into the water, checking the prop shafts first, thankfully. The threads were intact. With a single raised finger, he signaled for the right wrench, efficiently removing the retaining nuts one by one. In under 15 minutes, the new propellers were secured, fresh anodes in place. He gave the rudders a thorough inspection, deciding they'd hold for the rest of the season, though he warned Sam to keep an eye on them. Climbing out, he relished the taste of fresh air instead of stale rubber. Rosen, ever the principled surgeon, insisted on paying. Kelly just laughed. Tell you what, if I ever need spinal surgery, consider it a favor. What's your fancy term for that? Rosen scoffed. Professional courtesy, but you're not a doctor. Kelly shot back, and you're not a diver. Or real seaman yet, but we'll fix that today. Rosen puffed up. I aced my power squadron class. Burr Kelly grinned. That's cute, Doc. But out here? This is the real deal. As Kelly stowed the gear, Sarah muttered to Pam. Next, they'll be competing to see who can pee farther. Kelly overheard and chuckled. Wouldn't put it past him. Freshly changed into a t-shirt and cutoffs, Kelly settled onto the flying bridge, watching Rosen prep the boat. The surgeon's line work was surprisingly sharp. Still, Kelly couldn't resist a lesson. Let the blowers run before firing up the engines, he advised. Rosen frowned. But it's a diesel. Kelly shook his head. First, it's a she. Second, habits matter. Next boat might be gas. Safety first. You ever rent a vacation boat? Rosen admitted he had. So in surgery, you skip steps just 'cause you can? Rosen paused, then nodded. Point taken. With a wave, Kelly let Rosen take the helm. The surgeon maneuvered away with confidence too much, in Kelly's opinion. Ease up on the rudder, trust the props. Wind won't always bail you out. The engines were the one thing you could always count on, especially when moving slow. Steering. That could fail when you least expected it. Better to know how to handle things when it did. Understood, Captain, Rosen muttered, feeling like a rookie all over again. At 48, Sam Rosen wasn't used to taking orders, he was the one giving them. But Kelly was in charge now, and the man had a way of making even the simplest reminder sound like a lesson. Your boat, your rules, Rosen conceded, though the words tasted bitter. Kelly glanced down at the well deck, where the others were watching. Don't get too comfortable, ladies. You're up next. Board 2. Pay attention. Then, quieter, almost amused, you're taking this well, Sam. 15 minutes later, the boat drifted with the tide, fishing lines dangling under a lazy holiday sun. Kelly had no patience for fishing, so he took watch on the flying bridge, while Rosen showed Pam how to bait her hook. Her excitement was unexpected, almost infectious. Sarah slathered copper tone over Pam's pale skin, and Kelly found himself wondering if a tan would soften the scars or make them stand out more. Alone with his thoughts, he scanned the water, squinting against the glare. The bay was dotted with boats. How many of those people hid cruelty behind a smile? Why couldn't you just see it? Meanwhile, loading the boat had been straightforward. They'd stocked up on chemicals, though they'd need to restock eventually. Eddie and Tony had connections through a supply business with loose ties to their operation. Let's get moving, Tony said as they pushed off. Navigating the tidal swamps in their 18-footer wasn't as easy as he'd thought, but Eddie knew the spot. The water was still clear until they reached it. Jesus Christ, Tony choked out. Crabs are gonna eat good this year, Eddie remarked, satisfied by Tony's reaction. It was revenge, sure, but not a pretty sight. The body was already half covered, the face and one arm swarmed by blue crabs, drawn to the scent of decay. On land, it'd be vultures and crows. Out here, nature had its own cleanup crew. 2, maybe 3 weeks, and Angelo's gone for good, Eddie mused. What if someone finds him? Not likely, Tucker said without looking up. Too shallow for sailboats, and motorboats stick to the main channel. Fishermen avoid this spot, crabs don't like it either. Piaggi couldn't tear his eyes away, even as his stomach twisted. The crabs worked methodically, claws snipping, pincers carrying scraps to their strange, alien mouths. He'd wondered if the face would still be recognizable, if the eyes would stare blankly upward, but the crabs had taken care of that. The worst part, this could happen to anyone. Even if Angelo had deserved it, there was something worse than death about being erased like this. Business was business, though. No body, no murder case. They'd stumbled onto the perfect disposal method if they could keep it quiet. People talked, after all. Just like Angelo had. Lucky for them, Henry had found out in time. Eddie Morello chuckled as he leaned back in the boat, tossing out the idea of crab cakes just to mess with Tony. You trying to make me lose my lunch? Tony muttered, gripping the edge of his seat. Tucker revved the engine, guiding them out of the marsh and into the open bay. Tony stared blankly at the water, trying to shake off the image burned into his mind, focusing instead on the cold precision of their work. Business was business, and they'd done it clean. Maybe later, with enough beer, he'd laugh about it. The cooler beside him held more than just Natty Boh beneath the ice. 20 neatly packed bags of heroin waited, hidden in plain sight. If anyone stopped them, they'd see a bunch of guys out fishing. Nothing more. Tucker steered north while Eddie and Tony lazily set up their rods, pretending to scout for rockfish. "We're basically fishing for cops," Eddie joked, cracking up. Tony, playing the boss, barked, "Hand me a damn beer already." Kelly clenched his jaw as the speedboat roared past, way too close for comfort. "Amateurs," he muttered. "No respect for the water. No common sense, just a bunch of drunks in a flashy boat, already tipping beers before noon." He grabbed the binoculars, zeroing in on the trio. One of them raised a can in a mocking toast. "Yeah, real funny," Kelly grumbled. The name Henry's Eighth stuck in his mind next time. He'd steer clear. Sarah's shout cut through his irritation. "Got one." Then a warning. "Big wake incoming." The boat rocked violently as the speedboat's wake hit. "See what I mean?" Kelly snapped. But Sarah was already back to work, reeling in a hefty rockfish with practiced ease. Sam netted it, dumping it into the holding tank. Pam's line jerked next, her excitement contagious as Sarah coached her through the fight. Kelly exchanged a grin, with Sam. Pam was coming alive out here, thriving under Sarah's guidance. When Sam pulled in an 8-pound bluefish, Kelly waved it off. "Toss it back. Tastes like garbage." Sarah shot him a look. "Oh, please. You just don't know how to cook it." She leaned over to whisper something to Pam, who burst out laughing. The bluefish joined the rockfish in the tank, and Kelly shook his head, wondering which one would win the inevitable scuffle. Meanwhile, Dutch Maxwell stepped out of his car at Arlington, the weight of Memorial Day settling over him. For most Americans, Memorial Day meant the Indianapolis 500, a long weekend getaway, or the unofficial kickoff to summer, evident by the empty streets of Washington as families headed for the shore. But for Admiral Maxwell and his comrades, this day carried deeper significance. While others enjoyed barbecues and beach trips, these men gathered to honor those who never made it home. Admiral Podolsky stepped out beside him, their mismatched strides reflecting the unspoken weight they carried. His son, Lieutenant Stan Podolsky, wouldn't be joining them, not today, not ever. The young pilot's A-4 Skyhawk had been vaporized by a SAM missile near Da Nang, the official report stating it was nearly a direct hit. Stan's final transmission crackled over the radio, a raw curse swallowed by static. Some speculated one of his own bombs might have detonated on impact, leaving nothing but smoke and unanswered questions. The enemy hadn't bothered returning what little remained. Nearby, Rear Admiral James Greer knelt by his son's headstone, arranging flowers beneath the flag. When Maxwell approached, Greer snapped a salute, his attempt at a grateful smile faltering under the weight of memory. All three wore dress blues, the gold braid on their sleeves catching the light as they turned toward First Lieutenant Robert Bobby Greer's grave. The same boy who'd raced bikes with Stan around Norfolk and Jacksonville, who'd beamed with pride welcoming his father's ship home, now laid beneath carved marble. 50 miles southwest of Da Nang, luck had abandoned him too. It was the cruel irony of their profession sons, drawn to the same calling, whether from admiration, patriotism, or simply because courage ran in the blood. Bobby and Stan had rolled the dice, just as their fathers had. Only one came home. Greer told himself it meant something, that freedom demanded sacrifice. But the words felt thin, even to him. His marriage had shattered under the grief. Podolsky's wife moved through life like a ghost. No parent could ever truly believe a child's death was worth it, no matter the cause. Then, cutting through the silence, Podolsky chuckled darkly. "Remember when Bobby jumped into the pool to save Mike Goodwin's girl? Dimely. Got a letter last week. She's a mom now." Greer blinked. Had no idea she'd even married. The absurd normalcy of it, a life saved, a life lived hung in the air, sharp as the scent of freshly cut grass. Some stories continued. Others ended too soon. James glanced at the weathered headstone before speaking. How old would she be these days? 25, maybe. Can't forget how her freckles would multiply every summer when we took her to Jack's Beach. Little Amy, Greer murmured, his voice thick with memory. They grow up too fast. He wondered if she'd still be alive if not for that scorching July afternoon. But that was just another ghost to add to the collection, another weight tied to his son. One life pulled from the water. Perhaps 3 spared in exchange? That had to count for something, didn't it? The 3 men turned in silence, retreating from the grave toward the winding driveway. Their steps halted as a funeral procession crested the hill soldiers from the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, moving with solemn precision. The admiral straightened, saluting the flag-draped casket. The young lieutenant leading the detail mirrored the gesture, his gaze lingering on the Medal of Honor ribbon adorning one officer's chest. The weight of the moment hung heavy in the air. Another one gone, Greer muttered once the procession had passed, bitterness sharpening his words. What's the point of burying these kids, Dutch? No, tell me that. Casimir's voice was dry as he recited, pay any price, bear any burden. Sounds noble until you realize we're the ones footing the bill. Where were the politicians when the checks came due? Dutch exhaled, scanning the sea of white markers. We are the chips, Cass. That's Sequate. He gestured to Arlington. This is the damn table. The irony wasn't lost on them. This land had once belonged to Robert E. Lee, a final twist of fate that the very soil he'd cherished now cradled the men he'd led. Maxwell allowed himself a grim smile. What's the word upriver, James? Could use improvement, James admitted. Got orders to sweep house clean. Gonna need one hell of a broom. Dutch raised an eyebrow. Heard anything about Boxwood Green? Greer's lips twitched his first near smile all day. Should I brace myself? Your expertise might come in handy. Desay Kerr, off the books then? Greer shot back. Casimir snorted. After the kingpin mess? Tight as a drum this time. Name your needs. You'll have whatever I can dig up. Greer paused. You handling the 3 work, Cass. Damn right. Podolsky's eyes gleamed, the wings of gold on his uniform catching the light. Operations and planning were his forte, and he wore the responsibility like a second skin. How's your boy? Greer asked, shifting gears. Flying commercial, now Delta, co-pilot. Captain's bars coming soon. A rare warmth crept into Dutch's voice. And I'll be a grandfather by summer. Congratulations, Greer said, clapping him on the shoulder. Can't blame him for stepping away. I used to, but not anymore. The SEAL who pulled him out, Kelly, right? Maxwell nodded. He's out too. Podolsky scowled. You should have pushed for the medal, Dutch. That ope was a nightmare. Maxwell shook his head. Made him a chief. Couldn't swing the medal, not for saving an admiral's kid. You know how the game's played. Yeah, Casimir muttered, watching as the casket was lifted from the gun carriage. A young widow stood rigid, her face a mask of grief. Yeah, I know politics. Tucker guided the boat into the slip with practiced ease, the engine purring before he killed it. Mooring lines secured, he tossed the gear into a duffel while Tony and Eddie hoisted the cooler into the back of the station wagon. Easy money, Tony remarked, slamming the tailgate shut. Eddie smirked, wiping salt spray from his sunglasses. Wonder who took the checkered flag today. They'd forgotten to bring a radio on their trip, making the long drive feel even longer. I put $20 on Foyt just to spice things up, one of them said, cracking open a soda. Tucker raised an eyebrow. Not Andretti. He's one of ours, but the guy's got a black cloud over him. Piaggi just smirked. Betting's a numbers game, kid. Angelo was old news now, and honestly, the way they'd handled that situation had a dark humor to it, though the poor guy probably wouldn't touch seafood for a long time. Tucker leaned back, unfazed. You know where I am when you're ready. Eddie, never one to stay quiet, cut in. You'll get your cut by Friday, same spot as always. He hesitated, then pushed further. But what if orders double? Tucker didn't blink. I can cover it. Whatever you need. Dad is dekrevd. What kind of magic supply line you running here? Angelo asked the same thing, didn't he? Tucker just grinned. Tell you the truth, if I spilled that, you wouldn't need me around anymore, would you? Piaggi chuckled, swirling his drink. Don't trust us, huh? Sure I do, Tucker shot back. I trust you to move the product and split the profits. That's partnership. Piaggi nodded, satisfied. Smart man. Keep it that way, it keeps everyone happy. Got a banker lined up yet? Me's Tucker played dumb. Haven't gotten around to it. Piaggi's tone turned serious. Start thinking. We can hook you up with an offshore account, untraceable, numbered, the works. But listen, flash too much cash, and the wrong people notice. Seen too many guys go down that road. Tucker shrugged. I don't roll the dice, Tony. Good, Piaggi said. Because the cops aren't as dumb as they used to be. That, Tucker smirked. Still not smart enough. Meanwhile, halfway across the country, a sleep-deprived Navy captain delivered a package to Intelligence HQ in Suitland. Analysts pored over the Buffalo Hunter drone footage, crisp and clear for once. One frame showed an American on the ground staring right at the camera, just before a Neva soldier swung his rifle like a club. Guy never saw it coming, a Navy chief muttered. His Air Force counterpart slid a photo across the table. Match. The chief nodded. Close enough to bet my paycheck on. Neither realized they were looking at a dead man. Back on the island, Kelly let Pam sleep in, relieved she hadn't needed pills to do it. He laced up his sneakers and ran the perimeter twice, the morning air thick with humidity. On the dock, he caught his breath as Sam and Sarah wandered over. You're looking better these days, Sarah remarked, then hesitated. How was Pam last night? The question threw Kelly off guard. What? Sam coughed, hiding a laugh, while Sarah turned red. I meant she talked me out of giving her sedatives. Wanted to try sleeping on her own. That's all. Kelly rubbed his neck, unsure how much to share. At first, he'd kept his distance, afraid of pushing her, and she'd taken it the wrong way until things finally clicked. She's got some wild ideas, he started, then stopped himself. That wasn't his story to tell. She slept fine. Wore herself out yesterday. Sarah smiled. Never met a patient so stubborn. She poked Kelly's chest. You two are a pair. You've been a huge help, kid, the woman said, making Kelly shift uncomfortably. He wasn't sure how to respond, should he say it was his pleasure. Part of him still wrestled with guilt, wondering if he'd somehow taken advantage of Pam's vulnerability. But no, that wasn't it at all. Against all odds, he'd fallen for her. His chaotic life was finally stabilizing, or at least, that's what he told himself. Their healing went both ways. While he helped her recover, she was stitching up his own broken pieces too. She's afraid I'll judge her for. Well, everything that happened before, he admitted, rubbing his neck. But honestly, I couldn't care less about her past. Like you said, she's tougher than she thinks. Hell, my own history isn't exactly Sunday school material either. Sam leaned forward, his voice steady. She needs to voice it all, get everything out in the open before she can truly move past it. Sarah studied Kelly's reaction carefully. You certain you can handle what she might reveal? Some of it could be. Dark. Dark compared to war. Kelly scoffed, shaking his head before steering the conversation elsewhere. What about her meds? The shift in topic eased the tension. Sarah slipped back into professional mode. The worst of withdrawal is behind her. Stress might still trigger episodes, but she's fighting through it. If things get rough, you've got the phenobarbital, just follow the instructions I gave you. Honestly, her resilience surprises even her. You'll know if she's struggling. If she is, convince her to take a pill. The thought of forcing Pam to do anything made Kelly bristle. Doc, I can't just relax, John, Sarah cut in. I'm not saying force it down her throat. If you tell her she needs it, she'll trust you. What to culture blades? How much longer? Another week, maybe 10 days, Sarah said after a pause. And after that? Then you two can start figuring out what comes next, she replied. Sam shifted awkwardly at the personal turn in conversation. But first, I want her fully evaluated. When are you heading back to Baltimore? Kelly shrugged. Couple weeks, maybe sooner. Why? Sarah crossed her arms. My exam wasn't thorough enough. She needs a full workup, history, physical, the works. Sam, any thoughts? Madge North. Perfect, Sarah nodded, then pointed at Kelly. And you're getting checked, too. Kelly flexed his arms with exaggerated pride. Do I look sick to you? Sarah rolled her eyes. Cut the act. When she goes, you go. I want you both healthy, end of discussion. Kelly mock saluted. Yes, ma'am. One last thing, Sarah added firmly. She needs a psychiatrist. Kelly frowned. Why, Custer Prevdern? Because life isn't some Hollywood ending, John, Sarah said bluntly. She's been through hell, abuse, addiction, trauma. Right now, she probably blames herself for all of it. Therapy can help untangle that. What you're doing matters, but she needs professional help too. They're understood. Kelly exhaled. Understood. Good, Sarah said, her expression softening. I like you. You actually listen. Kelly smirked. Do I have a choice? Minna ride Sarah. Not really. Sam clapped Kelly on the shoulder. She's always this bossy. Should have been a nurse, they're the ones who order us around. Sarah playfully nudged him, and Kelly grinned. Then I'm staying far away from nurses. Later, Pam slept for nearly 11 hours straight. No sedatives needed, though she woke with a pounding headache. Kelly handed her aspirin, but Sarah insisted, switch to Tylenol. Easier on her stomach. As Sam packed up, Sarah gave Pam one last check, nodding in approval at her progress. Kelly felt the weight of the doctor's words pressing down on him. Put on 5 pounds before our next visit, she'd ordered, leaving no room for argument. Before he could protest, she'd already turned to John, arranging a full medical checkup in 2 weeks. Kelly sighed, nodding in reluctant agreement. Pam shot him a sympathetic look as Sarah piled on the pressure. They ambushed me too, Kelly admitted, his voice uncharacteristically meek. Sarah just smirked, tossing her bag over her shoulder. We should have left last night, but oh well. Her eyes locked onto Kelly's. If you skip that appointment, I'll hunt you down. Kelly groaned. Sarah, you're relentless. You think I'm bad? You should hear Sam. They walked her to the dock, the morning air thick with salt and the rumble of Sam's boat engine. Pam hugged Kelly tightly, and though he tried to keep it casual with a handshake, she planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Sam, ever the show-off, backed the Hatteras out with precision, spinning the boat neatly before gunning the engines toward open water. Pam stood frozen, gripping Kelly's hand until the boat vanished into the horizon. "I never thanked her," Pam murmured. Kelly squeezed her fingers. "You did. Just not out loud." He studied her messy hair, clear eyes, a lightness in her step. Without thinking, he leaned in and kissed her. "So, what's next?" Pam took a deep breath. "We need to talk." "Well, Perius time." Kelly fetched 2 lounge chairs from the shop, settling her into one. "All right," he said gently. "Tell me everything." Pam's story spilled out her full name, Pamela Starr Madden. Her stifling childhood in the Texas Panhandle under the iron fist of a father who mistook cruelty for discipline. Donald Madden was the kind of man who quoted scripture but forgot mercy, who drank to numb his own failures and took his rage out on his family. The night she finally ran away, after a beating worse than any before, she'd crawled out her window and walked 4 miles to a Greyhound station, boarding the first bus to Houston. No one came looking. Kelly listened, his grip on her hand tightening as she spoke. "You don't owe me this," he said softly. But they both knew she needed to say it. The words hung between them, heavy with the weight of years. With the last few dollars she'd scraped together, Pam boarded yet another bus, this time Greyhound, and ended up in New Orleans. Naive, underweight, and barely 16, she had no idea how many predators lurked in the shadows, waiting for girls like her. It didn't take long for a sharply dressed smooth talker named Peter Laurent to notice her. After buying her dinner and spinning a tale of sympathy, he offered her a place to stay. She accepted, not realizing the trap she'd walked into. Within days, he became her first lover, though lover was too kind a word. A week later, a stinging slap across her cheek forced her into the arms of a middle-aged salesman from Springfield, Illinois, who paid Laurent $300 for the privilege, murmuring how much she reminded him of his own daughter. The next morning, Pam swallowed a handful of Laurent's pills in desperation. But all she got for her rebellion was a gut-wrenching sickness and a brutal beating. Kelly listened without flinching, his face unreadable. Inside, though, his stomach twisted. The girls he'd known in Vietnam, tiny, fragile things, and the few he'd been with since his wife's death had never seemed unwilling. Or had they? The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. He'd paid for their company, never once considering they might have been just as trapped as Pam. The shame of it seared through him, hot and relentless. By 19, Pam had cycled through 4 different pimps, each worse than the last. One in Atlanta took pleasure in lashing his girls with thin leather straps while his friends watched. Another in Chicago, sensing her defiance, hooked her on heroin to keep her in line, but she bolted the next day anyway. The worst was watching another girl collapse from an overdose, her body convulsing before going still. That terrified Pam more than any beating ever could. With no home to return to, her mother had hung up on her the one time she called, and no trust in the system that might have saved her, she washed up in Washington, D. A hardened streetwalker numbing herself with drugs to escape the person she'd become. But not numb enough. And maybe, Kelly thought, that was her saving grace. Pam wiped her tears as Kelly moved closer, wrapping an arm around her. "You see what I really am?" She whispered. "What I see," he said firmly, "is someone who survived hell and still has the strength to fight." The last chapter of her nightmare began with a man named Ross Fleming. By then, Pam was deep into barbiturates, though she could still clean up well enough to fetch a decent price. Then came Henry, a drug dealer with an expansion plan. He bought girls from pimps in other cities cold, cash-only transactions that sent chills down Pam's spine. She tried to run immediately, but they caught her, breaking 3 ribs in the process. The silver lining. It could have been worse. Henry made sure of that by pumping her full of sedatives, dulling the pain while tightening his grip. Henry had taken the abuse to another level by offering her up to his associates whenever they wanted her. In doing so, he'd accomplished what no one else could. He'd broken her will completely. For 5 brutal months, the relentless cycle of violence, exploitation, and drugs had hollowed her out, leaving her numb and barely functional. That fog only lifted when she stumbled over the lifeless body of a kid in an alleyway, a needle dangling from his arm. The shock jolted her awake. Pam played the part of the obedient captive, but inside, she was fighting cutting back on the drugs, biding her time. Henry's crew didn't notice, mistaking her quiet resilience for submission. They assumed their own charm was the reason she seemed more present, never guessing she was silently plotting. When Henry left town, she seized her moment. With nothing but the clothes on her back, Henry made sure none of them had money. She slipped away, hitchhiking out of the city before anyone realized she was gone. Kelly listened in silence as she finished her story, then asked gently, "Tell me about Henry." 30 black about your height, Pam answered flatly. Did anyone else ever escape? Her voice turned icy. One girl tried. Tiver zed Tiverim. He killed her, thought she was going to the cops. Made us all watch. She looked up hollow-eyed. It was worse than anything I've ever seen. Kelly kept his voice steady. Then why did you risk it? I'd rather die than go back, she whispered. That boy in the alley, he just stopped. And I helped make that happen. How'd you get away? The night before, I made sure they were all happy with me. So they'd let their guard down. Her hands trembled. You get it now? You did what you had to, Kelly said, fighting to keep his voice calm. Thank God you're here. She stared at the ground. You could just walk away. Maybe I deserve it. Pam, Kelly said softly, you ever hear the story where Jesus told the woman, "Go and sin no more"? You think you're the only one who's ever done something they regret. You're not. And you're alive. That takes guts. Her expression stayed blank. You needed to know. And now I do. Doesn't change a damn thing, except maybe how much I respect you. Vegrat the tea. What if they find me? Kelly's jaw tightened. Then we deal with it. You keep running, or you help me make sure they can't hurt anyone else. She shook her head violently. The cops won't stop them. You don't know how powerful these people are. Kelly noticed the scars on her back, pale lines where the sun couldn't reach. The marks told their own story, one that started with men like Donald Madden. Small, vicious cowards who only knew how to take. Stay here, he said abruptly. He walked to the nearby bunker and returned with a handful of empty cans, lining them up in the dirt. Cover your ears. When she did, his hand flashed to the pour. Safety valve under his shirt. The first shot rang out before she could blink. One by one, with precise half-second intervals between each shot, the tin cans either toppled or launched a couple feet into the air as Kelly's pistol barked. Before the final can even landed, he'd already swapped out the empty magazine for a fresh one, sending 7 more targets dancing. After ensuring the weapon was clear, he holstered it and took a seat beside Pam, who watched with wide eyes. Scaring a lonely girl doesn't take much, he said, wiping sweat from his brow. But intimidating me. That's a taller order. Listen, Pam, if anyone even considers laying a finger on you, they'll have to answer to me first. She glanced at the scattered cans, then back at Kelly, whose smug grin betrayed his satisfaction. The shooting session had been cathartic for him, each can representing a face from his past. Yet Pam's hesitant expression told him she wasn't fully convinced. These things took time. "All right," he sighed, settling beside her again. "You've told me your story. Do you still think it changes how I see you?" Pam shook her head. "No. You say it doesn't, and I believe you." "Good. Because the world isn't full of monsters, Pam. Most guys aren't like the ones you've met. You just had a string of rotten luck, like a soldier stepping on a landmine or catching a stray bullet. It doesn't mean you're broken." He hesitated, then added, "Sarah thinks talking to some doctors would help." "I agree. We'll get you through this." "And then what?" Pam's voice was barely a whisper. Kelly exhaled sharply, realizing he'd stepped into dangerous territory. "Will you stay?" The shock on her face hit him like a punch. "You don't mean that," she stammered. "You're just saying it," because Kelly stood abruptly, gripping her shoulders. "Hear me out. You've been through hell, but you're still standing. That takes guts. And I believe in you. It won't be quick or easy, but when you come out the other side, you'll be unstoppable." His hands trembled not from anger at her, but at himself for pushing too hard. "I'm sorry," he muttered, releasing her. "Just trust yourself a little." "I can't," she whispered. "Not after everything I've done." Sarah was right. Pam needed more than he could give. The realization gnawed at him. The days that followed fell into an unexpected rhythm. Pam's cooking was disastrous at first, burnt offerings that brought her to tears, though Kelly choked them down with forced cheer. But she improved fast, and by week's end, her hamburgers were edible. Kelly stayed close, offering quiet encouragement without smothering her. She picked up his early rising habit, and he coaxed her into light exercise, starting with slow walks around the island, working up to 5 laps by Friday. Sunbathing in her underwear, she began to tan, oblivious to the faint scars that made Kelly's jaw tighten. She took pride in her appearance now, washing her hair until it shone, and Kelly never missed a chance to compliment her. Not once did she reach for the sedatives Sarah had left behind. One evening, as the sun dipped below the trees, Pam surprised him by laughing at a joke he hadn't meant to make a small sound, but genuine. Kelly stored the moment away, proof that progress was happening, one step at a time. She fought through the struggle at first, but by sticking to exercise rather than medication, she gradually found her way back to a steady sleep schedule. Her smiles grew more genuine, and more than once, he noticed her studying her reflection with something other than despair. "Looking good, huh?" he teased one Saturday evening as she stepped out of the shower. She gave a small shrug, picking up a comb to work through her damp hair. "The sun's really brightened it up for you," he added, watching as she carefully untangled a stubborn knot. "It took forever to wash all that grime out," she admitted, leaning into his touch. Kelly kept his movements gentle, not wanting to tug too hard. "But it's clean now, Pammy. You see that, right?" She met her own gaze in the mirror, hesitating before answering. "Yeah, I guess so. Tough to admit, huh? Really tough." This time, her smile reached her eyes warm. Real. Kelly set the comb down, pressing a kiss to the nape of her neck, letting her watch the moment in the glass. He picked the comb back up, smoothing out the last of the tangles. It wasn't exactly the most rugged thing for a guy to enjoy, but he loved every second of it. There. Perfect. "You should really invest in a hairdryer," she said, turning to take his hands. He shrugged. Never had a reason to before. Her grip tightened slightly. "You will now, if you still want to." The silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken fear. When he finally spoke, his voice wavered. "You mean that? Do you still, yes?" He didn't care that her hair was wet, or that she was still damp from the shower. Some moments demanded action. Lifting her up, he marveled at how much she'd changed. Her ribs weren't as stark beneath her skin, her body stronger from steady meals and movement. But the real transformation was deeper, hidden behind those brightening eyes. He didn't dare believe he played a part in it, even though he knew he had. Setting her down, he caught the mischief in her gaze and felt a surge of pride. "I've got my own scars, you know," he warned, oblivious to the intensity in his own expression. "I've seen them," she murmured, her fingers tracing the marks on his chest, some from battles fought in distant lands. Her wounds were buried deeper, but so were some of his. Together, maybe they could mend what was broken. For the first time, Pam saw the future not as a void to hide in, but as something worth reaching for. The rest came naturally. They took the boat to Solomon's, where she picked out a few simple things, clothes, toiletries. A salon trimmed her hair, shaping it into something fresh. By her second week with Kelly, she'd started running, her legs firming up, her body filling out. She could even wear a bikini without feeling self-conscious. But the past wasn't done with her. Some nights, Kelly woke to find her trembling, caught in nightmares that never quite formed words. His touch soothed her, but it left him unsettled. He taught her to run, to swim, surprised she'd learned in landlocked Texas, but most of all, he just loved her. The sound of her laugh, the way she smelled after a shower, the way she'd playfully catch his eye across the room. Yet sometimes, he'd catch her staring into the distance, lost in thoughts he couldn't reach. In those moments, he wished he could carve out the darkness inside her, knowing some wounds needed more than just time. But for now, she was here alive, healing, and more real than he'd ever imagined. Kelly found himself drawn to Pam more often than not, inventing reasons to be near her just so he could brush his fingers lightly across her shoulder, a silent reminder that he was there. A week and a half after Sam and Sarah had gone, they held a small ritual. He watched as she took the boat out, fastened the bottle of phenobarbital to a heavy stone, and dropped it into the water. The splash marked the end of one chapter of her life, and as Kelly wrapped his arms around her waist, they both stared at the boats gliding across the bay, the horizon full of possibility. "You were right," she murmured, tracing the lines of his forearms. "Even a broken clock is right twice a day," Kelly quipped, though his smile faded when she spoke again. "There are more, John. Other women Henry hurt. Like Helen, the one he murdered." His grip tightened. "What are you saying?" "I have to go back. I can't let him keep doing this." Kelly exhaled slowly. "It's dangerous, Pam." "I know," she whispered. "But what about them?" He recognized it, the return of her conscience, the weight of empathy. She wasn't just surviving anymore, she was thinking of others. "Hiding forever isn't living," she added, her voice steady despite the fear he could feel in her trembling frame. "No," he admitted, pulling her closer. "It's not. And some things chase you, no matter how far you run." She turned slightly. "Are you sure about your cop friend?" "Yeah, the Torzensaffer. Lieutenant Allen. I helped him recover a tossed weapon once, and after that, I ended up training their dive team. He owes me." Kelly hesitated. "But Pam, you don't have to do this. We could walk away. Baltimore doesn't have anything left for me, except medical checkups." Her jaw set. "If I don't stop him, it'll never be over. Not for me, not for the others." Kelly knew that feeling too well, the ghosts that refused to stay buried. If they were going to move forward, they'd have to face them. "Let me make a call." Lieutenant Frank Allen picked up on the second ring, his office stifling from the broken AC, paperwork stacked high. "Allen," he grunted. "Frank, it's John Kelly." A grin tugged at Allen's mouth. "Enjoying your vacation on the bay?" "Something like that," Kelly replied. "Listen, I've got someone who might have information for you. Alan leaned back in his creaky chair, fishing for a cigarette. What kind of information? About a murder. Drug-related. The lieutenant's posture shifted, his cop instincts kicking in. Details. Not over the phone. Alan exhaled smoke, eyes narrowing. How bad is it? Sword bad enough. And it's not just one. Kelly's phrasing wasn't lost on him, someone, not some guy. Taffler. Alan had heard whispers about a drug operation involving women, though it wasn't his case. Ryan and Douglas were handling it quietly. There are 3 major players in the drug scene right now, Alan said carefully. None of them play nice. Frank leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. All right, give me the details, but keep it simple. Your buddy wants minimal involvement. I get that. But if we're dealing with the kind of people you're hinting at, this could get messy fast. Alan had never dug too deep into Kelly's past, but the basics were clear. The guy was former Navy, a skilled diver who'd served in the Mekong Delta with the 9th Infantry. Not just some random sailor either. Kelly had earned his stripes, retraining an entire unit of divers while pocketing a decent paycheck. Pentagon connections didn't hurt either. And now? Whatever this was, it involved a woman. Kelly wouldn't go to these lengths for a man. That much was obvious. You're not jerking me around, are you? Alan asked, skepticism creeping into his voice. Kelly's reply was firm. Not my style. Ground rules, info only, low profile. That's it. Ellen exhaled. Look, with anyone else, I'd say come down to the station and we'll hash it out. But you handed me the Gooding case on a silver platter. Life plus 30 years guy's not going anywhere. So yeah, I'll play along. The Pewley Sam. Appreciate it. What's your schedule look like? Late shift this week. Off around midnight, maybe 1. Depends how chaotic things get. Tomorrow night, then. I'll pick you up. We'll grab a bite, talk it over. Alan couldn't help but smirk. Feels like some spy movie nonsense. But fine. See you then, hotshot. The call ended, and Alan scribbled a note on his calendar before turning back to his paperwork. Kelly watched her fidget with the edge of her sleeve. You nervous? A little, she admitted. Good. Means you're paying attention. He gave her a reassuring grin. Frank doesn't know a thing about you. If you change your mind, we walk away. I'll be armed the whole time. In and out one night. And I'll be right there with you. Every second. Unless you're in the ladies' room. Then you're on your own. That got a laugh out of her, tension easing as she headed to the kitchen to start dinner. Kelly stepped outside, the weight of the .45 already familiar in his hands. He'd practiced enough today, but routine was routine. Inside the equipment bunker, he broke the pistol down with practiced ease. Slide, barrel, spring, each piece inspected under the light. The barrel was grimy from earlier drills. He worked methodically, scrubbing away residue with solvent and a toothbrush until the metal gleamed. A thin coat of oil followed too much would attract dirt, and a jammed gun was useless when it mattered. Reassembly was second nature. Slide snapped into place, magazine loaded. 15 rounds total, counting the spare clip. He racked the slide once, twice, smooth as ever. Ready? Somewhere in the house, the scent of garlic and onions drifted from the kitchen. For a moment, the world felt almost normal. Isteden is drr. Kelly felt prepared, though his skills were better suited for the dense jungles of Vietnam than the shadowy streets of a city. Still, he could drop a target with a single shot from 30 feet, even in pitch darkness. Combat had never shaken him, He'd taken lives before, and whatever threats lurked ahead, he was ready. This wasn't the Viet Cong. Nightfall was his ally, thinning crowds and reducing the risk of ambush. Staying sharp came naturally to him. Dinner was simple. Pam had cooked chicken, and Kelly considered opening a bottle of wine before deciding against it. No sense tempting her. Maybe he'd quit drinking altogether. It wouldn't be a hardship, and the gesture would prove his dedication. They kept the conversation light, steering clear of danger. No point in dwelling on risks overthinking, only made things worse. You really think we need new curtains? Pam asked, eyeing the mismatched fabric. Kelly smirked. For a boat? It's a little drab, don't you think? Drab, he echoed, clearing the table. Next, you'll tell me all men are the same, he froze. The words had slipped out before he could stop them. Sorry, but tray pin, sorry. Pam flashed a teasing grin. Well, in some ways you are. And relax, you don't have to tiptoe around me. Kelly exhaled, pulling her close. If that's how you feel. She melted into his embrace, laughing softly as his hands traced her back, discovering the absence of a bra beneath her blouse. Took you long enough, she teased. The candles were distracting, he muttered, though he didn't mind the dim, stuffy bunker. There'd be time to fix the ventilation later. Right now, he had better things to focus on. You've put on a little weight, he remarked, fingers lingering. Just a bit, Pam admitted, guiding his hands. We should get you some new clothes, he said, watching the newfound confidence in her expression. At the helm, she adjusted their course past Sharp's Island Light, avoiding the crowded shipping lanes. Any suggestions? She asked. Look for the parking lots with Lincolns and Cadillacs, Kelly said. Means good shopping. She laughed, and he marveled at her growing self-assurance, though there was still progress to be made. Where are we staying tonight? She asked. On the boat, Kelly replied. We're safer here. You look different now, and nobody knows me. That's how we stay under the radar. Pam nodded, her trust warming him more than he'd admit. Rain's coming, Kelly noted, eyeing the distant clouds. Good for us. People get careless when they're wet. You really know your stuff, she said. He grinned. Learned it the hard way. 3 hours later, they docked. Kelly played the part of the vigilant protector, scanning the lot before sending Pam below deck. Once the car was ready, she moved swiftly from the boat to the Scout, and they drove off without a second glance. The morning sun had barely risen when they left the city behind, pulling into a bustling shopping center in Timonium. Pam took her time, agonizingly slow in Kelly's opinion, picking out 3 stylish outfits, all paid for in crisp bills. She slipped into his favorite, a simple yet elegant skirt and blouse that complemented his jacket, worn without a tie. For the first time in ages, Kelly dressed like a man who actually had money, and it felt good. Dinner followed at a dimly lit upscale spot, tucked into a shadowy booth where the clink of silverware was the only distraction. He didn't admit it, but the meal was a relief. Pam's cooking skills were improving, but chicken could only go so far. You look good, he remarked, swirling his coffee. Relaxed, I mean. Hard to believe it's only been, 3 weeks? Almost, Pam replied. Kelly set his cup down, his voice steady. Tomorrow we meet Sarah and the others. A few months from now, everything changes. He reached for her left hand, imagining the weight of a gold band on her finger. Mean it. I really do. She smiled. Good. With hours to kill before their covert rendezvous with Lieutenant Allen, Pam glanced out at the rain-slicked streets. What now? Just drive. Kelly tossed cash on the table and guided her outside. The night had swallowed the last traces of daylight, and a steady drizzle pattered against the windshield as he turned onto York Road, heading south. His stomach full, his nerves calm, he felt ready for whatever the night demanded. Passing through Towson, the ghostly remnants of old streetcar tracks signaled their approach to the city and its unseen threats. Kelly's grip tightened on the wheel. His eyes flicked between the road and the mirrors, scanning for movement. The Colt, Sardi 5 under the seat, was within easy reach, a habit born from years of calculated paranoia. "Pam?" he asked, double-checking the locked doors. "Yeah. Porchim tavan tev the prain. How much do you trust me?" Pshu ek completely. He hesitated. "Where did you used to work?" Her breath hitched. "What? I want to see it. Tonight." He felt her stiffen beside him, but kept his eyes on the road. "I'll be careful. One wrong move, and we're gone." For a moment, fear flickered across her face, then resolve. He'd pulled her from the brink before. She owed him this trust. "Promise me," she whispered. Scout's honor. An hour later, Kelly marveled at the hidden world unfolding outside his window. How many times had he driven these streets, blind to the danger lurking just beyond the glow of sporadic streetlights? The rain came in fits, heavy enough to keep heads down, light enough to let shadows move unseen. It was a different kind of war zone, one he'd ignored for too long. Part of him scoffed, "What else did you expect?" While another chided his complacency. The perfect hunting ground, dark, wet, and indifferent. Kelly didn't mind the slow, methodical circling of the blocks it gave him, time to observe the subtle shifts between each pass. The flickering streetlights were more than just neglect. It felt deliberate, like a silent agreement between underpaid city workers and the neighborhood's so-called entrepreneurs. A 20 slipped into a pocket could buy a little extra darkness, after all. And darkness suited Kelly just fine. It had always been his ally. The streets told a story of decay. Crumbling storefronts, once family-run groceries, now stood hollow, casualties of supermarket chains that had themselves been gutted in the riots decades ago. The sidewalks were cracked, littered with the remnants of lives no one seemed to care about. Who even lived here? Not just criminals, surely. Did they cower behind locked doors at night, only to face the same dangers in daylight? Kelly knew better give an inch, and they'd take everything. He'd learned that lesson in Vietnam. The enemy never stopped pushing. A bitter chuckle escaped him as he turned onto another street, new to him, but worn down by years of abandonment. The good people had fled long ago, leaving behind those they deemed unworthy, until even they had moved on. What remained was a shell of a neighborhood, hollowed out by neglect and greed. Then he saw her, a young mother gripping her child's hand, hurrying past the bus stop. Where were they coming from? A doctor's visit? A rare trip to the library? Whatever it wasn't worth the gauntlet of dealers and danger between the bus and home. Kelly's jaw tightened. He'd seen this before, parents shielding their kids from the world's ugliness, even in war zones. Children deserved better than this. His grip on the wheel tightened as he watched them cross the street, skirting the corner where a dealer made his sale. The war here wasn't fought with guns, but the casualties were just as real. And right now, the wrong side was winning. Kelly eased his foot off the gas, letting the woman cross safely. Silently, wishing the tenderness she'd shown her child tonight might somehow shield them both. Did the dealers even register her presence? Or was she just another ghost in the background, invisible, irrelevant, or worse, a target? The child. An afterthought, if that. "Damn it!" he muttered under his breath, the anger simmering beneath his calm exterior. Pam shifted beside him, her posture tense. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice low. "Nothing," Kelly lied, shaking his head before refocusing on the scene outside. Strangely, he was starting to find a grim fascination in it all. This wasn't just surveillance, it was an education. And Kelly had always loved learning, even when the lesson was something this dark. The customers were a mixed bag. Some looked like they belonged here, their worn clothes and hollow eyes marking them as locals. Others were barely holding it together, their bodies betraying the slow unraveling of addiction. Then there were the suburbanites, clean-cut, nervous, gripping their steering wheels like lifelines. Kelly caught sight of one guy in a loosened tie, his knuckles white as he fumbled with the window. Cash exchanged in a flash before he peeled away like the devil was on his tail. Following the Buick on impulse, Kelly watched as it weaved through traffic, desperate to put distance between itself and this part of town. The cops? Nowhere. The whole operation ran like a well-oiled machine, bold as brass in broad daylight. How had things gotten this bad? A decade ago, his old neighborhood in Indianapolis felt worlds away from this. The Navy, the island that kept him sheltered, oblivious. Now he was a stranger in his own country, playing tourist in a war zone. Pam stayed quiet, but her tension was palpable. Not that they were in real danger. Kelly had made sure of that blending in, staying unpredictable, keeping his Sartor 5 within reach. These street thugs, amateurs compared to the Viet Cong. He'd faced worse and walked away. Still, his grip tightened on the wheel as a dealer in a flashy silk shirt, brown or maybe maroon, caught his eye 50 yards ahead. The game wasn't over yet. The dim lighting made it difficult to discern the exact shade, but the fabric's shimmer gave it away, definitely silk. Maybe even the real deal. Kelly smirked at the dealer's audacity. These guys didn't just break the rules, they flaunted it, like peacocks strutting in a junkyard. Stupid, really. If you're going to play with fire, you don't wave a neon sign over your head. You stay hidden, plan your exits, and never let arrogance cloud your judgment. How do these clowns even survive? Kelly muttered under his breath. Pam glanced over. What? These guys are walking targets, Kelly said, nodding toward the flashy shirted dealer near the curb. Even if the cops look the other way, what stops some street thug from rolling up and taking his cash? Probably carrying $1,000 or $2, Pam replied. But trust me, he's not alone. See that shadow in the doorway? That's the real boss. The guy in the silk? Just the middleman. Kelly clenched his jaw. He'd missed that detail, pride blinding him again. A rookie mistake. He watched as a suburbanite in a sedan handed over cash, and the middleman slipped something back. Then, like clockwork, the money traveled to the shadowy figure lurking in the alcove. Clever, Kelly admitted. The muscle stays hidden, armed, while the front man does the dirty work. Maybe they're not as dumb as I thought. Pam shrugged. They've been at this a while. Kelly's mind raced, filing away the lesson. 2 threats, not 1. The real danger wasn't the showy lackey, it was the ghost in the doorway. Just like back in Vietnam, hunting that Mia officer codenamed Ermine Coate. 4 days of stalking, studying his routines before the perfect shot. The memory sent a cold thrill down his spine. He could almost feel the weight of the rifle again, the predator's patience settling over him. Then something snapped him back, a red Plymouth Roadrunner, idling too, still down the block. Its engine growled faintly, out of place in the slow hum of the street. They what, Kelly? Pam's voice tightened, her fingers digging into the seat. His fingers instinctively brushed the Serpy 5, easing it slightly in the holster, just enough to feel the familiar texture of the worn wooden grip. That reflexive reach for the weapon sent a clear signal something wasn't right. His instincts, honed from years of combat, flared to life, sharpening his focus. A flicker of pride cut through the tension, at least his reflexes hadn't dulled. Still got it when it counts, he thought, the realization flashing through his mind in an instant. Kelly's voice stayed steady, almost unnervingly calm. All right, we're moving. Your right time to go. He pressed the accelerator, swerving left to pass the Plymouth Roadrunner idling ahead. He almost warned Pam to duck, but she was already shrinking low in her seat. Just another minute, and made be clear then. Bam, some rich guy in a sleek black Carmen Ghia, fresh from whatever shady deal he'd just wrapped up, darted out from behind the Roadrunner. The idiot slammed his brakes, forcing Kelly to do the same. The timing couldn't have been worse. They lurched to a stop right beside the Roadrunner, its door swinging open as the driver stepped out. Instead of moving forward, the guy circled around the back of his car and froze. His gaze locked onto Pam's terrified face, barely 3 feet away. Kelly saw the recognition in the man's eyes. He knows her. Got it, Kelly muttered, his voice eerily detached, the same tone he'd used in combat. He cranked the wheel hard left and punched the gas, swerving past the stalled convertible. Within seconds, they hit the intersection. A quick scan of traffic, then a sharp turn, they were out. He saw me. Pam's voice trembled on the edge of panic. We're clear, Kelly assured her, eyes flicking between the road and the rear view. You're safe with me. But his instincts snarled back. Dumb move. Hope they don't chase. That Roadrunner's got twice the muscle under the hood. Then headlights. Bright, low, aggressive. The same turn Kelly had taken moments ago. The car fishtailed on the wet pavement, engine roaring as it accelerated. Not the Carmen Ghia. Now you've got trouble, his instincts warned, cold and clinical. Zevolf, wake up. Kelly tightened his grip on the wheel. The gun could wait. He took stock his Scout wasn't built for speed. 4 cylinders against the Roadrunner's roaring V8. That Plymouth was made to dominate the streets, while his truck was built for hauling over dirt roads at a crawl. But it wasn't helpless. High ground clearance. Heavy-duty bumpers. This thing could ram like a battering ram if he played it right. The Plymouth might be flashy, but his Scout? It was a weapon. And Kelly knew weapons. Pam, he said, voice low but firm. Get down on the floor. She started to turn, fear thick in her voice. Are they? His hand pressed her shoulder down before she could finish. Yeah. They're coming. Kelly tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his knuckles white as he navigated the winding streets with calculated precision. A quiet satisfaction settled over him. He'd been in tighter spots before, and this Billy character was nothing but an overconfident amateur with a shiny car and a fragile ego. The Roadrunner might have speed, but Kelly had experience, and that counted for a hell of a lot more. He flicked a glance at the rearview mirror, just as headlights from a passing car illuminated the Roadrunner's interior. 3 figures probably armed, probably reckless, definitely outmatched. A shotgun would be messy, but unlikely. These guys weren't professionals. They were just thugs with bad judgment and too much pride. Wisted, his Barentomai. Sarty-5 rested snug against his hip, a comforting weight. If things got ugly, he'd make sure they regretted it. The chase turned into a twisted dance. Kelly feinting left, Billy swerving right, neither willing to commit to a full collision. It was almost funny, really. Here was Billy, clinging to his precious paint job like it was his firstborn, while Kelly played him like a fiddle. A sudden brake check sent the Scout lurching forward, giving Billy an up-close view of the trailer hitch. The Roadrunner's tires screeched in protest as Billy slammed his brakes, too scared to risk a dent. Pam's voice cut through the tension, shaky and strained. Kelly, what's happening? He kept his tone steady, almost amused. Billy loves his car more than he loves winning. That's his problem. Another sharp turn, another near miss. Kelly let the Scout fishtail just enough to sell the illusion of panic. Billy took the bait, closing in like a predator, only to hesitate again when Kelly smoothly corrected course. The guy had the reflexes of a startled deer. Then, just for fun, Kelly gunned it, swerving hard into the next intersection. The roadrunner followed, but the hesitation was there. Billy wasn't sure if this was a trap or just bad driving. Kelly smirked. Let him wonder. The police station was 3 blocks away. All he had to do was keep Billy chasing his tail until then. And if Billy got too bold? Well, Kelly had a few surprises left. The Roadrunner's driver was feeling confident he had the advantage, or so he believed. Kelly knew his options were limited. With Billy cutting off his right turn, he swung the wheel hard left, barreling down a desolate stretch of vacant land, slated for a future highway. The rain had turned the filled-in basements into a swamp of thick mud. A quick glance in the rearview mirror sent a jolt through him. The Roadrunner's passenger window was rolling down. No question what that meant. Hey, gun. Kelly's mind raced. He could use this. Playing the terrified victim, he let his face twist into panic, mouth gaping, eyes wide. Then he slammed the brakes and jerked the wheel right, sending the Scout lurching over a shattered curb in what looked like pure desperation. Pam shrieked as the vehicle jolted violently. The Roadrunner had the edge: better speed, better tires, better brakes, but Kelly was banking on that. He knew the driver would follow, matching his every move. And follow he did. The sleek muscle car tore after him, bouncing over the ruined remnants of a demolished neighborhood, only to plow straight into Kelly's trap. 70 feet in, the Roadrunner was done. Kelly had already downshifted, feeling the Scout's tires sink slightly into the muck before gripping again. Behind him, the Roadrunner wasn't so lucky. Its low frame yawed wildly, tires spinning uselessly as the engine roared, digging itself deeper into the sludge. Steam hissed from the overheated block, sealing its fate. 3 men climbed out, their flashy shoes instantly ruined, staring in disbelief at their once pristine ride, now buried like a pig in filth. All their big plans, wrecked by rain and mud. Mel Kelly smirked. Still got it. From 30 yards away, he couldn't resist. You dummies. He shouted through the drizzle. See ya, round losers. Keeping one eye on them, he eased the Scout back onto pavement, listening to the mud clods thumping against the wheel wells. You can sit up now, Pam. They're not going anywhere. Pam slowly straightened, her face pale as she glanced back at the stranded Roadrunner. How did you? Picked the right battlefield, Kelly said, grinning. Fast on pavement, useless in mud. She forced a shaky smile, playing along like a trooper, but her hands trembled. He checked his watch, plenty of time before the cops' shift change. Billy and his crew would be stuck for hours. Finding a quiet side street, Kelly pulled over. You okay? He asked gently. Bowles and Pam shuddered. That was terrifying. We can head back to the boat if... No. Her voice was steel. Billy raped me. And killed Helen. Kelly clenched her fists, the weight of her decision pressing down on her. If I don't stop him now, he'll just keep hurting the people I care about. The words were more for herself than for John. She needed to believe them. He recognized that look in her eyes, the mix of fear and determination he'd seen in soldiers before a mission. It was the kind of courage that came from staring into the abyss and refusing to blink. She had found her purpose, and now she had to act on it. Fine, John said, exhaling sharply. But after we loop Frank in, you're getting as far from this mess as possible. Pam forced a weak smile, her hands trembling. I'm fine, she lied, though she knew he saw right through it. The shame burned in her chest. She didn't realize just how well he understood the storm inside her. He wanted to tell her she wasn't alone, but some lessons had to be learned the hard way. Instead, he asked, how many others has he done this to? The names spilled out like a confession. Doris, Xantha, Paula, Maria, Roberta. They're all like me, John. And Helen, when they killed her, they made us watch. John's jaw tightened. Luck's gotta turn sometime, kid. Maybe you'll get your shot. He pulled her close, and after a moment, the shaking eased. Pam wiped her eyes. I need a drink. There's a cooler in the back, John said, nodding toward the rear seat. Pam twisted around, her fingers brushing the ice-cold can, then her whole body locked up. A sharp gasp tore from her throat, and Kelly felt it too, that sickening jolt of adrenaline, the primal warning screaming in her veins. John. Pam's scream shattered the air. Kelly was already moving, hand flying toward his holster, but deep down he knew. He'd screwed up, missed something critical, and now it was too late. The realization burned through his mind just as the muzzle flash lit up the car. The impact slammed into his skull, and the world dissolved into black. Officer Chuck Monroe cruised through his usual patrol route, the quiet hum of the radio filling the car. 16 months on the job, just enough time to earn his stripes and a solo unit, but not enough to dull the anger simmering under his skin. His city was rotting, and he was tired of watching it happen. Then he spotted the Scout. It was out of place, too clean, too quiet. He slowed, jotting down the plate number out of habit. Then he saw the damage. 2 gaping holes in the driver's side, the metal twisted inward like crumpled paper. His pulse spiked. Lights flashing, he called it, impossible shots fired, officer investigating before stepping out. Baton in one hand, the other hovering near his sidearm. Jesus Christ. The door was locked, but the window was gone, shattered. He reached in, fingers slick with sweat, and yanked the handle. The scene inside hit him like a punch to the gut. The man was slumped over the wheel, one hand dangling, the other limp in his lap. Blood coated everything, the dash, the seats, the steering column. And yet somehow he was still breathing. The shotgun blast had torn through the door, shredding flesh and bone, leaving a grotesque mosaic of wounds. Monroe had seen combat, seen street violence. But this shouldn't have been survivable. He backed away, swallowing hard. The first aid kit stayed closed. Some things were beyond fixing. The ambulance would arrive any minute, and Officer Monroe knew that anything he did now might just complicate things further. Clutching the first aid kit awkwardly in his right hand, he stared down at the unconscious man with the restless irritation of someone used to taking charge, but forced to wait. At least the guy wasn't suffering small mercies. Curiosity got the better of him, and he shifted the kit to his left hand, reaching for the victim's wallet. Empty. But the slight movement made the man twitch, and Monroe instinctively reached out to steady him, only to realize too late that touching his head was the worst possible move. A sharp cry of pain cut through the damp night air before the man went limp again. Damn it. Monroe wiped the blood from his fingers onto his uniform pants, just as the wail of approaching sirens signaled relief. The fire department ambulance screeched around the corner, its red and white bulk pulling up beside his patrol car. 2 paramedics jumped out, already assessing the scene with practiced efficiency. Gunshot, close range, Monroe said before they could ask. The lead paramedic Mike barely reacted, already kneeling beside the victim. Neck's a mess. Nay, the Gutskrivler. His partner, Phil, tossed one over before heading back to the rig. Another squad car rolled up, and the watch sergeant stepped out, flashlight sweeping the interior of the wrecked vehicle. Anything useful? Monroe shook his head. No ID. Ran the plates waiting on that. The sergeant exhaled, watching the paramedics work. This part of town, it's never just a fender bender. Mike secured the cervical collar with a muttered curse. Bled out half his volume already. Gotta get him to Hopkins University's swamped. But then se frikeppe. That's an extra 10 minutes. Tell me about it, Mike shot back. Phil, drive like hell and call ahead, we need Neuro on standby. As they loaded the victim onto the gurney, his body jerked weakly. 3 more officers moved in to help hold him down while the paramedics strapped him in. Hey, tough guy, Phil said, adjusting an oxygen mask. You hang in there? We're not done with you yet. Monroe stepped back, watching the ambulance doors slam shut. Another night, another mystery one that might never get solved. The sergeant's grim expression said it all. Some cases just slipped through the cracks, leaving nothing but bloodstains and unanswered questions. Let's move, Mike, the senior paramedic said as they lifted the unconscious man onto the gurney. Mike Eaton adjusted the IV line, fighting against gravity as the patient lay prone, but he secured it just as the ambulance lurched forward. The ride to Johns Hopkins stretched 16 tense minutes, Eaton monitoring erratic vitals, scribbling notes, stealing glances at the stranger. Mid-20s, solid build. Not your typical overdose case. Under different circumstances, this guy might have looked intimidating, but now? Just a broken doll with an oxygen mask strapped to his face, each shallow breath a minor victory. Pick up the pace, Phil. Eaton barked toward the cab. Roads are slick, man. Phil Marconi shot back, gripping the wheel tighter. Unless you want to trade places. Please. You Italians invented reckless driving. Yeah, but we didn't invent whiskey breath, Phil retorted, flashing a grin in the rear view. Relax, ears prepped. Trauma team's waiting. Eaton exhaled, watching blood slither off the gurney onto the floor, those crimson trails weaving like they had somewhere better to be. The siren's scream usually grated on him, but tonight it was company. 2 minutes out, Phil called. Eaton braced himself as the ambulance swerved, reversed, then jerked to a halt. Before he could reach the doors, they flew open. Damn, muttered the ER resident, taking in the mess. Trauma Bay 3 now. 2 orderlies muscled the gurney out while Eaton snatched the IV bag, jogging alongside. University call you in? The resident asked. Bus wreck, Phil said, catching up. But this one's special, guys packed with lead. The resident leaned in, whistling low. Jesus, that's a shotgun party in his back. Wait till you see his neck, Eaton muttered. The resident paled. They shoved into the ER, commandeering a corner bay. 5 sets of hands transferred the patient. The room erupting in controlled chaos. Nurses swarmed, starting new IVs, drawing blood. Resident Cliff Severn peeled back the cervical collar, then froze. Possible spinal involvement, he announced, but he's bleeding out first. Orders flew. A nurse scraped a metal tool down the patient's foot, twitched. Good. Legs reacted too. Small miracles. Where's Neuro? Severn snapped. Right behind you, a voice grumbled. Severn turned. Oh, Professor Rosen. Sam Rosen looked like death warmed over 20 hours deep into a failed surgery. His scrubs rumpled, his temper thinner than the coffee in his cup. That old woman's face kept flashing behind his eyelids. He should have saved her. The how and why still gnawed at him as he glared at the new disaster on the table. The professor felt more relieved than frustrated by the unexpected extension of an already grueling shift. There was still a chance to turn things around. Give me the rundown, he demanded sharply. Multiple shotgun pellets lodged near the spinal cord, came the reply. Rosen crouched beside the gurney, clasping his hands behind him. And the glass fragments? Vehicle accident, Eaton answered from across the curtained space. We'll need to clear that out and prep the scalp. Rosen muttered, assessing the injuries. Vitals. BP's tanking 50/30, a nurse practitioner reported. Pulses racing at 140, weak and irregular. Rosen exhaled. This is going to be a long night. He's crashing hard. He paused, studying the patient. Decent muscle tone, though. Let's push fluids. As if on cue, 2 IV lines were already in place. The ER team was sharp. He gave an approving nod. How's your boy, Margaret? He asked the senior nurse. Carnegie Mellon in the fall, she answered, adjusting the transfusion rate. Neck cleanup next, Rosen directed. I need a clear view. Margaret worked methodically, using forceps and sterile gauze to clear the blood, revealing the wounds beneath. The damage looked dramatic, but she knew appearances could be deceiving. As she finished, Rosen returned in full surgical garb. Engineering, right? He asked, snapping on gloves. That's the plan. Smart kid. Rosen held out a hand. Tweezers. With surprising precision for a man his size. He extracted a small lead pellet from the patient's shoulder. Number 7 shot. Someone thought he was target practice. Lucky break, he remarked to the paramedics. Leaning in, he examined the neck again. Masterful began. Climbing 55/40, another nurse called. First IV was yours? Rosen glanced at Eaton. Mia. Dave, solid work. You first responders pull miracles daily. He smirked. Half the time, I think you keep us surgeons in business. Eaton nodded, surprised by the praise. Rosen wasn't known for handing out compliments. Neurological responses. Rosen turned to the resident. Strong reflexes, no major deficits, Severin replied, trying to sound confident. Then let's move fast before these pellets decide to wander. 2-3 hours max. Rosen checked his watch. I'll take him at 6. Might as well, I'm already here. You're scrubbing in personally? Easy case for once. I deserve it. He stretched, rolling his shoulders. Margaret, we're too old for these marathon shifts. She chuckled. Speak for yourself. I've got tuition to pay. Any ID on our mystery man? Not yet, Marconi said. Cop should be here soon. Good. Rosen sighed. Next time, remind me to take up gardening instead. As the nursing team leader for the shift, Nurse Wilson was the first to notice the unusual marking. What's this? She murmured, tracing a finger along the patient's arm. Professor Rosen, who had been reviewing charts nearby, immediately stepped closer at her comment. His sharp intake of breath surprised her. Since when did tattoos warrant that kind of reaction from a seasoned trauma surgeon? Kelly's awakening wasn't the gradual drift he was used to. Instead, it hit him like a truck confusion first, then the dull ache creeping in like storm clouds on the horizon. His eyelids felt weighted, but he forced them open to the sterile glow of hospital lights reflecting off a scuffed linoleum floor. The sharp scent of antiseptic mixed with the hum of distant voices and the rhythmic whoosh of air conditioning. Every nerve in his left side screamed, as if someone had pressed a branding iron from his neck down to his elbow. Alive. Why does that feel wrong? His thoughts swam, sluggish. The vibration under him wasn't ship engines. No, the growl of a city bus fading into traffic. Since when was I in a city? A blur of green scrubs passed by, clipboard in hand, before darkness swallowed him again. Across the room, Rosen briefed the neurosurgical resident with the dry humor of someone running on too much caffeine. Shoulders a mess, but nothing deep. Lost enough blood to fill a kiddie pool, though. Shotgun wounds always dramatic. He held up the X-ray, tilting it toward the light. 237 pellets. Think of it as a free tattoo session. Sam rubbed his temples, exhaustion settling in. He'd insisted on handling this one himself, and now his hands ached from hours of meticulous work. Sandy O'Toole appeared, fresh from recovery. "You know him, don't you?" she asked, handing over the chart. "Wait, just the Primun." Rosen's voice softened. "He's tough. Firefighters kept him stable long enough for us to patch him up." Sandy arched a brow. "Friend of yours?" "The kind worth going the extra mile for. Sarah likes him too." The unspoken "so don't screw this up" hung between them. Sandy smirked. "If he's got your sister's approval, I'll keep an eye out." She turned, then paused. "Police are asking questions." Rosen waved a hand. "Tell them 4 hours. And save me a coffee if I drink another cup. My stomach's filing for divorce." "Who exactly is this guy?" Sam hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Not sure about all the details, but I got into some trouble out on the bay in my boat, and he stepped in to help. Ended up spending the weekend at his place." He left it at that, no need to dive deeper. Truth was, he'd pieced together enough to unsettle him, and that was more than he wanted to admit. He'd done what he could. Kelly's survival had come down to luck and the firefighters, but Sam had handled the emergency with precision, much to the irritation of Dr. Ann Pretlow, the resident who'd been relegated to the sidelines. "I need some shut-eye. Not much on my schedule today, mind handling, Mrs. Baker's follow-up?" "Nah, of course." "Wake me in 3 hours," Rosen muttered, already heading for his office and the worn-in couch waiting there. Across town, Billy smirked, eyeing the woman sprawled on the floor. "Nice tan. Wonder where she picked that up." The others chuckled, but the amusement was thin. "So, what's the plan? Ye considered it?" There was a cleaner, safer way to handle situations like this, now one that involved a long boat ride and absolute discretion. But time was tight, and he wasn't about to share his method. Trust was in short supply. "Find a spot," he finally said. "If she turns up, it won't matter." His gaze swept the room, reading the faces. The message had been received. No one would cross him again, not after this. No words were needed. Tonight. Better after dark. "No rush," Billy agreed. Let the others stare a little longer. Let the lessons sink in. Even through the haze of drugs, this one would stick. And the guy... Billy's smirk widened. "Took care of it. Both barrels point blank. He's not coming back. Good." With that, he walked out. Business waited, and this mess was behind him. A shame not every problem could be wrapped up so neatly. Meanwhile, Kelly drifted in and out of awareness. The floor shifted beneath him, tiles scrolling past like credits on a screen, until he was wheeled into a smaller room. This time, he managed to lift his head just enough to spot the green surgical scrubs of a woman standing nearby. The hum of machinery filled the air as the bed adjusted, rotating him gently. Restraints held him in place, not painful, just present. Then she came into view, young brown hair tucked under a cap, eyes warm behind her mask. "Hi there," she said softly. "I'm your nurse." Kelly's voice was rough. "Where am I?" "Johns Hopkins." What? "Someone shot you." Her fingers brushed his hand and something flickered in his drugged mind. A memory, hazy but urgent, clawing its way to the surface. The pieces were coming together, and though he knew what awaited him, his thoughts raced toward the truth, dread and clarity fighting for dominance. It was Nurse Sandy O'Toole who finally broke the tension. She'd kept her surgical mask on deliberately. Experience had taught her that male patients often responded better when they thought a pretty nurse was giving them special attention. Now that John Kelly was awake, she untied the mask and flashed him a warm, practiced smile, the kind she reserved for lifting spirits. With her athletic build and that accidental gap between her front teeth, something men inexplicably found charming, she knew how to work her assets. For her, it was just part of the job, another way to help patients heal. But Kelly's reaction wasn't what she expected. Instead of brightening, his face drained of color, taking on a sickly, almost grayish hue, like old packing foam. For a heartbeat, she thought he was coding maybe a hemorrhage or a clot. He didn't scream, just went rigid, his breath hitching as his hands went slack. His eyes locked onto hers with a raw, horrified recognition. Instinct made her reach for his hand, but the words, "It's okay," died in her throat. "Oh, God, Pam," he choked out, his voice shattered. The despair in his expression was absolute. Later, when Dr. Rosen stepped in, Kelly's first groggy question was about Pam. "Do you know anything, Doc?" Rosen lied smoothly, suggesting she might have been taken to another hospital, even as guilt twisted in his gut. He fussed with Kelly's vitals, buying time. "You're lucky," he said, examining the shotgun wounds. The car window took most of the blast. "Shoulder's a mess, but you'll live." Kelly managed a weak thanks before drifting again. "Check the other hospitals for her, okay?" Rosen nodded, though they both knew the truth. The cops arrived soon after, their questions clipped and professional. Kelly gave them Pam's last name, something even Rosen hadn't known until then. When they pressed for details, Rosen admitted, "She was hooked on pills when we met her. My wife and I helped her detox." The older officer exchanged a glance with his partner. "We'll need to talk to your wife," he said, and Rosen just nodded, too exhausted to care. "Let's talk about Mr. Kelly," the officer pressed. "Former Navy, served in Vietnam. Doctor." Rosen replied, his tone sharpening. "And before you ask, no, he's not some junkie. The man's in peak physical shape. And when we discovered Pam had a pill problem, he nearly lost it. I had to talk him off the ledge. Trust me, as a doctor, I'd know if he was using." The cop shrugged, jotting it down. The detectives were gonna love this. What started as a basic robbery now had kidnapping written all over it. Just what they needed. So why was he in that neighborhood? "Your guess is as good as mine," Sam admitted. "Who's Lieutenant Allen?" "Homicide, Western Division," the officer said. "Funny they had a meeting scheduled." "That's Allen's problem to explain," the cop muttered. "Robbery, then." "Looks that way." Wallet turned up a block over, cleaned out, except for his license. Found a pistol in his car, though. Guess the thief missed that. Which, by the way, is illegal. Another officer walked in, snapping his fingers. Kelly's name finally clicked. He worked with Allen last year, the Gooding case. The guy who recovered the murder weapon and ended up training our dive team. The senior officer glanced up. "Oh, right. So why's he mixed up in this mess?" "Beats me," his partner admitted. "But it doesn't exactly scream career criminal." The senior cop sighed. "There was a girl with him. Now she's gone. And Savin, too. What do we know about her?" "Just the name Pamela Madden. 20, ex-addict, vanished. Kelly's car, his gun, nothing else. No shell casings, no witnesses. And the girl? Blends into a crowd of 10,000. Robbery plus kidnapping, standard nightmare." The officer leaned in. "Doc, anything else you can tell us?" Sam exhaled. "She had scars. Old ones. My wife noticed hell, I noticed. Whip marks, signs of abuse. Might have been working the streets. We didn't push her on it. Kelly keeps interesting company, the cop mused, scribbling. Helps cops, hangs with ex-hookers, real stand-up guy. Rosen's patience snapped. Worcestershire I've got patience. Doctor, we've got attempted murder, robbery, and a missing girl. This isn't small time. When can we talk to Kelly? Tomorrow, maybe. He's in rough shape. Gurkenstane tenaprakar. Work. Fine. As the officers left, Rosen rubbed his temples. Criminal cases weren't his usual traffic accidents. Workplace injuries? Sure. But this? Kelly, a criminal. The questions had that slant, and it didn't sit right. Then, Dr. Pretlow walked in, lab results in hand. Kelly's blood work came back. Gonorrhea. Early stage, but he'll need penicillin. Me allergies. Rosen shut his eyes. Perfect. No. Social services can no. Rosen cut in, voice low. They won't. Sam hesitated, his voice catching in his throat. The truth was too painful to say out loud. The girl who had given the man the infection was likely gone, and forcing him to relive that loss would only deepen the wound. Saying it aloud made it real, and that realization twisted inside him. He had no solid proof, just a gut feeling that refused to be ignored. Doctor, legally, we have to. Rosen cut him off, his patience snapping like a frayed wire. That man in there is decent. I saw him fall for a girl who's probably been killed, and his last memory of her won't be that she gave him instead. Understood? As far as he's concerned, the meds are for an infection after surgery. Chart it that way. The younger doctor stiffened. I won't falsify records. Rosen scribbled the note himself, his pen digging into the paper. Done. He looked up, his gaze sharp. Pretlow, you've got the hands of a surgeon, but you're missing the heart. These aren't just cases, they're people. Remember that, and the job gets easier. Hell, you might even become a good doctor. Pretlow stormed out, fuming. What was Rosen's problem, anyway? June 20th was stifling, the kind of heat that made the air feel thick. Bob Price, a Pulitzer-winning photographer for the Baltimore Sun, sat in his car along Druid Lake Drive, fiddling with his new Nikon. The camera was sleek, a far cry from his old Pentax, and the distributor had thrown in a set of telephoto lenses to sweeten the deal. Bored, he practiced swapping lenses by touch, his eyes scanning the lake out of habit. Then the crows caught his attention. They circled the fountain, a plain concrete pillar, spewing water into the humid air, darting close before recoiling from the spray. What were they after? His fingers found the 200mm lens, and he raised the camera smoothly. The moment the image focused, his breath hitched. Jesus Christ. 10 shots in rapid succession. Then he grabbed his radio, barking at the office to call the police. Switching to the 300mm lens, he loaded a fresh roll of film, bracing the camera against the Chevy's window. One crow finally broke through, landing on his stomach lurched. A pale, lifeless body sprawled across the concrete. The bird hopped over her, its beady eyes assessing, indifferent. Priez dropped the camera and slammed the car into gear. Priez broke multiple traffic rules in his frantic attempt to get near the fountain. And, in an uncharacteristic moment of emotion overriding duty, he leaned on the horn, trying to scare off the bird perched above the water. The creature glanced up briefly, unimpressed by the noise, then resumed its search for breakfast with that razor-sharp beak. On a whim, Priez flicked his headlights, an odd enough disturbance that the bird reconsidered its position and took flight. Maybe it was an owl, smarter than most, realizing its meal wasn't going anywhere. It could always circle back once the nuisance left. A patrol car rolled up beside him. "What's the problem?" the officer asked. Prius handed over his camera without a word. The cop's face went pale as he stared at the image. "Jesus," he muttered before calling it in. Soon, squad cars arrived like scavengers, one after another, until 8 surrounded the fountain. A fire truck showed up minutes later, followed by a Parks Department truck towing a small boat. The forensics team rolled in with their mobile lab, and the grim procession began. Pries asked to join, knowing he could capture the scene better than the department's photographer, but they refused. So he stayed on the shore, documenting from a distance. No Pulitzer here, he thought. Not that he wanted one, if it meant freezing the image of a scavenger violating a young girl's body in the heart of the city. He already had enough sleepless nights. A crowd gathered as officers huddled in small groups, exchanging hushed words and dark jokes. A news van from Television Hill arrived, the same station near the zoo where Priest sometimes took his kids. They loved the lions, the polar bears, all those predators safely locked away. Unlike some people, he mused, watching them zip the body into a black bag. At least her suffering was over. He reloaded his camera as they loaded her into the coroner's wagon. A reporter from the Sun had arrived to handle the questions. Pries would find out later just how sharp his new lens really was when he developed the shots back in his Calvert Street darkroom. Across town, Rosen found Kelly staring blankly at the floor. "John, they found her." "One, sir, force boo a tad." Kelly didn't need to look up. Sam's voice said it all. Hope had a way of slipping through your fingers when you needed it most. "Yeah." "What scene, how?" "Don't know yet. Police called me, so I came straight here." Kelly's voice was hollow. "Thanks, Sam." "You should eat," Rosen said, nudging the untouched tray. "Not hungry." "You won't heal if you don't keep your strength up." Kelly's eyes stayed fixed on the floor. "Why bother?" Rosen gripped his friend's hand, searching for words that wouldn't come. Death was no stranger to him. Neurosurgery meant facing the unfixable every day. But this was different. "Anything I can do?" he finally asked. Kelly shook his head. "Not now." John muttered a quiet thanks, his voice hollow. "Maybe you should see a priest," Sam suggested, but John shook his head. "Not now." Sam tried to reassure him. "It wasn't your fault." "Then whose?" John's voice cracked. "She trusted me, Sam. You have failed her." The police had already questioned him twice that morning. He'd given them the basics: her full name, where she was from, how they'd met. He admitted they'd been close, that she'd been running from a hard life, that her body bore the marks of past suffering. But he couldn't bring himself to tell them everything. Confessing the full truth would mean laying bare his own mistakes, and that was a humiliation he couldn't stomach. The officers didn't seem to like him much, but that was fine. He didn't much like himself either. Sam hesitated before speaking again. "I should adjust your meds. I don't like overdoing it, but they'll help you rest." John's bitter laugh cut through the room. "Dope me up more. You think that'll fix anything?" His expression was raw, a look Sam never wanted to see again. Unable to hold his gaze, Sam turned away. "You're stable enough for a regular bed. We'll move you soon." He left without another word, the silence heavy between them. It took Nurse Sandy O'Toole and 2 orderlies to transfer John carefully. She adjusted the bed to ease the strain on his injured shoulder. "I heard what happened," she said softly. His grief felt wrong, too controlled, too bottled up. She knew men like him, soldiers who carried their pain in silence. But grief needed an outlet, or it would fester like a wound. Sandy sat beside him. I lost my husband in Vietnam, she admitted. Tim was a captain in the 1st Cavalry. John didn't turn his head. I'm sorry. Those guys saved my life once. She nodded. It's hard. Wegers take dead am I now. Last November, I lost Tish. And now his voice trailed off. Sarah told me, Sandy said gently. John, bad luck doesn't make you a bad person. It wasn't luck, he snapped. She warned me it was dangerous, and I took her there anyway because I was arrogant. I got her killed. His eyes fixed on the ceiling, unblinking. I was careless. Stupid. Other people pulled the trigger, Sandy countered. You're a victim too. John scoffed. Not a victim. Just a fool. She let that hang for a moment before asking, what was she like? Unlucky, John muttered. He gave a clipped summary of Pamela Madden's tragic life, the abuse, the running, the men who'd used her. Sandy listened, then said quietly, but you gave her something no one else did. When he didn't respond, she pressed on. You loved her, didn't you? John's body tensed. Yes, he whispered. Me that did that. Let it out, she urged. You have to. He shut his eyes, shaking his head. Mems. Sandy sighed. This would be a long road. She'd seen this stubborn pride in her husband, too, the quiet acceptance of duty, even when it led to ruin. Tim had gone back to Vietnam without complaint, calling it part of the job. A pointless job, she thought bitterly, one that had stolen him from her. What did it matter in the end? What happened in some far-off war? Tim had cared deeply about whatever force had shaped him, but all it left behind was a hollow ache, no more meaningful than the raw grief etched on her patient's face. If O'Toole had pushed her thoughts just a little further, she might have understood that pain better. That was a boneheaded move, someone muttered in the dim glow of the theater screen. Tucker shrugged, tossing a piece of stale popcorn into his mouth. Call it what you want, but I can't have my crew vanishing whenever they feel like it. You could have just made them disappear for good. Too predictable, Tucker replied, eyes fixed on the flickering black and white images. The old downtown theater, once grand in the 30s, now sagged under peeling paint and morning matinees just to stay afloat. Still, the shadows of the back row made it perfect for hushed conversations, officially logged as a routine informant chat. Leaving a witness was sloppy, though. Think he'll be trouble. Tucker pressed. The man beside him exhaled through his nose. Doubt it. Ex-Navy, lives out on the eastern shore, some trust fund beachcomber type. Cops already grilled him once, came up empty. Ryan and Douglas are taking another swing at it, but they've got nothing. Sounds like what the girl said before we had our chat, Tucker mused. Guy gave her a ride. They partied till her pills ran dry. Then he dropped her off to score more. No red flags? Probably not. But let's not leave threads hanging. Dura Tucker smirked. Want me to arrange a hospital visit? Could be educational. Christ, no. This stays a simple robbery. Anything else blows it wide open. He's clueless, leave him that way. So he's clean? Tucker needed it spelled out. Worcester Patamper for now. Just remember, no body, no murder case. Gotta keep my people in check. From what I heard, you made your point. Exactly, Tucker said, voice sharp. Set an example, and the rest fall in line. Not your concern, so why's it itching you? A crunch of popcorn bought time. What do you got for me? Tucker's grin was a slash in the dark. Pyoggy's warming up to me. A derisive snort. I'd watch my back. Comes with the territory, Tucker admitted. But his connections? We're on the verge of something big. They're blue aim, how soon? I close. Next move, we push product north. Tony's already up there laying groundwork. And now, I need something solid. How about 3 mules hauling a ton of grass? They don't know me, but I know them. That was the beauty of it. His operation ran on fear, loyalty, enforced with teeth. Outside the hospital room, Rosen blocked the doorway, arms crossed. Go easy on him. He's fresh out of surgery, doped up, and not thinking straight. Douglas, the new detective on the case, looked as worn as Kelly, mid-40s, jaw set. I've got a job to do, Doc. Nis frenestar. But he's dealing with trauma, physical and emotional. His girlfriend's dead. And the faster we get answers, the better our shot at catching who did it. Your job's to keep him breathing. Mine's to make sure her killers don't. My duty is to the dead. If you're asking for my professional opinion, he's in no condition to assist you. The trauma has taken its toll, he's clinically depressed, and that's affecting his physical recovery. Douglas raised an eyebrow. So you're saying you want to be part of this? Just perfect and overeager spectator complicating things. But arguing would be pointless. Fine, but go easy on him, Sam insisted, stepping aside as the door swung open. Detective Douglas introduced himself, his tone carefully measured. Mr. Kelly, we apologize for the intrusion. The case had landed on Douglas' desk precisely because of its high-profile nature. The Evening Sun had splashed a lurid front-page photo borderline, obscene by media standards, and the mayor had demanded immediate action. Douglas had taken the assignment, though he doubted the politician's attention span would outlast the news cycle. Politicians only cared about votes, after all. This case was messier than a wild pitch, but it was his now, and the worst part was just beginning. 2 nights ago, you were with a woman named Pamela Madden? Kelly's eyes were shut when Nurse O'Toole entered with his morning antibiotics. She hesitated in the doorway, startled by the unexpected company. He's the poverty, Mr. Powell. Kelly, Douglas continued. Yesterday afternoon, we found a body matching Miss Madden's description. He reached into his coat. No. Rosen shot up from his chair. One beds this her. Douglas held out the photo, as if proper phrasing could soften the blow. Damn it. The surgeon shoved Douglas against the wall, the photo slipping onto Kelly's chest. Kelly's eyes snapped open, wild with horror. He strained against the restraints before collapsing, his face drained of color. Everyone looked away except the nurse, who couldn't tear her gaze from her patient. Listen, Doc, Douglas started. Get out of my hospital. Rosen roared. You could have killed him with that stunt. Why didn't you warn me? He had to identify. I've handled it. The scuffle between the 2 men faded into background noise as Nurse O'Toole focused on Kelly, the antibiotic still clutched in her hand. She tried to snatch the photo away, but her own eyes betrayed her lingering on the image before recoiling. Kelly's grip tightened on the print, holding it inches from his face. His expression shifted, freezing her in place. At first, she thought it was shock, but no. His features twisted into something primal, something ancient and vicious. His fists clenched like stone, his eyes locked on an unseen enemy. Then, just as quickly, it was gone. It's okay, Sam, Kelly murmured, his voice eerily calm. He's just doing his job. He closed his eyes and handed the photo back. The room settled, but Nurse O'Toole couldn't shake what she'd witnessed. As Kelly swallowed his pill, she retreated to the hallway, her hands unsteady. That fleeting moment, that door into something dark, had shown her a side of John Kelly she never expected. Not shock. Not grief. Pure, unfiltered rage. And then, just like that, it vanished, leaving only the quiet hum of the hospital behind. The blind fury in Kelly's eyes had dissolved into something far more unsettling, a chilling clarity that sent a shiver down her spine. In those fleeting moments before the door swung shut, she glimpsed something terrifying in his expression, though she couldn't pinpoint why. The entire transformation had happened in mere seconds, unnoticed by Rosen and Douglas as they struggled against the wall. Kelly's journey from shock to fury to eerie calm was unnerving. But the brief flash between understanding and composure was what truly froze her blood. What had she seen in his face? The answer came slowly, like a whisper in the dark. Death. Not wild or chaotic, but cold, calculated, and harnessed, yet undeniably death, lurking behind the eyes of a man who now wore serenity like a mask. Back in the room, Douglas straightened his coat, clearing his throat awkwardly. "I hate this part of the job, mister." "Kelly," he admitted, exchanging an uncomfortable glance with Rosen. The surgeon checked Kelly's pulse, surprised to find it steady. You good?" Rosen asked. Kelly gave a stiff nod, his gaze locking on to the detective. "That's her. That's Pam." Douglas sighed, rubbing his temple. "Look, I'm sorry. There's no gentle way to handle this. What's done is done, and now we need to find who did it. We need your help." Kelly's voice was eerily calm. "Fine. Where's Frank? Why isn't he here?" Douglas hesitated, then lied smoothly. "Very too close to you. Personal ties complicate investigations." The half-truth hung in the air. "Did you see the people who Kelly cut him off?" Staring blankly at the bed. "No. I wasn't fast enough. Pam saw them, but by the time I turned, it was too late." Douglas pressed, leaning in. "What were you doing there?" "Observing," Kelly muttered. "You talked to Alan, right?" "Pam witnessed a murder. I was bringing her to Frank." "But go on." Kelly's voice flattened. "She was tangled up with drug dealers. Saw them kill a girl. I told her she had to come forward." "Way a stupid, huh?" His fingers twitched, guilt gnawing at him as the memory replayed. "Stever, names?" "None I remember." Douglas exhaled sharply. "She must have told you something." Kelly met his stare, unblinking. "I didn't ask. Figured that was your job. We were supposed to meet Frank that night. All I know is they deal drugs and use women. That's it." Douglas clenched his jaw. A dead end. Time for another lie, wrapped in just enough truth to stick. "There's a pair of robbers hitting the west side. Two guys, medium build, sawed-off shotguns. They target buyers, especially the rich ones. Most victims don't even report it. They've got 2 kills, this might be number 3. Rosen frowned. "That's it. Robbery and murder aren't exactly small time." Douglas shrugged. "Sometimes it's just bad luck." He turned back to Kelly. "You must have seen something. What were you really doing there? Was Pam trying to score?" "No." Kelly snapped, then forced his voice level. "Like I said, she was mixed up with them. And me. I don't know a damn thing about drugs. But I'll learn." The unspoken vow coiled in his mind, sharp as a blade. Lying motionless in the hospital bed, Kelly's gaze traced the sterile ceiling tiles as if they were frames in a silent film. The cops had it all wrong, he felt it in his gut. This wasn't some random robbery, it was them, the shadowy figures Pam had whispered about in fear. The pattern matched her warnings too perfectly. His mistakes haunted him, letting himself be seen twice, but regret wouldn't rewrite history. The real problem was the monsters still out there, creatures who'd strike again given the chance. Behind his blank expression, though, a darker truth simmered. They've never faced a man like me, he realized, flexing his bandaged hands. Chief Bosun's mate John Terrence Kelly knew pain hell. He'd survived worse than gunshot wounds. Recovery meant gritting through therapy, then rebuilding his body stronger than ever. Running laps before dawn, punishing swims, iron weights clanking in the gym. But the real battle would be in his mind, already sharpening like a blade. A ghost from Vietnam whispered in his memory, "Snake." With a grim smile, he jabbed the nurse call button. When O'Toole hurried in, he simply said, "Bring me a steak." Rare. Across town, Douglas slumped in his chair, rubbing his temples. "That professor's gonna file a complaint. Mark my words," he muttered to Lieutenant Ryan. Kelly's no help doped to the gills. Couldn't ID a clown at a circus. Showed him the crime scene photo like an idiot. Guy nearly coded on the spot. Ryan didn't glance up from the autopsy shots littering his desk. Even after 20 years, the calculated brutality turned his stomach. Frank vouches for Kelly Solid Guy, helped crack the Gooding mess. Clean record, no drug ties. Pamela Madden's sheet reads like a tour map. Douglas spat. Chicago, Atlanta, Nola picked up for soliciting. Always walked. Judges calling it victimless. His coffee cup cracked the silence as he slammed it down. Ryan finally looked up. "A dead hooker won't move the needle, Tom." Mayer saw the photos, gagged, then shrugged once he heard her rap sheet. "We get a week before this becomes yesterday's news. Then lean on the brass for more bodies, with a mole in the precinct?" Ryan's laugh was bitter. "Trust me, the second we brief City Hall, those animals will vanish like smoke." Douglas exhaled, knowing he was right. Some wars were fought alone in the dark. The investigation was going nowhere fast. "Maybe narcotics can dig up something useful," one detective suggested. Douglas scoffed. "Right. Think Kelly might have any leads?" "Not a chance." The guy was completely off track when it happened. Run standard procedure, then cover the bases and wait for forensics. "Maybe they'll catch something we missed." Douglas nodded. In police work, you banked on criminals slipping up eventually. These perps were careful, but everyone made mistakes. The question was always whether they'd happen soon enough. Lieutenant Ryan studied the crime scene photos again, jaw tightening. They really went to town on her. Just like the last victim. Across town, Sam Rosen found Kelly cleaning his plate. "Glad to see you eating again." Kelly pushed the tray aside. "That detective had a point, Sam." Muller chifter. "I need to move forward, find something to focus on." "Any ideas?" "West or Sping, who knows? Maybe re-enlist. The Navy always needs bodies." Sam sat beside him. "John, you can't just bury this. Grief doesn't work that way." "More, I've been there." He hesitated. "Wait, what exactly did you tell the cops about me?" "Just how we met." "Why?" "My old unit. Let's just say we didn't get retirement plaques." Kelly rubbed his temple. "Officially, we never existed. The missions, they never happened." Sam frowned. "They didn't ask. Hell, you never even told me details." "Far as they know, I was just training divers." Kelly exhaled. "Thanks for that. And for everything else." Sam stood abruptly, but froze before reaching the door. "Cut the act. You think I don't see right through you?" Kelly met his gaze. "Guess not, Doc." "Listen," Sam said, voice cracking. "My job's putting people back together. You can't get emotionally involved, it screws your judgment." "But John." "I liked her too. Who's bad the me?" So let me help. May, properly. Sam's hands trembled. He feared what Kelly might ask, and worse, that he'd say yes. Just get me back on my feet. In rehab, Kelly's determination unsettled even the staff. Sandy watched as he demolished every physical therapy goal without complaint, pushing until his therapist grew uneasy. Ease up, the man warned when Kelly's heart rate hit dangerous levels. Why, Bilibua? Kelly gasped, pedaling harder. Because corpses don't rehab. Kelly laughed darkly but slowed. As Sandy arrived to collect him, the therapist wiped his brow relieved, yet unnerved by a patient who treated recovery like a combat mission. Kelly wiped his face with a towel, relieved she hadn't rolled in with a wheelchair or anything else that might feel patronizing. So, what's the occasion for this visit, ma'am? He asked, his tone playful but guarded. Sandy crossed her arms. I'm here to keep tabs on you. Trying to prove something with all this. His expression shifted from casual to serious. Mrs. Chul, the docs told me to take my mind off things, right? Exercise helps. Can't run with one arm out of commission. Can't do push-ups. Can't hit the weights. But I can ride a bike. So that's what I'm doing. Fair enough? She sighed, conceding. Fine, you've got a point. Stepping into the crowded hallway, she lowered her voice. I really am sorry about your friend. Appreciate it, Kelly replied, blinking away the dizziness from his workout as they navigated the sea of people. In the service, we have traditions, bugles, flags, rifle salutes. It helps. Makes you feel like it meant something. Still hurts, but there's closure. What happened to you, though? What happened to me? That's different. So, what do you do? Bury yourself in work? Finished my master's. Became a nurse practitioner. Now I teach. I fret over patients. That was her life now, pared down to the essentials. Kelly smirked, then quickly schooled his face. Well, don't waste the worry on me. I know my limits. And where exactly are those? Somewhere down the road, he said, the ghost of a grin fading fast. So, how am I doing? Better than expected. Neither of them bought the lie. Donald Madden had flown in to collect his daughter's body, refusing to speak to anyone, especially not Sarah Rosen. Not interested in talking to a fornicator, he'd spat over the phone, a detail Sandy knew but kept to herself. The surgeon had filled her in on Pam's tragic backstory, another bleak footnote in a short, hard life. Kelly had asked about the funeral, but they'd shut that down. No way he was leaving the hospital yet. He just nodded, surprising Sandy. His shoulder was still locked in place, the pain obvious in the tightness around his eyes, especially when his meds wore off. But Kelly wasn't the type to whine. Even now, breathing hard after pushing himself on the bike, he was power walking, like he had something to prove. Why the performance? Sandy asked, half amused. He shrugged. Does everything need a reason? It's just how I operate. Your legs are longer than mine. Slow down, would you? Sure. He eased up as they reached the elevator. How many girls are out there like Pam, I mean? Too many, Sandy admitted. No exact numbers, just enough to be a pattern, a grim trend. Who helps them? She jabbed the elevator button. Nobody. There are programs for addiction, sure. But the real damage, the abuse, the trauma that gets a fancy label now. Behavioral disorder. Steal a car, there's rehab. Hurt a kid, there's therapy. But these girls, they're ghosts. Only the churches even try. Call it a disease, maybe then people would care. Is it? John, I'm not a psychiatrist. I patch up surgical patients. But yeah, we talk. and too many of them end up dead. Overdoses, accidental or not, who knows. The elevator doors slid open, cutting off the thought. Sometimes they cross paths with the wrong crowd, where their handler takes things too far, and they end up in the hospital. Pre-existing conditions only make things worse, and too many of them never walk out alive. A dirty needle brings hepatitis. Untreated infections turn into pneumonia pile that on top of a serious injury, and it's a death sentence. But does anyone care enough to change it? O'Toole stared at the floor as the elevator doors slid open. Kids shouldn't die like that. True enough, Kelly said, motioning for her to step in first. You're the one who's hurt, she argued. Old habits, he shrugged. Blame my upbringing. Who was this guy? Sandy had plenty of patience, but Dr. Rosen had made it clear well, strongly suggested that Kelly needed extra attention. Not that she minded. He wasn't like the others. Still bruised, physically and otherwise, but there was something different about him. A mix of quiet strength and rough edges, like a soldier who remembered his manners. No inappropriate comments, no awkward flirting, just respect and dry humor. And that intensity in rehab, pushing himself like every second counted. When do I bust out of this place? Kelly asked, trying to sound casual but missing the mark. Another week, O'Toole said, guiding him down the hall. Tomorrow, we take the bandages off your arm. Seriously. Sam didn't mention that. So I can start using it again? Don't get too excited, it's gonna hurt. Kelly smirked. It already does. Might as well put the pain to work. She didn't give him a chance to argue before shoving a thermometer in his mouth and checking his vitals. His stats, 98. C, pulse 64, BP 105/60 surprised her. For a guy who'd been through hell, his body was bouncing back fast. What was the rush? One more week, Kelly thought after she left. Time to get this arm functional. Meanwhile, in another room, Maxwell leaned forward. What's the latest? Mixed bag, Greer replied. Good news. Enemy ground forces near the target are minimal 3 battalions, 2 prepping for deployment south, 1 just back from I-Corps, and in rough shape. Light on heavy weapons. Bad news. The coast is a nightmare enough anti-air to blot out the sun. Say 2 batteries everywhere. Fast jets might have a shot, but helicopters? A small rescue team could slip through, but a full extraction? That's gambling with lives. Podolsky scowled. It's only 30 miles inland. 15 minutes in a straight line, which they won't get, Greer shot back. Best route I found is 25, and that's pushing it. A wander tet daylight. Forget it. Then we blast a path open with B-52s, Podolsky growled. Greer sighed. Thought we were keeping this quiet. Bigger issue. Nobody's eager for another kingpin situation. Wasn't our fault last time. I know, Greer said, rubbing his temples. But try telling that to the suits upstairs. Podolsky had always been fiercely dedicated to the cause. This should be possible, Cass muttered through gritted teeth. The 3 men leaned in, studying the reconnaissance images spread across the table, a mix of satellite shots, SR-71 Blackbird flyovers, and the sharpest of all, fresh low-angle snaps from Buffalo Hunter drones. The camp was a perfect square, 200 meters on each side, as if lifted straight from some Eastern Bloc manual on high-security installations. Guard towers stood at each corner, identical down to their 10-meter height and tin roofs, shielding the outdated Burt-Pied machine guns inside. Behind the wire, 3 large structures and 2 smaller ones formed the compound. Intelligence suggested one of the main buildings held 20 captured American officers. all lieutenant colonels or higher, this wasn't just any prison. It was the drone images that had first caught Greer's eye. One frame was clear enough to identify a face, Colonel Robin Zacharias of the Air Force, whose F-105G Wild Weasel had been shot down 8 months prior. Officially, he and his weapons officer had been declared dead, their bodies photographed as proof. Yet here he was, alive in a place called Sender Green, a facility so secret, fewer than 50 people knew its name. Unlike the infamous Hanoi Hilton, this camp had never been acknowledged, tucked away where no one would think to look. Its very existence sent a chilling message. Some prisoners might never come home. A pattern had emerged in the data. Higher-ranking flight officers were killed at suspiciously higher rates. The enemy had sources everywhere, even within American peace groups, compiling dossiers on senior officers. Were they being isolated? Their knowledge bartered to Soviet backers in exchange for continued support? The war was a chessboard, and these men were pawns in a darker game. "Brave son of a gun," Maxwell whispered, staring at the enlarged photos. Zacharias's face was unmistakable, his gaze locked on the camera in defiance. The last shot captured a guard mid-swing, rifle butt aimed at his back. Then, Podolsky's finger jabbed at another figure. This one's Russian. The uniform was a dead giveaway. Casimir Podolsky's past simmered beneath the surface. The son of Poland's former ambassador, his family had been erased first by the Nazis, then by the Soviets at Katyn Forest. After graduating from Princeton, he'd traded diplomacy for a naval aviator's wings, serving his adopted country with a skill honed by fury. Now, arthritis twisted his hands, a cruel reminder that even warriors have expiration dates. Greer could see it. The clock was ticking and the rage burned hotter than ever. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, Cass knew his upcoming medical exam would end his career for good. Retirement loomed with nothing but painful memories, a son lost too soon, a wife dependent on antidepressants, and a military legacy he'd likely view as a disappointment, despite the medals and honors. "We have to figure something out," Podolsky insisted, his voice tight. "If we don't act, those men are gone forever." "Dutch, you realize who could be in that camp?" "Pete Francis and Hank Osborne." Maxwell gave a slow nod. "Pete served under me on the Enterprise." Both men turned to Greer, who exhaled sharply. "I agree about the camp's significance. At first I wasn't sure, but Zacharias, Francis, Osborne, those are names they'd want." Greer had once been stationed at Omaha, part of the team that mapped out strategic strikes. His mind, a vault of America's most classified war plans. The Navy officers held equally critical intel. Brave as they were, determined to resist. Every man had his breaking point, and time wasn't on their side. "I can pitch this to a few contacts," Greer added, "but don't get your hopes up." Podolsky slammed his fist on the desk. "If we walk away, we're betraying our own." But Cass had another motive. Uncovering this prison camp would expose North Vietnam's lies, potentially derailing peace talks and pushing Nixon toward a drastic alternative, an all-out invasion. The plan, codenamed Certain Cornet this month, was a fever dream of vengeance. Paratroopers dropping into Hanoi, Marines storming Haiphong's beaches, helicopters swarming the interior. For career soldiers who'd endured years of half measures, it was the ultimate payback. Greer, though, knew better. Certain Cornet would never leave the briefing room, not with Congress leaking like a sieve. But Sender Green? That was still in play. "Easy, Cass," Maxwell said, rubbing his temple. Greer's eyes drifted to the map. "You flyboys need to think outside the cockpit." He traced a red line snaking from the coast to the camp. "Enemy forces are here, here, and here. The road's paved, follows the river. Flak batteries everywhere, but they're useless against the right gear. Podolsky scoffed. Sounds like an invasion. Maxwell smirked. And sending in air mobile units isn't. Greer ignored them, tapping the map. My boy was shot down near here. A SEAL pulled him out right about this spot. Someone with ground experience? Greer asked. That's useful. Where is he now? Kelly managed a weak smile as Sarah took the chair beside his bed. She looked exhausted. Third visit, she said softly. You were out cold the last two. Sleep's about all I'm good for lately, he admitted. Sam stops by, though. The silence stretched, heavy and awkward. Facing his friends was the toughest part, Kelly admitted to himself. Sarah's words came out in a nervous rush. John, I feel terrible about bringing you into town. I should have sent you to Annapolis instead. My contact there is a solid professional. Pam didn't need to see Madge at all. Her voice cracked under the weight of regret. Kelly watched her wrestle with guilt, recognizing the familiar spiral. Sarah, stop, he interrupted gently. You were the closest thing Pam had to family. If her actual mother had half your heart. His words trailed off, but Sarah barely registered them. She kept circling the same drain. I should have scheduled it later. Just a few days' difference might have changed everything. Kelly knew she wasn't wrong about timing. The domino effect haunted him. What if he'd parked on Maple instead of Third? What if Billy hadn't glanced his way? What if he'd stayed frozen in his seat and let the whole mess drive past? A single altered variable could have rewritten the entire story. Life wasn't some neatly plotted novel. It was a chaotic jumble of chance collisions. One different turn from the grocery warehouse. One moment of distraction where he missed Pam hitchhiking. One less glance at those pill bottles rattling in her bag. Would she still be breathing? If her father hadn't driven her out that night, their paths never would have crossed. Was that tragedy or mercy? The questions gnawed at him until he wanted to laugh. Since when did a retired Navy SEAL turn philosopher? Sarah, he said, cutting through her spiral, you gave Pam more hope than anyone. That's not guilt, that's grace. Grace? Sarah's laugh was raw. We had her safe, Kelly. We'd pulled her out of the fire. Yeah. Then I walked her right back into it. His mouth twisted into something too bitter to call a smile. Funny how we're both claiming blame for the same wreck. Here's the only truth that matters. It wasn't random. Sarah's voice dropped to a whisper. No, Kelly agreed. It never is. Oreza adjusted his binoculars, the Chesapeake breeze carrying his muttered words. Right where you said he'd be. Lieutenant Sharon's grin flashed in the wheelhouse shadows. Dorchester County's finest corn farmers had gotten creative rows of marijuana, nestled between their crops, barns converted into processing hubs. Smart enough to avoid highway transports after that toll booth bust last month, they'd switched to midnight boat runs across the bay. A gift-wrapped opportunity. Charon savored the irony his Coast Guard allies would get their bust, his own standing would rise, and those ambitious farmers would learn the price of threatening his circle. Now, Oreza's hand hovered over the throttle. Now, Charon's voice was smooth. Their buyers are already in cuffs. Keep that quiet, we've got plays left to make. The patrol boat surged forward, its wake churning black water as Oreza barked orders to his crew. Somewhere in the dark, oblivious men were about to have a very bad night. The deep growl of the diesel engines sent a thrill through the boat captain's veins. The polished steel wheel hummed under his grip as he adjusted course, savoring the moment of impending confrontation. What amused him most was how clueless they'd be. Despite the Coast Guard's authority over maritime law, most still saw them as glorified lifeguards. That misconception suited Master Chief Oreza just fine. He'd made examples of a few pot-smoking crewmen over the years, and those stories still circulated like wildfire among the ranks. Through his binoculars, the target came into sharp focus. A weathered 30-footer, the kind of Chesapeake workhorse that usually ran on rebuilt Chevy engines. No match for his cutter's twin screws. A decent disguise might fool tourists, Oriza mused, but betting your freedom on it? That took a special kind of stupid. Keep it casual, he murmured. His crew played their parts perfectly relaxed stances, weapons out of sight, their course an unremarkable beeline toward Thomas Point Station. At 500 yards, Oriza slammed the throttles forward, grinning as the cutter surged. There's English, a deckhand noted. The second patrol boat was already in position, cutting off any escape toward the lighthouse. Geniuses, these guys, Oriza deadpanned. Then again, if they had brains, they wouldn't be running dope, would they? 300 yards out, panic erupted aboard the fishing boat. Oriza could practically script their dialogue. Coast Guard behind us, stay cool. Maybe shift change weight. Why's that other boat, oh hell? Right on cue, the helmsman's jaw dropped in a silent oh shit. A young crewman snorted. Think they've caught on, boss. Lights flashed, the loudhailer crackled to life, and the bay boat veered south straight into the waiting cutter's path. Should have sprung for a speedboat, geniuses, Oriza muttered. But smugness faded fast. These idiots would learn, and next time they'd come prepared. The takedown was textbook. English held position while Oriza closed in. You. Coast Guard, the quartermaster boomed. Prepare for boarding. The defeated slump of the crew said it all like a team realizing the game was rigged from the start. The crew stood frozen in defeat, their slumped shoulders betraying any lingering hope of escape. Oriza scanned their faces, calculating how long before desperation overrode common sense. Nearby, 2 of his sailors boarded the vessel, while 2 others provided cover from the fantail of the 41-footer. Mr. English maneuvered his boat expertly into position, just like a seasoned warrant officer should his own team ready to intervene if things turned ugly. The 3 suspects remained motionless, eyes glued to the deck, as if praying this was merely a routine safety check. Meanwhile, Oriza's men disappeared into the forward cabin, emerging moments later. One adjusted his cap brim in silent confirmation, then tapped his stomach 5 times. Major Hall. We've got a bust, sir, Oriza remarked, his tone dry as dust. Leaning against the hatchway, Lieutenant Mark Sharon of Baltimore PD's Narcotics Division flashed a grin. Dressed like any other coastie in an orange life vest, he blended right in. Your show, Captain. How do we spin it? Standard safety inspection? Oh, look what we stumbled upon. Oriza deadpanned, rolling his eyes for effect. Perfect, Sharon chuckled. The arrangement had already been laid out. The Coast Guard would take the credit, shielding Sharon's informants. Oriza didn't mind his crew would get bragging rights, maybe even a marijuana leaf stenciled on the radar mast. As for the suspects, they'd fold fast, pleading to whatever slap on the wrist deal their lawyer could scrape together. Word would spread that their buyers had sold them out. With luck, those suppliers might vanish entirely, leaving a gap in the drug trade's delicate ecosystem, a term Sharon had recently adopted with smug satisfaction. He didn't bother watching the arrests. Instead, his gaze drifted to the horizon where the sun dipped low. The coasties could handle the theatrics Miranda rights recited from laminated cards, cuffs clicking shut. To them, it was just another day's adventure. To Sharon, a well-played move in a much larger game. Elsewhere, Kelly cursed under his breath. Where the hell was air support? The mission had been cursed from the start. Pickett, his usual partner, sidelined by crippling dysentery, leaving Kelly to navigate this reeking excuse for a river alone. Of course, this backwater village was the one crawling with plastic flour. the Mayus laughably named political unit. Who dreamed up these code names? He crouched lower, every sense on high alert, the stench of stagnant water thick in his nostrils. Kelly's team had earned plenty of unflattering nicknames over time, none of them kind. These weren't the cheerful volunteers handing out ballots back in Indianapolis. No, this group had been trained in Hanoi's brutal methods of persuasion. The village leader, whatever title he clung to, had crossed the line from bravery into sheer stupidity, and now he knelt in the dirt alongside his wife and 3 daughters, their arms wrenched behind them with cruel efficiency. The plastic flower unit had arrived just after 1:30 a.m., rousing every farmer from their homes with chilling precision, herding them into the square to witness the consequences of defiance. The Nava major's voice carried across the clearing, smooth as a school teacher's, explaining how this was merely a correction, a necessary lesson in obedience. Kelly watched from his concealed position, jaw clenched, as they started with the wife. 20 agonizing minutes later, her scream still echoed in his skull. Move, damn it. But logic fought back, 11 armed men against 1. The major might have been the architect of this horror, but his soldiers weren't amateurs. They were disciplined, ruthless, and utterly committed to their cause, something Kelly couldn't fathom, even as he counted each wasted second. Where the hell was backup? He'd radioed twice, heard the acknowledgments, the promises. Meanwhile, the oldest daughter, 15, maybe endured another 25 minutes before a knife silenced her. The next girl couldn't have been more than 12. Kelly's grip on his car 15 turned his knuckles white, the plastic creaking under the strain. The night air hummed with distant artillery, jets streaking overhead, but nothing drowned out the sound of a child's terror. His gear was solid, carbine, extra mags, grenades. Enough to make a stand maybe, but not enough to win. And then there was the radio, his real lifeline crackling with orders to hold position. Easy for them to say, safe behind sandbags. The girl's cries cut through him again. 12 years old. Too damn young. Somewhere beyond the trees, a Huey's rotor should have been thumping toward them. But the sky stayed silent. Age didn't matter in moments like this, he thought bitterly, gripping the damp earth beneath him. No single man could undo this horror, and throwing his life away wouldn't bring back the dead. But how could they soldiers, trained warriors like him, stoop to this? What kind of cause stripped men of their humanity so completely? The artillery rumbled in the distance, methodically shelling empty stretches of jungle while the real monsters stood right here, untouched. Overhead, Marine jets screamed past, probably wasting bombs on another false target. Meanwhile, this village had gambled everything on a losing hand, and now they were paying the price. The major probably thought he was being merciful, just one family, just one brutal example to make the others fall in line. Terror was a tool, after all, and these men wielded it with sickening precision. Time dragged and lurched forward all at once. The 12-year-old had gone silent, discarded like trash. Now the 8-year-old was next. His binoculars trembled in his hands as he watched them stoke the fire higher, making sure everyone saw. No subtlety, no shame. Just arrogance. A guard shift changed. 2 more men sauntered in from the perimeter, grinning like they'd won the lottery. One looked frustrated. Maybe the major had denied him his turn. His eyes lingered on the scene, hungry, forgetting his post for the first time that night. Mistake. Kelly was already moving, low and fast, the wet earth muffling his advance. The soldier never heard him. The knife slid in at the base of the skull, a twist, and the body sagged without a sound. Then the Hueys came. The major's head snapped up at the distant rotor thump, barking orders. His men scrambled into formation, all but one. The major's eyes swept the darkness, but the fire had ruined his night vision. All he saw was shadows. Kelly's grenade left his hand on the count of 3. The fuse burned exactly 5 seconds, no more, no less. The boys in Third SOG didn't leave things to chance. Somewhere in the chaos, the 8-year-old's body lay still. But the Major wouldn't get to finish his lesson. Not tonight. The metallic glint caught the firelight just enough to be noticeable. With practiced precision, the grenade arced through the air, landing dead center in the circle of enemy soldiers. Kelly had already hit the dirt before it detonated. The delayed shouts of warning, useless against the explosion that tore through the group. 7 of the 10 men were down either dead or screaming. Rising with his carbine, Kelly didn't hesitate, putting 3 rounds into the first target's skull without a second glance. Blood misted the air, but this was work, not sport. The Major writhed on the ground, fumbling for his sidearm, until Kelly silenced him with 5 shots to the chest. Mission accomplished. Now came the hard part, getting out alive. Caution was a luxury he couldn't afford. Sprinting to the right, carbine raised, he spotted 2 NVA soldiers still standing, too stunned to flee, too angry to think straight. The sudden flare of an illumination chopper overhead turned the night into a flickering nightmare, ruining his advantage. He cursed, spraying bullets at one of the figures until his magazine clicked empty. Reloading as he moved, he scanned for the second enemy, but his gaze snagged on the chaos in the village center. Civilians scrambled, some wounded by his grenade, but guilt was a distraction he couldn't afford. The fire burned too bright, searing ghostly afterimages into his vision, orange and blue dancing behind his eyelids. The thunder of a Huey landing nearby drowned out the villagers' cries. Pressed against a hooch wall, Kelly blinked hard, forcing his eyes to adjust. One more Nava was out there, not running toward the chopper, not running at all. He edged forward, gauging the 10-meter gap between huts, a death trap lit by flames. A shadow moved. He pivoted, then tripped, crashing into the dirt. Rolling left to dodge gunfire, he misjudged, stumbling back into the light. A rifle barked. 2 rounds slammed into his chest, spinning him like a rag doll. Another burst shattered his carbine. When his vision cleared, he was on his back, the village eerily silent. Pain flared as he tried to move. Then the cold press of a rifle barrel against his ribs. "Over here, Lieutenant." A voice barked. "Medic." Dragged toward the fire, Kelly's head lolled, watching soldiers sweep through the wreckage. One knelt beside a wounded Nava. This one's still breathing. Another strode over, fresh from checking a child's corpse. Without a word, he pressed his rifle to the prisoner's forehead and fired. "Good damn it, Harry." The lieutenant roared. "Look what they did." Harry retorted, doubling over to vomit. The corpsman leaned over Kelly, frowning. "You hit bad." No answer. "Oh hell, LT, this might be our caller." A new face appeared, 1st Cavalry patch prominent on his sleeve. "Perimeter's clear, sir." Someone called. The lieutenant glanced down. "All dead?" "Affirmative." He turned back to Kelly, eyes narrowing. "Who the hell are you?" "Damn Marines." Kelly coughed out, flecks of blood dotting the medic's uniform. "Navy." He corrected sharply. Nurse O'Toole glanced up from her book in the dimly lit corner. "You are dreaming again," she said, marking her page. "2nd night in a row." "You really should—" "Yeah, I know," Kelly cut her off, his muscles tense as he scanned the hospital room. The familiar ache of regret settled in his chest before he even fully woke. Sergeant Douglas met him at discharge, tossing the car keys with deliberate care. "Your piece is in the trunk. Safety on. Keep it that way." The unspoken warning hung between them. "What about Pam's case?" Kelly demanded from the wheelchair, already knowing the answer. Douglas shifted his weight, the lie obvious in his hesitation. We're following leads. The newspapers had done their damage, one leaked. Arrest record turned a murder investigation into yesterday's news. Sam Rosen personally pulled the restored Scout around, its new driver's side window gleaming under the hospital lights. Kelly ran his fingers along the reinforced doorframe, the very metal that had scattered the bullet's path and spared his life. Stupid. After all his years training recruits and Third SOG about situational awareness, he'd forgotten to check his mirrors. The irony burned worse than the healing wound. Back to your island, Rosen asked, as Kelly tested his weight on both feet. Got a boat needing work, Kelly replied. The salt air would scour his lungs cleaner than any hospital antiseptic. 2 weeks for follow-up, Rosen ordered. Kelly nodded absently, offering Nurse O'Toole a tight smile that almost felt genuine. 18 days of sponge baths and midnight conversations had blurred professional boundaries. He buckled into the Scout's worn seat, the ghost of Pam's perfume still clinging to the passenger side. The manila envelope of medical bills mocked him from where she'd last sat alive. Mulberry Street unfolded like a combat zone, now every loitering figure a potential threat, every alley mouth an ambush point. Civilians drove with tunnel vision, desperate to outrun the city's decay. It struck him then, this was Vietnam in reverse. Instead of keeping jungle violence at bay, Baltimore's good people barricaded themselves against the rot spreading from its core. The Scout accelerated past courthouse marble and bank towers, daylight fortresses abandoned by dusk. Kelly's knuckles whitened on the wheel. No more blind spots. Not ever again. The city thrived under tight security, its pulse dependent on the constant flow of commerce. Without it, the place might as well collapse. Or maybe it wasn't survival at stake, just the frantic pace of life. Kelly frowned, checking the distance in his head. 1.5 miles? That couldn't be right. He'd need to verify on a map later. Either way, it was too close for comfort. Barely any buffer between the bustling streets and the lurking dangers people feared. Pausing at a red light, he took in the long, unobstructed view down the avenue, the buildings framing the road like walls of a canyon. When the signal turned green, he pressed on. By the time he reached the marina, Springer waited in her usual spot. Kelly gathered his gear and stepped aboard. Within minutes, the engines rumbled to life, the AC hummed, and he was cocooned in his familiar, sterile world of order. Off painkillers now, he craved a cold beer, just one, a small taste of normalcy, but he resisted. His left shoulder still ached, stiff despite his attempts to work through it. He paced the salon, swinging his arms in wide arcs, gritting his teeth against the sharp twinges. Up on deck, he prepped for departure, aware of Murdoch watching silently from the office doorway. The papers had covered Kelly's recent ordeal, though they'd missed the connection to Pam's small mercies, he supposed. Fuel talked off, systems running smooth, yet no invoice for the dock work. Typical. Handling the lines proved clumsy, his left arm lagging behind his commands. Finally free, Springer glided out into open water. Kelly settled into the helm, steering toward the bay, the AC a welcome shield against the outside world. Only after leaving the shipping lane behind did he let his focus drift from the water. He swallowed 2 Tylenol with a sip of soda, his only concession to pain in days. Leaning back, he tore open Sam's envelope, the autopilot guiding them south. The photos were absent, thankfully. One had been enough. The attached note, handwritten and cautious, explained the documents were copies courtesy of Sam's medical examiner friend. The words wrongful death and homicide glared from the page. The report was clinical, detached, manual strangulation, deep ligature marks, a shoestring likely used. Bruises hinted at a large-handed killer facing her as he choked the life out of her. 5 pages of cold, methodical details followed every wound, every violation. She'd fought back hard. Defensive wounds marked her arms. And then the final indignity, evidence of multiple attackers. Pam had fought. And lost. Kelly stared at the medical report, his fingers tightening around the pages. The injuries described were brutal: a shattered jaw, multiple broken bones, including a compound fracture in her left forearm. He had to pause, lifting his gaze to the distant horizon just to steady himself. The clinical detachment of the report couldn't mask the horror. Flipping to the handwritten note tucked at the back, he read the words of an old colleague. "Sam, take a look at photo 6. This wasn't just violence, it was calculated. Hours of deliberate torture. And they missed one detail: her hair. Combed out neatly, probably after she was gone. The rookie pathologist overlooked it, too focused on the obvious damage. I know you knew her." I'm sorry." The signature, Brent, was clearer than the rest. Kelly slid the documents back into the envelope, his movements deliberate. He reached into the console drawer, pulling out a box of 55 rounds and methodically loaded 2 magazines. An unloaded gun was nothing but a paperweight. Then he moved to the galley, grabbing the heaviest can off the shelf. Back at the controls, he worked the can like a weight, his muscles burning with each repetition. The pain was grounding, a reminder of purpose. His eyes scanned the water, unwavering. "No more mistakes, Johnny boy," he muttered, voice steady. "Not this time." Meanwhile, a C-141 touched down at Pope Air Force Base in North Carolina, its landing harder than usual. The crew was exhausted, their flight spanning thousands of miles, but their cargo required no attention. Troops coming home got the red carpet treatment: smiling flight attendants, free drinks, the works. This flight wasn't for the living. The crew went through the motions, taxiing to the receiving center before heading off for debrief and drinks at the officers' club. None of them glanced back at the plane. They'd see it again soon enough. It was a strange routine, this solemn duty. In past wars, the fallen stayed where they lay, marked by rows of white crosses in foreign soil. But Vietnam was different. No one wanted to linger there, not even in death. Every body came home, processed first near Saigon, then again here before finally returning to the towns that had sent these young men off to die. The contradiction hung in the air: routine for the crew, a final journey for the lost. By now, the grieving families had likely chosen burial sites, with arrangements ready for each named casualty listed on the flight manifest. Civilian morticians stood by in the receiving center, a role the military didn't cover in its training programs. A uniformed officer remained present to confirm identities, a solemn duty ensuring the right remains reached the right families, even though most caskets left sealed. The brutal toll of combat, compounded by delays in recovery under tropical conditions, meant few relatives would ever see their loved ones as they were. This made verification critical, a responsibility the military treated with utmost gravity. The processing room was spacious, designed for efficiency, though quieter than in past years. The workers here had developed a dark humor, some even checking overseas weather forecasts to guess how busy they'd be next week. The pungent odor of preservatives kept most visitors at base. Senior officers and defense officials rarely ventured in, unwilling to face the grim reality. But for those who worked there, the chemical scent was preferable to the alternative. One body, that of Specialist Dwayne Kendall, bore the brutal evidence of war. The mortician noted the jagged scars of field surgeons' frantic attempts to save him, incisions that would have horrified a civilian hospital but paled next to the shrapnel wounds. 20 minutes of effort, the mortician guessed, before the damage to the liver proved fatal. His attention shifted to a white tag tucked near the arm, matching the container's markings. "Solid ID," he remarked to the passing captain, who nodded and moved on. With practiced ease, the mortician worked through his tasks, waiting until the officer was across the room. Then, with a quick tug, he unraveled a stitch, reaching inside to retrieve 4 plastic bags of powder. They vanished into his bag before he resealed the incision. It was his final haul of the day. After finishing one more body, he clocked out, heading to his Mercury Cougar. A quick stop at Winn-Dixie for bread masked his real errand, dropping coins into a payphone. "The, Henry Tucker answered instantly. "The 8. The line went dead. Tucker smirked. 8 kilos from this guy, 7 from another, neither aware of the other's role, their pickups carefully staggered. Business as usual. Business was about to boom now that Tucker had streamlined his distribution chain. The math was straightforward. A kilogram equaled 1,000 grams, and each batch would be cut with harmless fillers like powdered lactose, sourced discreetly from commercial food suppliers. His crew would blend everything thoroughly before portioning the mixture into smaller street-ready packages. Thanks to his product's superior quality and growing reputation, he could charge a premium, which his wholesale partners happily absorbed. But success brought its own challenges. Tucker had deliberately kept operations small. At first, he wasn't one for reckless expansion, yet maintaining that restraint was becoming impossible. His hidden stockpile of pure heroin dwarfed what his associates imagined, and while he'd slowly reveal the true volume, he'd never let them glimpse his genius-level smuggling tactics. Government reports, which he followed with amusement, claimed Europe's so-called French Connection funneled barely a metric ton of heroin into the Ballium. Pathetic, really. With his current setup, Tucker could move 20 kilos a week without breaking a sweat, all while bypassing customs entirely. His operation ran like a Swiss watch, thanks to ruthless efficiency. Key players never handled product directly. That rule was enforced with lethal consequences. Just 6 trusted individuals kept the machine humming. 2 secured shipments through well-compensated local contacts, while 4 discreet morticians on the payroll ensured seamless logistics. Even transportation was outsourced courtesy of the Air Force, saving him both risk and overhead. The real artistry, though, lay in the final mile. His delivery driver, a meticulously cautious man, never so much as rolled through a stop sign. And the Chesapeake Bay ruse? Pure theater. Let his partners believe shipments arrived via cargo ships bound for Baltimore. Their awe at his brilliance almost made him chuckle. In reality, Tucker personally retrieved the goods from a secluded drop point. That idiot Angelo and his sailboat stunt had played right into his hands, making it laughably easy to turn Eddie and Tony against him. As he nursed a beer and half-watched the game, Tucker allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction. Vietnam kept demand soaring, but he was already scheming for the post-war era. Expansion was inevitable. New territories, fresh faces to exploit. The East Coast would soon be his, one carefully calculated step at a time. Douglas knew his old methods had served him well, catching the eye of his new colleagues, but now they felt like a relic from another era. His ambitions had outgrown them, and soon he'd need a complete overhaul, though that was a problem for another day. "All right, it's official," Douglas sighed, slapping the case file onto the desk. Lieutenant Ryan barely glanced up. "What have we got?" "Nothing. Nobody saw a thing. Nobody knows which pimp she worked for. Hell, nobody even knew her name." Douglas dropped into his chair, frustration tightening his jaw. "Her dad hung up on me after admitting he hadn't spoken to her in 4 years. And that boyfriend. Useless didn't see a damn thing before or after taking a bullet." Ryan finished the thought for him. "And the mayors lost interest. Look, I don't mind working under the radar, but this case is tanking my clearance rate. What happens if the promotion board passes me over? Real funny, Tom. Douglas turned toward the window, his reflection ghostly against the glass. What if it really was the dynamic duo? He muttered. The infamous pair had struck again 2 nights prior, this time gunning down an Essex lawyer. A witness in a parked car had confirmed there were 2 shooters, hardly groundbreaking intel. Cops like to joke that killing a lawyer shouldn't even be a crime, but neither man found humor in this mess. Tell me when you actually start believing that, Ryan said quietly. They both knew better. These guys were just thieves with a violent streak. Sure, they'd left bodies in their wake and joy-ridden in their victims' cars, but only the flashy ones, like they just wanted a quick thrill. The department had vague descriptions, size, color, not much else. But the duo were professionals. Whoever killed Pamela Madden. That was personal. Or worse, there was a new monster in town, and that thought only piled onto their already overflowing caseload. We were close, Douglas said, rubbing his temples. She had names. Tall faces. Dupree saw them. Yeah, and then some idiot let her slip through our fingers, Ryan snapped. Now he's vanished, and we're back to square one. Douglas grabbed the file and stalked back to his desk. Night had fallen by the time Kelly finished securing Springer. A helicopter buzzed overhead, probably running drills from the nearby naval base, but it didn't linger. The air outside clung thick and humid, but inside the bunker was worse, stale, suffocating. It took an hour for the AC to finally kick in. The place felt hollow. For the second time in a year, the walls seemed to stretch wider without someone else to fill the silence. Kelly drifted through the rooms, his steps purposeless, until he found himself staring at Pam's clothes. Reality hit like a gut punch. She wasn't coming back. He gathered her things carefully. The cutoffs, the halter top, the flannel shirt she'd worn against the night chill. Her shoes, scuffed from wear, sat atop the pile. So little to remember her by. Kelly sank onto the bed, eyes fixed on the small heap. I toppled her. That was all they'd had. Not enough to mark on a calendar, but enough to carve a space in his life deeper than the years since Tish's death. The hospital stay had been a blur, a dividing line between then and now, between warmth and this hollow quiet. Kelly stood before the wall, staring at the life he could no longer grasp. The past taunted him, a relentless ghost whispering of choices unmade and roads untraveled. He had built this barrier himself, brick by regretful brick, just as he'd stacked Pam's clothes, once vibrant with her presence, now just empty fabric, holding nothing but echoes. Closing his eyes, he could almost see her, hear her laughter in the silence. But the warmth of her skin, the scent of her hair gone forever. His fingers brushed the flannel shirt, remembering how his rough hands had fumbled with the buttons, desperate to reach her. Now it was just cloth, hollow and lifeless. Then the dam broke. Sobs racked his body, the first since he'd learned she was dead. Alone in that concrete cell, he screamed her name, begging for forgiveness he didn't deserve. Maybe she was at peace now. Maybe God would see the goodness in her that he'd failed to protect. But that wasn't his call to make. His world was this room, this pile of discarded clothes, her final indignity. They hadn't even covered her body, leaving her exposed like trash, a message carved in cruelty. To them, she was nothing. The warning. Oh, a trophy. The realization hit him like a punch. If his pride had destroyed her, theirs would answer for it. Exhausted, Kelly collapsed onto the bed, glaring at the ceiling light. Sleep wouldn't come, not the kind he wanted. No dreams of Pam, just the cold truth waiting in the dark. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, Dutch Maxwell settled into his office at dawn. As the Navy's assistant chief for air operations, every aircraft was his responsibility, even if he no longer flew them himself. The morning report lay before him yesterday's strikes over Vietnam, though thanks to the dateline, it felt like today. Time zones had always annoyed him, ever since that battle near the international dateline decades ago. He could still picture it. June 4, 1942. A young ensign with a fresh haircut and a new wife, scrambling into his Wildcat off the Enterprise. 3 lost Japanese dive bombers straying toward his carrier. 2 went down in his first pass. The third put up a fight, sunlight flashing off its wings as the gunner's tracers streaked past. Funny how war burns some memories into your bones. Touching down on his aircraft carrier less than an hour later, he'd stunned his squadron leader by bagging 3 confirmed kills, each verified by the gun camera footage. By morning, his old Winnie coffee mug had been replaced with a new one bearing the call sign Dutch in bold crimson letters, a moniker that stuck with him for the rest of his service. Over 4 more combat deployments, he added 12 more kills to his tally, painted proudly on his fighter's fuselage. His career soared, commanding a fighter squadron, then an entire carrier air wing, followed by an aircraft carrier, a battle group, and ultimately rising to lead the air forces of the U. Those to Fick Fleet. The next logical step? A fleet command, though he'd never dared to dream beyond that. His office reflected a lifetime of service. To the left of his massive mahogany desk hung a salvaged panel from the F-6F Hellcat he'd flown during the battles of the Philippine Sea and along Japan's coast. 15 red rising sun flags stood stark against the dark blue paint, undeniable proof that this seasoned aviator had not just participated in history, but had excelled at it. His old Enterprise mug sat on the desk, now a relic rather than a drinking vessel. Yet, despite the prestige, his gaze lingered on the day's casualty report from Yankee Station. 2 A-7A Corsairs, same ship, same squadron gone. What happened? Maxwell demanded, turning to Rear Admiral Podolsky. Casimir exhaled. Best guess. Mid-air collision. Anders was leading. Robertson was his rookie wingman. No SAM warnings too high for flak. YE. Gone. WEC survivors. Negative. The division leader saw the fireball. Nothing came out intact. Maxwell clenched his jaw. What was the target? Podolsky's grimace said everything. A suspected truck park. Strike went in, hit the mark, no secondary explosions. So, we lost 2 men for nothing. Maxwell rubbed his temples, frustration simmering. Not nothing, Cass countered. Someone thought it mattered. Too early for optimism, Cass. The Admiral nodded. Beezer Kagat's investigating. Probably chalk it up to Nerves Robertson's second mission. Maybe he overcorrected. Happened to us too, back in the day. Maxwell sighed. What else? An A-6 took a SAM near Haiphong, but limped back. Pilot and bombardier both earned DFCs. Otherwise quiet in the South China Sea. Atlantic's dead. Eastern Med's heating up Syrians testing their new MiGs. Not our problem yet. Tomorrow, we meet Grumman, then Capitol Hill to beg for F-14 funding. Maxwell smirked. You like the new bird's specs. Wish we were young enough to fly it. Hell, Dutch, one of those things costs what a carrier used to. Progress, Maxwell muttered. Yeah, ain't it grand? Podolsky snorted. One more thing Pax River called. Your civilian friend's boat's docked. You waited this long to tell me. Cass shrugged. He's retired. Probably still asleep. Maxwell chuckled darkly. Must be nice. Maybe I'll try that someday. 5 miles can feel like an eternity. The swim felt endless. More so because Kelly hadn't done it solo in weeks. By the halfway mark, his muscles burned, but he refused to ease up even in the shallows where he could have stood. Instead, he pushed harder, adjusting his stroke to make his left side ache, as if pain was proof he was moving forward. The water was perfect, cool enough to keep him from overheating, but not so cold it sapped his strength. Half a mile from Battery Island, fatigue crept in, but he dug deep, forcing his pace back up until his fingers finally brushed the muddy shore. His body locked up the second he stopped, legs stiff as he staggered onto land. That's when he spotted the helicopter. He'd heard its rotor earlier, but paid no mind. Helicopters were background noise to him. But one parked on his sandbar. Unusual. He started toward it until a voice barked from the bunkers. "Over here, Chief." Rubbing salt water from his eyes, Kelly turned to see Admiral Maxwell in undress whites, the gold on his shoulders glinting under the sun. "Sir," Kelly managed, suddenly aware of the mud caked on his legs. "A heads up would have been nice." Maxwell clasped his hand. "We tried. Where've you been another mission?" The Admiral caught the flicker in Kelly's expression. "Not exactly. Clean up. I'll find us drinks." As Kelly turned, Maxwell noticed the fresh scars along his neck and back. Christ. Memories flooded back 3 years ago on the Kitty Hawk, a feverish young SEAL who dragged his son, Dutch, out of a nightmare. 2 days in that cesspool of a river, and Kelly had nearly died from the infection. He should have gotten the Medal of Honor, but politics had buried it. Maxwell had stayed aboard those extra days, pretending to inspect flight ops, while quietly ensuring both men survived. He'd been there when Kelly got the news about his firefighter, father's heart attack. And now, here he was again, stepping into another chapter of the kid's pain. Kelly emerged from the shower in a worn t-shirt, exhaustion in his steps, but a hardened glint in his gaze. Whatever had happened out there, it hadn't broken him. If anything, it had sharpened him. John wiped the salt water from his face as he caught his breath on the dock. "Just shy of 5 miles," he replied, accepting the ice-cold Coke Admiral Maxwell offered. "Solid effort," Maxwell nodded, studying the fresh wound on John's shoulder. "That's new. What's the story?" John gave the clipped version, the kind only another soldier would understand. Despite their rank difference, they spoke the same language. Maxwell listened like the father figure he'd become. "That's rough, son," the Admiral said quietly. John glanced away. "Meant to thank you for the card after Tish. It meant a lot. How's your boy doing?" "Flying commercial jets now. About to make me a granddad any day." Maxwell caught himself, the joy in his voice, suddenly felt misplaced next to John's loss. "Good for him," John forced a smile, clinging to the rare good news. The Admiral unrolled a map across the coffee table. John's eyes locked onto the hand-drawn markings. "Sir, that's classified intel." "This whole conversation is," Maxwell said, lowering his voice. John glanced around, realizing the Admiral had come alone. No aides, no entourage. Unusual. "To Capiler, to Kipper. You're the only one who's walked that ground." John's jaw tightened. The map brought back memories he'd rather forget. His finger traced a path. "Found your son right here." Maxwell nodded. "Bridge is gone now. Took 16 sorties to drop it. They'll just build a ford or underwater crossing." "You want to hit those?" "Waste of effort. The Duckatrabik Thide." Maxwell tapped a red mark. John leaned in. "That's one hell of a swim." "What's the play?" "You're still in the Fleet Reserve, Chief." John stiffened. "Sir, relax. Not calling you back. Yet." Maxwell's grin faded as he pulled a recon photo. This is above top secret. John's grip tightened on the image. Those bastards. You planning a rescue op? Like Songtae. You know about that? Rumors. Sounded like a clean job. But the cage was empty. This time, we've got a confirmed Air Force colonel. Maxwell's voice turned grave. This doesn't leave the room. John exhaled. Understood. What's the plan? Still working on it. Your intel could save lives. John's mind flashed back 50 sleepless hours in that hellscape. Helo insertion suicide. That valley's crawling with anti-air. The unspoken question hung between them. How deep are we going? Songtae had its advantages remote and isolated, far from prying eyes. But this new location? Way too close to Haiphong, with roads snaking everywhere, turning the whole operation into a logistical nightmare. This one's a real headache, sir, Kelly muttered, tracing the map with a calloused finger. Since when did we sign up for easy? Maxwell shot back, though his tone carried more amusement than irritation. Kelly pointed to a ridgeline. You could use this to cover your approach, but then you hit the river. Cross here, and you're walking right into a flak trap. And that one? He tapped another spot. Even worse, according to these notes. Maxwell raised an eyebrow. Since when do SEALs plan air missions, Chief? The reply came sharp and unapologetic. Third SOG was always short on officers, they kept getting shot up. I was group ops for 2 months. We all learned how to plan insertions because, let's face it, that's where things usually went sideways. Kelly smirked. No offense, sir, but even us grunts know how to think. Maxwell stiffened slightly. Never said you didn't. Kelly's grin widened. Not all brass are as open-minded as you, Admiral. He turned back to the map. You plan this backward start with the objective, then figure out how to get there in one piece. Save the lecture. Tell me about the river valley, Maxwell ordered. The memory hit Kelly like a punch. 50 brutal hours. Chopped out of Da Nang by Helo. Dumped onto the USS Skate, then shoved into that godforsaken river's murky depths. Fighting the current on an electric sea scooter. Lungs burning, staying submerged until his air ran thin. Hiding in the reeds, watching enemy trucks roll by, flak guns tearing the sky apart. Wondering what a 37mm shell would do to a man if some sharp-eyed kid spotted him. Iqbal de Crevely. This admiral wanted him to send others into the same hellhole. It's not a vacation spot, sir, Kelly said quietly. Your boy saw it too. Not like you did, Maxwell countered. Vispon eturi Tristifani. Little Dutch had hunkered down with a busted leg, radio silent, waiting for extraction while flak guns shredded the sky. Same bridge, same failure. 50 hours of no sleep, just fear and the mission gnawing at him. How much time do we have? Bree, honestly? No clue if this even gets approved. We need a solid plan first. Kelly frowned. Weather's a factor. If we don't move by fall, it's over. You really think they won't come back unless we force them? Maxwell sighed. No other reason for them to set up like this. Kelly exhaled. Admiral, I'm good, but I'm still just enlisted. You're the only one who's been there. Maxwell gathered the photos, then handed Kelly fresh maps. You turned down Ox 3 times. Why? Kelly met his gaze. Truth. It meant going back. Maxwell took the statement at face value, though part of him wished his most reliable local contact had the official rank to match his skills. He'd seen it before, talented people overlooked by the system. Back in his flying days aboard the USS Enterprise, Some of the best pilots had been enlisted men, and one in particular had the instincts of a seasoned squadron leader. Then there were the Army's warrant officer helicopter pilots, straight out of Fort Rucker, who could outfly most commissioned officers. This wasn't the time for rigid hierarchy. Kelly broke the silence. One lesson from Song Tae, they probably trained too long. After a while, you're just going through the motions. Pick the right team, 2 weeks tops, and you're sharp. Anything more, and you're just wasting time. Maxwell nodded. You're not the first to say that. Think this is a SEAL mission? Still up in the air, Kelly admitted. But I can give you 2 weeks while the details get ironed out. How do I reach you, sir? Maxwell slid a Pentagon access pass across the table. No calls, no letters, strictly face-to-face. As they walked to the waiting SA-2 Sprite, the crew fired up the engines. Kelly grabbed Maxwell's arm just as the rotors began spinning. Was Song Tae compromised? The Admiral froze. Why ask that now? Churi Kelly smirked. Your reaction just answered me, Admiral. Maxwell hesitated before ducking under the rotor. We don't know for sure, Chief. As the helicopter lifted off, he couldn't shake the thought that Kelly should have taken that officer commission. The kid was sharper than he'd given him credit for. Maybe a call to his old CO was in order, get the full picture. And then there was the recall to active duty. Part of him hated pulling Kelly back in, especially with everything else going on. But 20 men were counting on him, their status marked sender green. That came first. Watching the helo vanish into the morning haze, Kelly turned toward his workshop. He'd expected to be sore after yesterday's workout, but instead, his mind was restless while his body felt surprisingly loose. The rehab had worked better than he'd hoped. His shoulder, after the usual initial protest, had held up fine, and now he was riding that post-exercise high. He'd crash early tonight tomorrow. The real grind began. The machine shop was his sanctuary. Every naval station had one, no matter the size. Battery Island had housed crash boats for years, and with them came the tools to keep them running. His setup wasn't far off what you'd find on a destroyer, probably ordered straight from some military supply catalog. Hell, for all he knew, the Air Force used the same gear. He powered up the South Bend mill, checking oil levels and calibrations. Time to get to work. The workshop was cluttered with an assortment of hand tools, precision gauges, and drawers packed with rough steel blanks, unfinished metal pieces waiting to be shaped into whatever a skilled technician might require. Kelly perched on a stool, weighing his options before shifting gears entirely. Instead of diving into fabrication, he reached for the 35 automatic mounted on the wall. With practiced ease, he unloaded it, broke it down, and scrutinized the slide and barrel under the harsh workshop light. 2 of everything, he muttered, shaking his head. Priorities first. Securing the slide in a heavy-duty jig, he fired up the milling machine. The South Bend lathe hummed smoothly as the drill bit pierced the hardened steel. With surgical precision, barely a quarter turn of the wheel, and it was done. A second hole followed, precisely 1. Nej, die Vause treffen the first. Threading them was child's play, finished off with a twist of a screwdriver. Simple enough, but the real challenge loomed ahead. He smirked at his own reflection in the polished metal. Perfect. Meistri Temmeler. Good enough got the job done without the headache. Grabbing the thick-walled steel blank, narrower than a can but just as sturdy, he drilled a centered hole, measuring it twice with his calipers. 0. Nooksy inches, dead on. 7 smaller blanks waited next, each destined to become baffles. After trimming them down to 3/4 of an inch, he bored 0. 94-inch holes in their bases, leaving them resembling tiny, bottomless flower pots. The real fun began when none of them fit inside the main tube. 50 minutes of meticulous lathe work, later punctuated by muttered curses, each baffle gleamed, shaved down to a flawless millimeter under the tube's inner diameter. A well-earned sip of Coke later, he slid them in. Perfect snugness, no rattle, no resistance. The cap came next, threaded and secured only for him to realize, with a groan, he'd forgotten to drill the final hole. Another quick pass with the mill, and light shone clean through the assembly. Straight as an arrow. Now, the moment of truth. Kelly exhaled slowly, triple-checked his setup, and pulled the handle in one decisive motion. No room for mistakes now. Kelly had seen this done before, but never tried it himself. As a retired bosun, he was handy with tools, though not exactly a trained machinist. After finishing the modifications, he removed the barrel and put the pistol back together, grabbing a box of .22 long rifle ammo before stepping outside. The hefty Colt automatic had never fazed him, but the price of Serpy 5 rounds compared to the cheaper .92 rimfire had convinced him to buy a conversion kit last year. He flung a soda can about 15 feet away, loaded 3 rounds into the magazine, and skipped the ear protection. Standing relaxed, hands at his sides, he snapped the gun up into a firm two-handed grip only to freeze when he realized the suppressor screwed onto the barrel completely blocked his sights. Not ideal. Lowering the pistol, he raised it again and fired blindly. Predictably, the can remained untouched. The suppressor, at least, worked perfectly, no Hollywood zing, just a muffled scrape like metal on wood. The baffles trapped the gas as the bullet passed through, reducing the noise to a whisper. Great for stealth, but useless if he couldn't hit anything. Missing a soda can at 15 feet? Not a good look. A human head was bigger, sure, but the spot he needed to hit wasn't. He reset, raising the gun smoothly. This time, he pulled the trigger just as the suppressor obscured the target. The can toppled with a hole an inch from the bottom. Wetter, close enough. The next shot landed dead center, and Kelly smirked. After loading 5 hollow points, he turned the can into Swiss cheese, 6 rounds clustered tight. Still got it, old man, he muttered, flicking the safety on. But daylight and a stationary target were one thing, real-world conditions were another. Back in the shop, he stripped the pistol again. The suppressor held up fine, but he cleaned and oiled it anyway. One last touch, a white line painted down the slide for better alignment. By 2 in the afternoon, he allowed himself a quick lunch before his workout. Meanwhile, across town, Tucker smirked as Eddie Morello groaned about their 3-day stay. Don't trust your wife that long. Tucker teased, already marking Eddie as the next problem to solve. Morello's face flushed. Look, Henry, relax, Piaggi cut in, eyeing the 8 kilos on the table. I'd love to know where you get this stuff. Tucker just grinned. We've been over that, Tony. You sure you're ready for this? Piaggi leaned back, scratching his chin. Once you dive into this game, there's no easy way out. It's like feeding bears stop handing out treats, and suddenly you're the main course. His mind raced through connections in Philly and New York, hungry guys like him, sick of taking orders from old-timers stuck in the past. The numbers alone made his pulse quicken. Henry's operation pumped out product so pure it rivaled top-tier Sicilian imports, yet at half the cost. Even better. All the risky logistics fell on Henry's shoulders. What really sold Piaggi, though, was the precision of the setup. No reckless amateur, this Tucker guy. Cool, calculated the kind of partner who might actually last. My pipeline's locked tight, Piaggi finally said, flashing a grin. Leave the supply chain to me, Paysan. Tucker chuckled when Piaggi admitted the upfront cash would take time. Didn't want to spook you off the bat, Anthony. Gonna front me. Piaggi shot back. A slow nod. I know your rep. Smart move. Piaggi wouldn't walk from a golden goose. not when steady distribution meant long-term stacks. Poor Angelo Verano never saw the bigger picture. But hey, he'd served his purpose as an intro. Now, but de Kofriedser, crab bait. Morello, ever the skeptic, piped up about product quality, earning twin-eye rolls. Christ, Eddie, Pabaji cut in. You think he'd stiff us after fronting the goods? He spread his hands. Look, here's the deal. I've got the supply. Lee Frischenter, Nieden. Where? My business. There's turf I'm keeping for myself, but we ain't tripping over each other yet. Let's keep it smooth. The Italians exchanged glances, Eddie blank, Tony sharp. Piaggi matched Tucker's rhythm. You need feet on the street? We got that. Your territory stays yours. No drama. Time to twist the knife. I didn't survive this long by being sloppy, Tucker said. After today, you're hands off. No more midnight boat rides. Piaggi barely hid his relief. 4 smuggling runs had killed the thrill. Fine by me. My crew can meet your drops, you name the time. Clean splits, Tucker pressed. Money here, product there. Saw's businesslike. Product first, Piaggi countered. Fair, fair. But vet your guys, Tony. Layers protect everyone. Morello, sulking on the sidelines, muttered about snitches. Tucker didn't blink. My people know the price of loose lips. Piaggi's grin turned wolfish. That mess in Jersey, that was you, huh? A confirming nod. Respect. But maybe dial back the fireworks next time. 2 years and a fortune to build this, Tucker said flatly. I'm not gambling it now. So when's my money? Tony jerked a thumb at the duffel. 100 grand right there. The operation had exploded faster than either expected. But those first 3 shipments flew off shelves. Bullies Spitzraffers Chervek. For a guy in their line of work, he was practically trustworthy. Tony figured if Tucker had wanted to rip him off, it would have happened by now. No small-time operator would risk moving this much product at once. It's all yours, Henry. Guess we owe you another. 500. Gonna need about a week to pull that together. You kinda blindsided me here. Cash like that doesn't grow on trees. Henry shook his head with a smirk. Make it 4. No need to bleed your friends dry right out the gate. Let's start off on the right foot, yeah? Damn, you running a promo or something. Tony laughed, tossing him a cold one. You sure you ain't part Italian? Fine, we'll do it your way. Tucker didn't wait for small talk. He tore open the first bag, dumping its contents into a steel mixing bowl. This was the last time he'd dirty his hands with prep work. Step 7 of his business plan was officially done. From now on, underlings would handle the grunt work while he played executive. As he blended the filler into the mix, he couldn't help but admire his own strategy. He'd built this empire the right way. Calculated risks, hands-on hustle, no shortcuts. Maybe Piaggi's ancestors had started the same, but Tony had clearly forgotten the grind. Not Tucker's problem. Across the world, Colonel Grishinov leaned forward in his chair, studying the exhausted American across from him. You expect me to believe you were just an aide? A glorified secretary? Zacharias rubbed his temples. How many times? I fetched coffee, typed memos, same as your general's lackeys. Then why take the job? Grishinov almost pitied him. Nay, Melst. In my Air Force, proximity to power fast-tracks promotions. The colonel's gaze didn't waver. 6 interrogations in, and the Vietnamese still micromanaged every session. Zacharias's file painted a clear picture. Fighter pilot, sure, but also a tactician with a Berkeley master's in electrical engineering. His thesis on radar evasion had practically handed the Soviets a blueprint, unclassified, bafflingly. 3 years later, he joined SAC's war planning team at Offutt, sketching flight paths for B-52s to slip past Soviet defenses. Grishinov exhaled. Hating him would have been easier. The Russian colonel was a seasoned fighter pilot, fresh from commanding a regiment in the Soviet Air Defense Forces, and already tapped for another assignment. In many ways, he was the mirror image of Colonel Zacharias. His mission in wartime was to prevent American bombers from devastating his homeland, and in peacetime, he strategized ways to make their incursions into Soviet airspace as costly as possible. This shared purpose made his current task both challenging and essential. Unlike the KGB or their ruthless enforcers, he took no joy in inflicting pain. Shooting down enemy planes was one thing, but interrogating prisoners was another entirely. Even if they were Americans plotting his country's ruin, he preferred a different approach. The problem was, those skilled in extracting confessions rarely understood the nuances of what he needed to uncover. Written questions were useless. You had to watch a man's eyes when he spoke. A strategist sharp enough to devise bombing runs was also sharp enough to lie convincingly, even under pressure. Grishinov studied Zacharias carefully. This was no ordinary prisoner. He was the architect behind the Wild Weasels, the elite American pilots who hunted Soviet missile sites with relentless precision like foxes chasing prey into their burrows. If the Vietnamese records were accurate, this man had flown 89 such missions. His plane's wreckage told the story. Americans, like Russians, proudly displayed their combat history on their aircraft. Grishinov almost smirked at the irony. Such pride was a double-edged sword. It revealed to the enemy exactly who they'd captured. But then fighter pilots were like that. He'd never hide his own victories either. Part of him even pitied Zacharias. The man had undoubtedly killed skilled Soviet-trained missile crews, and the Vietnamese would want vengeance. But Grishinov wasn't here for politics. His duty was colder, more clinical, to dissect the tactics of America's bomber fleet, to understand how their crews thought, how they'd strike. And frankly, if the Americans wanted to wipe out every last one of Hanoi's fanatics, he wouldn't lose sleep over it. Those zealots had as much in common with true socialism as butchers did with fine dining. Leaning forward, Grishinov slid a freshly arrived dossier across the table. "Colonel, let's not pretend," he said evenly. "I read this last night. Impressive work." Zacharias's reaction was visceral. Despite his training, he couldn't mask his shock. How had they dug so deep? Who had pieced together details even he'd thought buried? The Vietnamese were incompetent. This had to be Moscow's doing. Grishinov watched, satisfied. He'd studied the Luftwaffe's interrogation methods in dusty regimental archives years ago. Brutality only hardened a man's will, but the right information? That could shatter him. Every soldier had a breaking point, even a wild weasel. It required a sharp mind to grasp the nuances. Why wasn't this research classified? Grishinov inquired, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he lit his cigarette. Zacharias gave a half-hearted shrug, his frail frame betraying the exhaustion he fought to mask. "Just academic work," he muttered. The phone companies showed more interest than anyone else. Grishinov tapped the document with deliberate emphasis. "Last night, I discovered something remarkable using terrain maps to predict radar blind spots, calculating evasion routes mathematically. U.S. genius. Tell me, what's Berkeley really like?" "Just another college town, West Coast flavor," Zacharias answered before catching himself. He shouldn't be talking. Years of training had drilled into him the importance of silence, evasion, deception. Yet here he was, slipping fatigue, fear, and the crushing weight of a code no one else seemed to care about gnawing at his resolve. I don't know much about your country beyond professional details, he deflected. You're from Utah, right? What's it like there? Grishanov waved a dismissive hand. Colonel, I already know your full name, rank, even your birthday. I've seen maps, Salt Lake City, no major airbase nearby. But maps don't tell me about the wine country in California, or why a lake in Utah is salty when the ocean's miles away. He crushed his cigarette, watching Zacharias closely. The Caspian isn't salty, so how does that work? Geology, I guess, Zacharias mumbled, his thoughts sluggish. Something ancient. Mountains too, yes? The Wasatch Range, Zacharias confirmed, his voice thick with fatigue. Grishanov noted how the Americans were fed just enough to keep them weak, malnourished, drained. Was it intentional? A tactic borrowed from history's darker chapters? Either way, it served his purpose. Resistance crumbled when the body had no strength left. Skiing any good there? Grishanov asked abruptly. For a moment, Zacharias seemed to drift, memories flickering behind his eyes. Yeah. Isaac and Gerd. Something I'll never do here, Grishanov mused. I used to ski cross-country wooden skis at first, then steel ones my mechanic made from aircraft parts. What's the casen? Stainless steel. Heavy but flexible. Cut from the wing of an E-266. Zacharias frowned. What's that? Your people call it Foxbat. Built to intercept your B-70. But we scrapped that program. Grishanov smirked. True. But your canceled project gave me one hell of a fast jet to fly. Back at home, I'll be leading the first squadron of these, Grishanov declared confidently. Weight steel fighter jets. Seriously? Zacharias frowned, struggling to grasp the concept. Steel handles extreme heat better than aluminum, Grishanov explained with a smirk. Plus, you can repurpose the scrap into decent skis. Zacharias blinked, his mind racing. So, how do you think your steel birds would pair with my aluminum bombers? That depends on, Zacharias caught himself mid-sentence, his expression shifting from bewilderment to steely determination. Too eager, Grishanov thought bitterly. He'd pushed too hard, too fast. This American had grit enough to fly his wild weasel straight into enemy territory dozens of times. Breaking him wouldn't be quick. But time was on Grishanov's side. Meanwhile, under the oppressive summer sun, Kelly slammed a dime into the payphone, sweat trickling down his neck. The heat was unbearable, the air thick enough to choke on. Some truths were so glaring you only noticed them after they punched you in the face. Yeah, I'm calling about the car ad, he muttered into the receiver. 15 minutes. Perfect. Hanging up, he exhaled sharply. At least one thing was going right today. Springer was docked at a Potomac marina, but now he needed wheels and fast. The irony wasn't lost on him. How do you buy a car when you don't have one to get there? The absurdity made him chuckle until fate intervened. A cab rolled past, just as he stepped out. Essex Avenue Chevy Chase, Kelly told the driver, sliding a 10 across the seat. Make it in 15, and there's another one in it for you. The cabbie grinned. You got it. The ride was a blur of side streets and near misses, the driver expertly avoiding traffic. With seconds to spare, they pulled up to a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood. The house was easy to spot, and so was the car. A faded VW Beetle, the color of stale peanut butter, sat in the driveway, its body speckled with rust. Perfect. Kelly bounded up the steps and knocked. The door creaked open to reveal a frail woman with sharp green eyes magnified by thick glasses. Mrs. Bravo. Boyd. Belmesser, Claude Prafrim. Called about the car. She studied him before nodding. Awful out, isn't it? Brutal, Kelly agreed, wiping his brow. She fetched the keys and even shuffled outside with him, her steps unsteady. Kelly offered his arm, guiding her down. Thank you, young man. My pleasure. My granddaughter used this car, she said wistfully. Then Ken took over. One Siveg, Ken. My husband. Her voice wavered slightly. Gone a month now. They'll softened. I'm sorry. She waved it off. He was sick a long time. Handing him the keys, she gestured to the Beetle. Take a look. The interior showed its age-worn seats, one slashed from years of use. But the engine roared to life instantly, the gas gauge hovering near full. Exactly what he needed. The odometer showed just 52,000 miles. The ad had been honest about that much. After getting the owner's permission, he took the car for a quick spin around the neighborhood. It ran smoothly. No strange noises or hesitation, so he pulled back into the driveway and handed the keys over. It drives well, he admitted. But what's with all the rust? The older woman sighed. My daughter took it to Northwestern in Chicago. All that snow and road salt did a number on it. Now Telly nodded. Good school. Gently, she guided the woman back inside, the house thick with the scent of dust and lingering meals still made for two, though only one remained. A faded wedding photo hung on the wall. The groom stiff in his uniform, the bride in a snug white dress. More pictures traced their life together, kids, beach trips, grandkids, all the markers of a long, full marriage. Water's fine, Kelly said when offered a drink. As the woman shuffled to the kitchen, a cat slinked in, curious about the stranger. He worked for the Commerce Department, the woman explained when asked about her husband. 42 years. We planned to retire to Florida, but then he got sick. Now it's just me moving my sisters down in Fort Pierce. Widowed too. Her husband was a cop. Her voice faded as the cat rubbed against Kelly's leg. Place is sold already. A young doctor bought it. I leave next week. Kelly studied the car again. How much? My grandson says it's worth $1,500. $1,500? Kid must think he's negotiating a corporate merger. Kelly kept the thought to herself. I'll give you 12. Usted in cash. The woman's eyes brightened. Cash. A handshake sealed the deal, but the paperwork took longer than expected. Kelly helped her fill out a deposit slip, then drove her to the bank so she could stash the money safely. A quick stop for cat food and milk later, he walked her back to the door. Thanks again, he said. What'll you use it for? Why, they're confoit hate. Kelly grinned and left. By 8:45 that night, two cars rolled into the I-95 rest area near Maryland House, a Dodge Dart. Leading, a red Plymouth Roadrunner trailing. The Dart wove through the lot before parking near a white Oldsmobile with Pennsylvania plates. The Roadrunner settled a row over. A woman stepped out, heading toward the brick building, her path taking her close to the Olds. Hey, baby, a voice called out. She paused, then turned toward the car. The man was tall, with jet-black hair slicked back neatly, his crisp white shirt unbuttoned at the collar. Henry sent me, she murmured. His fingers brushed her cheek, lingering just a moment too long before sliding down. You got what I came for? He asked flatly. Doris nodded, her lips twisting into a tight smile that didn't reach her eyes. She was way past shame at this point. Nice rack, he remarked, voice empty as a hollowed-out shell. Hand it over. She turned toward her car, pretending to search for something, then came back with an oversized handbag that looked more like a gym sack. As she passed the Oldsmobile, his arm shot out and snatched it. Inside the building, Doris grabbed a soda from the vending machine, her gaze darting toward the Roadrunner idling nearby. The driver revved the engine and blew her a kiss, She managed a weak smirk in return. Piece of cake, Henry Tucker muttered from the picnic tables across the lot, where he and two others sat sweating in the muggy night. Oh, quality good. One of them asked Tony Piaggi. Top shelf, Piaggi confirmed. Same batch as the sample. No surprises. The guy from Philly leaned in. And if she cracks under pressure. Tucker cut in, she won't. They all know the consequences. A figure slipped from the Roadrunner into a Dodge Dart. Good girl, Rick purred as Doris climbed in beside him, hands trembling around her soda can. Can we just go? She whispered. He grinned, ignition roaring to life. Not yet. Show me a little appreciation. She hesitated. People are watching. His grin widened. So is our Persol? Doris unbuttoned her oversized shirt, left it tucked into her cutoff shorts, and shut her eyes tight. If she imagined hard enough, maybe she was anywhere else. Maybe this wasn't her life. Meanwhile, Piaggi scooped up a briefcase left behind by the Philly guy. Aren't you gonna count it? Tucker asked as they strolled toward a blue caddy. Piaggi smirked. He knows the rules. Business is business. Elsewhere, Kelly flipped through the classifieds. Hi, Tabular Stip Bill Murphy. I saw your ad. Got any vacancies? The manager eyed him. What are you after? Just a one-bedroom. Somewhere to crash between trips, Kelly said. 2. Sales. Industrial equipment. New territory. The complex had that post-war charm, brick buildings, towering oaks, squirrels darting between them. The unit was modest but clean, with window ACs humming in every room. Perfect, Kelly said, testing the faucet. Rents, $175 plus deposit. Utilities extra. Kelly nodded. One bill's easier. Let's do it. Kelly glanced at his watch as the manager chimed in. That'll be $220. Actually, make it $440, Kelly corrected. 2 months' rent, right? I can write a check, but it's from an out-of-state bank. No local account yet. Such cash work for you. The manager grinned. Cash works just fine. Kelly pulled out his wallet, counting the bills before pausing. Wait, let's make it $660. 3 months up front, if that's all right. And I'll need a receipt. The manager, obliging as ever, whipped out a notepad and scribbled one on the spot. Kelly leaned against the counter. Any chance of getting a phone hooked up? Tuesday's the earliest. There's an extra deposit for that. Go ahead and set it up. Kelly handed over more cash. My things won't be here for a while. Where's the nearest place to grab sheets and basics? Not much open today. Tomorrow, plenty of options. Kelly peered into the bedroom, eyeing the bare mattress. Even from the doorway, he could see the uneven lumps. He smirked. Worse places to sleep. The manager raised an eyebrow. Veteran. Marine. Same here, once upon a time, the manager admitted, catching Kelly off guard. You're not planning anything crazy, are you? He didn't expect trouble, but the owner insisted he ask even fellow Marines. Kelly just flashed a sheepish grin. Only crime I commit is snoring loud enough to wake the dead. 20 minutes later, Kelly was in a cab speeding toward downtown. He hopped out at Penn Station, boarding the next train to D, where another taxi dropped him at his boat. By dusk, the Springer was cutting through the Potomac. It would have been simpler with backup, Kelly mused. All this back and forth felt like wasted time. Or was it? The solitude gave him space to think, and right now, strategy mattered as much as gear. He reached his place just before midnight, 6 solid hours of planning under his belt. No time to rest, not yet. He stuffed his bag with clothes, mostly bought in D. Maw's debt to Nive. Linens and food could wait for Baltimore. His bray. Cirque 5 automatic and the Nutty 2 conversion kit went in next, buried under old shirts, along with 2 ammo boxes. Enough firepower, he figured. Ammo weighed a ton anyway. As he crafted another silencer, this one for the woodsman, his hands moved on autopilot. His body was in peak shape, almost as sharp as his third SOG days. Daily target practice had honed his aim to near perfection. By 3 a.m., the new suppressor was fitted, tested, and ready. Half an hour later, he was back on the Springer, pushing north. A few hours of shut-eye past Annapolis would have to suffice. The night was quiet, clouds drifting like ghosts. His thoughts wandered until he snapped back to focus. He wasn't some careless civilian anymore. Still, he cracked open his first beer in weeks, letting his mind churn through variables. Had he missed anything? Nothing came to mind. The unsettling part? He still knew so little. Billy and his red Plymouth. Henry, the black guy. Their turf. That was it. But he'd faced trained enemies with less intel. He'd be just as cautious now, but deep down, he knew he'd succeed. Partly because he was better. Mostly because he didn't care about the fallout, only the outcome. A line from Virgil's Aeneid flickered in his memory, something from his Catholic school days. Una, salus, victis nullum sperare salutum. The doomed have one hope to abandon hope entirely. The irony of his dark thoughts made him smirk as he glided across the water beneath a sky full of ancient starlight photons that had traveled farther than Kelly or Virgil had ever lived. The pills dulled the edges of reality, but never fully erased it. Doris didn't so much think as endure, her mind a reluctant witness to truths she couldn't escape. The barbiturates had become her crutch, yet sleep remained elusive, leaving her alone with her thoughts in the suffocating silence of the room. She craved more pills, not for euphoria, just a fleeting escape from the dread coiled inside her. But even chemicals couldn't give her what she needed, a temporary reprieve from the fear gnawing at her bones. She saw more than they realized, glimpses of a future she couldn't outrun. The police would come for her eventually. This wasn't like her past arrests this time. The charges would stick, and she'd vanish behind bars for years. They'd dangle promises of protection, but she wasn't naive. She'd watched 2 friends die already. Miss Pergue Splot. If you could call them that, just people who'd shared the same cage, trading whispered jokes like secret currency against their captors. Someone to cry with until the crying stopped. She'd been forced to watch, numb and drugged but horrifyingly awake as their pain became her own. Nightmares at least ended when you opened your eyes. This didn't. Rick's steady breathing beside her was the closest thing to comfort she had. He was the least cruel of them, sometimes even kind in his own twisted way. She played the obedient prisoner around him, careful not to provoke his temper, which could flare just as violently as Billy's. A part of her knew how pathetic it was, clinging to scraps of decency in a world where she had no control. But she'd seen what happened to those who fought back. Pam had whispered of escape once, holding her after a brutal night. Doris had prayed she'd made it until they dragged her back. 15 feet away, helpless, she'd watched Pam's last moments, her body jerking as life left her, her tormentor's laughter inches from her face. The only rebellion Doris could muster was smoothing Pam's hair afterward, a silent, useless act of love in a place where love didn't exist. The emptiness of it made her tears burn hotter. What sin had she committed to deserve this? Was there some cosmic scale where her suffering balanced out? Meanwhile, across town, Dr. Trewood had. Rosen raised an eyebrow at his patient. Kelly sat shirtless on the exam table, muscles defined from relentless training. "Color me impressed, John," Rosen said. "What's your routine?" 5-mile swims for the shoulders. "Better than lifting, though I do that too. Some running at night." His tone was casual, but his body told a different story, one of discipline and quiet fury. Sam leaned back in the chair as the surgeon removed the blood pressure cuff. "I'd kill for numbers like yours," the doctor remarked, though his own exhaustion was evident. He'd just come off a grueling surgery, but still made time for this checkup. "You know the secret hit the gym," Sam suggested. The surgeon gave a tired shrug. "Easier said than done, my friend." The silence that followed spoke volumes. John Rosen recognized that look, not angry, not sad, just resolved. He tried one last time. "You ever hear that saying about revenge? They say you should dig 2 graves before you start." Sam smirked. "Only 2. Rosen sighed. "I read the report. You really won't let this go? How's Sarah doing?" Sam deflected smoothly. Rosen let it slide. "Buried in her research. Actually excited enough to explain it to me, which is saying something." Just then, Nurse Sandy O'Toole walked in, and Sam yanked his shirt down with exaggerated modesty. "Hey now." She burst out laughing, and even Rosen cracked a smile until he noticed the steel beneath Sam's playful act. The guy was sharp, focused, like a surgeon assessing a patient. "You heal fast for someone who took a bullet recently," Sandy remarked. "Clean living," Sam deadpanned. "Haven't touched more than 1 beer in a month." "Mrs. Lots awake," Sandy updated Rosen. "No complications. Her husband's been by. He's holding up better than I expected." Rosen nodded. "Good to hear." "All right, John, you're cleared," Rosen said, tossing Sam his shirt. "Now cover up before Sandy gets ideas." "My supple sitters. The cafeteria is edible if you douse everything in hot sauce." Sam glanced at Sandy. "You free to show me around?" She checked her watch. "I've got a break. You brave enough for mystery meat, or should we escape this place?" "Lead the way, ma'am." The food was as bland as expected, but Sam loaded his tray anyway. "Wal klopter fike, siftere?" he asked as they sat. "Always," Sandy replied. "You live nearby?" "Just off Loch Raven. Small place, half an acre." She hesitated, then added, "Grass needs cutting this weekend." The mention of chores brought it all back, the life she'd planned, the future stolen by faceless enemies far away. Sam didn't need details. The way her voice faltered said enough. He searched for something, anything, to lighten the mood odd, given his own dark intentions. "You were good to me when I was stuck upstairs." "Thanks for that." She managed a faint smile. "Just doing my job." "Pretty face like yours should smile more," he teased. She exhaled. "Not always easy." "I got you laughing earlier," he pointed out. "You startled me." He leaned in slightly. "It's Tim, isn't it?" The name hit her like a punch. The topic wasn't something people usually discussed, was it? Sandy held Kelly's gaze for a long moment before finally whispering, "I still don't get it." Kelly exhaled, turning the thought over in his mind before answering. "Some parts are simple. You as Ichemtad. Not so much. The toughest part," he admitted, "is figuring out why people force these choices on us. Why they do the things they do. At the end of the day, there are just bad people in the world, and if you don't stop them, they'll come for you eventually. You can pretend they don't exist, but that never lasts. And sometimes you see things you can't unsee." He leaned back, struggling to find the right words. "You've seen awful things here, Sandy. I've seen worse. I've watched people do things that... Your nightmare? She interrupted softly. Kelly gave a slow nod. Yeah. Almost got myself killed that night. What happened? Trust me, you don't want the details, he cut in. Hell, I don't even understand it myself. Maybe they believe in something, so much they forget what it means to be human. Maybe they want something so badly they stop caring. Or maybe they're just wired wrong. I fortschrittlich. But what they do is real. And someone has to stand in their way. Even when you know it won't change a damn thing, he thought. But didn't say. How could he tell her that her husband had died for nothing? Sandy's voice turned bitter. So what? My husband was some kind of hero on a white horse? Kelly shook his head. You're the one in white, Sandy. You fight one kind of battle. There are others. Somebody has to fight those too. I still don't see why Tim had to die. Kelly sighed. It wasn't about politics or grand causes. Every life was supposed to have its time until someone cut it short. He'd seen it happen, even caused it himself. But how do you explain that to the ones left behind? How do you justify it to yourself? You do tough work, right? He asked suddenly. Yeah, Sandy admitted. Ever think about switching to something easier? Pediatrics, maybe? Happier place, right? She shrugged. Sure, but it's still important. Babies need care too. But you don't do that. You work neuro. The hard stuff. Someone has to... Exactly, Kelly interrupted. It's brutal on you, on your heart, but you do it anyway. Sandy hesitated, then nodded firmly. Yes. That's why Tim did what he did. He saw a flicker of understanding before grief clouded her eyes again. It still doesn't feel fair. Maybe the situation doesn't make sense, Kelly offered. But the people, they do. He rubbed his temple. Sorry, I'm no philosopher. Just a beat-up Navy guy. Sandy almost smiled. Not too beat up. And you've got some fight left. Not all of us make it, Kelly said quietly. But the ones who do. That's worth something. He stood, walking her back toward the unit, the silence stretching between them. Finally, he cleared his throat. Listen, maybe dinner sometime? Not now, but... Sandy gave him a sideways glance, half dismissive, half curious. I'll think about it. Neither of them was ready. But for the first time in a long while, she wondered what kind of man was this, really? Kelly found herself questioning the risks of getting involved with him. Stepping into the Pentagon for the first time, Kelly felt out of place, second-guessing whether he should have worn his old khaki uniform, though those days were behind him. He'd opted for a crisp blue suit instead, the Navy cross ribbon pinned discreetly to his lapel. The bus tunnel led him inside, where he scanned a directory, committing the maze-like layout to memory before heading to the right office. A petty officer glanced up as he entered. John Kelly, he announced. I have a meeting with Admiral Maxwell. He took a seat, eyeing a copy of Navy Times on the table. Same old complaints, nothing new. Mr. Trapple, why cern the Kelly? A voice summoned him, and he stepped into the office, the door sealing shut behind him, with a red warning light flickering on. How are you holding up, John? Maxwell asked, his tone casual but assessing. Fine, sir, Kelly replied, though the presence of a flag officer still put him on edge. The tension spiked when two more men entered, one in civilian attire, the other a rear admiral with a Medal of Honor gleaming on his chest. Maxwell handled introductions. Heard plenty about you, Podolsky said, gripping Kelly's hand. Cass and I go way back, Maxwell added, nodding at the aircraft panel on the wall. 15 for me, 18 for him. All documented, Podolsky quipped. Greer smirked. I didn't bag any, but at least I kept my brain intact. He unzipped his map case, revealing an annotated version of the same intel Kelly had at home. Then came the photos Colonel Zachariah's face, enhanced and unmistakable. I was 3 miles from that site, Kelly muttered. Nobody briefed me because it didn't exist yet, Greer cut in. Place is new. Maxwell leaned forward. Any other images? Just SR-71 recon shots. My guy's reviewing every frame Air Force vet, reports directly to me. Podolsky chuckled. You're turning into quite the spook. They need me, Greer shot back, half joking, half deadly serious. Kelly studied them. The banter reminded him of the chief's mess, just with less profanity. Tell me about the valley, Greer pressed. Somewhere you don't want to be. First, walk me through Dutch's extraction. Every detail. Kelly recounted the mission departing the skate, the river extraction, the chopper ride to Kitty Hawk. The admirals exchanged glances he couldn't decipher. To him, they were untouchable, ageless. But to them, he was a reflection of their younger selves. A warrior, tested and hardened. The silent looks they shared carried the pride of elders watching the next generation step into their legacy. The stakes were higher now, and the discussion had taken a more intense turn. That was quite the briefing, Greer remarked as Kelly wrapped up. So this region, it's pretty crowded? Sort of, Kelly replied. Not a major city, but plenty of farms and small settlements. I spotted traffic on that road, mostly bicycles and oak carts, with the occasional truck. Not exactly a highway. Podolsky frowned. No military presence. Kelly tapped the map. Admiral, if there were troops, they'd be right here. His finger traced the markings for Neva positions. But getting in, that's the real problem. There's no clean approach, Maxwell admitted. We've considered helo insertions, even an amphibious landing followed by a fast push up this route. Kelly shook his head. Too risky. That road's a death trap. Vietnam's armed to the teeth. Every farmer with a rifle thinks he's defending the motherland. You'd be walking into a hornet's nest. Podolsky still struggled to grasp it. The locals actually back the communists? Kelly gave a dry laugh. Admiral, why do you think we've been stuck there for years? Why do downed pilots vanish without a trace? They don't see the world like we do. And if you land Marines on that beach, don't expect a warm welcome. That road, it's barely passable, one fallen tree, and it's a dead end. Helicopters are the only way. The room fell silent. The area was crawling with anti-aircraft guns, and the admirals exchanged uneasy glances. If even seasoned pilots hesitated at a ground assault, the threat must be worse than Kelly realized. We can neutralize the flak, Maxwell mused. Greer shot him a look. Not bringing back the B-52s, are you? Maxwell shook his head. Newport News is heading back to the gun line soon. Ever seen her in action, John? Kelly nodded. Twice near the coast. Those 8-inch guns are something else. But here's the thing, the more moving parts, the more chances to fail. One hiccup, and the whole mission crumbles. He leaned back, realizing the warning wasn't just for them. Podolsky checked his watch. Dutch, we've got another meeting in 5. The session hadn't gone as planned, but Greer and Maxwell had gleaned valuable insights. Kelly hesitated. Mind if I ask why the secrecy? Maxwell glanced at Greer, who sighed. Song Tae was compromised. We still don't know how, but intel suggests they knew we were coming, just not when. We hit the camp after they moved the prisoners, but before their ambush was ready. Luck, good and bad. Kelly's stomach dropped. Someone betrayed us. Greer's smile was grim. Welcome to the spy game, Chief. But why? If I ever meet the bastard, I'll ask him myself. Greer turned to the others. That's our lead. Quietly dig through the mission records. Where are they? Yeglin Air Force Base where Kingpin trained. Podolsky raised an eyebrow. Mercury coughed. Kelly felt their eyes lock onto him. Gentlemen, I was just a chief. Greer ignored the protest. Where's your car parked? When the city. Took the bus. Then you're riding with me. Greer motioned toward the parking lot. There's a shuttle that runs back here later if you need it. They stepped outside into the crisp air, the silence between them comfortable rather than awkward. His Mercury sat waiting by the riverfront parking area, its chrome gleaming under the afternoon sun. As Kelly slid into the passenger seat, Greer merged onto the George Washington Parkway, the Potomac glinting through the trees. Dutch forwarded your file, Greer said, tapping the steering wheel. I went through every page. Damn impressive, kid. He left out the part about Kelly's IQ scores 3 different tests, all hovering near genius level. Every CO you served under wrote glowing recommendations. Had good leaders to learn from, sir. Clearly. Greer adjusted his sunglasses. 3 of them pushed for Ox, yet here you are. And that full ride to Indiana? Olympic-level swimmer with grades that could have landed academic scholarships, hell. You even got through prep school on merit. So what gives? Kelly stared at the passing traffic. School just. Tutu wasn't my thing. Dad did his time in the Navy during the war. Figured I'd follow suit. He didn't mention the crushed hope in his father's eyes when he enlisted instead. Greer let that hang, unsatisfied. My last command was the Daniel Webster, Greer continued. Brilliant Chief Sonarman, Ph.D. in physics, knew his systems inside out. But leadership? He shook his head. You can't help but step up even when you try not to. Kelly shrugged. When things go sideways, somebody's gotta fix it. Most people wait for orders. Greer smirked as a highway sign blurred past. Then there's folks like you, the ones who just do. The car slowed as a fortified checkpoint came into view. Kelly's stomach dropped. Ever work with agency personnel overseas? Greer asked casually. Kelly tensed. Some. We were attached to Project Phoenix small support role. Your take on them? The Spackley War. The rest? Kelly shot him a wry look. Better suited for mixing cocktails than field work. Greer barked a laugh. Christ, don't let Langley hear you say that. He parked briskly, ushering Kelly past security with a visitor badge that screamed escort required. The building's bland exterior felt unnerving, too normal for what lurked inside. Greer's 6th-floor office smelled of leather and coffee. He shut the door with a click. What's your next week look like? Open. Kelly's guard went up. Vernderd. Greer pulled a folder from his desk. Dutch mentioned your situation. The B-save. But right now, 20 PUL won't see home unless we move fast. He tossed a credential onto Kelly's lap. Option 1, Dutch reactivates you. Option 2, Binel Potty, he leaned in. Civilian consultant. Triple a chief's pay. You fly to Eglin. Review ops plans, tell us how to make this work. Kelly flipped open the ID. The photo stared back, official and irrevocable. The file even contained his old Navy ID photo, just a standard headshot. The kind you'd see on a government badge. Hold on, sir. I'm not exactly qualified for... Actually, you are, but we need it to look like you're not. Greer cut in, his frustration with the agency bubbling into dry sarcasm. Officially, you're just some junior analyst collecting data for a report that'll gather dust on a shelf. Half our budget vanishes into projects like this. Welcome to the bureaucratic black hole. Kelly hesitated. You're serious about this? Listen. Dutch Maxwell is ready to torch his career for those men. Deary Prever, so am I. If there's a shot at bringing them home. What about the peace negotiations? Greer exhaled, weighing how much to reveal. Zacharias is officially dead. The other side confirmed it, even released a photo of a corpse. They sent the chaplain and a fellow officer's wife to break the news to his widow, then gave her a week to clear out of base housing. That's how dead he is. His jaw tightened. We've had quiet discussions, but the truth. Our government won't derail peace talks over this. The evidence we have wouldn't hold up in court, and that's the bar they've set. 20 more lives might be the cost of ending this war. Those men, already written off. Kelly's stomach twisted. How many people did America abandon, not just soldiers, but civilians in their own cities? It's really that broken. Greer's exhaustion was etched into every line of his face. Know why I took this job? I was done. Ready for retirement, golf, consulting gigs. But too many people here treat reality like paperwork, forget there are lives at the end of every memo. That's why I stayed. Somebody's got to drag this place back to earth. He leaned forward. This is a black op, meaning it doesn't exist. O's it crazy? Absolutely. But it's the hand we've been dealt. You in or out. Tafelberg, decidedly. New Orleans. Kelly's silence stretched, then dissolved into a slow nod. If you think I can help, sir, I'm in. What's the timeline? Greer tossed a ticket folder onto the desk. You fly out tomorrow afternoon. Returns open-ended, but I want you back by Friday. ID's under John Clark, easy enough to remember. My direct line's in there. Peck light. Aye, aye, sir. As Greer walked him out, he added, and keep every receipt. Uncle Sam loves his paperwork almost as much as he loves wasting money. Kelly smirked. Do 01 Taff. Outside, the blue Pentagon shuttle rolled up moments after he reached the stop. The ride was surreal, half passengers in uniform, half in suits, all locked in silence like a single word might breach national security. He almost laughed until he remembered the weight of his own mission. Greer had handed him something unexpected, a chance to matter. Kelly reclined in his seat, gazing absently out the airplane window as the other passengers around him remained stiffly upright, lost in their own thoughts. Everyone's thrilled, Piaggi remarked, swirling his drink. I told you from the start, when you've got the top product in town, people notice. Not everyone's celebrating, Tucker countered with a smirk. Some folks are stuck with warehouses full of French product, and our little welcome discount just slashed their profits in half. Tucker chuckled to himself. The old school dealers had been price gouging for years, typical monopoly behavior. To any casual observer, the two men could have passed for corporate executives or attorneys, given their polished appearance and the upscale restaurant just steps from the newly built Garmat's courthouse. Piaggi, dressed in sleek Italian silk, made a mental note to recommend his tailor to Henry. At least the man had finally ditched the cheap suits. Now, if only he'd toned down the flashiness. Subtlety was key, just enough polish to command respect without drawing the wrong kind of attention. The ones who flaunted their wealth, like those gaudy street hustlers, were playing a reckless game they didn't even comprehend. Next shipment's doubling. Your people ready? Piece of cake, Piaggi said. Philly's especially grateful. Their usual supplier had an unfortunate mishap. Yeah, caught that in the papers. Amateur hour, too many loose ends. Nellie, you're sharp. Just don't get too sharp, got it? Piaggi's tone carried a quiet warning. Point is, let's not make those same mistakes. Piaggi took a slow sip of his beer, relaxing into the booth. Gotta say, it's refreshing working with someone who knows how to run things tight. People are curious about your supply chain, but I've got that covered. Though if you ever need extra backing down the line. Tucker's gaze hardened. Not happening. Not now, not ever. For now, sure. But keep it in mind. Tucker gave a curt nod, letting the subject drop for now. But his mind was racing. Trust was a slippery thing in this business. He trusted Piaggi to pay on time, and so far the man had. The steady profits were his safety net, and even a missed payment wouldn't cripple him anymore. As long as the product kept flowing, they'd keep operating like any legitimate enterprise. That was the whole point of this arrangement. But loyalty, that ended where usefulness did. Henry had never expected more, but if Piaggi started sniffing around his suppliers. Piaggi, meanwhile, wondered if he'd pushed too far. Tucker didn't seem to grasp the full potential of what they were building control over the entire East Coast market, all under the radar. Sooner or later, expansion would require more capital, and his connections were already offering. But Tucker's reaction made it clear, push any further, and things would sour. Best to let it lie. Pity, really. Tucker was sharp, just not ambitious enough. Maybe he'd grow into it. He'd never be made, but he could still be valuable. Next Friday work? Tucker asked. Perfect. Why, keep it clean. Keep it smart. Done. The flight was smooth, a routine trip on a Piedmont 737 out of Friendship Airport. Kelly sat in coach, picking at the airline meal. Flying over the U always struck him as surreal compared to his other airborne experiences. The sheer number of backyard pools amazed him, tiny turquoise squares dotting the landscape, glinting under the sun as they passed over Tennessee's rolling hills. Kelly's homeland seemed peaceful and inviting at first glance, but appearances could be deceiving. At least here he didn't have to dodge gunfire or watch for tracers lighting up the night sky. The rental car was ready when he arrived, complete with a neatly folded map on the passenger seat. He'd considered flying into Panama City, Florida, but something about New Orleans felt right. Maybe the lingering jazz in the air or the way the city hummed with hidden energy. Tossing his bags into the trunk, he hit the road, the hum of the engine giving him space to think. Driving wasn't so different from piloting his boat, both required focus. But the highway offered a strange kind of stillness, a blank slate for his mind to sketch out plans. By the time he cracked a faint smile, his thoughts were already weeks ahead, methodically picking apart every possible angle. 4 hours later, after cutting through the southern stretches of Mississippi and Alabama, he rolled up to the gates of Eglin Air Force Base. The place was a fitting training ground for the kingpin operative, sweltering and sticky, just like the jungles they'd eventually infiltrate. A young Air Force captain named Griffin met him at the gate, snapping off a crisp salute that caught Kelly off guard. Clearly, the CIA mystique still carried weight in some circles. Griffin led him to a modest room in the bachelor officer's quarters, close enough to the beach that Kelly could almost taste the salt in the air. After settling in, they headed to the officers' club, where Griffin assured him his visitor pass would get him whatever he needed. You folks really know how to welcome a guy, Kelly remarked, raising his beer. So, you know why I'm here? Griffin leaned in slightly, his voice dropping. Fufta boos pingpin right. He glanced around like they were in some cheesy spy flick. We've got everything prepped for you. Heard you did some work over there yourself. Kelly nodded. That's right. The captain hesitated, then asked, Mind if I ask you something? Go ahead. You think they ever figured out who torched that mission? Kelly took a slow sip. No, but maybe I'll stumble across something while I'm here. My brother was supposed to be in that camp. Griffin admitted, his jaw tightening. He'd be home now if it weren't for some real bastard. Kelly finished, watching the younger man flush. You find out who it was, then what? Not my call, Kelly said, instantly regretting his earlier remark. When do I start? Officially tomorrow, but the files are ready now. Good, because you're such a bore. I need a quiet room, coffee, maybe some food. 10 minutes later, Kelly was hunched over a stack of reconnaissance photos, a legal pad at his elbow. The first set, taken by an RF-101 Voodoo, showed the Song Tay camp discovered entirely by chance, a hidden puzzle piece in what was supposed to be a minor outpost. The prisoners had left desperate signals, a K scuffed into the dirt, laundry hung just so, stones arranged in silent pleas for rescue. The names attached to the operation read like a hall of fame for special ops, legends Kelly had only heard in whispers. As he scribbled notes, one document in particular made him pause. It wasn't just familiar, it was a blueprint for what he was walking into now. The memo from a senior general to his subordinate revealed that while the Song Tay mission held its own significance, it served a larger strategic purpose. The three-star officer aimed to prove he could infiltrate special operations teams deep into North Vietnam, a capability that would unlock new opportunities, including targeting a critical dam facility. Kelly immediately grasped the implication. This was about securing authorization to deploy multiple teams behind enemy lines, mirroring the Lowe's tactics used in Europe during World War II. The document ended with a stark warning about the political sensitivity surrounding Polar Circle, the early codename for what later became Operation Kingpin. Any perception of escalating the conflict could spark backlash. Kelly drained his second coffee, shaking his head at the irony. The enemy operated with brutal freedom, yet their own side agonized over appearances. He'd witnessed it firsthand. Even programs like Phoenix, designed to dismantle the enemy's political network, were treated like state secrets. Weren't uniformed combatants legitimate targets? The hypocrisy gnawed at him, but he pushed it aside, refocusing on the stack of files. Planning the operation had been a marathon, assembling a team of legends like Colonel Bull Simons, a battle-hardened leader whose reputation preceded him, and Dick Meadows, a younger but equally relentless operator. These men lived to disrupt the enemy with precision and minimal footprint. Yet the bureaucratic hurdles were staggering. Kelly lost count of the redundant memos to higher-ups, each pledging success as if paperwork guaranteed victory. Half of them read like carbon copies, likely penned by some exasperated clerk recycling phrases for oblivious superiors. For hours, he sifted through reports Eglin's concerns, CIA's nitpicking, absurd suggestions from desk jockeys who'd never set foot in the field. What started as a straightforward mission had ballooned into a spectacle, debated all the way up to the White House. Exhausted, Kelly called it a night at 2:30 a.m., locking the documents away before heading to his quarters. Sleep was a luxury when the mission demanded urgency. At dawn, he was already sprinting barefoot along the beach, surrounded by others like him, operators with that unmistakable build, their routines hinting at training far beyond standard PT. The air hummed with unspoken purpose, and for a moment, the weight of paperwork faded. Out here, action spoke louder than memos. The men exchanged glances, sizing each other up in silent competition, each wondering just how formidable the others truly were. Kelly smirked to himself, pleased that he belonged to this tight-knit group and earned their wary respect. After a hearty breakfast and a hot shower, he felt recharged, ready to tackle another day of paperwork. Walking back to the office, he caught himself questioning why he'd ever walked away from this brotherhood. This was home now, more than Indianapolis had ever been. Days blurred into routine 6 hours of sleep, quick meals, no alcohol beyond that first beer. His workouts stretched longer, not just for fitness, but to prove something. He'd never admitted outright, but he wanted to be the strongest man on that beach at dawn, not just another face in the crowd. By the fourth morning, his transformation was undeniable. The others recognized him now, his presence expected, his scars sparking quiet speculation. They assumed he was still active duty, never guessing he'd walked away quit. His mind corrected with a sting of regret. The paperwork surprised him. He'd never considered himself a strategist, but now he dissected plans with sharp precision. The Song Tae raid had been a masterpiece, meticulously rehearsed, only to crumble under delays. The mock-up camp, built and dismantled daily to avoid Soviet satellites, must have worn on the men. And then, the bitter twist, the prisoners were gone before the team even arrived. Kelly clenched his jaw. Not betrayal, just bureaucracy moving too slow. The operation itself was flawless. A Sikorsky slamming into the compound, miniguns shredding guard towers, like paper. No theatrics, just raw efficiency. The after-action reports painted a vivid picture. Guards obliterated in seconds, the team's initial euphoria shattered by the hollow realization, no POWs to rescue. The silence on those choppers back to Thailand must have been deafening. Yet there were lessons here. Kelly scribbled notes until his fingers ached. Kingpin was a brutal education in perfection and futility. And as he closed the files, one thought lingered sometimes. Even doing everything right wasn't enough. So much had succeeded, he realized, and those victories could be shamelessly replicated. The only real failure had been timing. Elite troops like those could have been deployed much earlier. The push for perfection hadn't come from the field operators, but from higher-ups men who'd grown distant from the raw energy and sharp instincts of youth. And that hesitation had doomed the mission. Not because of Bull Simons, Dick Meadows, or the Green Berets, who'd willingly risked everything for strangers, but because of men too scared to jeopardize their cushy careers and corner offices, because clearly those mattered more than the lives of the soldiers on the front lines. Song Tae was Vietnam in miniature. A flawless team, undone in minutes, betrayed as much by red tape as by some faceless bureaucrat lurking in the shadows. But Sender Green would be different, Kelly told himself. This time it was a private operation, no oversight, no hesitation. If bureaucracy was the real enemy, then cutting it out of the equation was the solution. "Captain, you've been a huge help," Kelly said. "Find what you needed, Mr. Clark." Griffin asked. "Absolutely," Kelly replied, slipping back into naval lingo without thinking. "Your intel on the secondary camp was top-notch. If no one's said it yet, that analysis might have saved lives. Let me put it this way. I wish we'd had someone like you running intel back when I was in the field." Griffin shifted uncomfortably. "I can't fly, sir. Gotta make myself useful somehow." "Bive, Vitersatrace." Kelly handed over his notes, watching as Griffin sealed them in an envelope with red wax. "Courier this to the address inside." "Will do." "You should take a break, sir. Did you even sleep?" Griffin asked. Kelly smirked. "Figured I'd unwind in New Orleans before heading back." "Solid choice." Griffin walked him to the car, already packed and ready. As Kelly drove off, he marveled at how easily one piece of intel had fallen into place. His quarters had a New Orleans phone book, and right there, like fate, was the name he'd been hunting since sitting in James Greer's office. Meanwhile, Tucker watched Rick and Billy finish loading the shipment. This was the big one, the deal that would finally cement his reputation. Part of it was bound for New York, where demand had spiked after a major bust. Until now, he'd been an ambitious outsider, but this haul would change everything. Baltimore and Philadelphia would be covered for weeks, maybe less if distribution was as smooth as promised. The leftovers? Straight to the Big Apple. Billy flicked on the radio, catching a weather update instead of sports. Glad we're moving now. Storms rolling in later. Tucker glanced outside. The sky was still clear, untroubled. Nothing we can't handle, he said. New Orleans was a city unlike any other, a blend of European elegance and American hustle. Once ruled by the French and Spanish, it clung to its traditions, from its baffling legal code to the way locals casually slipped French into everyday talk. It was a place where history lived, and Kelly planned to soak it all in before the real work began. Pierre Lamarck came from Acadian roots, with distant relatives still scattered through the bayou country. While tourists found the local customs charming and others clung to tradition, Lamarck saw them only as background noise, something to set him apart in a profession that demanded flamboyance. He cultivated his image carefully, a crisp white linen suit, vest, and a bold red tie that screamed respectable businessman with a touch of showmanship. His eggshell white Cadillac completed the picture, understated compared to the gaudy rides favored by lesser men in his line of work. One fool even mounted steer horns on his Lincoln, a desperate attempt at flash from a man who couldn't manage basic courtesy, let alone class. Lamarck, on the other hand, prided himself on refinement. He treated his girls well, or so he told himself, as he held the door for his latest edition, a 15-year-old with wide eyes and a hesitant step, fresh to his stable of 8. She'd earned a rare gesture with a private performance earlier that evening. The caddy purred to life, and by 7:30, Lamarck was rolling toward the French Quarter, where convention crowds meant steady business. Tonight, with distributors in town, the streets would be flush with cash. Kelly spotted him half a block away, who else wore a 3-piece suit with a girl in a micro mini. The cheap glint of her jewelry was visible even from a distance. He eased his rental car into traffic, keeping a few vehicles between them. White Cadillacs weren't exactly common, and this one led him across the river without much effort. A risky run through a yellow light was the only hiccup. When the caddy stopped at a hotel, the girl stepped out, her walk a practiced blend of purpose and resignation. Kelly avoided looking too closely tonight. Wasn't about sympathy. The mission demanded cold precision, not the anger that had brought him here. The Cadillac rolled on, parking near a garish bar, just close enough to the upscale district to draw clients, but far enough to avoid scrutiny. Taxis came and went like clockwork, proof of the place's reliable clientele. Kelly parked 3 blocks away, using the walk to scout the area. Neon signs flickered over doorways, and women in short skirts offered hollow smiles. He ignored them, scanning the street for exits, blind spots, anything useful. The past whispered at the edges of his mind, but he shut it down. Tonight was about the hunt. The man wore relaxed, nondescript clothing, the kind a well-off but unassuming guy might choose for a sweltering, muggy evening. His outfit whispered wealth without shouting it, and the way he carried himself made it clear he wasn't someone to mess with. He had the air of a man who knew his worth but preferred to keep things low-key, even when stepping into the shadows for the night. At exactly 8:17, he pushed through the doors of Wildcats, a dimly lit bar thick with cigarette smoke and the raw energy of a live rock band. The music pulsed from the far end of the room, where a modest dance floor was packed with people swaying to the beat, some his age, most younger. In the corner, Pierre Lamarck lounged at a table with a couple of associates, their body language suggesting business rather than friendship. Kelly made a beeline for the restroom, partly out of necessity, but mostly to scope out the layout. A side exit offered no advantage. Lamarck's table was just as accessible from the main entrance. The quickest route to the white Cadillac outside would take anyone right past Kelly's spot at the bar, So that's where he planted himself, ordering a beer and pretending to be engrossed in the band. By 9:10, the scene at Lamarck's table shifted. Two women approached, one draping herself over his lap, the other whispering something that made him smirk. His companions watched with mild amusement as both women discreetly passed him something. Kelly kept his gaze on the band, careful not to stare, but Lamarck made it obvious cash, thick and flashy, rolled into the wad he pulled from his pocket. Classic pimp behavior, Kelly noted. The women left, replaced by others in a steady rotation. His tablemates got the same treatment, laughing too loudly, tossing bills at the waitress like it was nothing. Kelly stayed mobile, shedding his jacket and rolling up his sleeves to blend in better. He nursed 2 beers over 4 hours, keeping his wits sharp, despite the stifling heat and the bar's seedy energy. The monotony of surveillance didn't bother him. He cataloged every movement, every face, assigning nicknames to the regulars. Lamarck never removed his suit jacket, always kept his back to the wall. His companions joked with forced camaraderie, their interactions too polished to be genuine. Even among his own kind, Lamarck was alone. Just past midnight, Kelly slipped his jacket back on and headed to the restroom again. Inside a stall, he adjusted the pistol tucked into his waistband. 2 beers in 4 hours, his system should have burned through them by now. He hoped. At the sink, he caught a glimpse in the mirror as the door swung open. A flash of white suit, dark hair. Kelly took his time, waiting for the flush. The man turned, their eyes locking in the reflection. "Excuse me," Pierre Lamarck said. Kelly tossed the crumpled paper towel aside, his hands finally dry. "I've always had a thing for women," he murmured, keeping his voice low. Lamarck, already 6 drinks deep and swaying slightly, barely registered the comment as he admired his reflection in the grimy bathroom mirror. "The kind who approach you first," Kelly added, hesitating. "They, answer to you, right?" Lamarck smirked, running a cheap black comb through his hair. "You could put it that way, friend. What's your angle?" Kelly shifted uncomfortably, rubbing the back of his neck. "I might need some company tonight. A few friends in town, one celebrating a birthday, a little private party." Lamarck cut in, amused. "Got it." Kelly's attempt at bashfulness only made him seem more out of place, but the awkwardness played to his advantage. "Why didn't you just say so? How many girls you thinking?" "The 3, maybe 4. Let's step outside, I could use some fresh air." Sure. Just let me rinse off real quick." Kelly waited by the bar's entrance, the streets surprisingly calm for New Orleans. Even in a city that never slept, midweek nights had their own quiet rhythm. Footsteps approached and Lamarck clapped him on the shoulder. "No shame in wanting a good time, especially when you're out of town, right?" "I'll pay whatever it takes," Kelly said, forcing a nervous grin. Lamarck chuckled, playing the seasoned businessman, putting a rookie at ease. "With my girls, you better. Anything else you need to keep the party going?" Kelly cleared his throat, motioning toward a dim alley. "Maybe something to, liven things up?" Lamarck followed without hesitation. "I got you covered." "Say, you look familiar. You ever meet Pam? Blonde, real slim?" Kelly nodded. "Yeah, she was fun." "Not with me anymore," Lamarck said dismissively. "But I got plenty more. Fresh faces, always ready to please." "I bet," Kelly muttered, his hand slipping behind his back. "They're all on something, right? To keep them lively." Lamarck grinned. "Happy juice, my man. Make sure they're always in the mood." He paused at the alley's mouth, scanning the street probably for cops, which worked just fine for Kelly. Behind him, the narrow passage was barely lit, lined with dumpsters, and the occasional scrawny cat. "All right, 4 girls, all night, plus party favors, let's call it 500. Top shelf service, no regrets." Hands where I can see them, Kelly ordered, pressing the barrel of his Colt against Lamarck's ribs. The pimp scoffed. You're making a big mistake, pal, bigger than arguing with a loaded gun. Kelly's tone was ice. Walk. Vertrate quietly. Maybe you'll live to drink another round. Lamarck's bravado wavered. You really want to die over this? You tell me, Kelly countered. Is your wallet worth it? Lamarck weighed his options, then turned into the shadows. 50 yards in, Kelly yanked him against the brick wall, checking the alley twice before growling. Give me your piece slow. I don't. The click of the hammer silenced him. Try again. Lamarck swallowed hard. Easy, man. It's just cash. Smart answer, Kelly said as a small pistol slid into his waiting hand. Kelly slid his finger inside the trigger guard, careful not to leave prints on the weapon. The weight of the pistol settled comfortably in his coat pocket, but the reality of what he was about to do sent a cold ripple down his spine. Lamarck fumbled with the roll of cash, his nerves fraying at the edges. Good for intimidation, bad for predictability. Kelly felt his own muscles tighten. Appreciate it, mister. Lamarck, he said, keeping his tone smooth, though the man's wavering focus and liquor-slurred words made the air feel thicker. Then Lamarck's gaze sharpened just for a second. Hold up, you mentioned Pam earlier. Kelly didn't flinch. Yeah, I did. Lamarck's face twisted in the dim light, eyes glinting like wet stones in a riverbed. You're one of the guys who wrecked her. Watrous Baffin. Lamarck barked a laugh. She came to me, man. And you handed her pills like candy so she could keep up with the party, right? Kelly's voice was eerily calm, detached, like he was discussing the weather. Just business, huh? Just another girl to use? Lamarck's bravado flickered. She was good at what she did. Was, Kelly echoed, hand dipping into his pocket. Because she's dead. Somebody made sure of that. Not me. Lamarck's voice cracked. He was sweating now, caught in a nightmare where the rules kept shifting. Kelly twisted the silencer into place with a quiet click. Lamarck's breath hitched as his brain finally caught up. This wasn't a shakedown. This was an ending. Then why? Kelly didn't let him finish. The pistol rose, swift and final. Practice, he said, and the word hung in the air like smoke. The plane ride back to D was quiet, half-empty, just how Kelly preferred it. He sipped orange juice and replayed the night in his head, the way he always did after an op. Old SEAL habits died hard. Performance critique, his old CO would have called it. Lamarck's blood had been the surprise arterial spray, messy and dramatic. Kelly had dodged most of it, but not all. Small oversight. At least he dressed for the occasion. Dark clothes, a homemade catch bag for the shell casings, a location with no witnesses. Lamarck had dropped like a sack of flour. No twitching, no last words. Teffer craze, efficient. But as the plane hummed through the clouds, Kelly's fingers tapped restlessly against the armrest. Traft at Depson, one mistake. That's all it took. Next time, he'd stand farther back. The alley had been dim, the perfect place to disappear back into the flow of pedestrians before reaching his car. Back at the motel, he stripped off everything, the blood-stained pants, the shirt, even the socks, stuffing them into a plastic dry cleaning bag. A quick trip across the street to toss it in a grocery store dumpster, and the evidence was gone. If anyone found it, they'd probably assume some butcher had a messy day at work. He'd been careful no open meetings with Lamarck. Their only conversation under light had been in the bar's restroom, and luck had been on his side. The sidewalk where they'd walked was too shadowed, too anonymous. Even if someone recognized Lamarck, they'd only recall a vague figure near him. A fair risk, Kelly decided, gazing down at the dense forests of northern Alabama. The scene had been staged like a robbery. Lamarck's flashy roll of cash, nearly $1,500, tucked away in his bag. Leaving the money would have raised questions. Cash was cash, and taking it made the whole thing look random, just another street crime. As for the act itself, he refused to call it a crime. He'd executed it cleanly. But the real test had been inside his own head. This wasn't combat, not like Vietnam, yet his nerves had held. No shaking, no hesitation. Just the old familiar rush, every sense sharpened, every sound amplified, his body humming with adrenaline. For a moment, he'd felt more alive than he had in years. It was almost ironic, that surge of vitality coming from ending a life. But Lamarck, he'd lost any right to sympathy long ago. Maybe he'd had a rough childhood. Maybe the world had failed him. Kelly didn't care. Lamarck had chosen his path, exploiting vulnerable girls without a second thought. And choices have consequences. Somewhere out there, someone who loved one of those girls might have done the same thing. Lamarck had rolled the dice, and this time, he'd lost. Kelly leaned back, eyes closed, searching for guilt. There was none. No regret. No sorrow, just the quiet certainty that the world was better off. The plane hummed beneath him, miles above the earth, and he felt nothing but calm. Lamarck's death meant nothing to Kelly, just another bad guy erased from existence. The 5 girls he'd spotted working the bar might miss their pimp, but who knows? Maybe one would use this as her chance to turn things around. Not likely, sure, but hope wasn't a crime. Reality kept Kelly grounded. He couldn't fix the whole damn world, but that didn't mean he'd ignore the cracks he could patch. Still, none of that answered the real question. How did he feel about wiping Pierre Lamarck off the map? The truth? Nothing. No satisfaction. Just the quiet pride of a job well done. Like squashing a roach, no fanfare. Just one less pest in the world. The money. A prop, not a prize. Pam's death stayed unavenged. The world kept spinning. But he'd proven something to himself, cold, clean efficiency. Eyes shut, Kelly let his mind sharpen. Lamarck was small time. What came next? Bigger targets, worse men. This time they came to him. Greer smirked as he guided them into the CIA's sleek conference room. No Pentagon chaos here. VIP parking, chilled air. Podolsky already camped by the vent, cigarette in hand. "Dutch, you nailed it," Greer said, sliding typed notes across the table. "Should have dragged this kid into Ox at gunpoint. He's exactly what we used to be." Podolsky's laugh was sharp. No wonder he quit. "Careful with that gun idea," Greer countered. "Spent last night digging through his file. White's Dords and the calf. The guy's a tornado." Maxwell's brow furrowed. "Wild. Call it." "Motivated," Greer amended. 3 COs backed his plays except one. "Plastic flower. That political op he iced?" "Bingo." His LT lost it, but after what he saw? Only mistake was rushing in. Podolsky glanced up, fighter pilot grin intact. "Hell, I'd have done worse. And look, kid writes cleaner than half my analysts." "Jesuit education," Greer said. "Our kingpin assessment lines up with his, minus some bluntness." Maxwell leaned in. "Who ran CIA's eval?" "Robert Ritter. Europe guy. Terse but sharp." Podolsky blew smoke. "Why's a Euro specialist on Kingpin?" Maxwell's smile was thin. "You know why, Cass. If Boxwood Green kicks off, we need ops muscle. My cloud only stretches so far." Greer scanned the room, watching as each person at the table gave a hesitant nod, all except Podolsky. who kept his eyes glued to his files before finally voicing the question on everyone's mind. Can we really trust him? He wasn't the one who blew Kingpin, Greer countered. That's Jim Angleton's mess to sort out. Ritter was brought in for a reason. He knows how this place works better than I do. I'm just the analyst. He's the one who gets things done. And loyalty. The guy nearly got fired for extracting an asset from Gru when the suits upstairs said no. Turned out his guy had intel state needed, which saved Ritter's neck. He left out the part about the martini-loving bureaucrat who'd been quietly sidelined. Some losses weren't worth mourning. Maxwell smirked. So he's a swashbuckler. He sticks by his people, Greer shot back. Something this place tends to forget. Podolsky finally looked up. Sounds like our guy. Bring him in, Maxwell ordered, then leaned forward, his voice dropping to a growl. But make it clear if some pencil pusher screws this up. I'll personally fly down to Pax River, grab an A4 and turn his house into a bonfire. Cass chuckled. Let me handle that, Dutch. I've got a steadier hand for dropping things. Plus, I've got 600 hours in the scooter. Greer wasn't sure if the man was joking. What about Kelly? Maxwell asked. His new alias is Clark. Works better as a civilian, no rank to trip over. He'll never shake the chief mentality, but this way he's flexible. Make it happen, Maxwell said. Having a Navy man under CIA cover but still bound by military discipline was too useful to pass up. Quantico for training, Maxwell added. General Young's an old friend. Aviator. He'll get it. Podolsky grinned. Marty and I went through test pilot school together. True Tiveler true, and honestly, Kingpin was overstaffed. If this works, Kelly deserves his medal. One step at a time, Maxwell warned, turning back to Greer. Keep us posted if Angleton digs up anything. Count on it, Greer said. If there's a rat, we'll flush him out. The guy could catch a fish in a desert. Later, at the airport, Kelly dialed Greer's number while waiting for his luggage. Clark here, he said, amused by the spy movie feel of the alias. Still on for today? Rescheduled. Tuesday at 3:30. Drive in, give me your car details. Kelly rattled off the info, surprised but not offended. You got my notes? Solid work, Clark. We'll review Tuesday. Kelly hung up, muttering, thanks for nothing. An hour later, he was back in his Baltimore apartment, scarfing down sandwiches and Coke. His stubble darkened his jawline, but he couldn't be bothered to shave. A long nap sounded better. The civilian construction crew wasn't entirely sure what they were building, but the paycheck made it worthwhile. With mortgages to cover and kids to feed, they weren't about to question the bizarre structures taking shape on this remote marine base in Virginia's rolling woodlands. The buildings stood out like sore thumbs concrete boxes with strange dimensions, clearly designed using metric measurements despite the American standard blueprints. Most of the crew were military veterans, a mix of Army and Marine Corps alumni who exchanged uneasy glances as officer candidates jogged past the site each dawn. One ex-Marine corporal found himself staring at the fresh-faced recruits, wondering how many would survive their first deployment. He'd made it back from his own tour unscathed, a minor miracle considering how often he'd heard bullets whizzing past his head. The job itself had been straightforward if oddly rushed. 3 weeks of relentless overtime had transformed the cleared site into something resembling a military installation, complete with a massive parking lot that seemed absurd for buildings without plumbing or electricity. But nothing compared to the strangeness of his current assignment: assembling playground equipment under the Virginia sun. As he tightened the last bolt on an oversized jungle gym, he couldn't shake the irony. Here he was, a combat veteran building swing sets for a facility that clearly wasn't meant for children. The Corps worked in mysterious ways, but the overtime checks were fat enough to silence any questions. If only the commute weren't so brutal. Maybe next time they'd need contractors at Fort Belvoir now. That would be convenient. Across town, two old prep school buddies shared drinks at a Capitol Hill bistro. Peter Henderson, a Senate aide, nursed his beer while Wally Hicks from the White House staff lamented the stagnant peace talks. It's the same old story, Wally sighed. We bury ours, they bury theirs. When does it end? Peter frowned, remembering their Andover days when the Cuban Missile Crisis had made war feel imminent. Now, years later, the cycle just repeated. It has to change, Peter insisted, though neither could imagine how. The conversation drifted, heavy with the weight of history neither man could rewrite. The moment their political awakening truly hit home came on an ordinary Tuesday evening, huddled around the flickering black-and-white TV in their boarding school's common room. The president's grim face filled the screen as he addressed the nation. Soviet missiles had been spotted in Cuba. The newspapers had whispered about tensions, but seeing it unfold in grainy real-time made it visceral. For Peter Henderson and Wally Hicks, it was a brutal crash course in global stakes, one their privileged education had somehow failed to deliver until now. Surrounded by the nervous murmurs of classmates, the reality sank in. They were sitting ducks. Boston glittered to the southeast. Westover Air Force Base loomed nearby, and nuclear submarines lurked at Portsmouth. If those missiles launched, their sheltered lives would evaporate before they'd even had a chance to live them. And then, with the absurdity only teenage minds could conjure, the thought struck them simultaneously they never even had sex. Other boys boasted, but Peter and Wally, bound by honesty, admitted their futile attempts. Wasn't the universe supposed to prioritize them? Weren't they destined for greatness? The injustice of it all kept them awake all night, whispering in the dark as the world outside turned from predictable to perilous. By dawn, they'd made a pact. They'd fix this broken system. After graduation, though Brown and Harvard pulled them apart geographically, their missions stayed intact. Political science degrees, master's programs, the right connections, their families smoothed the path, ensuring they bypassed the draft with well-placed phone calls. Now, as junior aides to powerful men, they nursed bruised egos, but underestimated their own influence. Filtering reports, shaping agendas, they controlled the flow of information, often knowing more than their bosses. And wasn't that how it should be? War was idiotic. Peace was logical, and the fact that so many failed to see it baffled them. The only real difference. Hicks operated inside the White House machinery, while Henderson maneuvered elsewhere. But both were certain of one thing. They'd learned the truth young, and the world would catch up eventually. Hicks confided everything in his classmate, which wasn't an issue. Both held special access clearances, and more importantly, he valued the insight of someone whose intellect he respected. What Hicks didn't realize was that Henderson had already crossed a line he hadn't. After the chaos of the Cambodia protests, Henderson had made up his mind. If he couldn't shift policy from within, he'd seek outside allies to stop the reckless decisions threatening global stability. There were others out there, scattered across the world, who shared his disgust for war, people who understood you couldn't shove a government down people's throats. His first connection had been a peace activist at Harvard, but now he was dealing with someone deeper in the shadows. Part of him knew he should have told Hicks, but the moment never felt right. Wally might not be ready to hear it. "It'll happen," Henderson muttered, signaling the waitress for another drink. "This war's ending. We're pulling out. Vietnam gets to choose its own fate. Losing might be the best thing for us, teach us humility, remind us power has limits. Maybe then we'll finally learn to step back and let peace breathe." Kelly woke just past 5, groggy from the previous day's chaos and the exhaustion of travel. But now, after nearly 11 hours of sleep, he felt sharp. Staring into the mirror, he rubbed the thick stubble from 2 unshaven days. Perfect. His outfit was a carefully curated disaster. Oversized, faded, and deliberately ruined. He'd even washed everything in scalding water with extra bleach to make the fabric look as miserable as possible. The final touches, worn-out sneakers and dingy socks, completed the look, though they were sturdier than they appeared. The wig, a mess of coarse black hair, got the hot water treatment before he roughly combed it into disarray. Now it just needed to reek something he'd figure out later. Nature lent a hand as evening storms rolled in, the wind and rain masking his movements as he slipped into his beat-up Volkswagen. Parking near a liquor store, he grabbed a bottle of cheap wine in a crumpled paper bag, then dumped half the contents into the gutter before twisting the cap back on. The neighborhood felt different now, no longer just a place to pass through, but a hunting ground. Driving past the spot where he'd confronted Billy, he glanced for tire marks. Yuri Tsefalapeter. Vietnam flashed in his mind, the tree line, that invisible border between safety and danger where the jungle swallowed you whole. Here, the boundary was just as real, only this time he wasn't marching in with a squad. He was alone in a rusted-out car, accelerating into the urban jungle. Finding a parking spot among other derelict vehicles, he moved fast, slipping into a trash-strewn alley like he was evading an enemy LZ. Every sense was on high alert. The war wasn't over, it had just followed him home. Kelly wiped the sweat from his brow, pleased with how thoroughly he'd worked himself into character. The cheap wine left a bitter taste as he swished it around, before letting it trickle down his chin, staining his already grimy shirt. He scooped up a handful of loose dirt, working it into his skin until his arms looked as weathered as the cracked pavement beneath him. A final touch, he dusted his wig, transforming himself into just another disheveled drifter blending into the urban decay. The alley stretched, long and shadowed, lined with abandoned buildings that sagged under neglect. Kelly slowed his steps, letting his movements grow loose and unsteady, while scanning for the perfect vantage point. It didn't take long. Vacant houses were plentiful here. He settled on a corner property with a second-floor bay window, slipping inside through a rusted back door. The moment he stepped into the wrecked kitchen, 2 rats scurried from a pile of debris, their beady eyes locking onto him. A shudder ran down his spine. Damn rodents. He hated them, their greasy fur, those twitching tails, the way they moved like they owned the place. Hell no, he muttered, sidestepping as they watched him with more curiosity than fear. Anger flared as he climbed the creaking stairs. Since when did rats rattle me? He scoffed at his own reaction. Were they gonna form some kind of rodent militia? The absurdity of it finally broke his tension, and he shook his head with a quiet laugh. The bay windows offered a sweeping view, cracked glass, missing panes, but a solid perch. The streets below were a grid of fading light and shifting shadows, the air thick with humidity from the earlier rain. Streetlights buzzed, drawing moths into their glow, while distant car horns and muffled voices drifted up. Kelly adjusted his binoculars, scanning the Friday night bustle. Dealers worked the corners, customers drifted in and out. One stood out, young, early 20s, moving with the practiced ease of someone who knew the game. Kelly chewed his gum absently, mapping out his next move. The city hummed around him, alive and oblivious to the hunter in its midst. After 20 minutes of careful surveillance, Kelly had a clear mental image of the drug dealer and his right-hand man. They moved with the relaxed confidence of men who'd earned their position, whether by taking it or defending it. Their operation was clearly thriving, with what appeared to be repeat customers. He watched as they strolled up to a luxury import, exchanging jokes with the driver and passenger before the deal went down. Handshakes and casual waves followed. The two men were nearly identical in height and build, so Kelly mentally dubbed them Archie and Jughead. Christ, I used to be so naive, Kelly thought, shaking his head as he scanned the next street. A memory flashed some idiot in Third Sog caught lighting up right before a mission. It had been Kelly's team, his responsibility, and even though the guy was fresh out of SEAL training, that excuse didn't fly. Kelly had laid it out plain. Going into the field, anything less than razor sharp could get the whole team killed. The guy's lazy, "Hey man, I got this," earned him a one-way ticket out courtesy of Kelly's fists. That was the only time drugs had ever touched his unit, as far as he knew. Barisu off duty. Sure, they'd had their wild nights like that legendary bender in Taiwan that left half the hotel in shambles. But that was different. At least, that's what he told himself, ignoring the hypocrisy. His thoughts snapped back to the present. Down another block, a lone dealer worked without backup, his striped shirt marking him as Charlie Brown in Kelly's mental catalog. Over the next few hours, he mapped out 3 more operations, weighing each for weaknesses. Archie and Jughead had the most traffic, but visibility was an issue. Charlie Brown had his turf to himself, except for that damn bus stop nearby. Then there was Dagwood and the Wizard, each with their own muscle, making them tricky targets. Big Bob and his even bigger enforcer. That was a fight Kelly wasn't ready for, not yet. First, he needed to know the terrain cold. A 10-block radius, memorized down to patrol routes and cop shift changes. No parking the same spot twice. No movement in daylight. Gear prep, a backup blade, not a gun. Rope. Gloves the rubber kind housewives use. A jacket with hidden pockets. Snacks for energy, gum to stay sharp. Every detail mattered. Because in this game, hesitation got you killed. Kelly smirked to himself. Maybe bubblegum would lighten the mood. A glance at his watch showed 3:20 a.m., the streets thinning out. Wizard and his second-in-command had already vanished around the corner, while Dagwood slipped into his car, his lieutenant taking the wheel. Charlie was gone by the next sweep. Only Archie and Jughead to the south and Big Bob to the west remained, still closing deals with their well-dressed clientele. Kelly kept watching, his muscles stiff from hours of stillness, until even the last 2 packed up, disappearing, faster than he could track. How would they pull that off? Another note for later. Creeping down the stairs, his night-adjusted eyes scanned for movement. The house next door was oddly active, but at least the rats had scattered. The alley was clear, so he staggered out, playing the part of a drunk until his car came into view. Damn it. He'd parked too close to a streetlight, rookie mistake. Slurring his steps, he closed the distance, then slid inside, engine roaring to life. No headlights until he was blocks away, merging onto the empty stretch of Loch Raven Boulevard. The car's warmth let him replay the night. Dealers flicking Zippos, their night vision ruined by each flare. Business had dwindled, their movements growing sluggish. Tired. Without skindful, human. Their routines revealed weaknesses. A good haul. Passing the baseball stadium, he almost reached for the wine bottle, but stopped himself. No slip-ups now. The wig came off, his scalp damp beneath it. God, I need water. Back at his apartment, he gulped down glass after glass. The AC, a blessing on his grimy skin. Lunch meat sandwiches vanished in seconds, but the shower taunted him. Fight, free to tree. The filth was armor. His stench, his greasy beard, they kept eyes off him. In the mirror, a stranger stared back. The floor would be his bed tonight. Clean sheets were a luxury he couldn't afford. Not when invisibility meant survival. The nightmare started right at 11 in the morning, though Colonel Zacharias had lost all sense of time. The relentless tropical sun hung like a burning spotlight, scorching everything beneath it. Even in his cramped windowless cell, the heat pressed in, thick and suffocating, while insects swarmed in the oppressive humidity, thriving where he could barely endure. It was as if the very environment conspired against him, a perfect reflection of the hell he'd once heard described in sermons back home. Zacharias had trained for this. SEER school survival, evasion, resistance, and escape was mandatory for pilots, designed to break men before the enemy ever could. The instructors had reveled in their cruelty, pushing Air Force and Navy officers beyond limits even hardened Marines would balk at. It was brutal, humiliating, and something he'd sworn never to endure again. Yet here he was, reliving it against his will. He'd always known capture was a possibility, but like most pilots, he'd pushed the thought aside until the chilling static of emergency radios cut through the air, until he'd seen parachutes drifting toward hostile ground. He'd scrambled to organize rescue missions, praying for the Jolly Green Giants from Laos or the Navy's hulking Big Muthas to swoop in. Sometimes they made it. More often, they didn't. The desperate pleas of downed airmen haunted him, voices cracking with fear, begging for extraction before the enemy closed in. Those chopper crews were legends, risking everything, and though Zacharias never drank, he'd bought enough rounds for them to drown a platoon, a warrior's tribute to their courage. But he'd never truly believed it would be him. Death? Sure. He'd faced that possibility every time he strapped into his F-105, diving headfirst into the densest air defenses the world had ever seen. As King Weasel, he'd written a playbook, outthinking Soviet-built radars and missiles in a deadly dance of speed and precision. It was the ultimate game high-stakes chess at Mach 1, where one wrong move meant oblivion. He'd expected, if anything, to go out in a blaze of fire and thunder, a warrior's end. Now, trapped in this sweltering hellhole, he realized how naive he'd been. Faith had always steadied him. Death in battle would have been honorable, a chance to stand before God with pride. But this was something else entirely. Colonel Robin Zacharias had always been a man of unwavering faith, a devoted husband, a loving father to his spirited children, and a respected leader among his fellow soldiers. As an elder in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, he dutifully tithed his Air Force salary, living by the principles of his faith without hesitation. Death had never frightened him. The afterlife was a certainty, a promise he trusted completely. But life was unpredictable, and right now, his was hanging by a thread. Faith, no matter how strong, still had to wrestle with the frailties of the body that housed it, a truth he had never fully grasped until now. He told himself his belief should be unshakable, enough to carry him through any trial. Men should be. Was. That's what he'd been taught as a boy in those quiet classrooms beneath the shadow of the Wasatch Mountains, where teachers in crisp white shirts spoke with the certainty of generations. But here, in this suffocating isolation, the lessons felt distant, almost naive. A whisper in his mind insisted this was different, and he fought to silence it. To accept it would mean doubting everything he believed. Joseph Smith had died for his faith. Countless martyrs before him had endured torture, their final breaths whispering God's name. But their suffering had an end, hours, days at most. They could see the finish line. Robin had no such luxury. Alone, cut off from any human contact, even the tap code met with silence. His prayers, once a refuge, now felt dangerous. Asking for deliverance meant admitting it might not come, and if it didn't, what then? The deprivation gnawed at him not just hunger, but the absence of thought, of connection. Fear coiled in his gut, not of death but of pain, of the slow erosion of his resolve. He had always prided himself on strength, but now he understood. The mind and body were bound together, and exhaustion could break even the most steadfast spirit. Worse, he blamed himself for it, as if being human was a failure. If only he could speak to another elder, confess his doubts, but there was no one. Instead, he spiraled deeper into his own trap, his refusal to acknowledge weakness becoming his undoing. And all the while his captors watched, waiting for the moment his faith and his soul would finally shatter. The situation took a brutal turn when the cell door creaked open. Two Vietnamese soldiers in faded khaki uniforms glared at Zacharias with undisguised contempt, as if his very presence polluted their homeland. He braced himself, recognizing their intent, but before he could steady his nerves, they seized him, each gripping an arm while a third guard trailed behind, rifle barrel jabbing into his spine. The sharp pain radiated from his old ejection injury, forcing a choked gasp from his lips. Their faces remained blank, indifferent to his suffering. No questions, no purpose, just methodical violence as 5 men descended on him at once. Zacharias understood. Fighting back meant death. Though part of him longed for an end, surrender wasn't an option. Not like this. Within moments, his body gave out. He crumpled onto the cracked concrete, each blow landing like a tally mark on some grim ledger. Pain locked his muscles, rendering him helpless as their laughter twisted into something inhuman hyenas circling prey. Just when the torment seemed endless, a roar shattered the chaos. The kicks ceased. Boots shuffled backward. Through blurred vision, he caught the soldier's startled expressions as a commanding voice, unmistakably American, cut through the room. Then a shift. Strong hands lifted him, propping him against the wall. Grishanov's face swam into focus, flushed with fury. "My God," the Russian muttered, before barking orders in broken Vietnamese. A canteen appeared, water sluicing over Zacharias' face. The door slammed shut. "Drink, Robin," Grishanov urged, pressing a flask to his lips. The vodka burned, harsh and medicinal. Zacharias recoiled, but Grishanov's grip tightened. "This isn't indulgence, it's survival. Your faith allows it. Trust me." Doubt flickered. Hadn't he heard of tinctures using alcohol? The logic blurred as the liquor dulled the adrenaline, his body sagging under its weight. Grishanov dabbed at his wounds, cursing under his breath. "Animals," he spat. "Major Vin will answer for this. War has rules, Robin. We're soldiers, not butchers." His voice cracked, raw with frustration. "Honor means something. To them, nothing." He offered the flask again. "It's all I have." Zacharias drank, the world tilting further. Numbness spread, but the confusion lingered deeper now, more unsettling than the pain. Grishanov gave a slow nod, his voice softening as he spoke. "You're a good man. I don't say it often, but standing firm against those relentless pests takes real guts." Zacharias winced, his breath ragged. "No choice," he muttered. "Exactly," Grishanov replied, dabbing the sweat from the pilot's brow with the same care he'd use on his own child. "I'd do the same." He hesitated, then sighed. "Christ, what I wouldn't give to be back in the cockpit." "Same here." "Colonel, if only call me Kolya," the Russian interrupted with a wave. "After all this time, we're past formalities." Said, "Kolya? Nikolay's my given name. Kolya's just. Friendlier, no?" Zacharias leaned his head against the cold wall, shutting his eyes as the memory of soaring through the clouds washed over him. "Yeah, Kolya. I'd give anything to feel that rush again." Grishanov settled beside him, draping an arm over his battered shoulders, the first kindness Zacharias had felt in nearly a year. "Not so different, I bet," Kolya mused. "The MiG-17 was my sweetheart. Outdated now, but damn, what a dance. Just a whisper of the stick, and she'd move like she read your mind. My F-86 had that touch, Zacharias murmured. All relics now. The Russian chuckled. Like first loves, eh? That girl who made your pulse race as a boy. But for men like us, nothing beats the first plane. Colder than a woman, sure, but far less unpredictable. Zacharias attempted a laugh, but choked instead. Grishinov handed him the flask again. Easy now. So, what's your pick? Zacharias exhaled, warmth spreading through him. Flown most of them. Missed the F-94 and 89, heard they weren't much loss. The 104. Like a hot rod, but short legs. Nah, the 86H takes the cake for pure handling. And the thud? Grishinov prodded, using the slang for the F-105. Zacharias coughed. Turns like a freight train, but hell, she's fast down low. Pushed mine 120 knots past red line once. Not a fighter, they say. Just a bomb hauler. Grishinov had made a study of American pilot talk. But she'll yank you out of trouble quick. Just don't try tangling in a dogfight, make that first shot count. But for bombing runs, Grishinov leaned in. Pilot to pilot, your precision here is damn impressive. We do our best, Kolya. Zacharias slurred, the liquor hitting harder than expected. The Russian marveled this man had never touched a drop before tonight. Unthinkable to live without it. And how you handle those SAM sites. Makur-Gatem, I've watched. We're enemies, Robin, Kolya repeated. But we're pilots first. The skill I've seen here. It's Sisteftismin. You must be one hell of a poker player back home. May poker? Zacharias shook his head. No, not my game. But what you pulled off in that thud, not gambling. Calculated risk. You plan, you adapt, you get inside the other guy's head. Grishinov made a mental note to top off his flask. Months of trial and error, and he'd finally cracked it. Pity those stubborn little brutes couldn't grasp that breaking a man, often forged his resolve. For all their bluster, their worldview was as cramped as their villages. They never learned. Grishinov, though? He collected lessons, ironically, this one from a Luftwaffe officer. Another shame. The Vietnamese only let him run these interrogations. He'd write Moscow soon. With the right leverage, this camp could be far more useful. The savages had shown unexpected ingenuity in setting up this camp, yet their predictable short-sightedness kept them from realizing its full potential. How revolting to be stuck in this sweltering, bug-infested land among these smug, small-minded people with their viper-like tempers. But the intel he needed was here. Though his current task disgusted him, he'd stumbled upon a fitting phrase in one of those modern American novels he read, to refine his already polished language skills, a distinctly American expression. This was just business, a worldview he grasped immediately. Too bad the American beside him likely wouldn't understand, Kolya mused, half listening to the man's endless chatter about weasel pilot maneuvers. The reflection staring back at him grew less familiar by the day, a good sign. Old habits died hard. He'd already filled the sink with steaming water and worked up a lather before remembering he wasn't supposed to wash. Kelly did scrub his teeth, though. That sticky film was unbearable, and for the rest of his disguise, he had that god-awful wine. Cloying, syrupy, with an unsettling amber hue, he might not be a sommelier. But even he knew decent table wine shouldn't resemble ditch water. He fled the bathroom, unable to stomach his own gaze for long. A bland meal of oatmeal and boiled eggs steadied him, providing energy without digestive betrayals. Then the real work began, jogging in place, push-ups, and combat drills to keep his reflexes razor sharp. Yesterday's daylight excursion to Goodwill had been a gamble, risking recognition in his grubby disguise, but the oversized frayed bush jacket he'd scored did the trick. Comparing himself to the other shoppers, he realized the look worked, not the most derelict street person, but convincingly down and out. The clerk's pitying expression as she handed over the jacket suggested she just wanted him gone. Irony tasted bitter in Vietnam. Blending in as a local could have saved lives. Last night's reconnaissance confirmed his camouflage's effectiveness. Not even the muggers glanced twice at another reeking drunk. 5 hours perched in an abandoned house's bay window revealed predictable police patrols and bus schedules. Post-workout, he broke down his unused pistol and suppressor, reassembling them with a new modification. A faint white stripe along the silencer for low-light aiming. Useless for long range, but tonight wouldn't require sharpshooting. The wine bottle sat half empty, its contents as foul as his circumstances, yet both would serve their purpose. With the pistol prepped, he slid around into the chamber and eased the hammer down before snapping the magazine into place. He'd picked up a Ka-Bar combat knife from a military surplus shop, the kind Marines swore by, and spent last night honing its 7-inch, Bowie-style blade to a razor's edge while keeping watch on the neighborhood. Funny how a knife could unsettle people more than a gun. Not logical, but convenient. Both weapons nestled against the small of his back, concealed under the drape of his dark shirt and bush jacket. One pocket held a dented whiskey flask filled with tap water. The other bulged with 4 Snickers bars. Coiled around his waist like a makeshift belt was a length of thick electrical wire, and his pants pocket held a pair of yellow Playtex gloves, not exactly stealthy, but they'd do the job without sacrificing grip. He'd already stashed a pair of worn cotton driving gloves in the car, which he'd scrubbed down inch by inch after buying it, erasing every fingerprint like some TV cop drama taught him. Maybe he was overthinking it, but better paranoid than caught. No ID. Just a thrift store wallet with a few crumpled bills. Binoculars stayed home tonight, too bulky. He made a mental note to grab a compact pair later. The local news predicted patchy clouds and a 75-degree low as he gulped 2 cups of instant coffee, waiting for full dark. Exiting the apartment felt riskier than it should have. Kill the lights, scan the parking lot, then move slow, deliberate. The Volkswagen's door clicked shut only after he'd gloved up. Passing his abandoned Scout, he almost pitied the lonely hulk. The radio played mellow rock to fill the silence as he crept southward, hands clammy inside the gloves. Funny how the drive-in always twisted his gut worse than the actual mission. Red lights became excuses to check mirrors. Speeders blurred past while he counted seconds like a metronome. Tonight's approach looped 2 blocks east of the target, his brain still converting urban blocks to jungle kilometers. A private joke as he parked behind a vintage Chevy. Alley shadows swallowed him whole. 20 paces in, his shoulders slumped into a drunk's shuffle. Yo, old-timer. 3 teens perched on a fence, beers in hand. Kelly veered left, but their laughter followed. No shortcuts tonight. One of the boys jumped down from the fence and swaggered toward him. Hey, old man, what's your problem? The kid sneered, his voice dripping with the careless cruelty of youth. Man, you smell like a dumpster fire. Didn't anyone ever tell you about soap? Kelly barely flinched, keeping his head low and shuffling forward. This wasn't part of the script. The kid matched his pace, deliberately staying in step just to mess with him. When the boy grabbed for the half-empty bottle in Kelly's hand, he held tight. No self-respecting drunk would just hand it over. A quick shove sent Kelly stumbling into the fence, but the kid lost interest fast, laughing as he rejoined his friends. And stay out of here, loser, echoed behind him as he reached the corner. Kelly had no intention of coming back. The next few blocks brought more of the same groups of teenagers who barely glanced his way, too busy with their own jokes to bother with some ragged old man. When he finally reached the abandoned building, the back door was still cracked open, and for once, the usual scuttling of rats was absent. Inside, Kelly straightened up, letting the tension ease from his shoulders. "Snake to Chicago," he murmured, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. Observation point secured. Up the creaking stairs he went, settling into his usual spot by the southeast window. Archie and Jughead were right where he expected, a block away, chatting up a driver in a sleek sedan. 10:12 at night, and the usual players were all in position, Big Bob and his sidekick. Little Bob, Charlie Brown, working solo. Dagwood with his unnamed partner. Only the wizard was missing, but he showed up fashionably late at 11, trailed by his nervous little shadow. Toto, who darted around like a terrier chasing its own tail. Gelly smirked. And your little dog, too. Sunday nights were slow, but Archie and Jughead seemed busier than the rest. Maybe it was their clientele, cleaner cars, better-dressed buyers, the kind that didn't usually crawl through this part of town. Not that it mattered. The real prize was what Kelly had spotted the night before and confirmed tonight. Now it was just a waiting game. He stretched out, letting his body relax while his eyes stayed sharp. The street below pulsed with its usual rhythm, police cruisers making their rounds. The groaning city bus with its screeching brakes. The dealers growing restless as the night wore on. Big Bob crossed the street to talk to the wizard, and for the first time, Kelly saw them exchange what looked like a friendly nod. Maybe the guy just needed change for a big bill. By 2 in the morning, traffic had thinned. The dealers were smoking more, talking less. The cops rolled by again, right on schedule. Kelly stayed still, watching, listening, ready. Kelly crumpled the third Snickers wrapper in his fist, stuffing it into his pocket as he scanned the dimly lit room one last time. Every surface was coated in a thick layer of dust, no chance of leaving prints behind. He hadn't even brushed against the grimy windows. Satisfied, he slipped down the creaky staircase and out the back door, melting into the shadows of the alley that ran parallel to the street. His footsteps were nearly silent now, just the faintest shuffle of worn sneakers on cracked pavement. The first night's confusion had turned into an advantage. Archie and Jughead had disappeared in a blink, no car, no sprint to the end of the block. It hadn't taken Kelly long to figure it out. These old row houses had been built with hidden shortcuts, arched passageways cutting through the middle of the blocks, perfect for quick getaways. Archie and Jughead always lingered close to one, though they never seemed to watch it. Kelly smirked as he leaned against a crumbling shed, barely big enough to fit a bicycle. He rigged a makeshift alarm with a couple of empty beer cans and a length of twine, ensuring no one could sneak up on him. Then he moved, light on his feet, fingers brushing the grip of his silenced pistol. 35 feet might as well have been a mile in a tunnel sound carried like a shout in a church. His eyes darted over the ground, avoiding a crumpled newspaper and jagged shards of glass. At the far end, Archie lounged against the brick wall, cigarette dangling from his lips, while Jughead perched on a dented car fender, staring down the empty street. The glow of their cigarettes flared every few seconds, ruining their night vision. Kelly could see them clear as day, but they wouldn't spot him until it was too late. "Don't move," he murmured, just loud enough for Archie to hear. The man turned his head, annoyed at first until he saw the barrel of the gun. His gaze flicked to Jughead, who was still oblivious, humming some half-remembered tune. Kelly cleared his throat. "Hey, Solasby be replace." Jughead spun, freezing when he saw the weapon trained on Archie's temple. Archie swallowed hard, hands twitching toward his pockets before Kelly waved him closer. "Business good tonight." "Fair enough," Archie muttered. "What do you want?" Kelly grinned. "Take a wild guess." "You a cop?" Jughead blurted. Kelly almost laughed. No, I'm not here to arrest anybody. He jerked his chin toward the tunnel. Inside. Face down. Now. Once they were far enough in to be hidden from the street, but still bathed in faint light, he patted them down. Archie's rusty revolver went into Kelly's pocket. Then came the wire, coiled tight around their wrists. He rolled them onto their backs. You've been real helpful. Archie scowled. You better not show your face around here again. Jughead nodded, but Kelly just shook his head. Actually, I need a favor. Ah, T blinked. What kind? Looking for a guy. Billy. Drives a red Roadrunner. Jughead's breath hitched. What? Archie's face twisted in revulsion as he felt the cold barrel press harder against his temple. You screwing with me? He spat, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool night air. Kelly kept his voice measured, the way you'd explain traffic rules to a reckless driver. Just answer the question. When Archie responded with another string of obscenities, the gun shifted with practiced ease. 2 sharp cracks echoed off the brick walls as Jughead's skull erupted like an overripe melon. Blood sprayed across Archie's cheeks in warm streaks, his expression frozen somewhere between disbelief and primal terror. Kelly almost chuckled at the irony Jughead had barely strung 2 words together all night, and now his silence was permanent. The metallic scent of gunpowder mixed with copper as Kelly leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. I even said please. Christ almighty. Archie wheezed, suddenly aware his next breath depended on cooperation. Kelly cut him off before the bargaining could start. Billy. Red Plymouth Roadrunner, flashy type. Distributor. Tell me where he drinks. The unspoken threat hung thicker than the blood in the air. Archie's hands shook as he babbled addresses. Clinging to the lifeline Kelly tossed him a promise of new supply, a twisted mercy. A quick pat-down yielded cash and dime bags, which Kelly pocketed with the efficiency of a man who'd done this before. He stepped over the bodies like they were sidewalk cracks, pausing only to check his shoes. No bloodstains, but they'd burn them anyway. The alley swallowed him whole as he untied the tin cans props for his drunkard act and vanished into the labyrinth of back streets. By dawn, the military base buzzed with surreal activity. 15 wrecked cars, salvaged from junkyards, were arranged in a haphazard civilian parking lot imitation. Marines grumbled as they positioned mannequins in playgrounds and sidewalks, their orders as baffling as they were precise. If Soviet satellites peered down, they'd see a ghost town with swinging child-sized dolls and adults frozen mid-stride, a stage set for a war game no one had bothered to explain. Kelly's after-action report would later call it the most tedious part of the operation. Building a fiction day after day for an audience that might never even be watching. The scene included a small playground nearby, where kids laughed under the watchful eyes of parents while cars came and went, a slice of everyday life that contrasted sharply with the grim discovery just half a mile away, hidden from the main roads and unnoticed by most of the base. Ryan and Douglas hung back, letting the forensic team work. Officer Chuck Monroe had made the gruesome find during his early morning patrol. As his headlights swept the narrow alley between houses, an odd shadow caught his attention. At first glance, it could have been a drunk sprawled out, but the crimson pool glistening under the light told a different story. Monroe didn't bother calling an ambulance. These men were long past saving. People don't realize how much blood a body holds, Douglas muttered. More to break the silence than anything else. The alley looked like someone had dumped buckets of red paint. Ryan turned to the coroner's rep. Time of death? Recent, the man replied, checking for rigor. Sometime after midnight, likely past 2. The cause was obvious, 2 neat holes in their foreheads. Ryan waved Monroe over. What do you know about them? Right one's Miss C. O'Donnell, goes by Juju. The other's his runner. Name's slipping me, Monroe said, exhaling cigarette smoke. Quiet night otherwise. Just the usual lowlifes doing their thing. The unspoken resignation hung in the air another Monday in the district. The photographers packed up, and Ryan swept his flashlight across the brick passage. Shell casings? Not a one, Douglas replied. Probably a revolver. Cheap piece, I'd bet. They combed the alley 3 times, methodical as ever. No grass to hide evidence, no clutter, just a tight, unforgiving space that left little to the imagination. Nothing, Douglas finally admitted. Guy took his brass with him. Amateur hour. Ryan smirked. Or someone who knew exactly what they were doing. The 2 detectives crouched beside the bodies, examining them closely for the first time. No visible gunpowder residue, the sergeant remarked, sounding slightly puzzled. Ryan glanced around before asking Monroe, "Are any of these houses currently occupied?" The young officer shook his head. "Not these 2 flanking the alley, sir. But most across the street have residents." Ryan frowned. 4 gunshots in the early morning. Someone must have heard something. The narrow brick passage should have amplified the sound like a megaphone, and a .92 pistol had a distinctive crack. Yet in neighborhoods like this, people either turned a blind eye or knew better than to get involved. "We've got officers canvassing door to door," Monroe added. "No lead so far." Douglas studied the precise bullet holes in the victim's forehead, barely half an inch apart. No powder burns. Shooter was standing about 3, maybe 4 feet back. He mimed the motion a natural stance, arm extended. "Could be residue we're missing," Ryan countered. "That's what the ME's for." The dim lighting and the victim's darker skin made it hard to spot any tattooing around the wounds. Nearby, the coroner's rep scribbled notes, muttering, "Glad someone values our work." Douglas pointed to the second victim, Miss C. O'Donnell. The shots were even tighter. That's not amateur work. Ryan methodically searched the bodies. No weapons, just wallets, identifying the unknown man as Charles Barker, 20. The cash was suspiciously light for dealers, and no drugs until Ryan found 3 tiny glassine bags of white powder. Pocket change, a cheap Zippo, Pall Malls, and another baggie. Drug deal gone bad, Douglas concluded. Monroe confirmed Maceo, nicknamed Juju, was a seasoned dealer. Nobody crossed him lightly, sir. Ryan noted the victim's hands were bound with copper wire, no defensive wounds. No struggle. Mark Charon arrived, cursing. "Damn it, I had a case on Juju." Ignoring him, Ryan continued, 2 exit wounds in Donald's skull. Bullets are probably at the bottom of the lake. Douglas scoffed. "Forget ballistics. They, Seaskisabonier friend." 92's lead rounds deformed too easily for rifling marks. The frustration in his voice was palpable. Another dead end in a neighborhood where justice often sank without a trace. Thus, be a surprise. .92 caliber pistol packed surprising force, punching through targets with more efficiency than even a Sortie 5, frequently exiting the body to embed itself in whatever lay beyond in this instance, the concrete sidewalk. "All right, give me the rundown on him," Ryan demanded. Sharon filled in the details. Major player in the drug trade, high-end clientele. Drove a flashy red Cadillac. Sharp operator, too. Not anymore. His gray matter got pureed 6 hours back. Rip? Sharon questioned. Douglas chimed in. Seems like it. No weapon, no stash of cash or product. Whoever pulled this off knew what they were doing. Clean work, M. This wasn't some strung-out addict stumbling into a lucky break. Ryan stood, brushing off his pants. I'd bet on that, Tom. Probably a revolver, but those groupings are too tight for some cheap piece. Mark, any chatter about a seasoned hitter working the streets? The duo, Charon offered. But they favor a shotgun. Feels almost like a mob job. Look, am dead in the eye boom. Douglas reconsidered. Then again, mob hits weren't usually this precise. Most gangland shooters couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, relying on cheap hardware and sloppy execution. Every mob-related case he and Ryan had worked involved either a point-blank shot to the back of the skull, complete with powder burns and brain spatter, or a spray of wild bullets leaving the victim looking like Swiss cheese. This was surgical. And the list of mafia triggermen with that kind of skill was short. But since when did murder follow a textbook? The scene was a contradiction routine, yet baffling. A robbery, sure, with the missing drugs and cash, but the kills? Too clean. Either the shooter had freakish luck twice in a row, or was a stone-cold professional. The mob hits weren't usually dressed up as robberies. They were meant to send a message, loud and public. Mark, any whispers about turf wars heating up? Douglas pressed. Nah, nothing organized. Just the usual squabbles over corners. Background noise. Dig deeper, Ryan suggested. No sweat him. My guys'll shake the trees. This one's gonna drag, Ryan thought. Maybe forever. Then again, only on TV did cases wrap up neat and tidy before the first commercial break. You cleared to take them? He asked the ME's tech, nodding toward the black wagon idling nearby. The morning sun was climbing, and the metallic tang of blood had already drawn the first flies. As they drove back to the precinct, Douglas mused. Whoever did this shoots better than I ever could. He'd once tried out for the department's pistol team. Ryan smirked. Plenty of folks out there with those skills now, Tom. Maybe some found new career paths with our organized associates. So, pro job? Let's call it exceptionally skilled for now, Ryan hedged. Mark can handle the legwork on intel. Thrilling, Douglas deadpanned. Meanwhile, Kelly woke at 10:30, finally feeling human again after days of grime. A scalding shower the night before had washed away the filth, though he half expected the drains to cough up evidence. A proper shave and a solid stretch of sleep would have been nice, but he'd take what he could get. Before eating, he drove to a nearby park, pounding out 3 miles on the trails before returning for another glorious rinse and a late breakfast. Nibet Tarftenheim. Last night's clothes, slacks, shirt, even the shoes were stuffed into a grocery bag. The bush jacket was the only loss he regretted. Its pockets and fit had been perfect. He'd need to replace it. Maybe buy 2. Kelly was almost certain he hadn't gotten blood on himself this time, but the dark fabric of his clothes made it hard to tell. There was likely gunpowder residue, though, and he wasn't about to take chances. He buried the stained clothing under leftover takeout and coffee grounds before tossing the whole mess into the apartment complex's dumpster. Driving to some far-off landfill would have drawn more attention than it was worth. People notice a man dumping things and start asking questions. The 4 spent. The Me Too casings were easier. He'd flicked them into a storm drain during his morning run. The midday news briefly mentioned 2 bodies found, but gave no specifics. Maybe the evening paper would have more. He made a quick call. Hey, Sam. John. You back in town? Rosen's voice carried the usual mix of warmth and distraction. Yeah. Mind if I swing by around 2? When Kelly arrived, Rosen barely glanced up from his paperwork. What brings you here? Gloves, Kelly said, holding up his hands. The thin, surgical kind. They expensive. Rosen almost asked why, but thought better of it. They come in bulk, hundreds at a time. I don't need that many. The surgeon rummaged through a drawer and tossed him a handful of sterile packets. You clean up nice. And he did crisp white shirt, navy suit, even a tie. Rosen had never seen him in anything but casual wear. Don't give me grief, Doc. New gig requires dressing the part. My first six specs. Rosen raised an eyebrow. Something like that. Can't elaborate. Kelly shrugged. I had to staff life. Revved same old. More admin work than surgery these days. Rosen tapped a stack of files, uneasy with the small talk. Kelly's polished look felt like a costume, and not knowing what lay beneath it gnawed at him. Actually, need a favor. Sandy's car died. I was supposed to drive her home, but I'm stuck in meetings till 4. She's on regular shifts now. Kelly smirked. When she's not teaching. Kelly killed time in the cafeteria, poking at a limp salad hospital food, hadn't improved until Sandy found him. Car trouble? He asked, noting the exhaustion in her face. Starter wiring. It's in the shop. My chariot awaits, he said, earning a polite but hollow smile. Secatrales in Taz. Different, she murmured in the parking garage. Don't get used to it. He tried to lighten the mood. Still, the same mud-loving guy. She stopped abruptly. It's not you. Bad week. Lost a kid car accident. Rosen tried, but her voice wavered. Sometimes I wonder why I do this. Kelly held the car door open. Short answer. Life's unfair. Wrong people, wrong time, no reason. She managed a faint smile. That's one way to put it. Were you actually trying to make me feel better? The irony of it tugged at the corners of her lips. But the smile that followed wasn't the reassuring kind Kelly had hoped for. We all patch up our cracks as best we can, Sandy. You battle your demons, I face mine, Kelly replied, the words slipping out before he could stop them. So, how many have you actually taken down? Enough, Kelly muttered, his voice distant as he fought to keep his thoughts in check. It startled him how effortlessly the conversation flowed with Sandy, how the walls he usually kept up seemed to crumble around her. And what did it change, John? My old man was a firefighter. Died while I was deployed. Ran into a burning house, pulled 2 kids out, smoke inhalation had already gotten to them. He got them clear, then dropped dead right there. They said his heart gave out before he even hit the pavement. At least it meant something, Kelly said, the memory of Admiral Maxwell's words echoing in his mind how death ought to carry weight, how his father's had. You've taken lives, haven't you? Sandy's question hung in the air. That's what war is, Kelly admitted. What did it accomplish? If you're looking for some grand philosophy, I don't have it. But the ones I stopped? They never hurt anyone again. Plastic flowers sure as hell didn't. No more village leaders, no more families caught in the crossfire. Maybe someone else stepped into that role, or maybe not. Sandy's gaze drifted to the passing cars as they rolled north on Broadway. And the people who killed Tim, did they tell themselves the same thing? Maybe. But there's a line. Kelly almost argued that he'd never seen his own men slaughter innocents, but that wasn't true anymore, was it? If everyone believes they're the righteous ones, where does that leave us? It's not like fighting a virus. You're up against something that harms everyone. No deception, no politics. We don't kill people, that's why I do what I do, John. Sandy, 30 years ago, there was a man named Hitler who got off on murdering people like Sam and Sarah just because of their names. He had to be stopped, and he was way too late, but it happened. Wasn't that the clearest lesson of all? "We've got enough problems right here," she countered, nodding toward the rundown streets outside Johns Hopkins. "I know that. Don't forget who you're talking to." The sharpness in his voice deflated her. "I'm sorry, John." "Alf, me too." Kelly hesitated, searching for the right words. "There's a difference, Sandy. Most folks are decent. But the bad ones? You can't ignore them, can't will them into kindness. Someone's got to stand between them and the rest. That's what I did. But how do you keep from becoming one of them?" Kelly exhaled slowly, wishing she hadn't asked. He didn't want to dig into his own conscience, not now, not ever. The past few days had been simple. Identify the enemy, act. No second guessing. Facing his own choices. That was harder. "Never been an issue for me," he lied, dodging the question. Then it hit him. Sandy and her people fought an idea, risking their sanity against forces they couldn't fully grasp. Kelly fought people, tracked them, confronted them, ended them if he had to. One side had purity, but no closure. The other got results, but risked losing themselves in the process. Warrior and healer, two battles, same war. Maybe the real difference wasn't what you fought, but how it changed you. Sandy turned to Kelly, her voice heavy with exhaustion. "What are we even fighting for in Vietnam?" she asked, repeating the question that had haunted her daily since the telegram arrived. "My husband died there, and I still don't understand why." Kelly hesitated, knowing no answer would satisfy her. War was chaos, bad luck. Poor choices and timing conspired to send soldiers to their deaths in some far-off jungle. Even those who survived couldn't always make sense of it. She'd likely heard every justification from her late husband, and searching for meaning now felt pointless. Maybe some things weren't meant to be understood. But how do you keep living without pretending there's a reason? As they turned onto her street, Kelly glanced at her peeling house. "You could use a fresh coat of paint," he remarked, grateful for the distraction. "I know," Sandy sighed, "but I can't afford to hire anyone, and I don't have the time." Kelly studied her weary expression before speaking. "Sandy, can I give you some advice?" "What's that?" "Let yourself live. I'm sorry about Tim, but he's gone. I lost friends too. You have to keep moving forward." Her eyes flickered with something unreadable, a practiced detachment that told him more than words could. "Something's changed in you," he thought. "I wonder what it is." Sandy noticed it too. The sadness that had once mirrored her own grief had vanished from his face, replaced by something she couldn't place. He'd always been polite, even disarmingly gentle, but now there was a quiet resolve she didn't recognize. It unsettled her. She'd always prided herself on seeing through people, but Kelly was different. He stepped out of the car and opened her door with a small gesture toward the house. "Mom." "Why are you so kind?" she asked suddenly. "Did Dr. Rosen put you up to this?" Kelly shook his head. "He just said you needed a ride. Besides, you look exhausted." As they reached the porch, Sandy hesitated. "I don't know why I like talking to you." "You do?" he asked, almost smiling. "I think so." The smile faded quickly. "John, it's too soon for me." "For me too," he admitted. "But is it too soon to be friends?" She considered it. "No, not too soon for that." "Dinner sometime?" "I asked before, remember?" "How often are you in town?" "Die Sportkleven Sheriff. I've got something to take care of in Washington." "Doing what?" "Nothing important." The lie was faint, but she caught it, not meant to hurt her, just to deflect. "Next week, maybe." I'll call you. I don't know any good places around here. They're due. With a final nod, Kelly left without so much as a touch, just a quiet, reassuring look before driving off. Sandy watched him go, still puzzling over what made him different. That haunted look she'd seen in the hospital was gone, replaced by something she didn't fear, but couldn't name. Meanwhile, Kelly muttered under his breath as he drove away, wiping down the car's surfaces with gloved hands. Conversations like this were dangerous. What was the point of any of it? In combat, at least the mission was clear: identify the enemy, move, strike. But no briefing ever explained how any of it would change the world or end the war. Some questions had no answers. The news articles he'd read were filled with empty words, recycled phrases from indifferent reporters, briefers who didn't have the facts, or politicians who couldn't be bothered to learn the truth. Terms like infrastructure and cadre got tossed around, but he wasn't hunting buildings or systems. He hunted men. Real flesh and blood men who made choices, did terrible things, and could be tracked down like predators. Infrastructure. That was just a concept, something vague and impersonal. It wasn't a target he could put in his crosshairs. Kelly forced himself to focus. He wasn't here to fix the world, just to carve out one small piece of justice. Grishinov studied the American as he lowered himself into the chair, each breath shallow and deliberate. The Russian frowned. Broken ribs were no joke, especially here, where infection could turn a minor injury into a death sentence. The guards had gotten carried away, and while pain was useful, a dead prisoner was worthless. I spoke to Major Vin, Grishinov said, rubbing his temple. The little brute claims he has no medicine to spare. Might even be telling the truth. He leaned forward. How bad is it? Like a knife every time I breathe, Zacharias admitted, his face drained of color. Grishinov sighed, pulling out his flask. This is all I have for you, Robin. The colonel shook his head, wincing at the movement. I can't. Stubborn, Grishinov muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. Pain helps no one, not you, not me, not whatever god you pray to. Let me ease it just a little. Zacharias clenched his jaw. His faith forbade it. His body was supposed to be pure. But purity didn't mean much when you were broken. Internal bleeding was a real fear now. Would he even heal in this state? Pain clouded judgment, made resistance harder. Maybe relief wasn't surrender. Maybe it was strategy. Grishinov unscrewed the cap, the sharp scent of alcohol cutting through the stale air. Tell me, Robin, do you ski? The question caught him off guard. Yeah. Learned as a kid. The Diefried D. Downhill, Zacharias corrected. Ah, the Wasatch Mountains, good snow there? A flicker of memory softened the pain. The best. Dry powder, like fine sand. Grishinov smiled, offering the flask again. Just this once. Zacharias hesitated, then took a swallow. The burn spread, dulling the edges of agony. He exhaled, feeling his muscles loosen. Grishinov watched, relieved when the man didn't cough. The vodka was good, real embassy stock, smuggled from Hanoi. Smooth with that faint papery aftertaste, most people wouldn't notice. Not that it mattered after a few drinks. You any good on the slopes? He asked, keeping his tone light. Zacharias closed his eyes as warmth seeped through him. For the first time in days, he could almost breathe without flinching. The pain eased slightly as he relaxed, and Robin found himself with enough strength to humor the Russian's conversation about skiing. I tackle the toughest slopes, he said with quiet pride. Been doing it since I was 5. My dad took me out the first time. Your father, was he a pilot too? Kolya asked. Robin shook his head. No, just a lawyer. My father teaches history at Moscow State University, Kolya replied, his voice softening. We had a cabin in the woods, and when I was young, I'd ski through the trees. The silence was perfect, just the whisper of skis on fresh snow. No other sound. Like the whole world was wrapped in quiet. Robin nodded. Same in the mountains if you go early, right after a fresh snowfall. No wind, just stillness. Kolya grinned. Ooh, like flying, isn't it? A clear day, just you and the sky. He leaned in, lowering his voice. Ever turn off your radio for a few minutes? Just to be alone. They let you do that? Robin asked, surprised. Kolya chuckled. No, but I do it anyway. Robin smiled, remembering a crisp February afternoon in '64, soaring out of Mountain Home Air Force Base. It's like being untouchable. The engine noise fades and suddenly it's just you and the sky. Like God's view. Only if your helmet fits right, Robin joked. Kolya's expression turned wistful. That's why I fly to escape the paperwork, the lectures, all the nonsense. Up there, it's just freedom. Better than skiing, even. On a clear winter day, you can see forever. He passed Robin the flask again. You think these people down here ever feel that? Doubt it. Robin hesitated, then took another sip. You know what I do? I hold the stick lightly, close my eyes for a second, and when I open them, the world's different. I'm not part of it anymore. More like an angel. Veritschtapert. The sky belongs to me. But it's never quite like holding a woman. Best feelings are the ones you have alone, I guess. Kolya studied him, intrigued. You a poet or something? I love poetry, Kolya admitted. Can't write it, but I read it. Memorize it, let the words take me where they want. His voice was sincere as he watched Robin's gaze drift, lost in thought. We're not so different, my friend. Elsewhere, Tucker and Sharon stood between the towering shelves of the Enoch Pratt Library, voices low. Juju got sloppy, Tucker muttered. One of yours? Sharon flipped a page absently. Moved a lot of product for us. Who took him out? No telling. Ryan and Douglas were there, but they didn't have much. You really sweating one dealer? Tucker's jaw tightened. You know better than that. First time one of mine's been clipped. Sharon smirked. High-risk business. Maybe someone wanted quick cash. Maybe a shortcut into the trade. Hell, if they were that clean, maybe you could cut a deal. I've got enough dealers, Tucker snapped. And peace talks are bad for business. How would they do it? Taba Daruz Pravtotated. 2 headshots each. Douglas thought it looked like mob work. Tucker turned sharply, eyes narrowing. Sharon didn't even turn around, his voice steady as he addressed Henry. This wasn't Tony's style. You really think he'd pull something like that? Unlikely, Henry admitted. But Eddie? That was another story. Sharon exhaled, rubbing his temple. I need a favor. What kind? The dealer. Unless you've got insider tips on the next big race. That D is bricked. Most of them answer to me now, remember? It had been smooth sailing at first, using Charon to wipe out the competition. It worked like a charm. But as Tucker tightened his grip on the local trade, the pool of targets had dried up. The remaining players? They could be assets, not enemies if he played his cards right. If you want my protection, Henry, I need leverage. That means high-profile busts now and then. Sharon slid the book back onto the shelf, frustration creeping into his tone. Why did he always have to spell things out? When? Early next week. Something flashy. Après. Pest to this dive. I'll see what I can do. Tucker walked off, leaving Charon to scan the shelves again. His fingers brushed against the right volume and the unmarked envelope beside it. No need to count. The amount was always exact. Across town, Greer made the introductions. Mr. Clark, meet General Martin Young and Robert Ritter. Kelly shook their hands. The Marine had the same pilot's edge as Maxwell and Podolsky, both absent today. Ritter spoke first. Solid breakdown. Not exactly polished, but you nailed the essentials. Sir, it's straightforward. The ground assault. The cakewalk. These aren't elite troops, they're watching the inside, not outside. 2 guys per tower, machine guns facing inward. Takes seconds to pivot. Use the tree line to get close. Hit them with M79s. Kelly traced the diagram. Barracks here, 2 doors, maybe 40 men inside. General Young tapped the southwest corner. Till point. Exactly. For a flyboy, you catch on quick. Kelly smirked. The trick is sneaking the team in. Use the weather this time of year. It's on our side. 2 gunships with rockets and miniguns to soften these buildings. Evac choppers land here. Whole thing's over in 5 minutes. So the key is getting the assault team close. No, sir. If you want a repeat of Song Tae, go for it, crash a chopper, the whole spectacle. But I thought you wanted subtle. Correct, Ritter cut in. Has to be small. No way we sell this as a major op. Fewer moving parts, different tactics. Bright side. Small target, minimal resistance. Dirk, Rises bowed to Sid. No margin for error. Not much, Kelly agreed. 25 men. Land in the valley, hike over the ridge, take the towers, blow the gate. Gunships strafe these buildings while the team hits the main target. Snakes cover the slicks on extraction, and we're gone before anyone knows what hit them. Greer chuckled. Mr. Poetique Ham. Clark, you've got a real talent for optimism. Yes, Kelly grinned. Or realism, sir. General Young would never back them if he discovered Kelly had only been a chief. The man had already gone above and beyond, blowing his entire annual construction budget to assemble that training mock-up deep in the Quantico woods. Kelly tried to downplay it, just running through familiar drills, Admiral, but the stakes were higher than anyone wanted to admit. Ritter studied the surveillance photos and blueprints, his jaw tight. This operation could end careers, Greer's included. But standing by meant abandoning good men to rot. That wasn't the worst of it, though. The real gut punch? Knowing higher-ups had written those lives off as expendable and might do it again. That kind of betrayal would gut the agency's credibility. Who'd risk their neck for a country that wouldn't cover theirs? Ritter leaned forward, tapping the photos. We move fast before this hits the press. A rescue op packaged as a time-sensitive opportunity. That's palatable. But Kingpin was a disaster because it reeked of agenda. This? Clean, focused. Some of us might bite if we sell it right. Greer's question hung in the air like smoke. So, you're in? Ritter exhaled. Yeah. 30 Tefriger, I'm in. Across the room, Young traced helicopter routes on a topo map. We need boots on the ground first, he muttered. Gilly didn't hesitate. 2 images burned in his mind. Colonel Zacharias, standing proud with his family, and the broken man in the next photo, seconds from a rifle butt to the spine. One more mission. Why the hell not? Complications Archie's intel had been thin. But enough. Now Kelly just needed caffeine and luck. Tailing a car wasn't like the movies, or that messy job in New Orleans. Too close, you're made. Too far, they vanish. Traffic turned it into a nightmare. Semis blocking sightlines. Idiots cutting you off while you're fixated on Billy's cherry red Roadrunner. At least the car was a beacon. Billy might love peeling out at stoplights, but even he wasn't dumb enough to drag race past a cop. Kelly spotted him near the bar Archie had mentioned. The Roadrunner gleamed fresh wash, fresh wax. This guy treated his ride like a trophy wife. Amateur move. Kelly hung back, learning Billy's rhythm. Side streets over main roads, weaving through neighborhoods like he had a GPS built into his skull. Advantage, local knowledge. Disadvantage? Kelly's beat-up sedan blended in like wallpaper. And Billy, he drove like a man who'd never checked his rear-view mirror once in his life. The streets were cluttered with old Beetles, making one more blend right in. After 40 minutes of tailing, the pattern was obvious. The Roadrunner swerved right and parked at the end of the block. Kelly played it cool, rolling past slowly. As he got closer, he spotted a woman stepping out, purse in hand, and walking up to the wizard, who was way off his usual turf. No exchange happened, just a quick meeting inside some building before she reappeared. But Kelly didn't need proof. It lined up with Pam's intel. Even better, he'd finally ID'd the wizard. Smirking, he turned left at the red light, now armed with 2 fresh pieces of intel. In his rear view, the Roadrunner crossed the street, the woman vanishing into the evening crowd as the light turned green. Kelly doubled back, catching the Plymouth heading south with 3 people inside one guy, crouched low in the back seat, unnoticed before. Nightfall was Kelly's sweet spot. He shadowed the Roadrunner, lights off, until it parked outside a brownstone where all 3 occupants spilled out, their nightly deliveries done. Kelly gave them space, stashing his car a few blocks away before slipping back on foot, disguised as a drunk. The street's layout worked in his favor. Marble steps lining the opposite side offered perfect cover. He slumped against one, half hidden in shadow, lifting a paper-bagged bottle now and then for effect, while keeping his eyes locked on the brownstone. Blood types O plus Davlier. A.B. Pam's pathology report flashed in his mind. The same types as the semen left behind. He wondered about Billy's blood type as he sat there, 50 yards out, blending into the urban decay. Pedestrians ignored him. Only a few spared a glance at the drunk dozing against the steps. Behind him, a dealer worked the sidewalk, his pitch and haggling voices sharp in Kelly's ears. His hearing had saved him before tonight. It was gathering intel. A stray dog nosed at him, curious. Kelly let it linger. A rat would have been different, but drunks don't shoo strays. The neighborhood had history, modest brick row houses on his side, grander brownstones across the street. Once, this might have been the divide between blue-collar workers and the upper middle class. That brownstone, maybe a merchant's pride, filled with piano music from a Peabody-trained daughter. Now it was just another drop point in a city that forgot its past. The neighborhood had long since emptied out, its residents seeking greener pastures, leaving behind this weathered 3-story house, a relic of another era, standing silent and abandoned. Kelly couldn't help but notice how absurdly wide the streets were, a relic from the days when horse-drawn wagons ruled the roads. He dismissed the thought with a shake of his head. Right now, he needed focus, not nostalgia. After what felt like an eternity, the trio finally emerged, 2 men leading, the girl trailing behind. She was shorter than Pam, thicker in build, her movements sluggish and unsteady. Kelly raised his head just enough to get a clear look at Billy, the presumed driver. The guy wasn't much to look at, maybe 5'9", lean, with something glinting at his wrist, either a watch or a cheap bracelet. He carried himself with the kind of cocky swagger that screamed small-time arrogance. The other man was bulkier, but clearly the follower, his body language deferential. Then there was the girl. She moved like a sleepwalker, her blouse half-buttoned, her gaze fixed on the ground. There was something hollow in her motions, something beyond just the haze of drugs. It reminded Kelly of the villagers during Operation Plastic Flower, their mechanical obedience, the way they shuffled toward their fate without protest. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. They really were using these girls as disposable tools. Billy revved the engine, peeling out with a screech of tires that echoed down the block. Kelly committed every detail to memory: the height, the build, the flash of metal on his wrist. The other man was just a footnote, a nameless obstacle with an expiration date. 1:40 on the pocket watch. Kelly clenched his jaw. He could guess what had gone down inside some twisted little gathering. Another girl left drained and discarded. But saving her wasn't the mission. Not directly. He forced himself to stay put, counting the minutes, ignoring the thirst gnawing at his throat. When he finally moved, it was with deliberate aimlessness, weaving through alleys like a drunk, his path a zigzagging dance. A smirk tugged at his lips, let them think he was just another lost soul. Only when he hit the streets did he pause, slipping on the surgical gloves with practiced ease. The night was alive with lowlifes, each one oblivious to the predator in their midst. Kelly moved like a shadow, quartering the blocks, circling back toward his parked Volkswagen. They thought they were the hunters. They had no idea. They were free to believe whatever they wanted. Kelly spotted his target just before 3 a.m., another lone wolf, as he'd started labeling them. This guy didn't have backup, probably fresh to the game, still figuring things out. From 40 yards away, he didn't look much older than a kid, hunched over, counting his earnings from the night's hustle. The bulge at his hip was unmistakably a gun, but his attention stayed fixed on the cash. When Kelly's footsteps echoed on the pavement, the guy barely glanced up before dismissing him and returning to his stack of bills. Earlier that day, Kelly had made a quiet trip to his boat, careful not to draw attention. He'd taken the Scout instead of his usual ride, not wanting anyone at the marina to notice the switch. Now, as he neared the dealer, let's call him Junior for simplicity's sake, Kelly casually swapped the wine bottle to his left hand. His right slid beneath his unbuttoned jacket, fingers curling around the cold metal of the bang stick tucked inside. The cotter pin came free with a soft clink, dangling from its chain as he closed the distance. Junior barely registered him this time, too busy sorting bills by denomination. Maybe Kelly's presence threw off his rhythm, or maybe the guy just wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Kelly played the part perfectly, stumbling clumsily onto the sidewalk, head down like some harmless drunk. A quick scan confirmed the street was empty. No witnesses, no headlights swinging their way. Just Junior, oblivious, counting his way toward what he thought was another uneventful night. 10 feet away, and the dealer still ignored him, treating Kelly like background noise. That's when the thrill hit, the electric certainty that this would work. The guy was in the kill zone, clueless, seconds from learning how wrong he was. Kelly's grip tightened as he took the final step, his arm snapping forward like a piston. The bang stick connected just below the ribs, driving upward with every ounce of Kelly's weight behind it. The blast was muffled, more of a dull thud than a bang, the force punching through fabric and flesh. Junior didn't even have time to look surprised. The street stayed quiet. No screams, no sirens. Just the echo of a job done right. The impact wasn't what you'd expect from a gunshot, more like a brutal punch from some unseen force. The lightweight competition load, typically used for clay pigeons or small game, became monstrously effective at point-blank range. Junior barely had time to register the muzzle pressed against his chest before the world turned inside out. His lungs emptied in a choked gasp, his mouth hanging slack like a broken hinge. Shock flickered in his eyes as they locked onto Kelly's, his body still upright for one impossible second, just long enough for realization to set in before gravity took over. He dropped like a demolished brick wall, the sickening thud of his collapse followed by a gurgling exhale of smoke, blood, and something unmistakably final. Even in death, Junior's gaze clung to Kelly, his lips trembling around words that would never come. Kelly didn't linger. He snatched the cash roll from Junior's stiffening grip and melted into the shadows, pausing only to rinse the shotgun's tip in a rain puddle before vanishing westbound. By dawn, he was home, $840 heavier and one shell lighter. Across town, Detective Ryan crouched beside the body, grimacing at the surreal neatness of it all. "Bandana," he muttered, eyeing the gaping wound, a perfect 12-gauge signature, ringed in soot like a macabre bullseye. The coroner's dry chuckle cut through the morning chill. Thews of death. Instant heart puree. Textbook contact wound guy probably felt the barrel before he heard the bang. Ryan's partner, Douglas, frowned at the eerie lack of blood. No exit, no mess. Just empty. The medical examiner nodded, prodding the cavity where organs should have been. Diaphragm's confetti. Hell, I've seen car wrecks less tidy. Ryan's gloved hand brushed Junior's hip, searching for answers in the silence. The patrol officer shrugged. Dude knew the game. Just didn't see this play coming. Above them, a street lamp flickered, casting long shadows over the scene, clean, clinical, and utterly merciless. The shotgun lay beside the body, its presence impossible to ignore. Someone he trusted, Douglas muttered, shaking his head. Had to be no way you let a stranger get that close. Ryan stepped aside as the medical examiner moved in. No defensive wounds, no signs of a fight. Whoever did this walked right up without raising suspicion. He frowned. A shotgun blast in the middle of the night. How does nobody hear that? Time of death, probably between 2 and 3, the ME said, noting the lack of rigor. Neighborhood's dead quiet then. And trust me, a shotgun doesn't exactly whisper. Ryan checked the victim's pockets, no cash, just like the others. Behind the police tape, a small crowd had gathered, their expressions detached, almost bored. Just another spectacle in a city full of them. Think it's the same crew? Ryan asked, more to himself than anyone else. Nope, the ME cut in. Single barrel. A double would have left a different pattern. At this range, one shot's all you need. Douglas exhaled sharply. 3 dealers in as many days. If this keeps up, Mark Charon's gonna need a new line of work. Not today, Tom, Ryan said, cutting him off. Another case file, another dead dealer, clean, efficient, but not the same as the Juju hit. Different style. Later, Kelly laced up his running shoes and hit the trails at Chinquapan Park. The morning air was crisp, the kind that made you feel alive. Kids darted across the grass, some playing pickup baseball, others chasing frisbees with the kind of reckless joy only children have. A stray ball rolled near his path and he scooped it up mid-stride, tossing it back to a grateful kid. A little girl wobbled into his way, clutching a bright green frisbee, her mom shooting him an apologetic glance. He just smiled and sidestepped. This was how it should be, carefree, safe. A far cry from the streets he'd been working. Back in Indianapolis, summers meant parks just like this, moms watching from benches, dads coming home, tired but happy. But not every kid got that. The thought gnawed at him. These kids had it, good shouldn't that be the norm? He shook it off. Changing the world wasn't his job. Finishing his run, he slowed to a walk, letting the sounds of laughter and playful arguments wash over him. Cheaters called out, rules debated with the seriousness only kids could muster. For a moment, it almost felt like the world made sense. John slid behind the wheel of his car, shutting out the noise of the city and his own nagging doubts. Sure, he was bending the rules, but wasn't it for a good cause? Justice, or at least his version of it. Vengeance. The word rattled around his brain as he idled at a red light. No, vigilante felt more accurate. A term rooted in ancient Rome's vigils, those night watchmen who patrolled shadowy streets with swords at their hips. Funny how history had a way of repeating itself. Back then, justice was brutal, crucifixions, sacks of condemned men tossed into the Tiber with rabid animals. Compared to that, his actions almost seemed civilized. Almost. Parking near a row of dumpsters, he disposed of another bag of clothes, the routine now second nature. A quick shower later, he dialed the hospital. "Nurses Station O'Toole," came Sandy's voice, crisp but tired. "Still off at 3?" he asked, leaning against the wall. Her laugh crackled through the line. "You're psychic. My car's dead again. Let me take a look." "Dinner's my only fee," he offered, grinning at her predictable hesitation. "Too soon, John," she sighed, though he could hear the smile in it. "Just dinner, Sandy. Scout's honor." The pause. Then surrender, main entrance, 3:15. "And don't wear that ridiculous bracelet." Hanging up, he exhaled. Human connection, even the awkward kind, was better than the hollow echo of his own thoughts. First stop, shoe stores. 5 of them, all selling nearly identical black high tops. He scowled at the lack of variety, settling for mismatched brands that, upon closer inspection, were probably made in the same factory. The bush jackets were worse, 2 different labels, identical stitching. Capitalism's idea of a joke. But the plan demanded anonymity, so he paid in cash, stuffing receipts into his pocket. As he drove away, the radio hummed with static, a distorted echo of his own restless mind. Rome's streets might have been safer, but they'd never had to deal with corporate branding. Returning to his apartment, which he stubbornly referred to as home, despite knowing it wasn't, Kelly tore off every tag and dumped his clothes into the washing machine. He cranked it to the hottest setting, pouring in a generous amount of bleach, tossing in the last of the thrift store finds he'd scavenged from yard sales. Down to just 3 outfits, he grimaced at the thought of having to hunt for more. Yard sales had lost their charm, especially now that his life had settled into a rigid, high-stakes routine. Shopping was never his thing, and the monotony of his current situation made it worse. The grind was wearing him down, not just the lack of sleep, but the constant gnawing tension. None of this was truly routine. Every move carried risk. Even as he grew more accustomed to the mission, the danger never faded, and the stress clung to him like a second skin. That was good. In a way, complacency could get him killed, but the toll was undeniable. His heart raced more often. His blood pressure inched up, and exhaustion crept in. Exercise helped, but sleep, that was slipping through his fingers. It reminded him of his days in third sog clearing jungle trails, except now he was older, alone, with no team to share the burden or crack jokes when the pressure got too heavy. He glanced at his watch. Wind. Me? That's what he needed. Flipping on the bedroom TV, he caught the midday news. "Another drug dealer found dead in West Baltimore today," the anchor announced. Kelly smirked. "Yeah, I know," he muttered before drifting off. Meanwhile, at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, a Marine colonel stood before a room of 75 hardened force recon volunteers. "We've got a job for you," he said, his voice steady. "Dangerous. Critical. Something you'll look back on with pride. 2, maybe 3 months. That's all I can say." The same scene played out at Camp Pendleton, California. Elite Marines, combat veterans, the best of the best. They'd signed up for this life twice, first as Marines, then again for recon. These men weren't just soldiers, they were hunters. Snipers who could drop a target at 1,000 yards if it stood still long enough. They didn't lose sleep over their work. Predators don't get nightmares. But they were still human. Most had families waiting for them, or sweethearts they hoped to settle down with someday. Many had already done one tour, some two, a rare few three. Those who'd seen too much didn't raise their hands this time. Duty called, but so did life, and some battles had already been fought. Their new role was to mentor the next generation, sharing the hard-won knowledge that had brought them home, when others just as skilled hadn't made it back. It was their duty to the core, a responsibility they accepted as they sat in silence. Eyes fixed on the colonel at the podium, their curiosity simmering but not enough to risk their lives again. Some stole glances at the younger faces around them, recognizing the ones who would stay behind, who would scribble their names on the volunteer list. Many would wrestle with guilt later, knowing they'd walk away from answers that might haunt them forever. But then, they'd picture their families, their kids' laughter, their wives' worried eyes, and the choice became clear. Not this time. The room emptied slowly, leaving behind a handful of volunteers. Their files would be reviewed, their skills weighed against the mission's needs. Some would be chosen, others passed over, not always fairly, but that was the way of things in uniform. By dusk, the selected men were gathered, handed departure times, and told little else. A bus waited outside. Not far then. At least for now. Kelly stirred at 2 a.m., scrubbing away the grit of his last mission. Today required a different disguise. Crisp shirt, navy blazer, a tie knotted just right. His hair, still patchy from the razor, would have to do. He looked every inch the corporate salesman as he climbed into his Scout, nodding at the apartment manager on his way out. Fate tossed him a parking spot near the hospital entrance, where a towering statue of Christ loomed in the lobby, its serene gaze at odds with the violence Kelly had left behind hours earlier. He circled it, avoiding the statue's eyes. No need for that kind of reckoning today. At 3:12, Sandy O'Toole pushed through the oak doors, her expression tight. Behind her, a compact surgeon in scrubs barreled forward, voice sharp as a scalpel. Kelly edged closer, catching fragments of the argument. "The report's filed, Doctor," Sandy said, calm but firm. "You had no right." The man's face flushed darker, spittle flying. "Sure, I did. Your dosage was wrong. My job is to report it." The doctor jabbed a finger at her. "Nurses don't override doctors." His next words turned foul, echoing under the statue's watch. Kelly's jaw tightened. This wasn't just about paperwork, it was about respect. And the longer the doctor yelled, the more Kelly's hand drifted toward the weight in his jacket pocket. Just in case. Sandy didn't back down an inch, her steady gaze only fueling the doctor's frustration. Kelly stepped in, not to intervene but to remind them both they were professionals. "Whatever this is," he said calmly, "maybe take it down a notch." Sandra shot him a glare, but the doctor barely registered his presence, something Kelly hadn't experienced since high school. The man's voice climbed louder, his insults shifting between English and Farsi, yet Sandy held firm. Kelly admired her composure, though he could see the tension tightening her jaw. Then things escalated. The doctor's hand shot up, his voice turning venomous as he hurled a crude insult, clearly picked up from local slang. That's when Kelly moved. The doctor's fist froze midair, trapped in Kelly's grip. "Need someone to fix a broken hand?" Kelly asked, his tone deceptively mild as he applied just enough pressure to make his point. A security guard appeared, drawn by the commotion, but Kelly didn't loosen his hold. 28 bones in the hand, right? He mused. "Want to test how many you can break?" The doctor's defiance crumbled under Kelly's cold stare, no anger, just quiet certainty. "Apologize," Kelly ordered. The man spat back a refusal, but a firmer squeeze changed his tune. "I'm sorry," he muttered, though the words tasted bitter. Kelly released him, then glanced at his name tag. "Feel better, doctor." "Kofan." "Good. Now remember, no more shouting. No threats. We clear?" The doctor fled without another word, leaving Sandy exhaling sharply. "Did you really have to do that?" she asked, frustration mixing with relief. Kelly shrugged. "You were handling it." "But what's the story?" Sandy's words tumbled out the wrong prescription. The patient's allergy, the near disaster. "Doctor, Rosen might finally fire him," she added, shaking her head. "But he's desperate to stay." Kelly nodded, watching her shoulders relax as the adrenaline faded. The guy had a habit of bullying nurses, and nobody appreciated that, but Sandy felt she'd had the situation under control. Kelly shot her a look and gestured toward the exit. "Next time, maybe I'll just let him rearrange your face," he said dryly, though he already knew there wouldn't be a next time. The doctor's expression had said it all. Sandy frowned. "And then what?" she pressed. "Then he takes a break from surgery," Kelly replied. "Listen, I can't stand bullies, especially ones who pick on women. It's not something I tolerate." Sandy hesitated, studying him. "You actually go that far with people?" Kelly held the door open for her. "Not usually. Most folks back off after a warning. Think about it, if he hits you, you both lose. This way, just bruised egos. Nobody's in the hospital over hurt feelings." She let it drop, though part of her was irritated. She'd handled the doctor just fine, some hack who barely knew his way around a scalpel, cutting corners on post-op care. Sure, he only took charity cases, the easy ones, but that didn't excuse sloppy work. Every patient deserved the best, no matter what. Still, she had to admit, the guy had rattled her. Kelly stepping in had been a relief, but part of her wished she'd been the one to shut him down. The nurses would have a field day with this. In the break room, hospital gossip traveled fast, and doctors who messed with the nursing staff never lasted long. But what stuck with her was the way Kelly had looked. No anger, no satisfaction, just cold, detached precision, like he was flipping a switch. 1 second calm, the next ready to break the guy's hand without blinking. It unnerved her. Temper? No, too controlled. Something darker. Sam and Sarah wouldn't keep company with a psychopath, and they were sharp judges of character. So what was he? The car rumbled to life as Kelly pulled onto Broadway. "So what's wrong with your ride?" "Mill," he asked. Sandy smirked. "If I knew, it wouldn't be broken." "Fair point," he chuckled. She watched him. This man who could shift from easygoing to lethal in a heartbeat. Like some kind of switchblade smooth one moment, razor sharp the next. But then, just as quickly, he was back to normal, asking about her day. "Actually, it was good," she said, grateful for the distraction. "We sent home a little girl we were really worried about. 3 years old, fell from her crib. Guer tu prestidad, the Nayad inter. Rosen did amazing work. You'll never even see the scars." "Sam's solid," Kelly nodded. "Good doctor, better man." Sarah too. The phrase, "good troop," echoed in her head something Tim would have said. Kelly turned onto North Avenue, his expression shifting again when he mentioned Pam. Just like that, the warmth drained from his face, replaced by something hollow. Sandy saw it the way his hands clenched the wheel. The brief, brutal lie he told himself before reality crashed back in. Some wounds never heal. Better not to remember, Kelly thought. But the minefields were always there, waiting. Life without memories, both the joyful and the painful, would be hollow. If you erase the people who shaped you, who would you even be? And if those memories didn't push you to act, what was the point of living? Sandy could read it all in his expression, shifting, unguarded, but never cold. Not a psychopath. He felt loss deeply, unlike those who couldn't grieve. So, what did that make him? Try it again, Kelly urged. The dull thud of metal followed. All right, I've got it figured, he said, leaning over the hood of her Plymouth Satellite, sleeves rolled up, his dress shirt already smudged with grease. Sandy stepped out of the car, keys in hand, odd, considering the thing wouldn't start. Might as well leave them in and torture some would-be thief. Narrowed it down to the solenoid switch, he announced. The what? She peered at the engine, a mess of wires and grime. That tiny ignition switch isn't strong enough to crank the starter, so it triggers a bigger one here. He tapped a wrench against the part. Electromagnet flips the heavy-duty switch, sending power to the starter. Makes sense. Why sort the distit? Not really. The shop swore I needed a new battery. Kelly smirked. Let me guess. They also said mechanics love to mess with women because we're clueless about cars. Sandy rolled her eyes. Something like that. But you're still paying me, he said, digging through his toolbox. How? Too filthy for dinner now. We're eating here. He vanished under the car, dress pants and all, emerging moments later with grease-streaked hands. Give it a shot. The engine sputtered to life, weak but running. Keep it on to charge, he instructed. What was it? Loose connection. Just tightened it. But get a lock washer on that nut, or it'll wiggle free again. He eyed his ruined clothes. So did she. You didn't have to, you need this car tomorrow, right? Kelly shrugged. Where's your sink? She led him inside, pointing to the bathroom. When he returned, she handed him a glass of wine. Where'd you learn all this? My old man. Firefighter, but a mechanic at heart. Picked it up from him. He took a sip, not his usual drink, but it wasn't bad. Was. Heart attack on duty while I was overseas. Mom went earlier cancer, slow and ugly. His voice stayed steady, but the ache was there, buried deep. Dad smoked. Probably what got him. I was laid up with an infection at the time, couldn't even fly back. Sandy hesitated. I wondered why no one visited you in the hospital. Couple uncles, some cousins. We're not close. It clicked then. Losing his mother young, powerless to stop it. Every woman he'd loved ripped away his mom, his wife, his girlfriend. No wonder he'd snapped when Kofan threatened her. She'd thought she could handle it herself, but now she got it. The anger faded, replaced by something softer. Sandy noticed he kept a respectful distance, never letting his gaze linger inappropriately, something she usually tolerated from patients, since it oddly seemed to lift their spirits. But this was different. He treated her like an equal, with the easy camaraderie of a fellow cop, balancing friendliness with genuine respect. It was refreshing, the way he saw her as a person first, a woman second. Sandra Manning O'Toole found herself warming to him. Despite his imposing size, there was an unspoken safety in his presence, an unusual foundation for whatever this was between them. The thud of the evening paper landing on the porch interrupted her thoughts. Kelly grabbed it, skimming the front page before tossing it onto the coffee table. A slow news day meant the headline was another dead dealer, one of Henry's expendable foot soldiers. Kelly's eyes flicked over the details, recognizing the street name, but learning the real one, Lionel Hall, from the article. Bandana had been smart, or so Henry had heard, but not smart enough. The drug trade was a brutal climb, and Lionel had slipped. Henry stretched in his chair, groggy from a late night. His latest shipment, 15 kilos of what he now casually called material, had arrived 2 days prior. The boat trips to the drop point were becoming tedious, the elaborate cover story a nuisance. But he knew better than to voice those thoughts. This time, he delegated the dirty work, letting his underlings handle it. Two more now knew too much, but he was done playing errand boy. That's what the small-minded were for people who knew their place. Women, especially. Easier to control, with the added perk of keeping them close. Meanwhile, Doris woke with a splitting headache. The cocktail of pills and whiskey doing nothing but ensuring she'd suffer another day. The details of the night blurred into a haze of too many similar nights. The cuff around her ankle clinked as she sat up. The chain bolted to the wall. Part of her wanted to tear it free, but escape meant a death worse than this. The door creaked open, and Rick smirked down at her. "Shower time," he said, unlocking the cuff with a jerk of his chin toward the bathroom. Back at the house, Kelly flipped through the paper. "Where'd you learn to cook Chinese?" he asked. Sandy shrugged. "A nurse I worked with last year." The domestic normalcy of the moment clashed with the darkness lurking just beyond the front page. Nancy Wu currently teaches at the University of Virginia. "You enjoying it there?" Kelly asked between bites. "Jesters arger." Sandy replied with a smirk. If food is the way to a man's heart, then clearing his plate is the ultimate praise. He'd limited himself to a single glass of wine, but devoured the meal with barely restrained enthusiasm. "It's decent," she teased, nudging for a reaction. "Better than my usual microwave dinners, but if you're aiming for a cookbook deal, you'll need a tougher critic." She caught his grin as he glanced up. "Once spent a week in Taipei, this comes close." "What took you there?" Supposedly R&R a break from dodging bullets. He caught himself, realizing he'd said too much. Some stories weren't meant for polite company. Sandy's expression shifted, and Kelly hesitated, unsure if reaching for her hand would comfort or complicate things. "Tim and I had plans to meet in Hawaii, but," her voice trailed off. He changed the subject. "So, what else did Nancy teach you?" "Plenty. She crashed at my place for months and turned me into her sous chef. Surprisingly patient for someone who lectures undergrads. Labespiers peebiers." Kelly scraped the last bite off his plate. "What's your routine like?" "Up at 5:15, out by 6. I like being early, lets me prep before the R floods us with fresh chaos." "Your turn." Depends. When I'm on a demo job." "Demo?" Sandy blinked. "Explosives. My specialty. Hours of planning, engineers fretting like I'm juggling lit matches. Funny how they forget blowing things up is simpler than building them. Though I do have one signature move." "Which is?" "Underwater jobs, I set off caps early to scare the fish away." View laughed at her confusion. "So they don't get caught in the blast." She stared. "You're serious?" "Na Tenzan. Yep. May pork of mine." The irony wasn't lost on her. A man who'd seen combat, threatened a surgeon, yet worried about fish. "You're something else." There, he shrugged. "I don't kill for sport. Used to hunt, quit. Fish occasionally, never with dynamite. Caps go far enough out so the real charge isn't affected. No sense wasting good fish." The shower's steam did little to blur the marks on Doris's skin. She scrubbed, but the bruises, some fresh, others fading, weren't dirt to be washed away. Just souvenirs from Rick, Billy, the others. The water couldn't cleanse what they'd done, only mask the smell. Even Rick, the least cruel, had left his share. She told off, avoiding the cracked mirror. "Better," Rick said, handing her a pill. "Thanks." Another day, another chemical buffer between her and the life they'd trapped her in. The barbiturate didn't make it bearable, just survivable. Barely. With their help, she endured. Their reality, her prison. Doris gulped down the pill with a swig of water, willing its numbing embrace to take hold quickly. The drug softened reality, blurring the harsh lines between who she was and who she pretended to be. What once felt like an uncrossable chasm now seemed like nothing more than a shallow ditch. She forced a weak smile as Rick's grinning face loomed over her, his fingers tracing lazy circles on her arm. "You know I'm crazy about you, babe," he murmured. Her response was barely a whisper, just a hollow yeah as she let his touch wash over her. "Big night tonight, Doris." "Henry's dropping by," he added, his voice thick with anticipation. 4 blocks away, Kelly stepped out of his beat-up Volkswagen, the door clicking shut behind him. The rhythm of surveillance had become second nature tonight's dinner. His first real human interaction in over a month had almost made him forget why he was here. Almost. He took up his usual post across the street, perched on shadowed marble steps, a fresh bottle of cheap red wine in hand. Every so often, he'd tilt the bottle to his lips, eyes scanning the block left, right up at the darkened windows above. Familiar cars dotted the curb, including that sleek black Carmen Ghia, the same one that had played a role in Pam's death. The driver, a mustached man around his age, prowled the street like a hungry dog searching for a fix. Kelly wondered what kind of life drove someone to this, risking everything just to poison himself a little more each day. Did the guy ever think about the wreckage left in his wake? The neighborhood's gutted by addiction, the lives ruined by the cash lining his pockets. But Kelly couldn't afford to dwell on that. Not when real people, families scraping by on welfare or dead-end jobs, were just trying to survive in this war zone. They ignored the dealers, the junkies, even guys like him. And honestly, he couldn't blame them. Survival here meant blinders on. Morality was a privilege when you were one missed paycheck from the streets. Meanwhile, Henry splashed aftershave on his freshly shaved face, admiring himself in the bathroom mirror. Doris had been adequate. Then there was Maria, all limbs and no brains. Antha so strung out she was practically a ghost. And the others, none older than 20, some barely legal. They were interchangeable, yet each had their quirks. A real trophy girlfriend might have been nice, something to show off, but attention was dangerous. This arrangement worked just fine. Doris lay half-conscious on the couch, her reward of 2 pills glazing her eyes. She'd played her part well, no complaints, no unnecessary chatter. Just the way he liked it. With a smirk, he offered her his finger, which she kissed obediently, her lips slack. "Let her sleep it off," Henry told Billy on his way out. Billy nodded. "Got a pickup tonight anyway." "Right," Henry muttered, already moving on. Even kingpins forgot things sometimes. Little man came up short last night. Gotta fix that. I decided to let it go this time. It was little man's first slip-up, and he claimed it was just a simple counting error. He even offered to cover the mistake with an extra $50, his own idea. Tucker gave a slow nod. In all their years working together, little man had never messed up like this before. He'd always been reliable, running his corner with precision. "Make sure he understands," Tucker said, voice steady. "One strike is all he gets." Billy dipped his head in agreement, his tone respectful. "Got it, boss. And I'll keep this quiet." That was the real issue, actually, one of many. Street dealers were small-time, driven by short-term greed, blind to the fact that consistency kept the whole operation smooth. But that's how it was with these guys, criminals through and through. No changing that. Some ended up dead over turf wars or bad deals. A few were reckless enough to sample their own supply, though Tucker had done his best to weed those out. Then there were the ones who tried to skim, pretending to be short on cash when they were sitting on stacks. Those cases only had one solution, and Tucker had made the lesson clear enough that nobody dared test it anymore. Little man's story checked out. His willingness to pay the penalty suggested he valued his supply, which had grown as his clientele expanded. Still, Tucker would have to keep an eye on him. What really grated was having to deal with something as petty as a counting error. It was just part of the growing pains transitioning from a small-time supplier to something bigger. Maybe it was time to start trusting Billy with more responsibility. The kid had sharp instincts, especially with keeping the girls in line. No record, hungry but loyal. Kentucky coal country roots. Could he handle the step up? Tucker tossed a 10 to the kid watching his car, still mulling it over. Meanwhile, Kelly exhaled in relief. The Roadrunner finally rolled up at 2:15 after what felt like an eternity of waiting. He shifted in the shadows, straightening slightly to get a better look. Billy and his buddy laughing like they didn't have a care in the world. The sidekick tripped on the steps, probably one drink too many, and as he stumbled, a flurry of bills scattered. So that's where they did their counting. Dre, interesting. Both men scrambled to scoop up the cash, Billy landing a half-playful punch on his friend's shoulder, muttering something Kelly couldn't catch from a distance. The night had its rhythms. Buses rumbled by every 45 minutes, but their route was blocks away. Cops followed their predictable loops. By 8 p. the decent folks were gone. And by 9:30, the streets belonged to the shadows, people locking themselves in, grateful to survive another day, already dreading the next. The real action didn't fade until around 2 a. And Kelly had studied it long enough to know the patterns. There were always wild cards, of course. You couldn't predict chaos, only prepare for it. Escape routes, awareness, and firepower were the only insurance. Kelly knew life always had its unpredictable moments, and though that uncertainty gnawed at him, he'd learned to roll with it even if his current mission was anything but ordinary. Wearily, he pushed himself up and shuffled across the street toward the brownstone, his steps deliberately unsteady. The door, as expected, wasn't secured. A quick glance revealed the brass plate behind the knob slightly crooked, a detail he filed away for later. Upstairs, Billy's grating laugh drifted through the open window. That obnoxious, off-key sound making Kelly's jaw tightened. He already despised the man, and soon he'd make sure Billy regretted everything. For the first time, he was within reach of the people responsible for Pam's death, maybe even two of them. Oddly, instead of tension, a cold calm settled over him. His body loosened, his mind sharpened. This one's for you, Pam. The street stretched wide and straight ahead, the two Bobs standing out like sore thumbs a quarter-mile away. Kelly kept his distance, adjusting his path to stay unnoticed. If he walked straight at them, they might get suspicious. Instead, he angled his approach, letting his hunched frame blend into the shadows of parked cars and brownstone facades. Just another drunk, nothing to see here. At the next block, he crossed, scanning the area before veering left onto the sidewalk. He paused, taking a swig from his bottle-wrapped bag for effect, then deliberately relieved himself in the gutter. Disgusting, one of the Bobs muttered. Big or little, Kelly didn't care. The revulsion in the voice was exactly what he wanted. They dismissed him, just another stumbling nobody. But Kelly wasn't done. Both men towered over him, Big Bob at 6'3", Little Bob even taller and bulkier, already softening around the middle. Dangerous, but not invincible. He could have walked away, but no. Not tonight. Little Bob was distracted, staring across the street, while Big Bob lounged against the building. Kelly traced an invisible line between them, counting his steps before pivoting smoothly. His right hand slipped under his jacket, fingers closing around the Colt. In one fluid motion he drew, adopting the Weaver stance, elbows slightly bent, suppressor rising into view. Big Bob's instincts flared too late. He saw the gun, fumbled for his own, but Kelly was faster. 2 quick pulls of the trigger, the suppressor muffling the shots. The first bullet hit as the barrel leveled, the second following before Big Bob could react. No hesitation. No mercy. Just justice. Kelly pivoted sharply without moving his feet, his gun sweeping in a perfect arc toward little Bob. The man had already seen his boss collapse and was fumbling for his own weapon, but his reflexes weren't quick enough. Kelly's first shot went wide, barely grazing him, but the second found its mark, a brutal strike to the temple that sent the bullet ricocheting inside his skull like a pinball. Little Bob crumpled face first onto the pavement. Kelly didn't waste time. A quick glance confirmed both men were down, and then he was moving again, holstering the gun beside his knife as he turned the corner. 6 down. His pulse steadied as the adrenaline faded, his mind already shifting to the next phase of his plan. The clock read 2:56 a.m. as he slipped into the shadows, disappearing like smoke. Meanwhile, the recon Marine wasn't having a great night either. The bus he'd chartered had broken down halfway, and the driver's so-called shortcut had only led them into gridlock. By the time they finally rolled into Quantico Marine Base, it was past 3 in the morning. A jeep guided them to an empty barracks where half the men were already snoring. He claimed a bunk, too exhausted to care about whatever mission awaited him tomorrow. Just another day in the endless grind of military life. Virginia Charles wasn't faring much better. A nurse's aide at St. Agnes Hospital, she'd been stuck working late when her relief didn't show. 8 years on the same shift, and she still hadn't memorized the bus schedule tonight. That mistake cost her. She missed her usual ride and waited forever for the next one, missing her favorite show and 2 hours of precious sleep. At 40, divorced, with one son stationed in Germany and another still in high school, she juggled bills and worries like a circus act. She'd saved enough for a car, but couldn't justify the insurance costs, not with a teenage boy who'd only drive up the premiums. Maybe once he enlisted, she thought bitterly. The walk home was tense. Her neighborhood wasn't what it used to be. No more friendly chats on stoops or safe midnight strolls to church. These days she moved fast, cigarette in hand, eyes scanning for trouble. She'd been robbed twice last year, both times by desperate addicts. At least it taught her boys a lesson, she told herself. And she never carried much cash anyway, just enough for the bus and a cheap meal. May 3 blocks. Just 3 blocks. She picked up her pace, exhaling smoke into the cold air, willing herself to stay sharp. The violation of her pride stung, though not as sharply as the nostalgia for quieter days in a neighborhood where people still followed the rules. Just 1 more block, Virginia Charles reminded herself, rounding the corner. A voice called out from behind her, "Hey, lady, got some change?" She'd caught the movement in her periphery but kept walking, refusing to acknowledge it, praying the same indifference would shield her, though kindness like that was vanishing fast. She pressed forward, ducking her chin, convincing herself most thugs wouldn't dare target a woman from behind. Then a hand clamped onto her shoulder, shattering that illusion. "Hand it over," the voice demanded, flat and detached, as if reciting street law. "Not enough here to bother with, kid," Virginia shot back, shrugging free, without turning movement meant safety. Then came the metallic snick. "Try me," the voice said, chillingly calm, like he was teaching her a lesson. That sound froze her. She halted, murmuring a plea under her breath, and fumbled with her purse. Turning slowly, fury outweighed fear. A scream might have worked years ago, back when men would have rushed out, fists ready. Now she faced just a kid, maybe 18, eyes glazed and hollow, high on something and drunk on control. Fine, she thought, buy him off and go. She pulled out a crumpled 5. "This it?" He sneered. "I want more, or you're bleeding." Then his expression shifted. something feral flickering behind the haze, and her stomach dropped. "It's all I have," she insisted, voice cracking. "Then you're gonna pay another way." Kelly was almost at his car when he spotted them two figures by his beat-up Volkswagen, the glint of a blade catching the streetlight. Damn it. He'd sworn off playing hero. Saving the world wasn't his job, and stopping some random mugging wouldn't change anything. But this was right by his ride. Cops swarming the scene would be bad news, especially with what or who he'd left nearby. The kid had the woman by the arm now, knife flashing. 20 feet was nothing for a shot, but not with a nicety too that could punch through and hit her. She wore a uniform, late 30s maybe, and then slash. Red streaked her arm. She gasped, jerking back, the bill fluttering to the pavement. The kid grabbed her throat, debating where to cut next. That's when Virginia's eyes locked past him, wild with hope. The mugger spun, expecting a threat, only to smirk at some stumbling drunk. Kelly exhaled. This just got complicated. Kelly kept his head down, but his eyes locked onto the young mugger, realizing this situation was spiraling beyond his control. "You got any cash on you, old man?" The kid sneered, drunk on his own arrogance as he took a reckless step forward, convinced the homeless guy had to be hiding more than the nurse's aide. The sudden advance caught Kelly off guard, throwing off his rhythm. His hand darted toward his concealed weapon, but the silencer snagged on his belt, and the mugger misinterpreted the motion as a threat. The kid lunged again, faster this time, blade flashing in the dim streetlight. No chance to draw now. Kelly shifted his weight, pivoting into a defensive stance. For all his bravado, the attacker had no technique. His wild slash was telegraphed and slow. Kelly deflected it effortlessly, closing the distance in one fluid motion. A sharp jab to the gut knocked the wind out of the kid, but adrenaline kept him swinging. The knife came back in a desperate arc, but Kelly seized his wrist, twisting hard until the joint popped with a sickening crack. The mugger crumpled to the pavement, arm dangling uselessly. "You should get out of here, ma'am," Kelly muttered to Virginia Charles, turning away so she wouldn't see the aftermath. She didn't need to witness this. The nurse's aide scooped up her dropped $5 bill and hurried off, clutching her bleeding arm, her steps unsteady. Kelly watched from the corner of his eye, guilt gnawing at him. She'd be fine, someone would call for help. But the kid on the ground was groaning now, the pain cutting through whatever high he'd been riding. And he'd gotten a good look at Kelly's face. Damn. This punk had come at a woman, then pulled a knife. Both moves could have been fatal. Probably wasn't his first rodeo, either. Some lessons had to be taught the hard way. Kelly yanked the blade free and drove it home, silencing the whimpers. A minute later, his Volkswagen was already blocks away. 7, he thought grimly, turning east. Lieutenant Ryan rubbed his temples. 2 dealers, each with a pair of 92 rounds in the skull, clean, professional. No robbery, no shell casings, no struggle. One had even managed to grab his piece, not that it did him any good. Then came the call a few streets over, and Ryan knew this one was different. Douglas whistled as they stepped out of the car. Well, that's a first. The knife stood straight up from the back of the victim's skull, like some macabre trophy. Most murders in this city were depressingly predictable family squabbles, drunken brawls, idiots killing each other over a damn sandwich. Last Thanksgiving, a man shot his own son for the last drumstick. Ryan's personal favorite. A homicide sparked by an argument over a crab cake. Not funny, just pathetic. But this was something else entirely. The aftermath was always the same, a chorus of "I didn't mean it," and muttered excuses about why the victim should have just walked away. For Ryan, the weight of these tragedies gnawed at him like a relentless ache, each case blurring into the next with sickening familiarity. A life snuffed out shouldn't feel like a broken record, he thought, not after what he'd seen in the hedgerows of Normandy and the frozen woods near Bastogne as a young 101st Airborne trooper. Most killers crumpled fast, drowning in guilt, their confessions spilling out between sobs, crimes of rage or stupidity that left two lives in ruins. But this was different. Ryan frowned at the corpse's mangled arm, twisted grotesquely behind the torso. What the hell happened here? The medical examiner adjusted his gloves. Dislocated. Try annihilated. Someone gripped this guy like a wishbone and nearly ripped it clean off. See the bruising? Like snapping a twig. Martial arts. Douglas ventured. Close enough. Whatever it was, it stopped him cold. The ME gestured to the obvious fatal wound. A sergeant waved them over. Lieutenant, this is Virginia Charles, she called it in. Ryan noted the bandage on her forearm, her teenage son beside her. Jaw clenched as he glared at the body. 4 minutes of questions later, Ryan had the basics. Local drunk? We know, Virginia corrected, nodding at the shattered bottle Douglas bagged. Staggered around here for weeks. Meanwhile, at Quantico, the morning routine unfolded with marine precision. 5 miles past rifle ranges and memorials, the recon team's stride synced like a machine. They smirked at the officer trainees huffing through drills, their own endurance a silent boast. Then came the curveball, a general waiting by a playground, of all things. Welcome, gentlemen, said Marty Young as they caught their breath. Nearby, Navy officers in crisp whites and a pair of civilians watched intently. The team exchanged glances. This wasn't standard ops. Cass-eyed, the swing said. Photos didn't show the kitty decor. Greer shrugged. Assume Ivan's satellites count every freckle. So we give them a daycare, move cars like a shell game. Harmless places have parking lots, right? The plan was set. Mannequins would lounge on slides by 10 a.m. daily, because nothing said, nothing to see here, like plastic civilians soaking up imaginary sunshine. By 2 or 3 in the morning, the vehicles would shift positions once more, and the dummies would be repositioned. They had a hunch this bizarre routine would eventually become a running joke among the team. So, once the show's over, this place turns into some kind of twisted funhouse? Ritter mused, then chuckled at his own thought. Yeah, why the hell not? Solid work, James. Appreciate it, Bob. Admiral Maxwell squinted at the scaled-down replica. Seems cramped from this angle. Dead on within 3 inches, though we took some shortcuts, Ritter admitted. Snagged a Soviet manual for these kinds of facilities. General Young nailed the specs. Casimir frowned at Building C. No window panes here. Check the intel photos, Greer cut in. Glass is in short supply where this is based. Just shutters slapped on haphazardly. But Building B, he jabbed a finger toward it. Fake bars wooden, removable. Interior layouts an educated guess, pieced together from debriefs of folks who've been inside the real deal. Not exactly pulling it out of our asses. The Marines prowled the mock-up, mentally mapping their assault. They'd been briefed on the broad strokes, now they visualized it. M79 rounds shredding guard towers, white phosphorus raining into barracks, gunships strafing the aftermath. The eerily lifelike mannequins with their vacant doll eyes would bear silent witness. No leaks. No survivors. The site's resemblance to that other place went unspoken. A few glances drifted toward a distant hilltop. The perfect vantage point. After the pep talk, the men split into pre-assigned squads to gear up. No standard M16s, they'd be rocking compact Car 15s for tight quarters. Grenadiers hefted M79s with tritium-painted sights. Bandoliers sagging with practice rounds. Daylight drills were just a warm-up. The real work would happen under cover of darkness. Because operations like this, they only went down at night. At the range, 6 window frames stood waiting. The grenadiers locked eyes, then unleashed their first salvo. One round went wide, earning the shooter instant ridicule as the other's training rounds puffed behind the targets. "Relax, I'm just shaking off the rust," the corporal grumbled, before drilling 5 shots in 40 seconds. Door killer slow. Sleepless nights did that. Elsewhere, Ryan studied the coroner's report. What kind of freak has the strength to do that? Definitely not some 98-pound weakling, the medical examiner quipped. Blade sliced the spinal cord right at the medulla. Lights out instantly. Douglas stepped around the forensic photographer. Victim was already wrecked. That shoulder injury is nasty as it looks. Worse. Whole joints probably hamburger. No coming back from that, his pitching days were toast before the knife even got him. Ryan skimmed his notes. White male, 40s, long black hair, filthy. He told Virginia Charles, "Go home, ma'am." "Ma'am." She walked away while he was still breathing. Douglas lowered his voice. "Which means the killer took the knife back post-murder. Them 4 professional hits this week. Bowled to 6 bodies. 4 different methods. 2 bound and executed with a 92, no struggle. 1 gutted by a shotgun, no chance to fight back. The previous night had seen 2 more shootings, likely from a 92 again. But these victims weren't robbed or restrained, and they'd been aware of their attacker before the shots rang out. Both were low-level dealers, but this latest victim? Just some small-time thug. "Doesn't add up, Tom," Ryan muttered, though the lieutenant was already turning the details over in his head. "Any ID on this one?" The sergeant in uniform didn't hesitate. "Junkie with a record, 6 priors for robbery. Probably more we don't know about." Ryan shook his head. "None of this makes sense. If we're dealing with someone sharp, why risk being seen? Why let a witness walk away? And why even bother with this guy? What's the connection?" There wasn't one. Sure, the other dealers had been taken out with a 92, but that caliber was dime a dozen on the streets. One pair had been robbed, the other left untouched, and while both had headshots, the second pair's wounds lacked the same chilling precision. And then there was the dealer blasted by a shotgun. We've got the murder weapon. The wine bottle prints will turn up. Whoever did this wasn't exactly meticulous. Douglas smirked. A vigilante drunk with a moral compass, M. Ryan scoffed. "Yeah, right. Definitely not some choir boy. But who or what was this guy?" Kelly flexed his bruised hand, cursing under his breath. Losing control like that had been stupid. Looking back, he knew he'd had no choice if he'd driven off and left that woman to die. He'd never live with himself. And if anyone had spotted his car, instant murder suspect. The irony wasn't lost on him. He was a suspect now. Or someone fitting his description would be. Back at home, he'd studied his reflection, the grimy beard, the tangled wig, the hunched posture that shaved inches off his height. The streetlight had been dim, and the woman had been too busy running for her life to get a good look. Still, mistakes had been made. The wine bottle he'd dropped it, deflecting the knife, then forgotten it in the chaos. Bull, idiot. But the cops wouldn't have much. His surgical gloves had held, no blood left behind. The bottle, only touched with covered hands. They'd peg it as a bum-on-bum killing, and with the city full of drifters, he just needed one more night. Billy was the priority. The intel was solid, but the guy wasn't dumb. He might switch up his routine. If Kelly waited too long, all his recon would be worthless. 6 down, 1 accidental. The 7th didn't count, except maybe to that woman. He exhaled sharply. Letting her die would have been worse. Sometimes you just had to roll with the punches. The mission was riskier now, but failure wasn't an option. And as for danger, that was the least of his worries. Kelly knew he had to push his personal concerns aside. Duty called. He grabbed his phone and punched in the number. "Greer," came the gruff voice on the other end. "Clark," Kelly replied, still finding some dark amusement in the formal exchange. "You're late," Admiral Greer snapped. The call was supposed to happen before lunch, and Kelly felt a twinge of guilt at the reprimand. "No damage done, I just got back. But we'll need you sooner than expected." "It's already in motion." That was fast, Kelly thought. Too damn fast. "Understood, sir. Hope you're in fighting shape." "Dutch vouches for you," Greer said, his tone softening slightly. "I'll manage, Admiral." "Ever been to Quantico?" "Negative." "Bring your boat. There's a marina good spot for a quiet talk. Sunday, 10 a.m. sharp. Don't keep us waiting, Clark." "Thy sir." The line went dead. Sunday morning. Kelly hadn't seen that coming. The pace was unsettling, making his own mission feel even more urgent. Since when did the government move this quickly? Whatever was happening, it was pulling him in fast. Meanwhile, across the world, Grishanov leaned back in his chair, frustration etched on his face. "You're telling me your pilots are just glorified chauffeurs now? Handing missile control to some guy in a booth?" Zacharias scoffed. "You've got to trust your men in the air." "This guy should be briefing the general staff," Grishanov thought bitterly. "They won't listen to me, but they might listen to an American." His country had a strange respect for you. Tactics, even as they prepared to face them in battle. "It's complicated. The new fighter units are being sent to the Chinese border." "Wait, what?" Zacharias cut in. "You didn't know? We've already clashed with them 3 times this year. Amur River, further west." "That's bull. You're supposed to be allies." Grishanov let out a harsh laugh. Ditterbert. Friends. Maybe from the outside, it looks that way. But we've been fighting the Chinese for centuries. Ever read history? We backed Chiang over Mao, trained his troops. Then we were stupid enough to give Mao reactors. Now they've got nukes. Think their missiles can hit the U. No. But Moscow? Absolutely. That's why our MiG-25s are parked on their doorstep. Zacharias frowned. "I've never heard any of this." "Nee, of course not. Does your government tell you everything?" Grishanov's voice turned sharp. "Last winter, they attacked one of our islands. Slaughtered a battalion, mutilated the bodies. Why? Because they see us as animals. Useful but beneath them. Master race mentality." Zacharias offered. "Exactly. They want our land, our resources. And they'll take them if they can." Zacharias shook his head. "How the hell is this not common knowledge?" Grishanov smirked. "Same reason your bosses keep secrets. Nobody tells the whole truth." The tension in the room was palpable as Grishanov leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You remember when France left NATO? When they ordered your troops to pack up and leave? Not a single one of us got a heads up. I was stationed in Germany at the time, working staff duty, and nobody bothered to mention the political earthquake happening right under our noses." He gave a dry chuckle. "Robin, you Americans see us as this looming giant, just like we see you. But your domestic politics might as well be written in hieroglyphics to me. The irony isn't lost on either of us. Zacharias shifted against the wall, his back protesting with a sharp twinge. The pain was relentless, a constant companion these days. Still bothering you? Grishanov asked, noticing the grimace. Without waiting for an answer, he pulled out his flask and passed it over. This time, Zacharias took it without hesitation, swallowing deeply before handing it back. So, tell me, Zacharias rasped, wiping his mouth, how good is this new bird of yours? Grishanov's eyes lit up. The MiG-25. It's a damn missile with wings. Turns like a freight train, sure, but in a straight line? Nothing in your arsenal comes close. 4 air-to-air missiles. No cannon, just the most powerful radar ever strapped to a fighter. Completely immune to jamming. You're on death leg. Zacharias pressed. 40 kilometers, give or take. Grishanov shrugged. We sacrifice distance for reliability. Couldn't crack both, no matter how hard we tried. Join the club, Zacharias muttered. He exhaled sharply, then surprised himself by voicing a thought he usually kept buried. Look, I don't actually think our countries will go to war. What would you even take from us? Sapspors Helwinin. Oh, space. You've got plenty of your own. But China? His jaw tightened. They need what we have, and they're right on your doorstep. Hell, we handed them the weapons they'll eventually turn on us. And there are so many of them ruthless, relentless, just like the guards in this hellhole, but multiplied by 1 billion. Grishanov's expression darkened. So, what's your play? I command my regiment, the Russian replied flatly. I plan how to stop a Chinese nuclear strike. The how part? Still working on that. Zacharias smirked despite himself. Take space, time, and the right opponents to make it work. Exactly. We've got bomber crews, but nothing like yours. Even unopposed, I doubt we could get 20 bombers over your country. They're all based thousands of kilometers from my sector. Know what that means. No realistic training. No live drills. You're talking about a red team scenario. Grishanov snorted. Blue team, Robin. Semantics matter. Then, just as quickly, the humor faded. But yes, everything's theoretical, or we'll have fighters pretending to be bombers, which is useless when they run out of fuel in 20 minutes. Zacharias studied him. You're serious about this. Robin, I won't insult you by asking for trust. But ask yourself, do you really believe your country will ever attack mine? Probably not, Zacharias admitted. Grishanov took a long drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling toward the ceiling. I'm not losing sleep over B-52s. It's Chinese bombers that keep me up at night. That's the war we're preparing for. His voice grew distant. I was 11 when the Germans got within 100 kilometers of Moscow. My father, a history professor, joined a transport regiment, cobbled together from university staff. Half of them never came home. My mother and I fled east to some nameless village. The whole time, all I could think about was my bookish father behind the wheel of a supply truck. He crushed the cigarette under his boot. 20 million dead, Robin. 20 million. Friends' fathers, my wife's father, 2 uncles gone. You don't forget that. Ever. Trudging through the snow with my mother as a child, I made a vow one day I'd stand guard for my homeland. That's why I'm in this cockpit now. My mission isn't aggression, it's protection. I don't strike first, I shield what's ours. Get that, Robin? I'm here so no other kid has to flee through blizzards like we did. Lost half my classmates to the cold back then. That's the fire that keeps me flying. First it was the Germans eyeing our land, now the Chinese. And people like. His gesture toward the cell door hung heavy in the air. Kolya didn't need words to know he'd won. Months of careful maneuvering led to this, less like chess, more like watching a wounded bird trust your hand. The irony tasted bitter. This American would never see Nebraska's cornfields again, while Hanoi's bureaucrats sharpened their knives for when he outlived his usefulness. What a goddamn waste. Kolya's disgust for his so-called allies wasn't acting anymore. Their smugness during briefings, the way they broke men for sport, it turned his stomach. Yet here he'd succeeded, where their torture chambers failed, armed only with shared memories and zero vodka. He'd traded cruelty for compassion, treating Zacharias's wounds instead of inflicting new ones. The cost? Peeling back his own scars, winter starvation, joining the Air Force to prevent more empty little coats in the snow. Only possible because Zacharias was already a ghost to his country, destined for an unmarked grave. The man wasn't some Nazi caricature, just a decent pilot who probably avoided bombing schools. Hell, he didn't even hate their Vietnamese jailers. That stung worst of all, Kolya was starting to. Across the desk, Douglas dropped the evidence bag with a thud. The wine bottle inside gleamed under fingerprint powder's yellow haze. Clean as a whistle, he said. The switchblade followed one partial print matching the dead kid, smears everywhere else. Ryan's chair creaked as he leaned back. Gloves in July. Either that, or our guy's a contortionist. 4 crime scenes. 6 bodies. 2 drug dealers per location, different methods each time, but all within 5 blocks. All at twilight. Ryan massaged his temples. This isn't some clue board game, Tom. Real killers don't leave monogrammed handkerchiefs. The lieutenant's fingers traced the knife's outline. Last time I saw a neck stab like this, Eisenhower was president. Takes serious strength for rage. Boo every beat. But today's Vic had a witness. Perp told her go home, ma'am. Polite psychopath. That's new. The air conditioner hummed as both men stared at the blade, its edge catching the fluorescent light. The scene opened with a burly plumber discovering his wife's infidelity. After allowing the other man to leave, he grabbed a chisel and forced her head back. Douglas interrupted, questioning the brutality. Why go through all that trouble when a simple throat slash would do the job just as effectively? Ryan considered this, his voice fading as he weighed the options. Throat wounds created chaos, the horrific gurgling sounds, the screaming, the arterial spray coating everything in sight. But if speed and silence were priorities, a precise strike at the base of the skull worked like flipping a switch. Clean, efficient, no mess. The conversation shifted to the recent killings. 2 drug dealers executed blocks apart, their deaths nearly simultaneous. Then came Mrs. Charles caught in the middle of an altercation. Ryan frowned. Why intervene? A killer with a conscience. The theory didn't hold. If this was a robber, why target both criminals and civilians? No physical evidence tied the crimes together, just speculation, and a suspect who, bizarrely, wore gloves hardly typical for a street drunk. Midnight found Kelly slipping out of his quiet apartment complex. The place was filled with predictable people, white-collar workers, who kept to themselves, no kids, just couples, and the occasional widow. He drove his VW through the city, past dimly lit offices and fading neighborhoods, his gloved hands tight on the wheel. The surgical rubber trapped heat, making his palms sweat. But going bare wasn't an option. Memories of Vietnam surfaced, leeches clinging to his skin, worse than rats. At least rodents didn't drain you drop by drop. Tonight was different. Tonight he'd see real results. He circled the area, scanning for threats, and spotted 2 cops questioning a wino. Their stance told him everything, one officer ready to back up the other. They were on alert. Looking for you, Johnny boy. He changed course, but he knew their routine wouldn't shift entirely. They'd just add extra scrutiny to every vagrant they passed. For now, that was enough to work around. The cops had bigger fish to fry holdups at corner stores, domestic disturbances, speeding tickets. Busting drunks would just pile more work onto their already overflowing plates. For Kelly, that made drunken wanderers the perfect cover, blending into the predictable rhythms of patrol routes he'd memorized. He figured his bad luck quota for this job was used up. One last run, then. He'd switch tactics, though, to what? He wasn't sure yet. But if luck held, the next move would reveal itself. A block from the brownstone, he muttered a dry thanks to fate. The Roadrunner sat right where it should be, but it was too early. Collection night meant the girl wouldn't be there. He cruised past, looping around the next blocks, watching. A lone patrol car rolled by, right on schedule. 2 hours before the next pass. Perfect. Parking just close enough. He slipped out and walked away, doubling back to slip into character. 2 nervous dealers lingered on the next block, jumpy as cats in a thunderstorm. Word must have spread their buddies vanishing one by one. Kelly smirked inside, amused they had no clue how close they'd just come to joining them. But focus. He turned the corner, scanning. Past 1 a.m., the street was winding down, the usual post-midnight slump setting in. Nothing out of place. Just rows of brownstones and brick houses, shadows stretching long under the streetlights. He shuffled forward, playing the part, but beneath the act, his mind sharpened. One of them, maybe 2, was close now. Close enough to taste vengeance. For a heartbeat, he let himself remember Pam's laugh, the way her hair caught the light. His fists clenched, his face hardening to steel. Then just as fast he shoved it down. Tactical. He slowed, eyeing the corner house. 30 yards. A swig of wine, a deliberate spill down his shirt. Snake to Chicago, target acquired. The sentry, if that's what the idiot was, gave himself away with lazy cigarette smoke, curling from the doorway. Kelly swapped the bottle to his left hand, flexing his right. Stumbling up the steps, he coughed, then collapsed against the door. It swung open, sending him sprawling at the feet of Billy's buddy. The wine bottle shattered, and Kelly played the fool, whimpering over the mess. "Rough night, pal," the guy said, almost sympathetic. "Better scram." Kelly just kept groaning, swaying on his hands and knees, waiting for the right moment to strike. Kelly stifled another cough, tilting his head just enough to glimpse the guard's boots confirmation. This was his mark. "Easy now, old-timer," came the gruff voice, as rough hands hoisted him up. Kelly played the part perfectly, limbs slack, letting himself be maneuvered toward the door. He stumbled deliberately, forcing the sentry to take his full weight. Years of planning, every scrap of intel, every sleepless night, it all crystallized in that split second. His left hand flew to the man's face, a distraction, while his right drove the cob bar between ribs with surgical precision. The blade pulsed against his fingers. The dying heart's frantic rhythm, turning to chaos against the steel. A twist, a shudder, and the life drained from widened eyes. Kelly lowered the body soundlessly, but this time he didn't suppress the grim satisfaction. After all this, he'd earned it. "Remember Pam," he murmured, watching recognition flicker through the pain before the light faded. "Snake. Bu as ache Erplings." He yanked the knife free, wiping it clean on the dead man's shirt. No point dirtying good steel. Catching his breath, Kelly focused. One down. The real prize waited upstairs. The staircase groaned underfoot, but he hubbed the wall, distributing his weight, inching upward with the patience of a predator. The quait might a weaven sif. 35 in his grip felt reassuring, suppressor dulling any potential noise. Then the sounds hit him slaps, Whimpers, a low, cruel laugh. His jaw clenched. A broken whisper, "Please," sent fury coursing through him, his grip tightening until his knuckles ached. Dirty streetlight bled through the bedroom window, casting grotesque shadows. A woman knelt on a stained mattress, head bowed as a hand groped her roughly. Kelly's stomach turned. Just like Pam. The man, Billy, grinned down at her, oblivious until Kelly's voice cut through the darkness, absurdly cheerful. "Mind if I join the party?" Billy spun, eyes widening at the sight of the pistol. "The hell? Me Teopolfiev." Kelly tilted the barrel downward. "Try reaching for your toys, and I'll turn you into a eunuch. Face down. Now." The smirk in his voice was colder than the blade at his hip. It was astonishing how much power men gave to that one small part of their anatomy. How quickly fear took hold at the mere suggestion of harm. Not that it was a difficult target. The brain was far more substantial and just as vulnerable. "Get down." "No." Billy obeyed instantly. Kelly shoved the girl onto the mattress and yanked the electrical cord from his belt. Within seconds, Billy's hands were bound tight, the wire biting into his skin. The pliers still clutched in his left hand made Kelly smirk. What kind of idiot brings tools to his own demise? He snatched them and twisted the wire tighter, drawing a sharp cry from Billy. The girl's glassy eyes locked onto Kelly's face, her breathing ragged but her movements sluggish. Doped up, but not enough to forget. She was studying him, etching his features into memory. Why are you even here? This wasn't part of the plan. She was a problem. A loose end. The thought flickered just end it, but his hands trembled at the idea. If he let her live, she'd describe him, spark a manhunt, ruin everything. But if he killed her, that was a line even he couldn't uncross. His soul wasn't worth the trade. "Get dressed," he snapped, tossing clothes at her. Fast and quiet. Billy, ever the idiot, chose that moment to speak. "Who the hell are you?" Kelly pressed the cold barrel of his gun to the back of Billy's skull. "One wrong move, and your brains redecorate this floor." "Got it?" A frantic nod was the only reply. "Now what?" Kelly glanced at the girl, fumbling with her underwear, the bruises on her body making his stomach twist. "Hurry up," he growled. He cinched the wire around Billy's elbows, wrenching a scream from him as he forced him upright. "Hurts, huh?" Kelly taunted before gagging him and shoving him toward the door. "Move." "You too, sweetheart." Down the stairs they went, Billy hopping over broken glass, his feet bleeding. The girl froze at the sight of the body at the bottom. "Rick?" She gasped, dropping to her knees. "Rick." Of course he had a name. Kelly hauled her up. "Out back." "Now." In the kitchen, he scanned the yard clear. The real risk came next. He herded them outside, the girl exchanging silent, desperate looks with Billy. Kelly yanked her away. "Wet him see." He shoved Billy into the car, then the girl, securing Billy's legs with more wire before sliding behind the wheel. "Who are you?" she whispered as the engine roared to life. "Someone you don't want to cross," he said, voice steady. "But I'm not your enemy. If I were, you'd still be with Rick." Her reply hit him like a punch. "Why'd you kill him?" "He was kind to me." Kelly's grip tightened on the wheel. "Kind?" He stole a glance at her bruised, disheveled, yet somehow sincere. The street ahead blurred for a second before he forced his focus back. This night was spiraling, and he wasn't sure he could control where it landed. A police car sped by in the opposite direction, causing Kelly's pulse to spike for a split second before it vanished around the corner. His mind raced, options flashed through his head. But only one made any sense. Realistic. He almost laughed at the absurdity of it. Yeah, right. No one anticipates a doorbell ringing at 2:45 in the morning. Sandy stirred, half convinced she'd imagined it, but the echo lingered in her groggy mind. Just a dream, she told herself, rolling over until it buzzed again. Still dazed, she grabbed her robe and shuffled downstairs, too confused to feel fear. A shadow loomed on the porch, flicking the light switch as she opened the door. She barely had time to register the figure before a harsh, familiar voice snapped. "Kill the damn light!" The command was so sharp she obeyed instantly. "What the hell are you doing here?" Then she saw the girl beside him, pale, trembling, a wreck. "Call out sick. You're staying home today to look after her." "Her name's Doris," Kelly ordered, his voice steady but edged with the intensity of a man who wouldn't take no for an answer. Sandy stiffened, her brain finally catching up. Kelly looked like hell, unkempt, wearing what might have been a wig caked in grime, his clothes filthy. But his eyes. "Westapem, tas to Sursten." Rage simmered there, his fists clenched at his sides. "Remember, Pam?" he demanded. "Yeah, but this girl's in the same damn situation. I can't help her now. I've got other business." Sandy's breath hitched. The news reports she'd half watched over dinner. The haunted look in his eyes at the hospital, it all clicked. The same desperation, but sharper now. Raw. "Someone's been beating her to hell, Sandy. My prostert Weim." "John," she whispered, her throat tight. "You're trusting me with your life." A dry, humorless chuckle escaped him. "You didn't screw it up last time." With that, he shoved Doris inside and vanished into the night without a backward glance. Doris doubled over. "I'm gonna be sick." Sandy barely got her to the bathroom in time. As the girl retched into the toilet, Sandy caught a glimpse of her reflection in the harsh light, hollow-eyed, bruised. It was like staring into the face of pure suffering. By 4 a.m., Kelly reached the marina. The scout's tires crunched on gravel as he backed up to his boat. After a quick scan for witnesses, he popped the hatch. "Move," he muttered to Billy, who obeyed without protest. Kelly shackled him to a deck fitting, then cast off, the boat slicing through the dark water of the bay. Only then did he let himself exhale. Untying Billy's restraints, Kelly slumped into the captain's chair, rubbing his aching shoulders. Hauling the guy from the VW to the scout had been a nightmare. Lucky he'd dodged the early morning paper delivery. Coffee in hand, he dimmed the cabin lights, letting the quiet hum of the engine and the glow of the dashboard soothe his frayed nerves. The night wasn't over, but for now, he could breathe. The harbor was quiet as Springer glided past Dundalk Marine Terminal, where a handful of freighters sat docked under the soft glow of shore lights. The water stretched out smooth as glass, barely rippling in the absence of wind, reflecting the steady pulse of red and green channel markers warning ships away from shallow hazards. Up ahead, the crumbling silhouette of Fort Carroll emerged, an old hexagonal fortress built by Robert E. Lee back in his army days, its rusted artillery long silent. To the north, the Bethlehem steel plant cast an eerie orange glow over the water, while tugboats rumbled to life, their deep diesel growls cutting through the stillness like a distant conversation. Billy twisted against his restraints, his voice hoarse from the gag. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded, legs kicking at the deck. Kelly barely glanced back, savoring his coffee as the boat hummed beneath them. The sky was still thick with stars. No sign of the storm warnings fishermen loved to quote. Just heat-stifling, oppressive heat waiting to smother the day. "Answer me, damn it!" Billy shouted, but Kelly only adjusted his course, keeping to the edge of the shipping lane like always. A tugboat chugged into view, hauling a pair of shadowy barges, probably coal or grain. Not that it mattered. Kelly smirked, imagining the monotony of barge life, The same route, the same speed, the same faces. Good money, sure, but what kind of existence was that? Listen, man, we can work this out. Billy tried again, desperation creeping in. Kelly ignored him, focusing instead on the blinking red beacons of the Bay Bridge ahead. Dawn was just starting to bleed into the sky, that perfect fleeting hour when the world felt untouched. Most people slept through it, oblivious. Then something caught his eye, a flicker of movement. He stepped out onto the deck, binoculars in hand, and keyed the radio. Springer calling Coast Guard 41 boat. Over. A familiar voice crackled back. Washin Portagee here. You lost, Kelly? Just earning an honest living, Kelly replied dryly. What's your excuse? Keeping idiots like you from drowning, came the amused response. Kelly grinned. Some things never changed. Kelly adjusted the throttle levers forward toward the bow, the sharp end that cuts through the water, and felt the boat surge ahead. Turn the wheel left, the bow swings left. Turn it right, and she follows. Simple as that. Over the crackling radio, laughter erupted. Loud and clear, Springer. I'll be sure to share those pearls of wisdom with the crew. Much obliged for the lesson. Sem peace arcanteria. The Coast Guard cutter, a 41-footer, had been drifting through a slow patrol for 8 uneventful hours. Areza leaned against the wheelhouse, sipping coffee while a rookie took the helm. He keyed the mic, grinning. Springer, you've got some nerve. Not many folks talk to me like that and live to tell about it. Over. Respect your elders, Coastie. Hey, is it true your boats come with training wheels? Over. A fresh-faced recruit whistled. Negative on that, Springer. We ditch those the second the Navy hands us the keys. Wouldn't want you civilians getting queasy just watching us work. Over. Kelly smirked and nudged the wheel, keeping a wide berth from the cutter. Glad to know our waters are in such expert hands, especially with the weekend crowd rolling in. Watch it, Springer, or I'll board you for a full safety check. My tax dollars hard at work. Wouldn't want them going to waste. Just making sure you boys were still awake out here. Copy that, sir. We were nodding off, good thing. We've got pros like you to keep us sharp. Fair seas, Portagee. Same to you, Kelly. Duricade de Prut. The radio hissed back into silence. Kelly stowed the mic and ducked below deck. The sky blushed. Pink-orange sunrise was minutes away. Billy, chained to the deck, squinted up. What was that about? Kelly poured coffee, checked the autopilot, then peeled off his shirt. The shotgun scar stood stark in the dim light. Billy's breath hitched. Your Kelly turned, letting him see. Yea, when Sprakerla Capli. I killed you, Billy spat. Henry had never bothered to update him. Did you? Kelly eyed the gauges. One diesel ran hotter, he'd check it later. The boat hummed along at 20 knots, bow lifted, steady as ever. Billy filled the silence, venom in his voice. Pam talked about you. Right before Kelly ignored him, scanning the chart as the Bay Bridge loomed. He adjusted course, eyeing a distant freighter's lights. No need for radar, the air was clear, the sea calm. Billy sneered. She was fun. Right up till the end. Not too bright, though. Kelly's grip tightened on the wheel. The clock ticked. The water waited. Billy smirked, his voice dripping with contempt. She mentioned the bruises. He missed the way Kelly's grip tightened on the steering wheel. The autopsy report had described the marks around her chest, crude, deliberate, like someone had gone at her with a pair of hardware store pliers. Kelly knew every clinical word by heart, etched into his mind like acid on metal. Did the coroners feel it too? That simmering rage buried under sterile terminology? Professionals hid it well. Oh, she spilled everything. Billy, how you met the parties. We trained her, pal. You should be thanking us. Before she bolted, she made sure to give us all a proper send-off 3-4 rounds apiece. Thought she was clever, huh? Didn't see the encore coming. O+ traveler, AB. Kelly's mind raced. O-type was common, which meant there could have been more than 3. What's your type, Billy? Just some trash with a pretty face, Billy sneered. Died mid-ride, you know? Choked her out while she was still going at it. Face turned purple, legs kicking, kinda hilarious. His grin widened, though Kelly didn't need to see it to feel the malice. Had my fun, though. Made sure she felt it. Kelly forced his breath steady, letting the boat's gentle sway ground him. The morning breeze had picked up, rocking the deck just enough to feel alive beneath his feet. What's the big deal? Just another dead junkie, Billy pressed, frustration creeping in. We could have cut a deal. You blew it, left 70 grand behind you, idiot. He paused, searching for a reaction. Anger made people sloppy, and he'd gotten under Kelly's skin before. Real shame she needed a fix. If she'd known another dealer, you'd both be ghosts by now. But you screwed up too. Phones, man. After our car crept out, we called Bert, hopped in his ride, and bam, there you were, sitting duck in that Jeep. Wide fies id. Du a trabicadis percurret. That's what did it. Kelly's muscles locked. You absolute moron. For a second, his shoulders sagged under the weight of his failure. Revenge felt hollow now, but he'd take it anyway. He straightened in the captain's chair. Seriously, how dumb can you be? Billy taunted, mistaking Kelly's silence for defeat. Surprised you're even breathing. Look, it wasn't personal. She knew too much. Let's talk this out, yeah? Kelly checked the autopilot clear course, no traffic. He stood, moving closer until they were eye to eye. She told you we were there for drugs. His voice was eerily calm. Yeah, exactly, Billy said, relaxing. Then Kelly started crying. Weird. Maybe this was his out. Hey man, tough break, Billy offered, tone all wrong. Kelly's tears dried fast. Bad luck. His fist clenched. The sea kept rocking, indifferent. Kelly shut his eyes, mere inches from Billy's face. She'd shielded him after everything, after his failure. She hadn't even known whether he was alive, yet she lied to keep him safe. The weight of it crushed him, and for a long moment Kelly let the grief take over. But when the tears stopped, something else did too. Wiping his face, he scrubbed away the last traces of mercy for the man in front of him. He pushed up from the floor and returned to the control chair, refusing to meet Billy's gaze. One more look, and he might snap, and that wasn't a risk he could afford. Upstairs, Ryan studied the driver's license in his hand. Richard Oliver Farmer, 24, with a rap sheet of speeding tickets and not much else. Now, thanks to a single precise stab wound, he'd never see 25. The blade had slipped between the ribs, skewering the heart with surgical precision. The wound told the story wide. Clean, the kind left by someone who knew exactly where to strike. The killer had even twisted the knife for good measure. Farmer's shirt bore the evidence. 3 bloody swipes, one imprinting the distinct shape of a marine issue. Ka-bar. Not the brightest, the medical examiner remarked, nodding at the revolver still tucked in Farmer's belt. Had the piece, but never got it out. Douglas tapped his pencil against one of the stains. Recognize this. Ka-bar, Douglas answered himself. Standard marine knife. I've got one in my garage. The M.E. whistled. When taffet say. Welcring work. Blade went in horizontal, no rib snag. Most folks aim left, this guy knew better. One thrust, heart split like butter. Ryan exhaled. Armed and still got taken out. Our guy's quick. Told you, Douglas muttered. Upstairs, the scene was a goldmine cache, stuffed satchel, guns, a knife, a semen-stained mattress. Routine for the lab techs, but Ryan's gut already had the answer. You know Farber at Hopkins. Smart, weird, Douglas said. Court's calling me. You good? Ryan smirked, lighting a cigarette on his way down. Beer's on me. You beat me to this one. Maybe I'll make lieutenant after all. Back in the salon, Kelly toyed with the kabar, its edge glinting. You're gone, eh, meddler? Billy tried to sneer. Why the hell would I help you? Kelly pressed the blade just shy of skin. We can skip the talking. Billy's bravado evaporated along with the color in his face. All right, all right. Kelly's voice cut through the tension as he released the restraints from the deck, though Billy's arms remained locked together. The man thrashed, his voice cracking with fear. Screw you. You're gonna murder me, and I won't say a damn word. Kelly spun him around, locking eyes with him. Relax, Billy. You're walking off this island alive. That's a promise. For a brief moment, Kelly almost laughed at the sheer bewilderment on Billy's face, like a kid who'd just been told Santa wasn't real. But the humor faded fast. He knew he was balancing on a razor's edge, caught between two kinds of insanity, each just as deadly. He had to stay detached but present, methodical but not cold. Helping Billy off the boat, Kelly nudged him toward the equipment shed. Need some water? I gotta piss too, Billy muttered, shifting uncomfortably. Kelly gestured to a patch of grass. Be my guest. He watched, arms crossed, as Billy hesitated. The guy hated this being exposed, powerless. Earlier, he'd tried puffing himself up, bragging about what he'd done to Pam like it made him some kind of tough guy. May fighter. If he'd kept his mouth shut, maybe, just maybe, Kelly would have doubted him. But no, cowardice and stupidity always went hand in hand. Once Billy was done, Kelly led him to the bunker, spinning the combination lock with practiced ease. Inside, a steel cylinder sat waiting, its open hatch swaying slightly. You're climbing in, Kelly said. Billy spat defiance. Like hell I am. The butt of the cab bar came down hard on the back of his neck, dropping him to his knees. You're going in one way or another. Bleeding or not makes no difference to me. A lie, of course, but a useful one. Kelly hauled him up by the collar and shoved him toward the opening. Stay still. To his surprise, Billy barely resisted. The second the shackles came off, Kelly felt the tension in the man's muscles like a rabbit about to bolt. But a quick jab with the knife killed that idea. Billy trembled, all fight drained out of him. Otorgspitz tabular. Now. A firm push did the trick. Once Billy's feet cleared the rim, Kelly slammed the hatch shut and bolted it. He flicked off the lights and stepped outside. A meal, some rest Billy could stew for a while. The waiting would only help. The phone rang, snapping him back. Hello. Sandy's voice was tight with worry. Hey, it's John. John. What's happening? Med, how is she? Doris. She's asleep, Sandy said. Outside her window, kids were playing ball in the field. The scene so normal, it felt surreal. John, what the hell happened to her? His grip tightened on the receiver. Listen close, Sandy. This is critical. Okay, I'm listening. First rule, don't tell a soul she's there. Especially not the cops. But John, she's hurt bad. She's strung out. She needs real medical Sam and Sarah. That's it. E2 understood. Kelly hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Sandy, I've put you in danger. The people who hurt Doris, they're the same ones. I know, John. I already put the pieces together. Sandra O'Toole kept her expression steady, though the image of Pamela Starr, Madden's body, still lingered in her mind. She told me you killed someone. Kelly didn't flinch. Yeah, Sandy. I did. She wasn't shocked. She'd suspected as much hours earlier, but hearing him admit it so casually, like he was confirming whether he'd taken out the trash, sent a chill through her. These people are dangerous, John. I could have left Doris behind, but I just couldn't. His voice tightened. God, Sandy, did you see what I saw? It had been years since her ER days, but the brutality came rushing back. The marks on Doris's body, the hollow look in her eyes like someone had snuffed out her spirit on purpose. That was the worst part. She'd treated trauma patients before, but this was different. This was calculated cruelty. Kelly fell silent, drawing strength from her calm. His instinct was to hunt, to retaliate. Hers was to protect, to heal. And right now, her way might be the stronger one. She needs real medical care, Sandy said, thinking of the battered woman upstairs. I know. Just be careful. Promise me. Be free, I will. I'm calling Dr. Zev Rosen. She hesitated. John? Yeah. What you're doing. It's wrong. The words tasted bitter, but she had to say them. I know, he admitted quietly. She closed her eyes, picturing kids playing baseball outside, then imagining John wherever he was, his face set in that grim, determined way. She took a breath. But I don't care anymore. I get it. Thanks, he whispered. You okay? I'll manage. I'll be back soon. I don't know what we'll do with her. Let me handle that. We'll figure it out. There was a pause. Sandy. Frey Yevano Weckham Sandy. Yeah? Bose, thanks, Itebek. The line went dead. You're welcome, she thought, hanging up. He was a killer, ruthless in a way she couldn't fathom. Yet he'd risked everything to save Doris. She still didn't fully understand him, but she dialed the phone again anyway. Meanwhile, Detective Emmett Ryan sat across from Dr. Sidney Farber, who looked every bit the academic, small, bearded, pipe in hand. The psychiatrist didn't stand, just gestured Ryan to a chair. The case files were spread across the desk, already studied. I know your partner, Tom Douglas, Farber said between puffs. Ryan nodded. He said your work on the Gooding case was impressive. A very disturbed man. I hope he gets the help he needs. Ryan leaned forward. And this one? How sick is he? Farber met his gaze. Physically. Healthier than both of us. But that's not what matters. It's what you just said that tells me everything. You're suggesting one killer is behind all these cases, the psychiatrist said, settling deeper into his chair. Explain your reasoning. Tom spotted it before I did, the detective admitted. It's the precision, the methodical nature of each attack. Meg, exactly. So we're looking at a psychopath? Farber shook his head. Not in the traditional sense. A true psychopath struggles with reality, seeing the world through a distorted lens. Their behavior is usually erratic, obvious. This isn't that. But Gooding fits a newer classification, an organized psychopath. He was calculated, but his brutality still revealed his pathology. These killings? No ritual, no mutilation, no signs of sexual motive. Just cold efficiency. This killer isn't driven by emotion. He has a purpose, and to him it makes perfect sense. Then what's the motive? Definitely not theft. This is personal. He's furious but controlled. I've seen it before. The tray tappin'. Ryan asked. Farber gestured toward the wall, where a framed display held military insignia, a ranger tab, jump wings, an infantry badge. Ryan's eyebrows lifted. Stupid, right? Farber chuckled dryly. A Jewish kid trying to prove something. Guess I did. Europe wasn't my favorite either, but I missed the scenic tours, Ryan muttered. What unit? Easy Company, 506th. But dual-fisted Chabeler. 1,001st? All the way, Doc. Ryan smirked, remembering the reckless days of jumping from C-47s, Normandy, Eindhoven. Bastogne. Ryan's smirk faded. Not exactly a vacation. At least we rolled in on trucks. Farber leaned forward. That's what you're dealing with now, Lieutenant. Meaning? The disguise. Farber tapped the transcript of Mrs. Charles' interview. It's deliberate. Takes strength to drive a knife through a skull. No way it was some drunk. They're physically wrecked. But this doesn't fit the pattern, Ryan argued. Think like a soldier. You scout your target first. In a city, how? You blend in. Our guy chose the perfect cover of wino. Filthy, ignored, invisible. Everyone looks right through them. But how does he move around? You think he's hailing cabs? He's got a car. A disguise isn't permanent, it's a tool. Farber slid the crime scene photo forward, pointing to a gap between parked vehicles. Ryan's stomach dropped. Damn it. Call me Sid. Look, this guy's smart. He adapts. This was the only kill fueled by rage, unplanned. He crippled the victim first, then finished him in the hardest way possible. Why? Farber took a slow breath. Something set him off. This pravate praveler's Mrs. Charles being there? That wasn't part of the plan. The unexpected task gnawed at him, sparking frustration he hadn't anticipated. Worse, he'd released her fully aware she'd recognized him. You're holding out on me, the detective pressed. He's ex-military. Elite training ranger, maybe special forces. Younger, sharper, built like a machine. Why's he operating here? Your guess is as good as mine. But this guy's methodical. Studies his targets, strikes when they're exhausted, when the streets are empty. Muy tardus es. Just a bonus. Walk me through this morning's scene, Farber instructed, his tone deceptively calm. That duffel bag upstairs, 50 grand, untraceable. Hotel money. Bertie Wykley. And 2 missing persons, male confirmed, female probable. Farber exhaled a plume of smoke, tapping his pipe against the crime scene photos. 2 scenarios. Either they're his endgame or collateral for something bigger. So the dealers were smoke screens. The first 2? Interrogated, not executed. Ryan's jaw tightened. We missed it. He needed privacy to break them. Monday morning quarterbacking, Farber shrugged. Don't beat yourself up. Early scenes screamed robbery. But this... He gestured at the latest photos, eyes gleaming. This is his slip-up. Used a knife, cleaned it fast, professional rage. Controlled but personal. You're sure he's not psychotic? Clinically sane. Motivated. This is calculated, Ryan. Discipline in the how, fury in the why. Ma'am. Farber's pipe froze mid-air. Bingo. Why spare a witness? Courtesy suggests agenda, not bloodlust. He's hunting cartel. Exactly. And that mission. He's got skills to back it. Your perp's a goddamn apex predator. Ryan frowned. If he took a woman alive, she'll talk. The man. He's already dead. And when you find him, don't engage. This guy could outshoot your entire squad. Kelly rapped her knuckles against the steel hull. Cozy enough for you? The chamber, one of hundreds commissioned by the Navy from Houston's Dykstra foundry, hummed under artificial pressure. Its reinforced window, 4 inches of plexiglass, warped the light like a fishbowl. Somewhere beneath the industrial stench, she caught a whiff of salt water, a ghost of the ocean it was built to simulate. The chamber was equipped with a tiny airlock for passing in essentials like food and water, along with a dim 20-watt reading light encased in a sturdy fixture. Beneath it sat a roaring gasoline-powered air compressor, operated from a fold-down seat flanked by 2 gauges. One displayed pressure in a mix of units, millimeters, and inches of mercury, psi, kilograms per square centimeter, and bars, while the other converted the readings into simulated water depth in both feet and meters. Every 33 feet of depth equaled an additional 14. Severn Nepazire, the weight of Earth's atmosphere at sea level. Over the intercom, Billy's voice crackled with panic. Look, just ask whatever you want, all right? I knew you'd come around. Kelly yanked the starter rope, the compressor roaring to life. He double-checked the spigot valve was sealed before opening the pressurization line, watching the needles creep clockwise. You know how to swim? Kelly asked, studying Billy's face through the window. The man flinched. What, wait, you're not gonna drown me, right? Not the plan. Yeah, so can you. Yeah, sure. Ever tried free diving? No, never. Billy's confusion deepened. Well, you're about to get a crash course. Yawn. Pop your ears helps with the pressure. Kelly watched the depth gauge hit 30 feet. Billy's voice turned frantic. Just ask your damn questions already. Kelly cut the intercom. The fear in Billy's voice unsettled him. He wasn't a sadist, and the last thing he needed was pity creeping in. He stabilized the pressure at 100 feet, then rigged a hose to vent the exhaust fumes outside. This would take time, just waiting, just remembering. The chamber's side had a crude instruction chart, but the reference diving manual was long gone. Kelly hadn't done serious dives in years, not since that oil rig job in the Gulf. He spent the next hour organizing tools, letting old anger simmer before returning to the seat. How's it going in there? Fine, all right. Just get me out. As parch, soon. First, some answers. Kelly picked up a clipboard. Ever been arrested? No. A hint of pride there. Military service? No. So no jail, no fingerprints, nothing? The tree unchaveler. How do I know you're not lying? I'm not, man, I swear. Maybe. Kelly twisted the spigot valve. Air shrieked from the chamber as pressure dropped. Billy had spent the last hour saturated with compressed air, his bloodstream loaded with dissolved nitrogen. Now, as the pressure vanished, those invisible bubbles swelled inside him, agonizing, unstoppable. The pressure built rapidly around the gas bubbles in Billy's tissues, his cells straining against the force before their fragile walls began to tear apart. A deep, throbbing ache spread through his limbs, escalating into searing agony with every frantic heartbeat. Kelly watched impassively as Billy's moans twisted into shrieks, even though the chamber had only reached 60 feet of simulated depth. With a quick twist of the valve, Kelly restored full pressure 4 atmospheres, and the pain faded to a dull burn, like the aftermath of an intense workout. Not that Billy would know that feeling. The man clearly wasn't the athletic type. His wide, panicked eyes looked more like a cornered animal's than a human's, which suited Kelly just fine. "Consider that your first warning," Kelly said over the intercom, his voice calm. "Now ever been arrested, Billy?" Christ, no." Billy gasped. "Never booked?" Fingerprinted. "Just traffic tickets, I swear." "Military service." "I already told you no." "Good." Kelly marked off the answers. "Now let's talk about Henry and his operation." What Billy didn't realize was that the nitrogen saturating his bloodstream was doing more than just hurting him, it was messing with his head. At this pressure, the gas acted like a sedative, dulling his fear just enough to let reckless euphoria slip in. A nice little side effect of Kelly's chosen method, one that made the truth come easier. Meanwhile, in the dim balcony of an empty theater, Tucker and Sharon were having their own tense conversation. "They left the cash?" Tucker demanded. "Over 50 grand just sitting there." Sharon shrugged. "They were still counting when I left." He noted Tucker's agitation, rare for a man who usually stayed ice cold. "We've had dealers dropping like flies lately. Juju, Bandana, a couple others." "You think it's connected?" "Could be a botched robbery," Sharon mused. "Or maybe someone's sending you a message. Leaving the money behind. That's not greed, that's a statement." But Tucker's jaw tightened. Who the hell doesn't need money? Sharon smirked, enjoying the rare upper hand. Someone with a grudge. And Billy knows enough to be dangerous. You might want to think about that. Back in the chamber, Billy's screams reached a new pitch as Kelly took him down again. This time, the pressure ruptured both eardrums in quick succession, his fingers clawing at his ears in blind panic. Kelly just watched, taking notes. Kelly watched as Billy's eyes reddened and his sinuses swelled under the pressure changes. The nitrogen bubbles would have gone after his fillings next, if he'd had any, though. Judging by his screams, the man clearly had other dental issues to worry about. "Billy," Kelly said, easing off the pressure just enough to let him catch his breath, "that story of yours isn't holding up." The response was immediate, a raw, guttural shout through the chamber's microphone. "You think this is funny? I was there when Henry finished your precious Pam. Watched her beg while you sat there sobbing like some pathetic loser." Kelly's expression didn't change as he twisted the valve again, dropping Billy back to 80 feet. The nitrogen would be wreaking havoc now, bubbles forming in his joints, his nerves sparking like faulty wiring. His body convulsed, limbs jerking against the chamber walls as the pain tore through him, sharp stabs in his knees and elbows, fire lacing up his spine. It was almost poetic, really. The bends didn't just hurt. They made a man feel like his own skeleton was turning against him. When the spasms finally slowed, Kelly leaned closer to the glass. "Now, Billy," he murmured, "imagine Pam felt something like that. Only slower. And with pliers." Billy's face was slick with tears, his hands trembling as he pressed them to his forehead. "Hurts. God, it hurts." "Good," Kelly said, almost cheerfully. "Because if I don't like what you say next, we can always dial it up." "We're past him." He slid a water glass through the pass-through, waiting as Billy fumbled with the straw. "Let's try again. Not the saboteur. Where's he hiding? I swear I don't." "Wrong answer." Kelly's hand hovered over the valve. Billy's scream rattled the steel. "Please. We only meet at some dive off Route 40. He never tells us where he lives." Kelly sighed. "See, Billy, here's the problem. You spent hours torturing Pam. 2 years working for Henry. And you expect me to believe you never asked for his address?" He cranked the valve just enough to hear the hiss of pressurized air, and Billy's shriek drowned it out before the pain even hit. For a split second, Kelly hesitated. What if the idiot really didn't know? Then again, he thought as he nudged the pressure up another 5 feet, it never hurt to be thorough. Fear could be just as persuasive as pain. And right now, Billy was drowning in both. This man was no hero, just a bully who took pleasure in others' suffering. If he ever realized pain could be endured, he might actually grow a spine. That was a chance Kelly refused to take, no matter how slim. He twisted the valve shut, ramping the pressure back up to 110 feet, deepening the agony, and letting nitrogen narcosis blur the edges of Billy's torment. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. She'd never seen the autopsy photos of Pam her husband had warned her off asking, and she'd listened. But now, faced with Doris lying motionless and exposed, she understood why. Sandy had at least helped clean her up. Sam unzipped his medical bag, handing over his stethoscope. Doris's pulse raced at 90 beats a minute, too fast for someone her age, though her blood pressure and temperature were stable. Sandy stepped in, filling 4 test tubes with blood for the hospital lab. Who could do something like this? Sarah muttered, taking in the bruises on Doris's cheek, the marks on her chest, the fresh swelling along her ribs and legs. Sam checked her pupils responsive, but empty. The same kind of monster who killed Pam, the surgeon said quietly. Doris stirred. Pam, you knew her. Sandy's voice was grim. The man who brought you here, the one Billy killed? Sam nodded, then winced at how absurd it sounded to an outsider. Meanwhile, Billy, drunk on nitrogen and relief, slurred out a phone number. Kelly jotted it down, adding to the growing list of names and addresses scrawled in pencil. How do the drugs get into the country? Billy's head lolled. That dunno. That's not good enough. The hiss of pressurized air cut through the room. Billy's scream tore from his throat as the gauge plunged to 75 feet. His lungs spasmed, each cough sending fresh waves of agony through his body. Every inch of him felt like it was splitting apart, his eyes bulging, sinuses swelling, hands clawing at his face like he could hold it together. His knees dug into the steel cylinder, his arms twisted uselessly against his chest. Reality dissolved into pure, unending pain. Please, stop. The whisper crackled over the speaker. Kelly eased the pressure back up, stopping at 110 feet. Billy's face was a patchwork of burst capillaries, his left eye streaked with blood. The man who'd once doled out suffering now knew what it truly meant to break. The once pale fabric was now soaked in deep crimson, edging toward violet, amplifying Billy's resemblance to a cornered, desperate creature. The last question was about the drug shipments, Kelly reminded him, his voice steady. Billy's whimper of denial was met with a chilling calm. Listen carefully, Kelly murmured into the microphone. Everything up to this point. Painful, sure, but nothing permanent. Doctors could patch you up. But what comes next? That's irreversible. Billy's breath hitched as the reality sank in. If he'd been capable of rational thought, he might have wondered if terror had a limit, a naive assumption given what was coming. Next time we depressurize, your eyes will hemorrhage. You'll go blind. Then, the vessels in your brain will burst. No surgeon can fix that. You'll spend the next 40 years in darkness, pain, and madness. So let's try this again. How do the drugs come in? Kelly steeled himself. No mercy. He wouldn't hesitate to put down an animal in this state, but Billy wasn't just an animal. He was something worse. A man who'd never grasped that other people were real, with lives as valuable as his own. To him, they were just tools, toys to exploit or discard. Now too late. He was learning the consequences of that worldview. His universe, once so small and self-centered, was collapsing into a nightmare of agony. The shift in Billy's expression was unmistakable. The defiance shattered, replaced by raw, babbling honesty. His voice cracked as he spilled everything too little, too late. Kelly glanced at the pressure gauge, unmoved. Justice had been absent for too long. Maybe Billy had never considered that someone might treat him the way he'd treated others. A cruel irony, but one Kelly couldn't afford to dwell on. The valve hissed open. Billy's scream was soundless, his body convulsing against the steel chamber. Kelly waited, watching the panic in his eyes now flecked with red before easing the pressure. Just enough. "Talk faster," he urged, his tone devoid of sympathy. The words that followed were rushed, desperate, and undeniably true. The truth, at last. But for Billy, it had come a decade too late. No ordinary mind could have fabricated such a story. The last phase of questioning dragged on for hours, interrupted only briefly by the sharp hiss of a pressure valve. Kelly circled back repeatedly, probing for inconsistencies, but the answers remained stubbornly consistent, if anything. Each round of questioning revealed new connections, weaving scattered details into an unmistakable truth. By the time midnight approached, he was certain he'd drained every useful piece of information from Billy's mind. For a fleeting moment, Kelly almost hesitated as he set down his tools. Had Billy shown even the slightest mercy to Pam, things might have ended differently. His own injuries, as Billy had pointed out, were just collateral damage, the result of his own recklessness. But Billy had crossed an unforgivable line. The torture he'd inflicted on the woman Kelly loved stripped away any claim to humanity. Mercy wasn't an option. The damage was irreversible now, creeping through Billy's body as ruptured tissues drifted through his bloodstream, choking off vessels one by one. The worst of it played out in his brain, his vacant eyes betraying the chaos within. The slow, controlled depressurization left behind something less than human. If it had ever been human to begin with. Kelly unlatched the chamber door, recoiling at the stench of bodily fluids forced out by the pressure shifts. He dragged Billy's broken form onto the concrete, briefly considering restraints before realizing the man was already beyond movement. His joints shattered, his nerves only registering agony. Yet he still breathed. Kelly slept better than he expected, 10 hours of undisturbed rest that left him uneasy. Staring at his reflection while shaving, he scoffed at his own belated guilt. If Billy had thought twice about hurting women and pushing drugs, maybe he wouldn't be in this state. Justice, Kelly told himself, wasn't about satisfaction, it was about necessity. With his conscience quieted, he prepped for the next step. After packing his gear, he spread a plastic tarp across the deck of his cruiser and set course for Point Lookout. The Chesapeake stretched before him, dotted with the skeletal remains of World War I-era ships near Bloodsworth Island, rotting timber and crumbling concrete hulks that had outlasted U-boats but not economics. As the autopilot guided him south, Kelly raised his binoculars, scanning the derelicts. One of them, he suspected, held exactly what he needed. The stillness of the marsh was unsettling. No boats, no signs of life, just the eerie quiet of a place abandoned. Kelly scanned the area, knowing this wasn't some active industrial site, but a perfect cover for the kind of work Billy had been involved in. Shifting direction, he pushed the thought aside. Right now, he needed to focus on what came next. Soon, he'd be back among men like himself, part of a team again. The idea brought a grim satisfaction. There'd be time to plan his next moves carefully. Meanwhile, the officers had been given just the basics about the incident involving Mrs. Charles. But the details of how her attacker had met his end had put them on edge. No extra warnings were necessary. Most patrols were two-man teams, though a few lone wolves either seasoned or just reckless handled things their own way. The routine was predictable. One cop would haul a suspect to his feet while the other hovered, fingers brushing his holster. They pat down the usual suspects' winos, mostly finding pocket knives, but never guns. Those got pawned for booze or worse. 11 stops later, 2 arrests for attitude problems, and still nothing useful. Charon's voice crackled over the phone from a supermarket parking lot, his car idling beside a Cadillac. "Got some intel," he said. "They're hunting a guy dressed like a bum." Tucker scoffed. "You serious?" "Dead serious," Sharon shot back. "White guy, average height, 40s. Strong, moves fast when he needs to. Cops are playing it close, but word is he took out 2 dealers around the same time. He messed up that yoking. My money's on him being the same guy cleaning up the streets." Tucker shook his head. "Rick and Billy, too?" "Doesn't add up." "Doesn't have to," Charon snapped. "This guy's a pro. You hearing me? Necessary pro." Tony and Eddie's names slipped out, but Tucker wasn't convinced. Driving down Edmondson, his mind raced. Why would they sabotage his operation? They barely knew the details, just that he ran things and wanted peace while he became their main supplier. It made no sense unless... A darker thought surfaced. What if Billy was still alive? What if he'd flipped and Rick hadn't? Billy was always the ambitious one, reckless but tough. If he'd cut a deal, who with? He knew where the product was prepped, not how it arrived. Except maybe the formaldehyde smell on the bags. Tucker had been careful before, repacking everything when Tony and Eddie helped early on. But the last 2 shipments, that slip-up gnawed at him now. Or spare Billy P. A damn big one. Billy had a general idea where the processing happened, but finding it alone? Henry doubted it. Boats weren't his thing, never had been, and navigation wasn't exactly something you picked up overnight. Eddie and Tony know their way around a deck. Genius, Tucker scolded himself. But why would they turn on him now, right when everything was finally falling into place? Who else had he pissed off? Sure, there was the New York crew, but he'd never dealt with them directly. He'd just slipped into their market when supplies ran thin, carving out his own slice. Could they still be holding a grudge? Then there were the Philadelphia guys, middlemen between him and New York. Maybe they got greedy. Maybe they'd caught wind of Billy. Maybe Eddie was playing both sides, stabbing Tony and Henry in the back at once. Henry tightened his grip on the wheel as he turned toward home. He still controlled the pipeline, that much was solid. But defending his turf, his connections, that was non-negotiable. Years of grinding had brought him here, and the payoff was finally within reach. Starting over? Not an option. Not with Vietnam winding down. The body count dropping, his whole operation hinged on that chaos. One misstep now could unravel everything. If he played it smart, he could walk away with 20 million and never look back. 2 more years. That's all he needed. A plan took shape. First, he'd spread the word. Billy was to be found alive. Then he'd feel out Tony, see if Eddie was cozying up to rivals up north. Information first. Miss Prickish betch me. Kelly eased the boat forward, scanning the shoreline. Perfect, he thought. A quiet stretch, just a drowsy little town, a few scattered lights, cars passing lazily along the main road. No one paying attention. He rounded the bend, spotting an old tobacco farm, the farmhouse glowing with TV light, the owners oblivious inside. Good enough. Killing the engine, he dropped anchor and lowered the dinghy. Billy's body was dead weight, but the life jacket made it easier. He tied it off, rode to the bank, a school, probably empty for summer except for maintenance. Hauling Billy onto the mud, he yanked the jacket free. Stay put. Billy's slack mouth moved. Stay. Damn right. Kelly shoved the dinghy back into the current. As he rowed away, the body sprawled naked and nameless on the shore. He forced himself to look. No turning back now. Kelly had left no identifiable traces on Billy, no fingerprints, no distinguishing marks, beyond what he'd deliberately inflicted. The brain damage was worse than planned, suggesting other organs had taken a brutal hit too. At least he'd spared the man the indignity of becoming crow food. Doctors would handle the rest. As Kelly guided the boat up the Potomac, fatigue weighed on him, but he kept his focus sharp. The marina at Quantico Marine Base came into view, and he eased into a guest berth at the far end of the dock. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. "Goes there?" the voice demanded. "Name's Clark," Kelly replied smoothly. "You were expecting me." The man gave an approving nod. "Nice ride." He disappeared toward the dockhouse, and moments later, a car rolled down from the officers' quarters. Marty Young stepped out, eyeing the boat with a mix of admiration and envy. "You're early," he remarked. "Figured we might as well get started, sir. Care to come aboard?" Young chuckled, glancing around the polished interior. "How would you swing this beauty?" "I'm stuck with a dinghy." Galley smirked. "Classified, General." "Sorry." Young waved it off. "Dutch says you're joining the op." "Yes, sir." "You sure you can keep up?" Young's gaze flicked to the tattoo on Kelly's forearm Phoenix before adding, "We're running Force Recon guys through hell this week." Kelly shrugged. "I've handled worse." "Who else is on the team?" "Hardened Marines." "We break them at dawn." 5:30 wake up. Kelly guessed. Young grinned. "Someone'll fetch you. And don't think you're getting off easy." Kelly matched the grin. "Wouldn't dream of it, General." Tony Piaggi swirled his wine, irritation tightening his jaw. "You drag me out here for what?" Henry Tucker leaned in, voice low. "Someone's hunting my people. 2 dealers down, a girl missing." Piaggi arched a brow. "I read the papers. West Side's getting cleaned up. Not just any dealers, Rick and Billy. Same guys from before." Tucker took a sip, watching for a reaction. 70 grand left at the scene. Cops called it professional. Piaggi scoffed. "You got rivals." "Who doesn't?" "None who'd walk away from that kind of cash." "The point taken." Piaggi studied him. "You think this is personal?" Tucker's expression darkened. "Knife work on Rick. Shotgun for another. This ain't some street punk, it's a message." The unspoken tension hung between them. Both men knew knives meant different things to different people, stereotypes clashing in the silence. Piaggi finally sighed. "Heard rumors. Somebody's using a small pistol, too." Tucker's grip tightened on his glass. "One thing's clear, this guy's not sloppy. And he's coming for me." The police were sweeping the streets, methodically clearing out the homeless, handling it with deliberate caution. "I hadn't heard about that," Piaggi confessed. Tucker always had better intel, living closer to the rougher side of town. His connections were bound to be sharper. "This feels like a pro's work," Tucker mused. "Someone with real skill, you get me?" Piaggi nodded, though his thoughts were tangled. The idea of elite mafia hitmen was mostly Hollywood fantasy. Most mob killings weren't precision jobs, just messy business handled by guys who usually ran rackets or shook down businesses. There wasn't some secret guild of assassins lounging in luxury between contracts. Sure, some guys had a knack for it, but that just meant they didn't lose sleep afterward. True, psychopaths were rare, even in their world, and botched hits happened more often than not. To Henry, professional meant something out of a gangster flick. But how the hell was Tony supposed to explain that? "It's not one of mine, Henry," he finally said, leaving unspoken the fact that he didn't actually have any. Tucker had always assumed Peabody knew his way around a hit, but the truth was, Henry had more first-hand experience than Tony ever wanted. That was a conversation for another time. Right now, he studied Tucker's face, gauging his reaction as he drained his Chianti. The doubt was plain. How do I know he's not lying? "You need backup, Henry?" Peabody asked, cutting through the silence. Tucker smirked, finishing his glass. "Nah. You're too smart for this kind of work." "Glad you think so." Tony refilled both glasses, the rich red swirling. "What about Eddie?" Tucker's grin faded slightly. "What about him? Think he'll ever get made?" Henry swirled his wine, considering. One thing about Tony, he knew how to set the mood for business. Calm, measured, never ruffled, even when the questions got personal. "That's tricky, Henry. Not really your concern. You know you'll never be made. No diversity hires in the family, huh?" Tucker chuckled, easing the tension. "Fine by me. Long as we keep doing business, Anthony." Peabody exhaled. "Eddie doesn't have what it takes. Maybe he's trying to prove otherwise." Tony shook his head. "He's making good money. He knows better." "Then who?" Mapia pressed. "Who's got the brains? Who'd stage a massacre just to cover their tracks? Who'd make it look like a pro job?" Eddie wasn't sharp enough, Peabody was sure of that. To Prayshern. Or was he? Taking Eddie out would cause problems, he admitted. "But I'll ask around." Appreciate it." Tucker stood, leaving Tony alone with his thoughts and his wine. Why did everything have to be so damn complicated? Was Henry lying? Probably not. He was Tony's only link to the outside, and cutting that tie would hurt them both. Tucker was smart, reliable, but he'd never be family. And right now, that was the least of Tony's worries. The organization was full of people like this, outsiders with insider access, associates whose worth depended entirely on what they could bring to the table. Some even held more influence than official members, but when push came to shove, being made carried weight, sometimes all the weight. Maybe that was the issue. Did Eddie resent Henry's position? Was he so desperate for full membership that he'd throw away the perks of their current deal? It didn't add up, Peabody thought. But then again, what did? "Ahoy, the Springer!" a voice shouted. The Marine corporal blinked in surprise as the cabin door swung open immediately. He'd expected to drag some lazy civilian out of bed, but instead, a man stepped out wearing jungle boots and fatigues, not standard Marine issue, but close enough to prove he wasn't messing around. The faded spots where patches had been removed only made Mr. Clark seem more intimidating. "This way, sir," the corporal said, gesturing. Kelly followed in silence. He knew "sir" didn't mean much. Marines called anything with a pulse "sir" if they weren't sure. The kid led him to a car, and they drove off, crossing railroad tracks and climbing uphill, while Kelly fought the urge to yawn. "You, the general's driver?" "Yes, sir." And that was the end of that conversation. About 25 Marines stood in the morning haze, stretching and murmuring as their NCOs paced the line, scanning for signs of exhaustion. Heads turned when the general's car rolled up and a stranger stepped out. Ron Fatigues, no rank, who the hell was this guy? He walked straight to the senior NCO. "You Gunny Irvin?" "Met Sie Jew?" when Kelly asked. "Master Gunnery." Sergeant Paul Irvin gave him a measured once over before nodding. "Correct, sir." "You, Mr. Clark?" Alice smirked at T-Wive. Trying to be this early. Irvin was lean, dark, and serious, not the brute Kelly had imagined. What kind of shape you in? Irvin asked. Only one way to find out, Kelly shot back. Irvin grinned. Good. You'll lead the run, sir. Our captain's off somewhere, polishing his rifle. Oh, fantastic. Let's get warmed up, Irvin barked, turning to the formation. Kelly took a spot in the second rank. Good morning, Marines. Botue, Brickon. They roared back. The warm-up drills weren't exactly a party, but Kelly kept pace without showing off. He kept an eye on Irvin, who moved with mechanical precision, his expression growing sharper by the minute. Half an hour later, muscles loose and sweat already forming, Irvin called them back to attention. Gentlemen, meet Mr. Mins Piv Plok. He's leading the run with me today. Kelly took his place, muttering, No clue where we're going. Irvin flashed a wicked grin. Don't worry, sir. You'll find us when you drop. Lead the way, Jarhead. Kelly fired back, one professional to another. 40 minutes later, Kelly was still at the front, setting a brutal pace. Staying upright was his only goal now, and even that was getting dicey as fatigue gnawed at his coordination. Left, Irvin gasped, pointing. Kelly didn't realize the man had needed 10 seconds just to muster the breath to speak. The new trail cut through dense pines, and when buildings finally came into view, Kelly nearly sobbed in relief. Please, let this be the end. His thoughts were ragged gasps now. The path twisted, but the sight of parked cars had to mean what? Kelly nearly froze in shock, instinctively barking, Quick time, march! To ease the unit's pace. Mannequins? Detail, Irvin commanded. Halt. Stand at ease. Kelly bent forward slightly, coughing, silently thanking his daily jogs around the park and his island for keeping him in shape. Slow, Irvin muttered, his tone clipped. Then, spotting movement, Kelly realized one of the parked cars wasn't part of the setup James Greer and Marty Young were waving him over. Morning, Mr. Clark. Breakfast da plata. As Greer quipped. Kelly smirked. Volunteers don't complain, sir. Young checked his watch. They're running 4 minutes behind. Not terrible for intel, guys. Kelly rolled his eyes before finally taking in the bizarre scene. Damn, he muttered under his breath. Young gestured toward a distant slope. There's your hill. Kelly squinted. Trees are thicker here. Hill's steeper too. Nouse. Call it even. The unspoken challenge hung in the air. Why to coal? Kelly asked, catching the implication. You think you can handle it? Young countered. Kelly shrugged. Guess we'll find out. When's the op? Greer cut in. Not your concern yet. How much lead time do I get? Kelly pressed. Greer hesitated. 3 days before deployment. We'll brief you later. For now, observe the setup. With that, the 2 officers retreated to their car. Aye, aye, Kelly muttered, watching them go. Nearby, Marines were brewing coffee. He grabbed a cup, blending into the team. Not bad, Irvin remarked. Thanks. Figured running's a key skill in this line of work. Irvin raised an eyebrow. Oh. Kelly grinned. Yeah, knowing when to sprint the hell away. Laughter erupted as the Marines began their morning ritual, rearranging the mannequins, like some twisted family reunion. 2 guys had even brought tiny bikinis, draping them over the female figures with exaggerated flair. Kelly stared, baffled, until he noticed the swimsuits were actually painted on. Jesus, he thought, and people say sailors are the weird ones. Meanwhile, the USS Ogden loomed in the harbor. A peculiar beast of a ship. Fresh out of the New York Naval Shipyard in '64, she stretched 570 feet, her front half bristling with anti-aircraft guns, while her rear flattened into a helicopter deck. Beneath it lay a cavernous, well-decked for landing craft, a relic of amphibious warfare now rendered obsolete by jetliners ferrying Marines to modern airports. But the Ogden wasn't idle. Cranes hoisted trailer vans onto her deck, crews bolting antennas in place as she morphed into an electronic spy platform. No point hiding her 17,000 tons of steel wasn't exactly stealthy. As sunset painted the sky, she slipped out of San Diego alone. No Marines aboard, no escort in sight. Her new mission just beginning. The Navy ship's crew of 30 officers and nearly 500 enlisted sailors quickly fell into their daily rhythm, running drills and settling into the disciplined life they'd signed up for, far preferable to rolling the dice with the draft. By evening, the vessel had vanished beyond the horizon, its classified orders already relayed to both allies and adversaries, who eyed its flag with suspicion. Cluttered with empty trailers and a maze of antennas that turned the flight deck into a metallic thicket, the ship posed no immediate threat, a fact clear to any observer. A day later, 200 miles offshore, deck crews received puzzling orders to dismantle nearly all the unused trailers and strip the flight deck of its towering antenna array, stowing everything below decks except for the superstructure equipment. Meanwhile, at Subic Bay, the commanding officer of the USS Newport News reviewed upcoming operations with his senior staff. The cruiser, one of the last of its kind, boasted formidable 8-inch guns that fired with precision, their brass-cased charges resembling oversized rifle cartridges, capable of raining down 400 massive shells per minute, even with one gun out of commission. The ship packed the punch of 100,000-pound bombs. Their next assignment, neutralizing enemy anti-aircraft positions along the coast. The captain secretly hoped for a bolder mission, a nighttime strike deep into hostile waters. Nearby, General Young and Admiral Maxwell watched from a hillside as recon Marines prepared to test a new recruit. He's got skill, but throwing him into the fire on day one? Maxwell muttered. Young, ever possessive of his Marines, shrugged. If he wants to run with this pack, he'd better keep up. The exercise was brutal, 15 seasoned recon troops lying in wait to ambush the rookie as he navigated the terrain. Even Young admitted it was harsh, but after Greer's glowing praise, they wanted to knock the newcomer down a peg. Maxwell, a veteran of countless carrier landings, shook his head. Hell of a job. Young grinned. Lions and tigers and bears, eh? Doubt he'll make it tonight. Nearby, Master Gunnery Sergeant Irvin studied the woods. Kid's got sharp eyes, he noted. Seen some things. The men kept their voices low, not wanting to give away their position. The forest was quiet, but the real test had just begun. The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife as the group waited in the shadows. I warned everyone what would happen if this guy slipped past us on his first attempt, one Marine muttered. Maxwell couldn't help but needle them. Since when do Marines play by the rules? He asked, hiding a grin. Irvin didn't miss a beat. Sir, in my book, fair means all my boys make it home in one piece. Screw everyone else, no offense. Funny, Maxwell shot back. That's exactly how I define fair, too. Watching Irvin, he thought this sergeant would have been one hell of a Navy command master chief. Trying to lighten the mood, he asked, You keeping up with baseball, Marty? The men relaxed. No way Clark could pull this off. Orioles are looking strong this season, Young replied. Irvin cleared his throat. Gentlemen, we're getting distracted. Right you are, Young agreed. The two officers fell silent, eyes glued to their watches as the glowing hands inched toward 0300, the operation's cutoff time. For a full hour, Irvin didn't make a sound, not even a breath. The Marine general seemed perfectly at ease, but Maxwell hated being stuck in the woods, bugs, snakes, and God knew what else crawling around. The cockpit of a fighter jet was far more his speed. The only sounds were the wind rustling through pines and the occasional flap of wings overhead. At 02:55, Young stood and stretched, patting his pockets. "Anyone got a smoke?" "I'm fresh out," someone whispered. "Here you go," Young said, ever the gracious host extending a cigarette toward the darkness. He flicked open his Zippo, then jumped back with a curse. "Personally, General, I think Pittsburgh's the team to beat. The Orioles' pitching staff isn't what it used to be." Kelly took a single drag before dropping the cigarette. "How long have you been here?" Maxwell demanded. Kelly grinned, mimicking a famous movie line. "Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. I took you out around 01:30, sir." DeFang swore. "You got me." "And you were very polite about staying dead," Kelly added. Maxwell flicked on his flashlight. There stood Clark. The Admiral had mentally upgraded him from boy holding a rubber knife, his face streaked with camouflage paint. For the first time since Midway, a chill ran down Maxwell's spine. The kid just smirked, tucking his fake blade away. "How the hell did you manage that?" Maxwell barked. "Pretty well, I'd say," Kelly replied, grabbing Young's canteen. "If I told you my secrets, Admiral, everyone would be able to do it." Irvin stepped forward, sizing up the civilian. "Mr. Clark, I think you'll do just fine." Grishinov found Hanoi disorienting, a clash of French colonial buildings, bustling locals, and the scars of war. Moving through a combat zone in a camouflage-painted car was surreal. Any American pilot returning from a mission with leftover ordnance could have used them for target practice. Though they never did. Today, storm clouds kept most aircraft grounded, but the trip still took 3 times longer than usual thanks to bombed-out roads and bridges. A helicopter would have been faster, but suicidal Americans might pretend a car was civilian, but they never hesitated to shoot down aircraft. Now, stuck in a dim, sweltering embassy with spotty electricity, Grishinov missed the comforts of home. Air conditioning might as well have been a fairy tale. The embassy's open windows and flimsy screens did little to keep out the relentless insects, which seemed to thrive more than the exhausted staff working inside. Still, for Colonel Grishinov, the trip was worth it here. In his own country's embassy, he could finally speak his language without restraint and, for a few precious hours, shed the weight of his diplomatic facade. So, the general's voice cut through the humid air as he poured a glass of mineral water, salty, like everything else the Russians drank in this god-forsaken place. "It's progressing," Grishinov replied, wiping sweat from his brow. "But I need more men. This isn't a one-man job." The general's expression hardened. "Not possible." He took a slow sip before continuing. "Nikolay, our so-called allies are being difficult again." Grishinov exhaled sharply. "Comrade General, I'm just a pilot, not some party ideologue. I know our socialist brothers are on the front lines against Western imperialism. I know this war is crucial to our global struggle." Yes, the general interrupted with a smirk, waving off the obligatory rhetoric. "Spare me the speech. Get to the point, I have meetings." Grishinov leaned in, his voice dropping. "These arrogant little bastards aren't helping us. They're using me, my prisoners, even our own resources to squeeze concessions. If this is Marxism-Leninism, then I might as well defect to Paris." The joke was risky, but his father's political clout gave him rare leeway. The general arched a brow. "And what exactly are you learning, Colonel?" "Zacharias is everything they said and more. He's not just a pilot. He's an expert in evading air defenses. He's helping me dissect SAC's strategies. even rewriting their playbook for our use. The general stiffened. Notes. Locked away at the camp, assuming our fraternal comrades haven't misplaced them. Grishanov's jaw tightened. Do you realize how valuable this intel is? The general, a tank officer by training but no fool, nodded slowly. I can guess. Grishanov's eyes gleamed. In 6 weeks, maybe 2 months, I'll be able to predict SAC's moves before they do. This American, he's teaching me their doctrine better than any KGB report. Half of what Moscow gets is garbage. But him, he's a gold mine. The general studied him. Day, how? Grishanov sat back, folding his arms. Kindness. Dad is sympathy. Sympathy? The general's voice turned icy. I crave bravery, deference. Me? Is our mission to torture them? Grishanov shot back, gesturing toward the window. Look what that gets us, lies dressed up as intel. Moscow dismissed most of it. I came here for real information, and that's what I'm delivering. I'll take the criticism if it means results. The general exhaled, then nodded. So why come to me? Because I need more men. Grishanov's fist hit the table. This isn't sustainable alone. The thought gnawed at him, what if he didn't make it? Malaria, food poisoning, even a stray bullet could end everything. Who would handle the interrogations? The prisoners were finally opening up, but each session drained him further, stretching his focus thin. Time slipped through his fingers, and the workload only grew heavier. The general exhaled sharply. I've done what I can. They're sending their top people. Grishanov cut him off, frustration boiling over. Top people. More like untrained brutes. That won't work. I need Russians, educated officers, seasoned pilots. These aren't foot soldiers. They're professionals with critical intel. And because they're sharp, brute force won't crack them. What I need is a psychiatrist. And one more thing, he added, bracing himself. The general scoffed. That's absurd. And forget reinforcements, Moscow's dragging its feet on supplies. And our so-called allies are making things worse. He wiped his forehead, tension thick in the air. What's this other thing? Hope, Comrade General. I need something to give them. Grishanov steadied himself. Explain. These men aren't fools. They know what happens to prisoners here. Their knowledge is invaluable, years of tactical insight, strategic secrets. We can't afford to lose them all. The general's eyes narrowed. You're suggesting we spare them? Grishanov hesitated, then pushed forward. Not all, but some could be useful if we give them a reason to cooperate. A voice snapped from the corner, a veteran of the Moscow front. They're enemies, Colonel. Trained to kill us. Save your pity for our own. Grishanov didn't flinch. They're men just like us. Their knowledge could save lives. Do we really gain anything by breaking them like animals? Our allies have tried that and gotten nothing. Is that how we serve our country? The general studied him, weighing the risk. You'd gamble my career too? My father wasn't some party insider. Grishanov met his gaze. Your father was a soldier. Y21. Meticulous said. The silence stretched. Then, with a slow nod, the general reached into his desk and pulled out a bottle of Starka vodka, dark, expensive, reserved for rare moments. He poured 2 glasses. I can't get you more men, Kolya. Or a doctor. But I'll see about that hope. The tremors had come again, the third since arriving at Sandy's place. This one was milder, but still unsettling. Sarah administered a careful dose of sedative, her mind racing over the lab results. Doris was a medical disaster, 2 STDs, another infection brewing, and signs of early diabetes. The antibiotics were already working, but the road ahead was long. Sarah's hands trembled slightly as she set down her coffee cup. The fourth patient could wait diet adjustments, and a follow-up would handle that for now. But Doris Brown's case was different. The marks on her body looked like relics from some distant horror, something out of a grim history book, rather than modern-day America. What unsettled Sarah more, though, was the invisible damage, the kind that lingered in the mind long after bruises faded. Across the room, Doris drifted into an uneasy sleep, her breathing shallow. "Doctor, Sandy began, then caught herself. "Come on, Sandy," Sarah said with a tired smile. "We're in your home." "Go call me Sarah." The nurse exhaled, her fingers tightening around her own mug. "All right, Sarah. I'm scared." "Join the club," Sarah muttered, rubbing her temples. Her body's healing, but her mind. "And those so-called friends of hers," Sandy cut in sharply, "I'm more worried about John." Doris was stable, that much was obvious. Sarah was thorough, maybe even overly cautious, but Sandy had seen enough to trust her instincts. As they moved toward the kitchen, the rich scent of coffee grew stronger, a small comfort in the heavy silence. "You're right," Sarah admitted, pouring 2 steaming cups. Her hands moved with precise grace, something Sandy had always noticed. "I've been digging through old newspapers. Same routine every week, bundling them up for recycling. But lately, I've been checking the archives." She hesitated, the words sticking in her throat. "I think he's killing people." Sarah sank into a chair, exhaustion lining her face. "You never met Pam," she said quietly. She was delicate, underfed, but there was a lightness to her before whatever broke her. "We got her clean, Sandy. We had her." Then, something shifted in John. Outside, the neighborhood stirred to life, early risers in robes fetching newspapers, milk bottles clinking on doorsteps. Sandy watched them for a moment before turning back. "It wasn't a change," she said slowly. "It was always there. Something just unlocked it, like opening a cage." Sarah's gaze darkened. "What about his family?" "Very fluid. Parents dead, no siblings. A failed marriage, then Pam." "Loneliness does strange things," Sarah murmured. She took a sip, her voice dropping lower. "My maiden name was Robinowitz. Polish roots. My father left early. My mother died when I was 9. By 18, the war had taken the rest." She didn't need to specify which war. Cousins, aunts just gone. Poof. Like they'd never existed. My cousin Riva, 12 years old, dreamed of ballet, vanished. No graves, no answers. Sandy reached out, but Sarah shook her head. "Don't. It's not something I talk about. But that emptiness. Kelly's living with it now." "Revenge isn't the answer," Sandy whispered. Sarah's laugh was brittle. "Isn't it? We're supposed to condemn him, call the cops. But part of me gets it. And that's what terrifies me." Sandy opened her mouth, then closed it. "Yeah," Sarah said, staring into her coffee. "Me neither." Sandy hesitated, her thoughts swirling. If John was truly dangerous, why would he go out of his way to bring Doris to safety? He was putting himself in harm's way, not just once, but twice. "There's something off about him," she muttered, more to herself than to Sarah. Sarah barely registered the comment, her mind racing ahead. He could have left her behind, but he didn't. Maybe he's one of those guys who thinks he has to handle everything alone. Either way, we can't just stand by now. "That," snapped Sandy out of her spiraling doubts, if only for a moment. "So what do we do with her?" We help her recover as much as possible. After that, it's her choice. Sarah studied Sandy's face, watching the worry creep back in. But you're still thinking about John, aren't you? Sarah met her gaze. I've never seen him break the law. Miss Bureau quadded a laugh. The training exercise was in full swing under thick, concealing clouds, no prying satellite eyes today. Cardboard targets littered the compound, and eerie mannequins stood frozen near the playground as Marines moved in from the tree line, their carbines spitting low-powered rounds. The targets disintegrated in seconds. Two M60s hammered rounds into the mock barracks, already shredded by the simulated strafing of two Huey Cobras, while the extraction team stormed the prison block. Inside, 25 weighted dummies waited, each roughly 150 pounds, though nobody expected the real prisoners at Sender Green to weigh that much. The Marines dragged them out under cover and fire, loading them onto the makeshift helicopter fuselages mounted on semi-trailers. Kelly stood beside Captain Pete Albee, who, for the sake of the drill, was playing dead. As the last dummy was hauled aboard, Kelly checked his stopwatch. 5 seconds under target time. These guys are sharp. Albee smirked. Too bad we're not doing this at high noon, Mr. Clark. Both men knew the real mission details, unlike the Marines, though, by now. They probably had their suspicions. Third time's the charm, Albee added dryly. They walked through the wreckage of shredded targets, twice the number of guards they'd actually face. Mentally retracing the assault, they noted firing angles and weak points. The camp's layout, following some generic Eastern Bloc manual, was laughably out of place in this terrain. Ironically, the main gate was the perfect entry point designed to keep prisoners in, not attackers out. Kelly ran through the plan again. The Marines would drop one ridge away from Sender Green, closing the distance in 30 minutes. Grenadiers would pick off the guard towers in seconds, then rain white phosphorus into the barracks, turning it into an inferno. The Cobras, lovingly nicknamed Snakes, would provide backup, but, honestly, the team could probably pull it off without them. Birchin Zadatatis. Maybe. But in this business, there was no such thing as too much firepower. In the brutal reality of combat, survival depended on seizing every advantage, being prepared to eliminate the enemy multiple times before they could even react. Fairness had no place on the battlefield, and for Kelly, the situation was shaping up perfectly. What if they've planted mines? Albee asked, his voice tense. Kelly scoffed. On their own territory. The recon photos show no signs of disturbance, no dug-up earth, no warnings to keep their own people away. Albee hesitated. Their own troops would know, right? Kelly pointed out. Remember those goats grazing near the perimeter in one of the shots? Albee flushed slightly. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. Kelly exhaled, shaking his head. Let's not overcomplicate this. A brief silence settled between them as Kelly reflected on the oddity of the moment. Here he was, a former Navy Chief Petty Officer, now speaking as an equal, no more like a superior to a Marine recon captain. It should have felt wrong, but it didn't. Why was Albee deferring to him? Why was he suddenly Mr. Clark to a seasoned officer? The answer was simple, because he knew what he was doing. We're moving forward, Kelly declared. Frise. Albee nodded. I agree. But how do you plan on extracting? Master, Kelly grinned. Once the choppers arrive, I'll be sprinting down that hill to the LZ like my life depends on it. Call it a 2-minute dash. Albee raised an eyebrow. In the dark. Kelly's laugh was sharp. That's when I run fastest, Captain. Meanwhile, across town, Lieutenant Ryan braced himself as Douglas delivered the bad news. You have any idea how many bar knives are floating around out there? Ryan sighed. No, but I'm guessing you're about to ruin my day. Douglas scowled. Sonny's surplus got a shipment of 1,000 last month. The Marines must be stocked up. So now every kid with a Boy Scout badge can buy one for $5. And that's just one store. Ryan rubbed his temples. The Ka-Bar was a beast of a blade too big for most street thugs, who preferred switchblades or, increasingly, guns. But the real frustration lay in the dead end they'd hit. The crime scene had seemed promising blood, prints, even signs of a woman's presence. Yet the victim, Richard Farmer, was a ghost. His ID led to an empty building. His past was a blur of minor offenses, and his family knew nothing useful. The forensic photos told a grim story. Farmer had been killed with terrifying efficiency, his own gun untouched, his heart nearly carved out. His prints were clean in the FBI database, and the only other leads were faint. Partial prints too small to be definitive, and stains suggesting a second person, possibly female, possibly not. Ryan stared at the file, frustration simmering. They had pieces, but none of them fit. And the longer this dragged on, the colder the trail would get. The investigation hit another dead end when the latent prints team examined the car parked outside. The scorching August sun had turned the interior into an oven, warping what might have been usable fingerprints into useless smudges. Matching partial prints with fewer than 10 points of comparison was already a long shot, and now they had nothing. A search through the FBI's National Crime Information Computer came up empty for both William Peter Grayson and Farmer. Even Mark Caron's narcotics team had no records on either name. It wasn't just a setback. It was like hitting a wall at square 17 with no way forward. Forensics had given them scraps. A fresh sneaker imprint from a common brand. A stride suggesting the killer stood between 5'10" and 6'3", taller than Virginia Charles had guessed, though they dismissed her estimate. The suspect was white, strong, and either incredibly skilled or absurdly lucky with weapons. He had some hand-to-hand combat experience, or maybe, Ryan mused, he'd just gotten lucky against a heroin-addled victim. The bum disguise was a nice touch, but none of it narrowed things down. Half the men in the country fit the height range, and Baltimore had no shortage of white males. Isas Biseftevna? Too many to count. Infantry skills weren't exclusive to the military, not after decades of drafts. Ryan's gut told him this wasn't some common criminal. Farber's theory that this was a man on a mission felt right. But psychiatrists and detectives had been wrong before. One inconvenient fact could wreck the cleanest theory. Still, Ryan couldn't shake the feeling. This wasn't about drugs or robbery. This was about killing methodically, deliberately. "We just need the one thing," Douglas murmured, watching Ryan's expression. "The one thing," Ryan echoed. That elusive detail, a name, a license plate, a witness, the single piece that would unravel everything. It was out there. This killer was smart, too smart for his own good. A one-time assassin might vanish forever, but this guy? He wasn't stopping. And that was his mistake. The more steps he took, the more risks piled up. Sooner or later, something would give. Ryan was sure of it. Maybe it already had. The tension in the room was palpable as Maxwell laid out the timeline. 2 weeks, he stated firmly. James Greer leaned in, his elbows resting on his knees. "That's cutting it close, Dutch. You really think we can pull it off that fast?" Podolsky didn't hesitate. "You want us to drag our feet? Look, I get it, it's tight. But tight doesn't mean wrong. 2 more weeks of training, a week for travel and setup, that's the play." Greer nodded slowly, then frowned. "What about weather conditions?" Maxwell shrugged. "That's the wild card. Bad weather screws with flight ops, but it also screws with enemy radar and gunnery. We take the good with the bad. Greer shook his head, half impressed, half baffled. How the hell did you get everything lined up so quickly? Maxwell smirked. We're admirals, James. When we snap our fingers, things happen. Ships move. Ravlists are sick. Thibault, listen. It's one of the perks. So the window opens in 3 weeks? Exactly. Pojilski heads out tomorrow to the Constellation to brief the air support teams. Newport News is already in the loop, sort of. They think they're just running a coastal sweep for anti-air batteries. Our command ship's chugging across the Atlantic right now, clueless except for the rendezvous point with Task Force 77. Podilski grinned. I've got a mountain of briefings ahead of me. What about the helicopter crews? Greer asked. They've been training at Coronado. They'll be at Quantico tonight. Standard drills, nothing fancy. The tactics are straightforward. What's your guy Clark saying? Greer raised an eyebrow. My guy now? He says he's comfortable with the progress. Oh, and he mentioned you enjoyed playing dead. Maxwell laughed. Damn right he told you. I knew the kid was good after what he pulled off with Sonny, but seeing it in person? That's something else. He shut Marty Young up no easy feat, and left a room full of Marines red-faced. Greer's tone turned serious. Give me a timeline for mission approval. He'd always believed in the operation, but watching it unfold had been an education. Now he was convinced Boxwood Green could actually work. You sure Ritter won't back out on us? He's with us, Maxwell said confidently. Podolsky cut in. Not until everything's locked in. He'll want a dry run. Greer nodded. And he should. If we're asking him to risk his neck, he needs to see the plan in action. Me vej fair enough. We've got a full live fire rehearsal tomorrow night. We'll be there, Greer promised. Meanwhile, the team was settling into an old barracks built for 60. Though now it housed far fewer. Kelly had his own small room, originally meant for a squad sergeant, having decided against staying on his boat. Being part of the team meant being with them, not apart. That night, they finally had a break, courtesy of 3 cases of beer strictly rationed by Master Gunnery Sergeant Irvin to 3 bottles each, except for the one guy who stuck to Dr. Pepper. One of the younger grenadiers, barely 21, turned to Kelly. Mr. Bertravers? Clark, what's this all about? Kelly knew it wasn't fair training them hard without telling them why, asking them to risk everything blind. But that was the job. He met the corporal's gaze. I can't tell you, Marine. But I promise, when this is over, you'll be proud. You have my word. The kid raised his beer in a silent toast. Another Marine, older, smirked. I recognize that tattoo. Kelly grinned, finishing his second beer. Yeah, well, let's just say I had a wild night and someone mistook me for a circus act. A buck sergeant belched loudly. Only thing SEALs are good for is balancing a beer can on their nose. The room erupted in laughter, the tension momentarily forgotten. Mind if I show you with one of yours? Kelly shot back without hesitation. The sergeant grinned and lobbed him another cold beer. After you, mister. Clark, Irvin motioned toward the exit. The swampy Georgia heat clung to them outside just as bad as indoors. Though the whispering pines offered some relief, their needles rustling while unseen bats darted through the humid air hunting mosquitoes. Kelly took a deep swig before asking, "What's this about?" Irvin's tone shifted from casual to razor-sharp. "That's my line, sir. See, I recognize you." Kelly raised an eyebrow. 3rd Special Ops Group. My unit had your 6 on Operation Ermine Coat. Hell of a career jump for an E6, Irvin noted, then dropped his voice. Between us, I made chief before mustering out. Anyone else in the know? Irvin gave a dry laugh. Der Tav. Captain Albie would blow a gasket, and General Young might stroke out. Your secret's safe with me, Snake. The last word hung in the air like a challenge. Wasn't my call to be here admirals, love their dog and pony shows? Kelly's grip tightened on the bottle. You're sharper than most, Guns. That training knife stunt nearly stopped my heart. Don't recall your real name, but I never forget a call sign. You're the bastard who pulled off Plastic Flower. Not my proudest moment, Kelly admitted. We were your kerf that night, too, Irvin said, his voice turning gravelly. Blackhawk's engine crapped out at 10 feet, just dropped like a sack of bricks. Nearest backup was first cav. That's why we were late. Kelly turned to face him. In the moonlight, Irvin's expression was unreadable. I didn't know. The master Guns shrugged. Saw the after-action photos. CO said you were reckless breaking protocol. But that was on us. Should have been wheels down in 20. Maybe saved a couple of those kids if we'd made it. You kicked at the dirt. Turns out, $2 O-ring failed. Kelly exhaled hard. Could have been worse. Imagine that engine quitting at 5,000 feet. Don't make it right, Irvin muttered, scanning the tree line like the seasoned operator he was. I get why you did it. Would have done the same, maybe not as clean, but that bastard wouldn't have walked away. Rules be damned. Obliged, Guns, Kelly said, slipping into the familiar Navy cadence. Irvin pressed on. This about Songtae. Be that it twice enough. You'll get briefed soon. Need more intel, Clark. Got Marines' lives riding on this. LZ's textbook I'm going in too, remember? Irvin's eyes narrowed. Keep talking. Insertion solid with the right team. Your boys are sharp. Won't sugarcoat it, but it's doable. We've both seen worse. Irvin stared at the horizon where the pines met the stars. Worth the risk? The question carried the weight of 1,000 firefights. Both men knew the unspoken truth. They were professionals in a war where victories evaporated overnight, where men died retaking the same worthless terrain every 6 months. Training was repetition by design, but real combat? That was supposed to mean something. Tonight, under the Georgia pines, they both pretended this mission might. Irvin had learned that before chasing a new goal, it helped to glance back at how far you'd come measuring your odds of success by the lessons already earned. But after watching men die for the same worthless patch of dirt a third time, certainty settled in his bones. He just knew how this story ended. Their government kept shipping soldiers back to that godforsaken place, demanding they spill their blood over soil already soaked in it. Truth was, Irvin wouldn't have signed up for a third tour by choice. Not because he lacked courage or patriotism, but because he'd realized his life meant more than being wasted on empty gestures. He'd sworn to defend his country, sure, but that oath deserved a real mission in return. Something tangible, not some politician's hollow slogan. Yet guilt gnawed at him, whispering that he'd failed the Corps' sacred promise. Semper Fidelis. No, always faithful. That guilt dragged him back for one last operation. Doubts and all. It was like loving someone who'd betrayed you. You couldn't just walk away, even when you knew better. Kelly crushed his beer can, voice low. Look, Guns, I shouldn't be telling you this, but screw it. That target, it's a prison camp, but not the usual kind. The men inside, officially, they're already dead. We ID'd an Air Force Colonel Neva swore he was killed, but we've got proof. They're never coming home unless we drag them out. He hesitated, then admitted, I don't want to go back either. Yeah, I'm good at this, maybe too good. But there's a limit. Irvin handed him another beer. Thought 3 tours was the max. Kelly barked a laugh. I'm a Methodist, shouldn't be drinking at all. People like us, huh? Dumb sons of bitches, Kelly agreed. Russians are probably in there grilling our guys for intel. High-ranking, all declared Kia. If we know they're there and do nothing, what does that make us? He trailed off, the weight of his own vendetta pressing down harder than he'd expected. Irvin tipped his beer toward the trees. Now that's a mission. Doris Brown blinked against the dim light, her voice slurred. Where am I? Sandy set her book aside. My house. A friend brought you here. She checked Doris's pulse, steady but too fast. The girl reeked of sweat and vomit, her skin pale and loose like she'd deflated. 10 pounds lighter, at least. Feel like hell, Doris mumbled. Yeah, that tracks. Sandy kept her tone light, though the restraints around Doris's wrists and ankles told a darker story. Hungover doesn't even cover it. Doris blinked slowly, her dry lips parting as she whispered, How long has it been? Sandy dipped a sponge into cool water and gently dabbed the sweat from her patient's forehead. Almost a week, she replied, keeping her voice steady despite the memory of those terrifying convulsions, 7 in total, the second one nearly sending the medical team into chaos. But the worst was behind them now. The last episode had been mild, and Doris's vitals had finally steadied. Maybe, just maybe, she was turning a corner. Here, Sandy murmured, lifting a cup of water to Doris's lips. The girl sipped weakly, her voice barely audible as she asked, Where's Billy and Rick? Sandy hesitated. She'd skimmed the news reports, careful to avoid the details, names, specifics. It was easier that way. If she didn't know, she could pretend. Sarah had been right sometimes, facts just got in the way. I don't know them, she answered honestly. Then, softer, were they the ones who did this to you? Doris lay motionless, the restraints in thick hospital diapers the only things covering her battered body. The bruises, once vivid splashes of blue and purple, were fading now, dulling into sickly yellows as her skin fought to heal. She was young, Sandy reminded herself. Strong enough to recover, if given the chance. The antibiotics were finally working, the fever gone. Now it was just a matter of time. Doris turned her head slightly, her eyes unfocused but searching. Why are you helping me? Sandy almost smiled. Because I'm a nurse, Doris. It's what I do. But the girl's mind kept circling back. Billy and Rick, she repeated, the names dredged up from some dark place. Her memories were fractured, mostly just flashes of pain. They're not here, Sandy assured her. Then, with a quiet satisfaction she hadn't expected to feel, she added, And I don't think they'll be coming back. For a second, something flickered in Doris's eyes, understanding maybe. Or just relief. Let's try sitting up, Sandy suggested, loosening the restraints. Doris groaned as she attempted to lift herself, her muscles trembling. Sandy guided her, one arm around her shoulders, but the girl's head lolled weakly. Walking was harder, but the bathroom wasn't far, and the pride in Doris's face when she made it was worth every second of struggle. Sarah appeared in the doorway, watching as Sandy wiped Doris's face with a damp cloth. Progress, she remarked. Sandy nodded, relief softening her expression. They draped a robe over Doris's shoulders before leading her back to bed, where fresh sheets and a cup of tea waited. You look better today, Sarah said, studying her patient. Doris winced. I feel terrible. That's how healing starts, Sarah replied. Yesterday, you weren't feeling much at all. Think you can handle some toast? Doris nodded weakly. I'm so hungry. Good sign, Sandy noted. though the pain in the girl's eyes was unmistakable, a pounding headache that would have to be endured. No more drugs, not after the week they'd spent purging her system. Lean back, Sandy instructed, guiding Doris's head against the worn cushion of an old armchair she'd picked up years ago at a yard sale. Doris's arms lay limp at her sides as Sarah carefully fed her small bites of dry toast, each one a tiny victory. The nurse picked up a brush and gently began untangling her patient's matted hair. It desperately needed a wash, but even smoothing out the knots would make a difference. Sandy knew how much patients clung to their dignity. No matter how irrational it seemed, appearance mattered, and she respected that. Then, out of nowhere, Doris flinched. "Am I alive?" The raw fear in her voice caught Sarah off guard. "Very much so," she replied, almost amused by the dramatic question as she checked Doris's vitals. "Blood pressure's 122/78 perfect." Sandy nodded, relieved. It was the best reading they'd seen in days. But Doris wasn't done. "Pam," she whispered, her voice hollow. Sarah paused. "What about her?" Doris hesitated, lost somewhere between terror and grief. "Maze or hair. However she died. They brushed it." Sarah froze. She remembered Sam recounting that detail over a drink in their Green Spring Valley home, his voice heavy with disgust. He hadn't needed to say more. The newspaper photo had been graphic enough. Gently, Sarah cupped Doris's face. "Who killed Pam?" She thought she could ask without making things worse. She was wrong. Rick. The Billy. Bert. And 2N. To Bav. Doris's voice cracked. "They made me watch." The sobs that followed were gut-wrenching, each one amplifying the pain in her skull. Sarah held back a wave of nausea. "They forced you to watch." Doris's answer was barely audible, a ghost of a voice. Sarah's skin prickled as she stroked the girl's cheek, trying to ground her. "Let's focus on now," she murmured. Sandy, sensing the tension, forced cheer into her voice. "There. Much better already." Exhausted, Doris slumped. "Tired. Let's get you back to bed," Sarah said softly. Together, they eased her down, draping a robe over her shoulders and placing an ice pack on her forehead. Doris was asleep before they even left the room. Downstairs, Sandy grabbed milk from the fridge, frowning. "Brushed her hair? What kind of sick—" "I saw the photo," Sarah cut in, her voice tight. "Pam was my patient, too. Sam said someone had smoothed out her hair after. Everything." Sandy exhaled sharply. "So, Doris did it?" "Seems that way." Sarah's hands clenched. "I don't get how people can do things like that." Another few months, and Doris would have been dead too. Sandy shot her a look. "Surprised you didn't admit her as a Jane Doe." After what happened to Pam, taking risks, Sarah's jaw tightened. It would have put John in danger. "I couldn't." A heavy silence settled between them. Then Sandy muttered, "Billy and Rick." "Bert and Henry," Sarah corrected coldly. "But the other two won't hurt anyone again." Their eyes locked, both thinking the same thing. Both unsettled by how easily the thought came. Across town, Douglas leaned against his desk, frustration etched on his face. "We've turned every alley west of Charles Street upside down. One cop got nicked, but the drunks locked up at Jessup. Nothing. He's vanished. The streets had gone quiet, dealers were paranoid, watching their backs. But the trail had gone cold. The eerie lack of casualties over the past week left Ryan uneasy. "He's still out there, Tom," he muttered, scanning the case files. "Maybe, but he's gone quiet," Douglas countered, though his tone lacked conviction. Ryan shot him a skeptical look. "So you think he only wanted Farmer and Grayson? You don't buy that either?" Not for a second, Douglas admitted, rubbing his temple. And don't ask me to explain gut feelings all I've got. If only Charon could give us something solid, Ryan sighed. He was sharp before remember that takedown with the Coast Guard. Yeah, but he's lost his edge lately, Ryan agreed. Douglas scoffed. So have we. All we know is this guy's strong, wears fresh sneakers, and is white. No age, no build, no car, no motive, just a ghost. Ryan leaned back, frustration tightening his jaw. Oh, we know his motive. He's furious about something. Skilled, ruthless, patient enough to wait between kills. But patient enough to take a vacation. Douglas frowned. Or smart enough to switch up his game. That sent a chill down Ryan's spine. What if the killer had adapted? What if Grayson had given him intel that sent him out of town? The idea of these cases going cold gnawed at him. Ryan hated loose ends. Yet despite countless interviews, they had nothing. Only Virginia Charles had seen him, and her account was shaky at best, clashing with forensic evidence. The guy was younger, stronger, and disguised as a drifter. No one noticed him. A damn ghost, Ryan muttered. Should have killed Charles. Know what we're dealing with? Douglas grimaced. Someone I wouldn't want to meet in a dark alley. 3 strike teams to hit Moscow? Zacharias raised an eyebrow. Exactly, came the reply. Take out your leadership. Cripple communications even if the Politburo escapes. You lose command control. Grishanov bristled. We have evacuation plans. Robin nearly laughed. Sure, Kolya. We've got a fancy bunker in West Virginia for Congress. Andrews has choppers on standby to whisk VIPs away, but guess what? They can't make the round trip without refueling. Nobody thought that through when they picked the site. He smirked. Ever tested your system? Grishanov slid down the wall, sitting beside him. No, he admitted quietly. Our shelter's under Jiguli, a massive stone dome, like your stone mountain. Robin nodded. Monolith. Grishanov exhaled. What harm was there in sharing secrets with a man who understood? The geologists claim the structure is nearly indestructible, and we first dug into it during the late 50s. I visited the site twice, once while overseeing the air defense operations during construction. Believe me, Robin, we're planning to transport personnel in by rail. Robin scoffed, swirling the last of his vodka. Doesn't matter if we know its location. It's just a question of how many bombs you drop. The Chinese probably know too, but they'll aim for Moscow first in a surprise strike. The Trevery of 3 years? Kolya asked. Exactly, Robin replied. His boots planted on an old Soviet air navigation map. 3 vectors from these bases, 3 jets per group. 2 carry payloads, the 3rd jams signals. Lead with the jammer, space them wide, then dive into these valleys. His finger traced the route. By the time they hit the open plains, steppes, Kolya corrected. They're under radar, skimming at 300 feet. Maybe they don't even activate jammers at first. Or you train a separate elite unit for precision strikes. Kolya frowned. What are you suggesting? Robin grinned. Never see those night flights into Moscow? Picture this. A Badger bomber with its strobes on, tiny glow lights mimicking cabin windows. From a distance, just another airliner. Kolya's eyes widened. Yeah, we toyed with the idea back at Pease Air Force Base. Called it Jump Shot, LeMay's old contingency plan. Target, Moscow, Leningrad, Kiev, Jiguli. Decapitate the entire command structure in one sweep. And who'd suspect a lit-up bomber at night? Grishanov felt a cold ripple down his spine. The simplicity was terrifying. A bomber disguised as a civilian flight, slipping past defenses, while everyone looked for threats in the wrong places. Some rookie pilot on night patrol might dismiss it. Lights meant safety, right? Robin leaned over the map again. If I were China, I'd send one diversionary group high and off course. Let your fighters chase them while the real strike teams slip in low. One's bound to get through. We've war-gamed this 1,000 times, Kolya. We know your radars, your tactics, your training. And the Chinese, they learned from you. They know your playbook. His tone was matter-of-fact. No arrogance, just the calm assessment of a man who'd evaded Hanoi's defenses 80 times. Kolya exhaled. So, how do we stop it? Robin straightened, rubbing his chin. That's the real question, isn't it? The mission demanded better maps, but the first step was scouting each mountain pass individually. Bombers aren't built for tight maneuvers, especially at low altitude. Most of the pilot's focus is just keeping the aircraft from slamming into the ground, which, let's be honest, isn't exactly comforting. At night, they'll stick to valleys where they have room to navigate. That's where you position your fighters and ground radars. Forget the flashy high-tech systems sometimes, the simplest setups work best. Then you wait for the bomber to emerge, and that's when you strike. Kolya protested. Pull the defenses back? That's not an option. You position defenses where they're effective, not where some outdated map says they should be, came the sharp reply. Unless you've developed a sudden craving for Chinese takeout. That's always been your side's blind spot. The sarcasm was thick, but the logic was sound shorter. Supply lines meant fewer resources wasted. And don't forget, the enemy knows how pilots think too. A kill's a kill, right? They might send decoys to lure your fighters out of position. We've got radar decoys ready to deploy, so keep your people disciplined. They stay in their sectors unless you've got solid intel to move them. Colonel Grishinov had spent over 2 decades mastering his craft, poring over Luftwaffe records that went beyond interrogations classified studies on the Kammhuber line structure. What he held now was astonishing, almost enough to make him reach for a drink. Almost. This wasn't some draft for a military briefing or a dry academic paper. It was a heavily classified book, The Origin and Evolution of American Bomber Doctrine. With insights like these, his career could skyrocket, all thanks to his American contact. Meanwhile, Marty Young kept the group behind cover. Stay back, they're firing live rounds. Sounds good to me, Dutch muttered. I'm used to explosions a few hundred yards behind me. At 400 knots of Delta V, Greer added dryly. Maxwell nodded. Much safer that way, James. They crouched behind an earthen berm, military jargon for a glorified dirt pile about 200 yards from the camp. Visibility was poor, but 2 of them had the sharp eyes of pilots and knew where to look. How long have they been moving in? Maxwell asked. About an hour, Young replied. Should be any minute now. Maxwell strained to hear. I can't pick up anything. The camp was barely visible, its rigid structures standing out against nature's chaos. The newly erected guard towers blended into the darkness. We've got a few tricks, Young said. Vitamin A supplements for better night vision. Every little bit helps. The only sound was the wind rustling through the trees. For Maxwell and Young, used to the hum of engines and the glow of cockpit instruments, the stillness was unnerving. Being grounded made the waiting feel longer, the tension thicker. Then movement. If you saw him move, that's bad news, Maxwell muttered. A voice crackled over the radio. Sender Green doesn't have a parking lot full of white cars. The shadow had been fleeting, visible only to Kelly. Guess you're right, Mr. Clark. Static hissed from the radio before breaking into a sequence 4 long dashes, answered by a series of dots. "Teams are in position," Kelly murmured. "Cover your ears." The veteran grenadier fired the opening shot when he was good and ready, signaling the start of the operation. "Damn!" Greer muttered under his breath, instantly wishing he hadn't. The distant thrum of dual rotor choppers cut through the air, designed to grab attention. And even though every soldier at the berm knew the drill inside out, it still worked like a charm. Kelly, who had crafted much of the plan, couldn't help but smirk. While everyone else turned to look, he kept his eyes fixed ahead. For a split second, he thought he caught the faint glow of tritium sights on an M79, but it might have just been a firefly dancing in the dark. Then came the muted thump of a single launch, followed instantly by the searing explosion of a frag grenade, tearing through one of the watchtowers. The deafening blast sent shockwaves through the men beside him, but Kelly barely flinched. The tower, along with anyone who might have been inside, was obliterated. Before the echoes could fade through the pine forest, 3 more towers met the same fate. 5 seconds later, the gunships roared in, skimming the treetops with barely 50 feet between their rotors. Miniguns lit up the barracks, their tracers like twin laser beams slicing through the night. Grenadiers lobbed white phosphorus rounds into the windows, turning the building into a hellish inferno. Any hope of night vision vanished in the blinding glare. "Muffelstetbik, Ole Helwen," someone shouted, as the phosphorus flames licked through the structure, grotesquely hidden behind the walls. Meanwhile, the miniguns hammered the exits. "Yep," Kelly yelled over the chaos. "Anyone still in there is toast. And the geniuses who try to run? They'll sprint straight into a wall of lead." Beautiful. As the assault team laid down suppressing fire, the snatch team bolted for the prison block. Rescue choppers swooped in behind the Cobras, landing hard near the main gate. The fire team split, half securing the landing zone, while the rest kept pouring rounds into the barracks. One gunship circled overhead like a nervous guard dog, scanning for threats. Marines emerged in waves, hauling prisoners to safety. Kelly spotted Irvin at the gate, doing a quick head count. Shouts and radio chatter filled the air, nearly drowned out by the thunder of Sikorsky engines. The last to board were the fire support teams before the choppers lifted off, vanishing into the night. "That was quick," Ritter murmured as the noise faded. Moments later, fire trucks rolled in to douse the smoldering wreckage. 15 seconds under target time," Kelly said, tapping his watch. Ritter frowned. "What if things go sideways, Clark?" Kelly's grin turned razor sharp. "Oh, they already did tonight. 4 guys got taken out, randomly call it bad luck, busted legs, whatever. They had to be carried in and out. Backup plans for everything, sir. I want to clean up, but I rigged this one to test the team." Ritter raised an eyebrow. "I figured this rehearsal would be textbook. Combat's never perfect, sir. I planned for screw-ups. Every man knows someone else's job." Kelly rubbed his nose, adrenaline still buzzing. "What you just saw. A win with extra hurdles. This mission's gonna work." Ritter clapped him on the shoulder. "Clark, consider me sold." He turned to the others, nodding approval. "What about medical support and logistics?" Maxwell leaned forward, his voice steady. "Once the Ogden links up with Task Force 77, we'll transfer medical teams aboard. Cass is already en route to brief the crew. Since CTF 77 reports to me, coordination won't be an issue. The Ogden's got plenty of space. We'll have medics, intel officers for debriefing, everything covered. She'll take them straight to Subic Bay, and we'll extract them from Clark Air Base as fast as possible. From the moment the rescue choppers lift off, we'll have them stateside in under 5 days. Sounds solid. What about the rest of the operation?" Maxwell didn't hesitate. The constellation's entire air wing will provide cover. Meanwhile, the Enterprise will be further north near Haiphong, keeping their air defenses distracted. The Newport News will patrol the coastline, taking out anti-aircraft sites at random. Over the next few weeks, this zone is fifth on the list. She'll sit 10 miles offshore and hammer them with heavy fire. Between her guns and our fighters, we'll carve out a safe path for the helicopters. The idea is to make so much noise they won't even notice the rescue until it's done. Ritter nodded. He'd studied the plan, but wanted to hear Maxwell's take, especially his tone. The Admiral was cooler than expected, almost unnervingly composed. Still a high-stakes play, Ritter remarked. Absolutely, Marty Young agreed. Maxwell countered. And what's the risk if those prisoners spill everything they know? Kelly shifted uncomfortably. Geopolitical fallout wasn't his area. He operated on a smaller scale. But with no polite exit, he stayed silent, absorbing the debate. You want the truth? Ritter lit a cigarette. For a bit too for a plague, too. The Russians already want our secrets, and we want theirs. So Zachary talks about SAC war plans. Wave dippers to Sev. We adjust. Those blueprints change monthly anyway. And let's be real, how likely are we to ever use them? Maxwell's jaw tightened. We might have to. Ritter exhaled smoke. Admiral, do you want us to? Maxwell's posture stiffened. I flew over Nagasaki after the bomb dropped. I've seen what those weapons do, and that was a small one. His voice carried the weight of experience. Ritter smirked. And the Russians feel the same. They're not reckless, if anything. They're more terrified of us than we are of them. Hell, what those prisoners reveal might even scare them straight. Then why back this mission? Maxwell pressed. Because they're our people. Ritter's tone turned sharp. That's reason enough. Don't feed me that national security line, save it for the politicians. Either you stand by your team or you don't. The irony wasn't lost on him. This was the same man who'd once risked everything to extract a foreign asset he barely tolerated. If you let yourself slip into that pattern, you become someone nobody wants to save, and once people stop helping, you're truly on your own. General Young studied Ritter with narrowed eyes. I'm not convinced you're the right man for this, Ritter. This operation could save American lives. The Russians will take notice. It proves we mean business. That makes my job smoother, moving agents across enemy lines. More recruits, better intel. I get you the information you need, and the cycle continues until someone changes the rules. That was his entire pitch. Ritter turned to Greer. When should I update the White House? Greer gave a slow nod. I'll tell you when. But Bob, are you really with us on this? Absolutely, sir, Ritter answered, though his reasons were his own mysterious, unsettling, but accepted for now. Meanwhile, tension crackled in another corner of the city. All right, Eddie, lay it out, Tony said, keeping his voice steady. Our guy's got an issue. 2 of his men just vanished. Ooze took 'em. Morello snapped. He was already simmering another rejection from the inner circle, despite everything he'd done. And now Tony, his own blood, was cozying up to some outsider instead of backing him. The irony wasn't lost on him. Nobody knows, Tony admitted. His sources mine dead ends. Eddie's laugh was sharp. Well, ain't that a damn shame? He leaned in, his tone shifting. Tony, he came to me first. Through Angelo, remember how that turned out? You'd be nowhere without me, and now what? I get pushed aside while he gets a seat at the table. You gonna make him one of us? Susta Saifov, cool it, Eddie. Why didn't you fight for me? Eddie's voice cracked. I can't make it happen, Tony said, frustration creeping in. He'd braced for resistance, but not this raw anger. Eddie had a good thing going, why couldn't he see that? Money, stability, wasn't that enough? Then Eddie crossed the line. I built this for you. Now you've got a problem, and who do you run to? May. You owe me, Tony. The threat hung in the air. From Eddie's perspective, it was simple. Tony's star was rising, and with Henry's connections, he'd have real power. The organization was fluid, loyalty mattered. But so did leverage. And if Tony stepped out of line, well, accidents happened. Tony's mistake was thinking too small. He saw Eddie as a threat to his position, not realizing the bigger game. Henry was a pragmatist, he'd adapt. Eddie knew it. Tony knew it. He's playing you, Eddie hissed. The irony. Eddie was starting to see Tucker's manipulations, but Tony, the one being played, was blind to it. Tony forced a shrug. I've considered that. What's his angle? Ties to Philly? New York? Maybe. Or maybe he thinks he's smarter than us. Those guys are getting bold. We'll deal with that later. Right now, we need to know who's targeting his crew. You hear anything about outsiders moving in? Put him on the spot, Tony thought. The room felt smaller, the stakes higher. One wrong move, and everything could unravel. Tony leaned across the table, his gaze locked onto Morello, who was too furious to even register the intensity of their exchange. I haven't heard a damn thing about that. Morello snapped, his voice tight with frustration. Start asking around, Tony commanded, leaving no room for debate. It wasn't a suggestion, it was an order. Morello had no choice but to dig up whatever he could. What if he's cleaning house? Taking out unreliable people from his own crew? You really think loyalty means anything to him? Morello scoffed. No, but I don't buy that he's turning on his own guys either. Tony pushed back from the table, delivering one last directive before walking away. But you were too soon to find out. Yeah, sure, Eddie muttered under his breath, left alone with his thoughts and an empty glass. Meanwhile, Captain Albee stood before his men, a satisfied grin on his face. People that went better than expected, he announced, wrapping up his assessment of the training exercise. There had been minor hiccups during the approach, but nothing critical. Even his sharp eye couldn't find any real flaws in the simulated assault. The marksmanship had been eerily precise, almost machine-like, and the unit's cohesion was so strong that they maneuvered dangerously close to live fire without hesitation. In the back of the room, the Cobra crews reviewed their own performance, exchanging nods with the Navy rescue pilots. The usual rivalry between different units had faded into playful ribbing, a testament to how tightly they'd trained together. That camaraderie was about to be put to the test. Gentlemen, Albee said, his tone shifting, time to find out what this whole show's been leading to. 10 hut. I'd say Jid. The room snapped to attention as Vice Admiral Maxwell and Major General Young strode in, both in immaculate uniforms. Maxwell's whites gleamed under the harsh lights, while Young's marine khakis looked like they could stand on their own. A young lieutenant lugged a massive briefing board, nearly dragging it across the floor before setting it up on an easel. From his spot near the stage, Master Gunnery Sergeant Irvin studied the faces in the crowd, young, focused, and completely unaware of what was coming. He had to play his part, feigning surprise when the big reveal came. Take your seats, Marines, Maxwell began warmly, waiting for the rustle of movement to settle. First, let me say how damn proud I am of every one of you. You trained hard without knowing why, and that speaks volumes. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Here's the mission. The lieutenant pulled the cover off the board, revealing an aerial photograph. Operation Boxwood Green. Your objective is simple. Bring 20 of our men home. John Kelly stood beside Irvin, watching the reactions instead of the briefing. The men were young but hardened, their eyes locked onto the recon images with an intensity that bordered on obsession. There was no emotion at first, just stillness, like statues carved from discipline and resolve. Then Maxwell's pointer landed on a battered figure in the photo. This is Colonel Robin Zacharias, you. But Trevor's the combacy. The Vietnamese beat him just for looking up at the drone that took this shot. The pointer shifted to a guard mid-swing, about to strike the colonel from behind. Kelly saw the change, the subtle tightening of jaws, the quiet fury in their eyes. It wasn't explosive anger. It was colder, sharper, and far more dangerous. The kind that didn't need words. And in that moment, Kelly almost smiled. Because he knew exactly what that silence meant. These men had endured over a year of brutal combat, witnessing friends fall in ways too horrific for nightmares to conjure. Yet fear wasn't the only force driving them. Something deeper pulled at them, an unspoken duty, a shared understanding of a world most would never glimpse. They'd stared death in the face, recognizing life's fleeting nature, yet refused to let survival alone define their purpose. Serving others gave meaning to the chaos. None sought to throw their lives away, but each would gamble with fate, trusting the man beside him to do the same. The faces in those briefing photos were strangers, yet bound to them by something stronger than friendship loyalty that demanded action. The Admiral's voice cut through the silence. You don't need me to spell out the risks. You've lived them. But these are our people, Americans, and they're counting on us. A sudden shout from the back, "Damn right, sir," sent a jolt through the room. Maxwell fought back emotion. This is why we're here, he thought. Flaws and all, this was who they were. Marty Young stepped forward, his gaze sweeping the crowd. You signed up for this. Now you're signing up again. Some of you have families. We won't force you. Hell, some might even get cold feet. The ripple of indignation told him he'd struck a nerve. Take today to decide. Way hammed, dismissed. Chairs screeched as the Marines rose, their unified roar shaking the walls. Recon. Their expressions said everything, no hesitation, no doubt. This wasn't about glory. It was the quiet resolve of men who knew their mission. Grins spread, jokes flew, but beneath it all lay the weight of what they were about to do. We're bringing you home. Near the back, Clark exchanged a wry glance with Irvin. Your admirals got away with words. Should have recorded it. Irvin chuckled, mischief flashing in his eyes. Since when do you need a pep talk? If it's such a bad idea, why are you going solo? Kelly shrugged. Someone asked. He left to find the Admiral, a favor on his mind. Downstairs, Doris gripped the banister, her headache duller today. The scent of coffee led her to the kitchen, where Sandy beamed. Look who's up. Hey, Doris murmured, still shaky but managing a smile. I could eat a horse. The eggs, okay? Sandy guided her to a chair, pressing juice into her hands. I'll take the pan too, Doris deadpanned, drawing laughter. Sarah piled the plate high. No shells, promise. The change in Doris was staggering, her movements slow but deliberate, her appetite fierce. Yesterday's blood work had been promising. The antibiotics had crushed the infections, and the drugs in her system were nearly gone. But the real victory was in the way she devoured her breakfast, a small rebellion against everything she'd survived. Fumbling slightly, she smoothed the napkin across her lap, the terry cloth robe rough beneath her fingers. She ate slowly, savoring each bite. This wasn't just breakfast, it was proof she was coming back to herself. Doris Brown might still be a mystery to the women watching her, but the hollow look in her eyes had faded. Sandy slid into the chair opposite her, coffee in hand, and asked the question that had been hanging in the air since they found her. "Where's home for you?" "Pittsburgh," Doris answered, the word heavy with unspoken distance. To Sandy, it might as well have been another planet. "Manly. My dad." "That's it." Doris's hand drifted absently to her chest, a reflex she didn't seem to notice. For once, there was no lingering ache from Billy's rough hands. Sandy caught the gesture but kept her voice steady. "No one else. Brother didn't make it back from Vietnam." A beat of silence. "I'm sorry, Doris." She shrugged, but the movement lacked its usual defiance. "It is what it is." "Sandy," the nurse reminded her gently. "I'm Sarah," the doctor added, sliding a fresh plate in front of her. Doris managed a faint smile, small but real. That alone was progress. Sarah exchanged a glance with Sandy. They'd seen this before, that fragile moment when someone clawed their way back from the edge. 3 more months, Sarah had calculated, and malnutrition would have made even a common cold fatal. But not now. Now, they'd won. The unspoken pride between them was the kind only battlefield medics, or ER doctors, understood the quiet triumph of stealing someone from death's grip. No need for words. They'd felt it before, that fleeting sense of divine purpose, like they'd been handed a fraction of creation's power. It didn't erase the losses, the ones they couldn't save, but for now, it was enough. "Easy on the food," Sarah advised, shifting back into doctor mode. "Your stomach's not used to it." No point warning her about the cramps ahead. Survival came first. Doris pushed the plate away slightly. "Starting to feel it." "Then take a breath," Sandy said. "Tell us about your dad." The answer came fast, like she'd been waiting to confess. "Buoy storm I've tay." Right after David's telegram. "Dad, he wasn't handling things well." Blamed me." Raymond Brown's world had narrowed to 2 things: the graveyard shift at the steel mill and the silence of his empty house. The clapboard walls on Dunleavy Street held decades of memories, his wife laughing in the kitchen, his son's baseball glove tossed by the door, the creak of the porch swing where he'd once grilled his daughter's dates. None of that remained. He'd tried after the funeral. Tried to be what Doris needed. But grief had a way of twisting things, and by the time he realized how far she'd slipped away, it was too late. First, the cancer stealing his wife piece by piece. The furnace at J&L Steel didn't care about any of that. The metal still needed pouring, the shifts still needed working. So he did. Because what else was left? Raymond Brown's world had shattered when his son David was drafted, shipped off to Vietnam, and died in an unremarkable valley just 14 days later. The kindness of his co-workers, their presence at Davy's funeral, their quiet support hadn't been enough to keep him from drowning himself in whiskey, clutching at the fragments of his life with a grip that only pushed them further away. He hadn't seen then how Doris was carrying her own grief, how his own pain blinded him to hers. The night she came home late, her clothes disheveled, he'd hurled words like knives, each one etched into his memory. The slam of the door still echoed in his mind. By the time regret clawed its way through the haze of alcohol, it was too late. He'd stumbled into the police station, humiliated, begging for help from officers whose pity he barely registered, frantic to find his daughter, to plead for forgiveness he didn't deserve. But Doris was gone. The cops tried, but leads dried up. For 2 years, the bottle was his only companion, until 2 co-workers cornered him, speaking hard truths with the reluctant care of men who'd finally mustered the courage to intervene. These days, his minister visited often. Raymond wasn't sober, not entirely, but he was fighting it, scaling back drink by drink, aiming for none. He faced the hollow ache of solitude head-on, knowing dignity alone was a cold comfort. Prayer helped, sometimes, the familiar words lulling him into a restless sleep, though dreams of his family never came. Tonight, sweat-drenched and tangled in sheets, the phone's shrill ring jolted him awake. "Hello?" A woman's voice, steady but cautious. "Is this Raymond Brown?" "Yeah." "Mais ça per prose, who's asking?" He rubbed his eyes, staring at the ceiling's blank expanse, a mirror of his own emptiness. Then came the fear. Why would a Baltimore doctor call him? His pulse spiked as Dr. Sarah rose and introduced herself, her tone shifting as she added, "There's someone here who wants to talk to you." Static. No whispers. A struggle. Then faint but unmistakable. "Daddy?" The word hit him like a lightning strike. He couldn't breathe. "Door?" "I'm sorry," she murmured. "Mud you safe?" His voice cracked. "Ye first at taverner." And somehow, impossibly, she meant it. "Doctor." Rosen cut back in, explaining Doris's treatment, her recovery. Raymond's chest tightened, his heart hammering. "She's really all right?" "She will be," Sarah promised. "But she needs time. We'll bring her home when she's ready." The line filled with ragged breaths, half-formed words. Sarah waited, listening to the raw relief pouring through the receiver. One call had pulled 2 souls back from the brink. "She's had a rough road," Sarah said gently, "but trust me, I know what I'm doing." Sarah hesitated before passing the phone, her fingers tightening around the device as muffled sobs filled the room. Within moments, all 4 of them were in tears, though the nurse and doctor managed to find solace in each other's arms, quietly celebrating their small triumph against life's relentless hardships. Meanwhile, Bob Ritter maneuvered his car into a parking spot along West Executive Drive, the secluded stretch of pavement tucked between the White House and the imposing, if architecturally questionable, Executive Office Building. The structure was a monument to bureaucratic grandeur, its Victorian excesses designed to intimidate visiting dignitaries with its sheer, overwrought presence. Inside, the echoing marble halls amplified every footstep as Ritter navigated toward his destination. The office of Roger Mackenzie, a man whose title, Special Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, sounded far more impressive than the reality. Mackenzie, though sharp enough, clung to his status like a medieval courtier, surrounded by a small army of assistants just to remind himself he mattered. When Ritter arrived, Mackenzie made a show of greeting him loudly, ensuring his staff noted the arrival of a CIA, official proof that he still held sway in the right circles. "Traffic trouble?" Mackenzie asked, a thinly veiled jab at Ritter's timing. "Just the usual mess on the George Washington," Ritter replied, nodding toward the inner office. With a wave, Mackenzie summoned his assistant, Wally Hicks, another eager face in the endless parade of ambitious aides. Hicks scrambled for a notepad, then darted off to fetch coffee, playing the role of dutiful servant in the heart of American democracy. Once settled behind closed doors, Ritter cut to the chase. "We've got something unusual brewing in Vietnam," he said, watching Mackenzie's expression shift from practiced indifference to keen interest. "A special prison camp southwest of Haiphong," Ritter continued, laying out the details with precision. Mackenzie, for all his posturing, had flown missions in World War II, a fact Ritter intended to use to his advantage. "Let's see the imagery," Mackenzie said, opting for the insider term over something simpler. Ritter slid the folder across the desk, the grainy black and white photos inside holding the weight of a potential turning point, if only the right people took notice. Mackenzie pulled open the drawer and retrieved a magnifying glass, holding it up to examine the images. "Do we have an ID on this guy?" he asked, squinting at the grainy photograph. Ritter leaned in, tapping the edge of the file. "Check the back, there's a clearer shot." Mackenzie flipped through, comparing the official Air Force portrait with the candid camp photo and the enhanced close-up. Close enough to raise eyebrows, but not definitive. "So, who is he?" "Colonel Robin Zacharias. You." "Mere force." "Formerly stationed at Offutt, working SAC war plans." The man knew everything, Roger. Mackenzie let out a low whistle, more out of habit than genuine surprise. "And this other guy?" "Definitely not Vietnamese. Soviet Air Force colonel, name still unknown, but his presence isn't exactly a mystery." Ritter slid a wire service report across the desk. "Zacharias's obituary. Damn. Yeah, suddenly the picture gets a lot sharper, doesn't it?" Mackenzie rubbed his temple. This could derail the peace talks entirely. Walter Hicks stayed silent, his role reduced to that of a human recorder present only to document, not to contribute. "Derail the peace talks," he scribbled, underlining it twice, his grip tightening on the pencil until his knuckles paled. Ritter kept his voice steady. "Roger, the men in that camp have intel that could cripple national security. I mean cripple it. Zacharias helped draft SEOP, our nuclear war plans. This isn't just serious, it's catastrophic. Just mentioning SEOP, the Single Integrated Operations Plan, sent a ripple through the room." Ritter almost smirked at how easily the lie landed. The suits in the White House might not care about rescuing people, but they sure as hell cared about nuclear secrets. "You've got my full attention, Bob." Ritter glanced at Hicks. "Mr. is right." "Yes, sir." "Mind giving us the room?" Hicks shot Mackenzie a pleading look, but the dismissal was inevitable. "Wally, let's keep this executive session for now," Mackenzie said, softening the blow with a smile and a nod toward the door. Hicks stood, shutting the door behind him with deliberate quiet. Damn it. He slumped into his chair, seething. How was he supposed to advise his boss if he was kept in the dark? Robert Ritter, the same reckless spook who'd nearly blown up delicate negotiations by smuggling some rogue asset out of Budapest. The fallout had set treaty talks back months, all because Ritter couldn't resist playing hero. And now he was spinning this war plan's nonsense to manipulate Mackenzie, who still had fighter pilot fantasies plastered all over his office walls. This wasn't about SEOP or nuclear strategy. It was about people real, breathing people, and Ritter's stubborn belief that they mattered more than political chess games. Hicks gritted his teeth. Romantic idiocy. Peace was the only thing that mattered. But try telling that to a man who still thought wars were won by lone wolves in cockpits. The soldiers in their crisp uniforms were nothing more than mindless brutes, muscle-bound idiots who thought their only purpose was to kill, as if that somehow fixed anything. Hicks clenched his fists, his anger simmering. They knew the risks, didn't they? If they were foolish enough to rain destruction on a peaceful country like Vietnam, they should have expected pushback. And if they were stupid enough to gamble with their lives, why should someone like Wally Hicks waste a single breath caring when luck turned against them? They probably got off on the violence anyway, drawing in shallow women who mistook brutality for strength, who swooned over men who acted more like polished cavemen than actual human beings. This could derail everything. Even Mackenzie saw it. An entire generation of young men gone. And now, because of a handful of trigger-happy mercenaries who enjoyed their work, the peace talks might collapse. It was insane. Hicks had always scoffed at the old anti-war slogan, "What if they gave a war and nobody came?" Because he knew better. There would always be men like Zacharias, charismatic enough to lead the gullible into slaughter. How was it not obvious that war was nothing but a colossal waste? How hard was that to grasp? The door swung open, and Mackenzie stepped out with Ritter in tow. "Wally, we're heading across the street. Let my 11 o'clock know I'll be back soon." "Due, of course, sir." Typical. Ritter had Mackenzie wrapped around his finger, convincing him to push this madness straight to the National Security Advisor. If they weren't careful, this could set the peace process back months, unless someone stopped it. Hicks snatched up the phone and dialed. "Senator Donaldson's office." "Hi, I need Peter Henderson." "Sorry, he and the senator are in Europe. They return next week." "Right, thanks." Hicks slammed the receiver down. Damn it. He was so furious he'd forgotten. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, Peter Henderson wandered through the White Tower of London, marveling at Henry V's massive suit of armor. A fellow tourist, too casual, too observant, commented on the weather. "Warm for London. Do they get thunderstorms here?" "Occasionally," the man replied smoothly, "but nothing like Washington's." Henderson's pulse quickened. He found the nearest exit and stepped outside, his new companion falling into step beside him. "Your English is flawless," Henderson remarked. "Thank you, Peter." The game was on. George extended his hand with a practiced smile. "I'm George." Henderson barely glanced at him as he returned the greeting. The whole scene felt like something out of a spy thriller, except this wasn't just London. It was the heart of British royalty. The irony wasn't lost on him. George, or Georgie as he was known back in Moscow, hadn't been in the field for years. His sharp mind had earned him a promotion to colonel, overseeing an entire intelligence division. A future general's stars were practically within reach. This trip, carefully routed through Helsinki and Brussels, was partly business, partly pleasure. He needed to lay eyes on Cassius himself, and, well, his wife had a taste for London's fashion. "This is the only time we'll meet, Peter," George said, his tone light but deliberate. Henderson smirked. "Should I feel special?" If you'd like." George's easygoing demeanor was unusual for a Russian operative, but that was the point. "Your senator has access to valuable information." "True enough," Henderson agreed, savoring the unspoken power play. No need to remind George that he had his own connections. "Your new president, he's making people nervous." George chuckled. "He makes me nervous too. But there's potential." His talk of détente. "My government sees it as a chance for real progress. The problem is, if he pushes too hard, it could backfire. Both sides have hardliners, yours, ours. The key is keeping them in check." Henderson raised an eyebrow. "And how do I help with that?" "Certain leaks could ruin everything," George explained. "Too much knowledge, and the game turns ugly. One side overplays, the other resists. What I'm asking is simple: share what you learn about us. Not everything, just what matters. We'll trust your judgment." Henderson exhaled slowly. "You're asking for a lot of faith." "Peace always does," George said, his voice softening. It starts with two people. No treaties, no grand speeches, just trust. Henderson glanced at the chopping block nearby, its history uncertain. Peace would be nice, he admitted. But first, we've got to end this damn war. George nodded. We're working on it. Encouraging moderation. Too many have died already. Henderson studied him for a long moment. All right, George. I'll think about it. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves around them. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolled. A low wrought iron fence encircled the area, where a glossy black raven perched, one of the famed tower ravens maintained through centuries of royal decree and lingering superstition. Nearby, a beefeater, in his traditional uniform, led a group of wide-eyed tourists past the historic stones. I've had your back, George, Peter Henderson admitted. Which wasn't a lie. The American had been circling the KGB's carefully laid trap for almost 2 years. Now, Colonel Glazov needed only to make the offer irresistible before watching his target take the final, irrevocable bite. Of course, Peter, Glazov replied smoothly, but this next step requires something far more delicate. The choice is yours alone. Starting wars is simple, keeping peace. That's where the real risks lie. When the ministers smile for cameras and sign their treaties, men like us remain shadows. Yet those shadows move the pieces before the players ever take the stage. Henderson exhaled sharply, his resolve crystallizing. Enough waiting. If this helps prevent another Cold War standoff, I'm in. A flicker of triumph crossed Glazov's face before he schooled it into grave concern. Understand, this isn't some diplomatic cocktail party. One misstep, and neither of us will live to regret it. Then I'll step carefully, Henderson shot back, almost amused by the theatrics. Glazov softened his voice, adding an unexpected layer. My daughter turns 7 next month. Because of choices made today, she might never fear air raid drills. Yulishi orbs for that. Spruzoibibil Peter. With a final nod, he turned toward Trader's Gate, the irony of the name nearly cracking his composure. By the time his taxi merged into London's afternoon traffic, he'd mentally corrected his earlier analogy. Not Cassius, but Brutus would have been the wittier reference. Not that it mattered now. Meanwhile, halfway across the city, the Boxwood Green team drilled relentlessly. Night after night, they rehearsed the prison assault until the M60's suppressing fire became background noise. Daylight runs eliminated any confusion about positioning, though charging toward live gunfire never got easier. By week's end, even the most hardened Marines admitted they were as sharp as they'd ever be. Training shifted subtly now, focusing on fine-tuning rather than repetition. Suggestions flowed freely during breaks, a tweak to the breach sequence, a better hand signal for flanking maneuvers. Captain Albee welcomed the input, knowing ownership of the plan bred confidence. After all, the difference between success and disaster might hinge on some corporal's offhand remark over coffee. The men carried themselves with quiet assurance, not the swagger of elite forces, but the steady competence of professionals who'd weighed every variable, tweaked every detail, until their plan felt like a well-oiled machine. Oddly enough, their downtime grew calmer as the mission neared. The usual Barrett's hijinks faded as they lounged in the common area, flipping through dog-eared paperbacks or staring blankly at daytime TV, all hyper-aware that counterparts overseas were doing the same. 25 minds cycled through the same unspoken questions. Would the pieces fall into place? If they pulled it off, the rush would be unforgettable. If not, well, they'd signed up knowing some doors only swing one way. Wives deserved their husbands back. Kids needed their dads. And every man there understood that if ever there was a cause worth dying for, this was it. when Chaplain Riley showed up at Sergeant Irvin's request. Nobody joked about the sudden rush to confess sins or scribble makeshift wills. "Just covering bases," muttered a lance corporal, avoiding eye contact with the visiting brass. Their focus sharpened like a rifle scope dialed to perfect zero, all distractions burned away by the mission's cryptic codename, some bureaucratic mashup of random nouns that belied its gravity. They walked the training grounds in pairs, rehearsing entry vectors and fallback routes until the dirt paths might as well have been etched behind their eyelids. Extra miles got logged before dawn. Push-ups cracked out in shower stalls, not just to burn nerves, but to edge that fraction closer to razor readiness. You could spot them by the look. Intensity without jitters, confidence without arrogance. Other Quantico Marines gave their squad a wide berth, eyeing the parked Cobras and Navy rescue teams with uneasy curiosity, until a glimpse of those men drilling in the pines shut down any questions. Whatever was brewing, it wasn't their business. Across the Potomac, Bob Ritter leaned back in his Langley office, thumbing the intercom. "James, bitter tisn't trains? Bet it up." In the Pentagon, Dutch Maxwell swiveled toward his war trophies, the Hellcats panel, with its grim little flags before barking orders. Within minutes, his driver was gunning past the Anacostia helipad, the old admiral's grin hinting at something bigger than staff meetings. Meanwhile, in the woods, Kelly whittled at a piece of hickory, the shavings piling up like unanswered questions. Kelly had carefully chosen his gear, praying he wouldn't have to use any of it. His main firearm was a compact car 15, a shorter cousin of the standard M16. A suppressed 9mm pistol rested in his shoulder holster, though his most crucial tools were the two radios strapped to his belt, backups for each other. Because in the field, communication was everything. Along with rations, water, maps, and spare batteries, the whole loadout weighed 23 pounds, not including the specialized insertion equipment. The weight didn't slow him down. He moved through the dense woods and rolling terrain with surprising ease, his footsteps silent as a shadow. For a man his size, Kelly was fast, but speed wasn't the trick, it was precision. Every step was deliberate, every turn calculated to avoid snapping twigs or rustling leaves. His eyes scanned the path ahead and the surroundings with equal intensity. Overkill, he thought, shaking his head at his own caution. Relax. You've done this before. Straightening up, he descended the slope, letting muscle memory take over. Below, Marines drilled in tight squads, practicing weapon maneuvers while Captain Albee huddled with the helicopter pilots. Just as Kelly reached the landing zone, a Navy chopper touched down and Admiral Maxwell stepped out. By sheer luck, Kelly was the first to greet him. He didn't need words, the Admiral's expression said it all. "We're moving out." "Tonight," Maxwell confirmed with a firm nod. Despite the adrenaline, a cold ripple ran down Kelly's spine. This wasn't training anymore. Lives hung in the balance his own, and the men depending on him. No room for mistakes. But then, a grim confidence settled in. "You know how to handle this." As Maxwell briefed Captain Albee, General Young's staff car rolled up, adding another layer of formality to the moment. Salutes snapped into place, and the recon Marines gathered, their reactions subdued but resolute. No cheers, no nervous chatter, just hardened nods. The mission was a go. Maxwell returned to the chopper, giving Kelly a knowing look. "Figured you'd want that quick liberty." "You promised, sir." The Admiral clapped him on the shoulder and jerked his chin toward the aircraft. Inside, they donned headsets as the rotors whined to life. "How long do I have?" Kelly asked. "Midnight." "No, later." The pilot glanced back, but Maxwell waved him off. Kelly yanked off the headset and hopped out, joining General Young. "Dutch already filled me in," Young said, disapproval etched into his tone. Breaking protocol wasn't something he tolerated. What do you need? A ride back to my boat to change, then drop me in Baltimore. I'll handle the rest. Young's jaw tightened. But he relented. Measure, fine. But you'd better be back on time. 15 minutes later, Kelly was in civilian clothes, racing through a shower before sliding into the general's car. Just get me to the airport, he told the driver. I'll grab a cab from there. As the car pulled away, Kelly leaned back, exhaustion creeping in. For a brief moment, the mission faded, replaced by the hum of tires on pavement. Meanwhile, back in Washington, Hicks leaned against the doorframe of Mackenzie's office. That's my vols? Stow? What's the verdict? Approved, Mackenzie said, scribbling his initials on a stack of documents destined for some dusty archive. Hicks raised an eyebrow. Care to elaborate? Mackenzie hesitated, then smirked. Why not? The kid had clearance, and besides, it never hurt to remind people you were in the know. In just under 2 minutes, he laid out the critical details of Operation Boxwood Green. Hicks felt his skin prickle with unease, his stomach tightening as he forced himself to speak calmly. Sir, that's an outright invasion. Mackenzie barely glanced up, his voice dripping with dismissive confidence. Some might call it that. But considering they've already rolled over 3 independent nations, I'd say we're just returning the favor. Hicks pressed on, urgency sharpening his words. But the peace negotiations, you said they were our priority. Mackenzie scoffed, slamming his hand on the desk. Forget the damn peace talks. We've got operatives on the ground, Wally, and what they uncover could save lives. And let's not forget I convinced Henry to greenlight this myself. His grin was sharp, almost predatory. Hicks hesitated, then plunged forward. Sir, this could backfire. We've already lost too many. 1 million dead, and for what? What's the endgame here? His voice cracked, desperation seeping through. Mackenzie leaned back, exhaling through his nose. If you're looking for me to justify this mess, save your breath. We inherited this disaster. Our job is to clean it up, not whine about how dirty it is. Hicks clenched his jaw. With all due respect, sir, this move could sabotage any chance of ending it. I think it's a mistake. Mackenzie studied him, then shrugged. Fine. Your concern is noted. But what about our people over there? You just writing them off? Hicks' reply was ice. They knew the risks. Mackenzie's eyes darkened. That's the problem with kids like you. You've never worn the uniform. Never seen what war really does. People aren't chess pieces, Wally. They bleed. They have families. And if you're going to sit in this office, you'd better start remembering that. Hicks swallowed hard. Yes, sir. There was no winning this. He needed an ally badly. Meanwhile, across town, Sandy's heart nearly stopped when she opened her door. John, 2 weeks without a word, I thought you were dead. Kelly stood there, clean-shaven and dressed in a crisp blazer, looking nothing like the man she'd last seen. Just tied up, he muttered, avoiding her eyes. Doing what? She demanded, pulling him inside before the neighbors could eavesdrop. Nothing illegal, he said, though the hesitation in his voice made her stomach twist. You swear? The air between them thickened with tension. Kelly shifted uncomfortably, caught between guilt and frustration, unsure why he'd even come. John. Sarah's voice rang from upstairs, breaking the moment. Kelly exhaled, forcing a grin. Hey, Doc. Doctor. Rosen descended the stairs, her usual disheveled appearance at odds with her bright smile. You're in for a surprise. You've changed, Sarah observed, studying Kelly's appearance. I've been hitting the gym, Kelly replied with a casual shrug. What about you? What brings you here? Sarah hesitated before answering. I just wanted to see you before I take off. Mend. Take off where? Kelly's expression darkened. Can't tell you that. The tension in the room thickened instantly. Sandy cut straight to the point. John, we know. Kelly exhaled, unsurprised. Yeah, I figured you would. How is she holding up? Better thanks to you, Sarah said softly. Sandy wasn't letting it go. John, we need to talk. Tout, seriously. Reluctantly, Kelly followed her into the kitchen while Dr. Rosen retreated upstairs. Sandy crossed her arms. What exactly have you been doing? The lately? Not something I can discuss. I mean everything. What's really going on? You don't want to know, Sandy. Her voice sharpened. Billy and Rick? Kelly's jaw tightened. You saw what they did to her. They won't be hurting anyone else. You can't just the police are compromised, Kelly interrupted. Someone high up is dirty. That means I can't trust them, and neither should you. Sandy's eyes widened. How do you even know that? Billy had answers. The look on her face made him regret saying it. Sandy, do you honestly think anyone cares when a woman like her disappears? You told me yourself nobody helps them. Boyery, you care. That's why I brought her here. That the cops, they won't lift a finger. If you want to turn me in, go ahead. I won't stop you. Miu teftik evren. Sandy snapped before forcing herself to calm down. John, this isn't the way. Why not? His voice turned icy. They murder. They torture. And nobody stops them. Who speaks for the victims, Sandy? Who? The law does. And when the law fails, Kelly shot back. Do we just let them die like Pam did? Remember what they did to her? Sandy looked away. Wakan memtrum, Ness? Hours, Sandy. They took hours. And they made her watch. Sandy's voice wavered. She told us everything. She and Pam were friends. After, what did Pakidia Stabalas? After it happened, she was the one who fixed Pam's hair. Kelly flinched like he'd been struck. For a second, his composure cracked before he steadied himself. She's okay now? We're taking her home soon. Sarah and I will drive her. Good. Thank you. The contrast in him unnerved her how he could discuss violence so clinically, yet be shaken by a single memory. Was this justice? Nend. So cold happened. Did he even see the difference? They killed Pam, Kelly said quietly. They used her as an example so they could keep doing it to others. I'm ending that. Every last one of them. And if it costs me my life, so be it. Sandy took a slow breath. There was nothing left to argue. You said you're leaving. Yeah. If things go right, I'll be back in 2 weeks. Is it dangerous? Not if I don't screw up. He smirked, knowing she'd see through the lie. Doing what? The rescue. That's all I can say, and don't repeat it. I leave tonight. Been training for it down at a base. Sandy turned away, staring at the kitchen door like it held answers. The silence between them was heavier than any words. He wasn't giving her any room to breathe. The contradictions piled up. How could someone who'd saved a girl's life also be the same man who killed without hesitation? He loved a ghost, and that love drove him to risk everything, even if it meant more blood on his hands. He'd trusted her, Sarah, and Sam. A hero or a monster? The pieces didn't fit. Seeing Doris recover, Hearing her voice, even her father's gratitude, it had all seemed so clear before. Distance made judgment easy. But now, standing face to face with the man who'd done it all, who spoke with unsettling honesty, Sandy couldn't untangle the mess in her head. Vietnam? She finally asked, grasping for something solid. Yeah, Kelly admitted, pausing. Some people over there won't make it home unless we step in. And I'm part of that. But why you? She pressed. He gave a tired smile. Why not me? Somebody's gotta do it. Hell, Sandy, why do you do what you do? You ever ask yourself that? Damn it, John. Her voice cracked. I care about you. The pain flickered across his face again. Don't. People who get close to me end up hurt. Of course, that only made it worse. Just then, Sarah walked in with Doris, breaking the tension. The girl was almost unrecognizable, her eyes bright, her hair neatly trimmed, wearing clean clothes. She still moved slowly, but there was life in her now. She looked straight at Kelly. You're him, she whispered. Guess I am, he replied. Who are you holding up? A small smile. Going home soon. My dad, he wants me back. I bet he does. Kelly's voice softened. Seeing her like this alive, hopeful maybe it had meant something. Sandy felt the same thought echo in her mind. Doris was proof. Without Kelly, she'd be dead. No law, no system could have saved her. But the cost, what did that make him? Meanwhile, across town, Pihaji and Henry chewed over their own problems. Eddie's been sniffing around, Henry muttered. But nothing's happened since. You think he's just trying to look important? Pihaji exhaled smoke. Sab his or could be. So what if he takes a little vacation? Bet you anything the heat dies down. You volunteering. Henry smirked. Got a plan that'll keep things tidy. Back in the kitchen, Sandy wiped down the table, her hands moving on autopilot. Why'd you really come here? Kelly hesitated. Wanted to check on Doris. She saw right through it. It's the loneliness, isn't it? This time, he didn't answer right away. Yeah, he finally admitted the word heavy. Every time he let someone in, the world tore them away. Vengeance gave him purpose, but it was a hollow one. And now, standing here, he realized how much more he was losing. Sandy sighed. I can't tell you it's okay. I wish I could. Rescuing Doris was a noble act, but taking lives wasn't the answer. There had to be another path, and if there isn't? Sandy's voice trembled. Just hear me out, John said softly, his fingers brushing hers. She exhaled, nodding. Promise me you'll be safe. I always am, he lied with a half-smile. This isn't some reckless stunt. It's sanctioned. Thus gay pris is refido. You peace, how long? 2 weeks, if everything goes right. Her grip tightened. John, listen, you already saved her. That's enough. Maybe there's another way to help the others. No more blood. He hesitated, her warmth making it impossible to refuse. I'll try. But the weight of his promise settled heavy. Kelly never went back on his word. Besides, I've got bigger problems now. How will I know you're okay? Her voice cracked. He scribbled a number on a napkin. Call Admiral Greer. He'll have updates. Her eyes begged. Please, just come home. Me wipe heard it. The words tasted hollow. He wanted to kiss her, but guilt held him back. She'd already endured too much pain, Tim's death, the violence, and now he was adding to it. Tell Sarah and Doris. I'll see them soon. Sandy followed him to the door, her hand clinging to his sleeve. When you return, let this end. I'll consider it, he muttered, avoiding her gaze. Outside, the night swallowed the street. Quantico waited, and so did the ghosts of 2 women he'd lost. A third might slip away because of his choices. John. She hadn't let go. He turned, cupping her face before pressing a kiss to her knuckles. I'll be back. The Volkswagen's engine roared to life, but her silhouette lingered in the doorway. Still protecting her, even now. Alone in the car, doubts gnawed at him. Was it enough? Billy's intel was solid. The drug ships, Henry's network, the dirty cop on payroll. Could the police build a case? Would justice be served, or was this just another loop in the cycle? A squad car sped past. Not all of them were crooked, right? He gritted his teeth. Focus, sailor. You've got a mission. Boxwood Green. Men, a real job. The clarity hit him like headlights in the dark. Sandy's lack of understanding, gnawed at him. Facing his demons alone was one thing, wrestling with his anger and isolation in private. But when people who cared about him saw it, recognized the darkness, and still begged him to stop, that blurred everything. Right and wrong no longer had clean edges. On the highway, the rules were simple: stay between the painted lines. Mew, life. Not so much. 40 minutes later, he merged onto I-4095, the beltway circling Washington. The question burned in his mind. Was vengeance against Henry worth more than saving those women? Another 40 minutes, and he crossed into Virginia. Seeing Doris, what a ridiculous name. Breathing, alive, after that first encounter when she'd looked nearly as gone as Rick. The more he dwelled on it, the more it shifted his focus. Boxwood Green wasn't about ending lives. It was about pulling them back from the brink. He took the southbound exit onto I-95, and 45 minutes later, Quantico's gates loomed ahead. The clock read 11:30 p.m. as he rolled into the training site. Marty Young, for once out of his usual khaki and in utilities, gave him a dry once-over. Glad you made it, he muttered, voice dripping with sarcasm. Kelly met his gaze, exhaustion and frustration simmering. Sir, it's been a hell of a night. Do me a favor and skip the commentary. To his credit, Young didn't push. Mr. Clark, you sound like you're prepped. That's not the point, sir. The men in Cinder Green are the ones who are ready. Fair enough, tough guy. Kelly glanced at his car. Can I leave this here? Dewey won the chip if. With this graveyard of clunkers. A beat, then a decision. Yeah, it's done its job. Scrap it with the rest. They walked to a waiting staff car, where the same corporal from before sat behind the wheel. The Marine aviator grounded for this op turned to Kelly. What's your take, Clark? Sir, I like our odds. The aviator sighed. Would be nice, just once, to say. Yeah, this one's a sure thing. The Kelly smirked. Ever had that luxury before? Not once, Young admitted. Doesn't stop me from hoping. Peter, how was England? Not bad. Paris was soggy, but Brussels surprised me first time there, Henderson replied. Their Georgetown apartments, relics of the 30s, built to house the bureaucratic boom, stood sturdy despite their age. Hicks' place, though cramped, had an extra bedroom to make up for it. The Senate aide rubbed his temples, jet lag clinging. So, what's so urgent? Hicks exhaled sharply. We're going back into the north. That worries his pepper. I just got back from the damn peace talks. They were making progress the other side, folded on a major point. Yeah, well, kiss that goodbye, Hicks muttered, rolling a joint on the coffee table. You need to quit that crap, Wally. At least it doesn't leave me puking like whiskey. What's the big deal? The big deal is your security clearance. Henderson snapped. Hicks took a long drag. Like that matters anymore. Nobody listens, Peter. You talk till you're blue in the face, and it's just noise to them. He exhaled, the smoke curling between them. I'm done soon anyway. Dad's pressuring me to join the family business. Maybe once I'm rolling in cash, someone will finally hear me out. You're letting it eat at you. Change takes time. You think we can flip a switch and fix everything? Hicks' laugh was bitter. I think we're past fixing. This whole mess? It's Greek tragedy. We've got our fatal flaw, they've got theirs, and when the goddamn Deus Ex Machina shows up, it'll be a sky full of ICBMs. Game over. Henderson took a slow sip of his beer, the bitter taste matching his mood as he watched Hicks take another drag. The smoke curled upward, thick and acrid, just like their last disastrous mission in New Hampshire. Wally had that same hollow look in his eyes, the one he got when the whiskey and cigarettes took hold. Spit it out, Henderson pressed. What's eating you this time? Hicks exhaled sharply, his gaze fixed on the floor. There's talk about some camp. Bad intel, probably. But if we're wrong, we could blow the whole damn peace deal over nothing. Put that thing out, Henderson muttered, waving a hand through the haze. The smell alone was enough to sour his stomach. But Wally just took another deep pull, stubborn as always. Roger didn't give a timeline, Hicks admitted, voice rough. Just said it's happening. Henderson leaned in. Listen, if this goes south, you'll be the one they turn to. Roger trusts you. Henry trusts Roger. That's your in. For the first time that night, Hicks actually looked at him. You really think so? Damn right. Meanwhile, across town, a bus rolled toward Andrews Air Force Base, its headlights cutting through the dark. Inside, Kelly studied the tarmac through the window, watching as a freshly painted C-141 Starlifter waited, its strobes already flashing. The Marines filed out, greeted by Admiral Maxwell and Greer, who offered quiet words of encouragement. Good hunting, Maxwell said, clapping each man on the shoulder. The Starlifter's cavernous interior was lined with medical litters, enough for the team and the prisoners they hoped to recover. As the engines roared to life, Maxwell watched the plane vanish into the night, muttering, God, I hope this works. Ritter smirked. They're ready, Admiral. Greer checked his watch. Montaberkreiken, you cleared your schedule? For this? Very, absolutely. The flight itself was a test of patience. The Starlifter crawled at a sluggish 478 miles per hour, its first stop being Elmendorf in Alaska, 8 hours of cramped boredom. Stepping onto the tarmac, the Marines were hit by a wall of cold, the distant mountains dusted with snow. The air was thick with mosquitoes the size of nickels, buzzing like tiny helicopters. A few of the men jogged laps just to stay warm, much to the amusement of the Air Force ground crew. After a quick refuel, they were back in the air, this time bound for Japan. Kelly, restless, wandered up to the cockpit. Through the haze, a shadowy coastline loomed. Russia, the navigator said casually. They've had us on radar for the last 100 miles. Kelly snorted. Comforting. Small world, the navigator replied. And they own a big chunk of it. Ever chat with them? The navigator laughed. Not unless we have to. Tokyo handles comms until Yokota. Kelly glanced back at the sleeping Marines. Well, at least the ride's smooth. When did Honor for now? The flight dragged on endlessly, the navigator nodding in agreement as Kelly retreated to the cargo hold. The C-141's engines roared, a relentless whine cutting through the thin insulation typical Air Force frugality. Earplugs muffled the noise, but did little to ease the monotony. Some Marines passed the time sharpening knives they'd likely never draw in combat, while others did push-ups on the cold metal floor, their exertion ignored by the crew. The airmen watched in silence, curious but disciplined, as the plane traced the Siberian coastline. Whatever mission these Marines were on, the crew silently wished them luck. Henderson woke with the same gnawing question. What now? He'd been down this road before, unwittingly feeding information through loose-lipped, peace movement chats that had slowly turned into interrogations. One woman, all warmth and whispered questions, had played him perfectly. He'd answered before realizing her interest wasn't in him, but in what he knew. Later, he'd cursed himself for falling for such an obvious ploy, though. To be fair, she had been persuasive. Now she was gone, vanished like smoke, leaving him with intel the Russians would kill for. Did they even understand the value of that camp near Haiphong? The right move could ease tensions, nudge both sides toward détente. But Wally, ever the hothead, didn't get it. Change had to be gradual, not some grand gesture. Staring into the mirror as he shaved, Henderson scowled. The morning paper lay open, another grim tally of casualties. Another hill fought over, another pointless editorial. Somewhere, protesters chanted their tired slogans. He crumpled the page. If only they knew how much harder peace was than shouting in the streets. Henderson scoffed at the idea that something so trivial could hold any real weight yet. Deep down, he knew it did. Public pressure swayed politicians, grabbed headlines, and shifted narratives. Plenty of lawmakers like him wanted the war to end, but not enough to tip the scales. His own senator, Robert Donaldson, remained frustratingly neutral. The media praised him as measured and deliberate, but Henderson saw only hesitation, a man who overanalyzed every angle only to follow the herd in the end. There had to be a smarter approach, and Henderson was playing the long game, feeding Donaldson carefully curated insights, earning trust bit by bit to uncover what wasn't meant to be shared. But secrets had a way of demanding to be told, he mused, stepping onto the bus. Parking near Capitol Hill was a nightmare, so the bus suited him fine, practically door-to-door service. Settling into a back seat, he unfolded his newspaper, only for the ride to be interrupted 2 stops later. A stranger slid into the seat beside him. How was London? The man asked casually, voice barely audible over the engine's growl. Henderson glanced over. No recognition. Were they that thorough? Met a friend there, he replied cautiously. George. Lives in London. The man's American accent was flawless as he flipped to the sports section. Senators won't clinch it this year. Pull, Stabalorges Bingri. George mentioned he had a contact here. The man Marvin, he introduced himself, smiled at the box scores. Dinner plans tonight. Nothing solid. Bad idea, Peter. No Alberto's? Wisconsin Avenue. I-730. With that, Marvin stood and vanished at the next stop. Meanwhile, aboard the Starlifter, roaring away from Yokota Air Base, reality set in. Marines fought exhaustion, their forced calm fraying as the mission loomed closer. No more training drills, this was the real thing. In the deafening belly of the plane, jokes and bravado were impossible. Instead, they traded tense smiles, each man locked in his own private battle with fear. Some worked out just to numb the dread, chasing the relief of sleep. Kelly watched them, his own thoughts darker still. Nevsku. That's what this was supposed to be about. Pam's death haunted him, his failure, his rage, the blood on his hands. He'd told himself vengeance was justice, but now? The memory of Billy's screams twisted in his gut. Sandy, who dedicated herself to healing, would recoil if she knew what he'd done. The irony wasn't lost on him. The man who'd once saved a life now took sick pride in breaking one. What did that make him? The question gnawed as the plane carved through the night. Kelly knew he couldn't single-handedly end all the world's suffering. This war he was heading back into? Unwinnable. Even with his elite recon team, victory wasn't the goal. Their mission was about rescue. Taking lives brought no joy, but saving them? That was worth remembering with pride. 4 more girls were trapped in that trafficking ring, and he'd find a way to free them. Maybe he could even tip off the cops about Henry's operation, let them handle the cleanup. The how of it was still fuzzy, but at least this was something worth fighting for, something that wouldn't haunt him later. All he had to do was make it through this op alive. Kelly snorted. No big deal, right? He mocked himself, the false bravado echoing hollowly in his mind. I've done this before. Funny how the brain conveniently forgets the terror until you're right back in the thick of it. Distance made danger abstract, but up close? That's when reality kicked in. Hardest part, Clark, Irvin announced, plopping down beside him after knocking out his usual 100 push-ups. Ain't that the truth? Kelly shot back, raising his voice over the hum of the transport. Just remember, Squid, you managed to breach my defenses that night. You got skills. Irvin flashed a grin. Damn right I do. Kelly studied the terrain ahead. They won't be as sharp on their own turf. Probably complacent, thinking about dinner and downtime. Not like us. Nobody's like us, Kelly agreed, smirking. And nobody's as stupid. Irvin clapped him on the shoulder. Truer words, Clark. Then he was off, barking orders at the next Marine, his way of keeping morale up. Kelly leaned back, forcing his eyes shut. Thanks, Guns. Alberto's was the kind of hole-in-the-wall Italian joint that hadn't yet been discovered by the food critics. The veal was tender, the pasta flawless, and the elderly couple running the place clung to the hope that one day the right reviewer would walk in and change their fortunes. For now, they relied on Georgetown students and neighborhood regulars to keep the lights on. The only downside, the tinny opera music crackling through cheap speakers, something the owners really needed to fix. Henderson slid into a back booth, just as the waiter, a guy doing a painfully bad Italian accent, lit the candle and scurried off for his gin and tonic. Marvin arrived minutes later, nondescript as always, tossing the evening paper onto the table. He looked like any other local, avoiding his own cooking. Senators blew it again, Marvin muttered as the waiter returned. House red, Marvin ordered, and the waiter nodded with a quick C. Henderson studied him. Definitely not legal. As a Senate intelligence staffer, he knew the rules. Real KGB operatives had diplomatic cover. This guy, just another ghost in the system. They had some protection from harsh treatment by you. Authorities, that was the upside. The downside, their homes and vehicles were on record, making them easier to monitor. Unlike illegal Soviet operatives sneaking in with forged documents, who'd face years in prison if caught, their identities were established. That's why Marvin's English was flawless. A single slip-up could land him in deep trouble, which made his casual confidence all the more impressive. Baseball fan, huh? Marvin asked, leaning back in his chair. Learned it years ago, Henderson replied. Decent shortstop, but curveballs. Never figured those out. He chuckled. Henderson had seen the satellite images of the unassuming town near Moscow where Marvin had trained. Let's cut to the chase, Marvin said, his tone shifting. We won't be meeting like this often. You know the stakes. Henderson smirked. Heard winters at Leavenworth are brutal. Marvin's expression hardened. This isn't a joke, Peter. Henderson raised his hands. Got it. Still getting used to the game. First, we set up contact, Marvin continued. Your apartment's front curtains fully open or closed means nothing's wrong. Stir, Kurt. That's the signal. I'll check Tuesdays and Fridays around 9. Clear. Henderson nodded. Understood. For now, we'll keep it simple, Marvin said. I'll park my dark blue Plymouth Satellite, license Hiver 309, near your place. Don't write it down. Just remember it. Henderson repeated the plate number. Marvin slid a small metal case across the table. Messages go in here. Strong magnet, inside, keep it away from your watch. When you pass my car, pretend to tie your shoe or pick something up. Stick this under the bumper. It'll hold. To Henderson, it felt like something out of a spy novel, though he knew it was basic tradecraft. Fine for summer, but winter would need a different approach. As the waiter handed the menus, Henderson chose veal and casually added, "I've got something for you now if you're interested." Might as well show his value early. Behind the alias Marvin was Ivan Alexeyevich Yegorov, a man with a legitimate cover. His day job. Loss control rep for Aetna Casualty, trained in Hartford before returning to D. His role inspecting client sites for safety risks gave him unexpected access to careless government contractors who left sensitive papers in plain sight. His boss was thrilled with his sharp eye and meticulous reports. When offered a promotion to Detroit, Marvin had declined 2 attached to D. Hui claimed. His supervisor didn't mind. A skilled employee content with a modest salary? That was a win. Marvin's job kept him on the road 4 days a week, giving him the freedom to connect with people wherever he went, not to mention the perks of a company car, with Aetna covering gas and maintenance. Life was so good he might have mistaken it for heaven if he'd believed in such things. His passion for baseball led him to a stadium, where the sea of faceless fans made for ideal clandestine meetings straight out of a spy handbook's wildest dreams. Captain Yegorov, thriving in his American cover, was climbing the ranks while dutifully serving his homeland. He'd even timed his arrival perfectly to witness the sexual revolution firsthand. The only thing missing. Decent vodka Americans just couldn't get it right. Sitting in his Chevy Chase apartment, Marvin couldn't help but laugh at the irony. Here he was, learning about a top-secret Russian operation from an American, with a golden opportunity to strike at his country's greatest adversary through proxies if they moved fast enough. And then there was the Soviet Air Force's blunder, a security lapse so glaring he couldn't wait to report it. Those pilots couldn't be trusted with national defense, no. This needed a proper Pivo-Strani officer handling the interrogation. After jotting down his notes and snapping photos, he tucked the film into a miniature cassette. Tomorrow's agenda. An early meeting with a contractor, followed by breakfast at Howard Johnson's, the perfect spot for a discreet handoff. Within days, that cassette would be in Moscow, courtesy of a diplomatic pouch. As he wrapped up for the night, he caught the tail end of the Senators' game, another loss. This time, 5-3 to Cleveland, despite Frank Howard's late homer. Sipping his beer, Yegorov marveled at the absurdity. Henderson was a goldmine all on his own, and somehow, nobody had clued him in about his own source inside the White House's National Security Office. Talk about a kick in the teeth. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, the C-141 touched down at Da Nang, ending a grueling 23-hour flight. The Marines staggered out, hit instantly by the stench of Vietnam, a foul mix of burning diesel and latrine waste. Ah, the sweet smell of home, one joked weakly, earning a few half-hearted chuckles. Captain Albee barked orders as the men shook off the fog of travel, their movements sluggish from exhaustion. After thanking the Air Force crew, who were just as eager for some downtime, Albee led his team to waiting trucks, then onto Navy Greyhounds for the final leg to the USS Constellation. From there, CH-46 Sea Knights ferried them to the USS Ogden, where they collapsed into empty bunks. too disoriented to care about the next mission. Kelly stood watching the last of the crew disappear down the passageway, his mind racing with uncertainty about what awaited him next. "How'd the flight treat you?" The voice came from behind Admiral Podolsky, clad in rumpled khakis and radiating an energy that felt out of place given the circumstances. "Pilots are a special breed of insane," Kelly muttered under his breath. "Yeah, it drags after a while." "Come with me," the Admiral commanded, steering him toward the ship's towering superstructure. Kelly hesitated, taking in the scene around him. The USS Constellation loomed on the eastern horizon, jets roaring off her deck, while others circled like seabirds waiting to land. A pair of cruisers hubbed close, with destroyers forming a protective ring around the fleet, a sight Kelly rarely witnessed. The full might of the Navy flexing its dominance over the open sea. "What's that out there?" he asked, nodding toward a distant vessel. "Just a snoopy Russian trawler, one of their intel gatherers," Podolsky replied, ushering him through a heavy steel door. "Fantastic," Kelly grumbled. "Relax. We've handled worse," the Admiral said with a dismissive wave. Inside, they climbed a maze of ladders until they reached the flag quarters, or what passed for them, anyway. Podolsky had commandeered the captain's cabin for the mission, leaving the ship's commanding officer, Captain Ted Franks, to bunk in smaller quarters near the bridge. The sitting area was surprisingly cozy, and Franks himself stood to greet them. "Welcome aboard, son. You must be Clark." "That's me, sir." Franks was a seasoned sailor, a veteran of amphibious operations since World War II. The Ogden was his fifth and final command. Stocky, balding, with a face that could shift from warm to razor-sharp in an instant, he had the quiet intensity of a man who'd seen too much to be rattled. Right now, he was all smiles, gesturing to a chair beside a table where a bottle of Jack Daniels sat like an unspoken promise. "That's against regs," Kelly pointed out. "Not for me," Franks chuckled. "Aviator privileges." "I pulled some strings," Podolsky added. "Brought it over from the Connie. Figured you could use a little liquid calm after riding shotgun with the Air Force boys." "Never argue with an admiral," Kelly said, pouring himself a generous measure over ice. "My XO's already schmoozing with Captain Albie's team." "Everyone's getting the same hospitality," Franks added with a grin, implying each man had a couple of miniatures waiting on his bunk. "Mr. Clark, consider this ship your own. Whatever you need, it's yours. Captain, you sure know how to make a man feel welcome." Kelly took a slow sip, the whiskey's burn cutting through the exhaustion that had settled deep in his bones. "So when's the party start?" 4 days. "You'll need 2 just to shake off the trip," Podolsky interjected. "The sub links up with us 48 hours after that. Marines hit the beach Friday morning, weather permitting." "Got it." Kelly's expression was unreadable. "Only the XO and I are fully briefed. Keep it tight, crew's solid, but loose lips sink ships. Intel's already aboard and digging in. Med team arrives tomorrow." "What about recon?" Podolsky fielded that one. "We'll have fresh overheads by tonight, courtesy of a vigilante from the Connie. Another set drops 12 hours before go time. Buffalo Hunter imagery's 5 days old, but the camp's still there. Same guards, same layout." "Items?" Kelly asked, the code hanging heavy in the air. "Only 3 confirmed sightings of Americans in the compound," Podolsky admitted with a shrug. "No camera on Earth can see through a roof." "Moid." "Right." Kelly's jaw tightened. "Worries me too," Podolsky conceded. Kelly turned to Franks. "Captain, you got a gym or something on board?" "Weights are set up aft of the mess." "Like I said, help yourself." Kelly drained his glass. "Then I'd better rack out while I can." You'll eat with the Marines. Best chow on the ship, Franks promised. Sounds like a plan. Boss, I spotted 2 guys without their hard hats, Marvin Wilson reported, his voice cutting through the hum of machinery. Marvin wiped the sweat from his forehead as he pulled off the white hard hat, the summer heat pressing down like a damp blanket. You'd think they'd design these things with some airflow, he muttered, tossing the helmet onto the passenger seat. The cement plant owner had agreed to all 11 safety upgrades, though Marvin suspected the guy cared more about his insurance premiums than his workers' well-being. Captain Yegorov, or Wilson, depending on who was asking, gave a dry chuckle. Tell me about it. These things turn your head into a sauna. He slid into his blue Plymouth and drove off, leaving Marvin to his thoughts. 15 minutes later, Marvin pulled into a Howard Johnson's, the kind of place where the coffee was strong and the booths were sticky. The restaurant had double doors, a cheap trick to keep the AC from escaping, but it made for a decent cover. Inside, a customer tossed a quarter on the counter, big spender, and left just as Marvin and Yegorov passed each other near the entrance. A quick brush of hands, a film-changing ownership, and just like that, the day's mission was done. Marvin settled onto a stool and ordered orange juice. America had its perks, endless food, wide roads, and nobody asking too many questions. Meanwhile, across town, Doris Brown stabbed her fork into a stack of syrup-drenched pancakes, while Sarah Rosen watched with amusement. You lost enough weight to scare a skeleton, Sarah said, nudging the plate closer. Beat at, aberrate. You'll need the energy. Doris hesitated, then dug in. She still wasn't used to kindness that didn't come with strings. Sandy had worked miracles with her hair, and the new clothes, a silk blouse, a skirt that actually fit, made her feel almost human again. New as a cabinet. Sarah's Buick ate up the miles as they sped toward Pittsburgh, the city shrinking in the rear view. Doris stared out the window, silent. The closer they got, the tighter her chest felt. Going home wasn't a happy ending. It was just the next battle. Sarah glanced at her in the mirror. You're alive, she said, as if reading her mind. That's more than a lot of people get. Doris didn't answer. Luck didn't erase the past. But maybe, just maybe, it gave her a shot at a future. Sarah clung to the hope that with Dr. Michelle Bryant's careful guidance, Doris might emerge stronger. The psychiatrist's impeccable reputation seemed well-earned, but only time would tell. For Dr. Rosen, gripping the wheel as she sped just past the speed limit, this moment stung the bitter reality of medicine where healing often meant letting go before the work felt complete. Years of treating addiction had taught her that some wounds never fully close. You simply reach a point where trust must replace control. It wasn't so different from watching a child leave home, Sarah mused, except Doris's scars ran deeper. At least Raymond Brown had sounded decent over the phone. Doris needed that a father's love to anchor her before she could ever hope for a healthy love of her own. Pittsburgh's steep streets wound along the Monongahela River. Doris tensing as Sandy squinted at house numbers. When the red Buick finally parked, the air thickened with unspoken fear. You ready? Sarah asked, squeezing Doris's clammy hand. The girl's nod was shaky, but Sarah pressed on. He's waited years for this, sweetheart. That love doesn't just vanish. Raymond Brown was unremarkable at first glance, just a middle-aged man hovering on cracked porch steps, his knuckles white on the railing. But when he yanked the car door open, his composure shattered. Sandy stepped aside as he fumbled to help Doris out, his trembling fingers brushing hers before he crumpled, sobbing. Doris stumbled into his arms, her choked, "Daddy!" muffled against his flannel shirt. Sandy turned away, blinking hard, and the glance she exchanged with Sarah spoke volumes. This is why we do this. Inside, the house smelled of lemon polish and old wood, the living room dim behind heavy drapes. Photos crowded every surface, ghosts of a wife, a son, and a daughter lost twice over. Raymond clutched Doris again, his voice raw. I was wrong, Dory. God, I was so wrong. She buried her face in his shoulder until laughter broke the spell. The bathroom, she hiccuped. As Doris fled upstairs, Raymond turned to his guests, flustered. I made lunch, he blurted, then faltered. Sarah's calm smile softened the awkwardness. We'll get to that, she said, nudging Sandy forward. Meet Nurse O'Toole. She's the real hero here. Sandy's handshake was firm, but her eyes stayed misty. The room hummed with the quiet triumph of a broken circle finally mending. Doctor. Rosen kept her voice gentle but firm as she faced Mr. Brown across the small office. Your daughter's been through something traumatic, and she needs ongoing support. Would you mind if we discussed her care plan? Ben pours, Doctor. Please, have a seat. Mr. Brown gestured toward the chair, his hands trembling slightly. Can I get you coffee or water? Anything at all. He swallowed hard before continuing. I've already arranged for her to see Dr. Michelle Bryant over at the University of Pittsburgh. She specializes in trauma recovery. Mr. Brown's face paled. Wait, are you saying Doris is mentally ill? Sarah shook her head quickly. No, not in the way you're thinking. But trauma leaves deep scars, and professional help can make the healing process smoother. Does that make sense? The man leaned forward, gripping the edge of the desk. Doc, just tell me what to do. I've got full coverage through work, whatever it takes. I'll do it. Insurance isn't the issue, Doctor. Rosen reassured him. Michelle's handling this as a favor between colleagues. But you must go with Doris. What she endured. It was horrific. Recovery won't be instant, but with the right support, she will get through this. Michelle will explain everything, but I need you to brace yourself. No matter what you hear, Mr. Brown cut in, his voice cracking. She's my baby girl. I already failed her once. I'd walk through fire before letting that happen again. A small, relieved smile touched Dr. Rosen's lips. That's exactly what we needed to hear. Kelly blinked awake at 0100, surprised by how clear-headed he felt despite the whiskey from earlier. The ship's rhythmic sway had lulled him into an oddly deep sleep. And now, in the quiet darkness of his cabin, he listened to the faint groans of the SS Ogden's hull adjusting to the sea. A quick, cold shower shook off the last dregs of drowsiness, and within minutes he was dressed in nondescript fatigues, no rank, just a name tag reading Clark. The ship never truly slept. Even at this hour, sailors moved through the dim passageways, some on watch, others killing time with letters or dog-eared paperbacks. Their sidelong glances and hushed Bond jokes died the second they saw him. Whatever they thought he was, CIA, spook, ghost, they gave him a wide berth. Stepping onto the flight deck, Kelly inhaled the salt-tinged air. The Connie's distant lights flickered against the night sky like fireflies, while destroyers patrolled the black water beyond. Radar antennas whirred overhead, but the real music was the ship slicing through the waves, steady, relentless. Damn, that's something, he murmured. Back inside, he wound his way up to the Combat Information Center. Captain Frank stood over the plotting table, eyes sharp despite the hour. Sleep well? Better than expected, sir. Kelly studied the tactical display TF-77. DO was locked in, radars active. North Vietnam's Air Force might be quiet tonight, but nobody was taking chances. Not with what they were really here to do. Which one's the artificial general intelligence system? Gully asked, studying the radar screen. Captain Franks pointed to a blinking dot. That's our Russian shadow. They're mirroring our every move, like a bad dance partner. The electronic intelligence team aboard was having a field day with the situation. Usually, these guys are stuck on tiny surveillance boats, Franks chuckled. Being on this floating fortress must feel like hitting the jackpot for them. Kelly nodded, glancing around the spacious but nearly empty command center. Plenty of room to stretch out, at least. No Marines and sailors butting heads either. Exactly, Franks agreed. No brawls to break up today. Need to review the charts. I've got the full set locked up in my quarters. Sounds perfect. Maybe some coffee while we're at it. Frank's cabin was surprisingly cozy for a shipboard space. A steward arrived with steaming mugs and a plate of warm pastries. Kelly spread out the river chart, tracing the route with his finger. Plenty of depth here, Franks noted. Just enough to get the job done, Kelly replied between bites of a flaky croissant. He tapped a spot near a bend in the waterway. Target's right there. Rather you than me, Franks muttered, pulling out a set of navigational dividers to measure the distance. How long have you been doing this? The swamp Navy life. Franks barked a laugh. Got booted from Annapolis after 2.5 years wanted destroyers. Got stuck with an ancient lust instead. Can you believe they made me executive officer as a green ensign? First landing was Palilu, then Okinawa, Incheon, Wonsan, Lebanon. I've left hallmarks on more beaches than I can count. He paused, studying Kelly's face. You really think this will work? Kelly didn't look up from the chart, though he'd memorized every curve of that river months ago at Quantico. Failure isn't an option, Captain. His fingers tightened slightly on the paper. You're going in solo. That's one hell of a swim, Franks observed. Got backup waiting, Kelly said with a tight smile. And I don't exactly need a return ticket, do I? Franks exhaled sharply. Guess not. Be damn good to bring those boys home. Damn right. Just before sunrise, Operation Boxwood Green kicked into gear. The USS Constellation abruptly swung north, her escorts pivoting in perfect unison as engines roared to full power. The sudden maneuver left the trailing Russian spy ship scrambling. They'd expected the carrier to turn into the wind for flight ops, not bolt toward the horizon. The confused trawler gave chase, falling right into the trap. With the Russians distracted, the USS Ogden and her 2 missile destroyer escorts held position. 2 hours later, a pair of Marine A-1 Cobras appeared like angry hornets, touching down on Ogden's deck. The crew swarmed the helicopters, mechanics inspecting every bolt and circuit, while the ship's machine shop crew prepped tools and spare parts. No one asked questions anymore. The energy aboard crackled with unspoken urgency. Whatever was coming, every sailor knew their role without being told. The waiting was over. The presence of Cobra gunships signaled imminent action, and every sailor on deck understood they were dangerously close to North Vietnamese territory. Rumors swirled among the crew, first a reconnaissance team, then Marines, now attack helicopters, with more birds expected by afternoon. Navy medics prepped the ship's infirmary for incoming casualties. We're hitting those bastards hard, muttered a bosun's mate to his chief, who shot back, keep that talk to yourself. The younger sailor shrugged. Who's listening? I'm all in. The chief, a Lota Gulf veteran, shook his head. What's happened to my Navy? Nearby, fresh recruits scrambled for a FOD walk-down, scouring the deck for debris that could wreck an engine. Permission to proceed, boats? Get to it, the chief grunted, eyeing the kids with disdain. College boys dodging the draft. A third-class petty officer barked at them. Light up out here, and I'll personally rearrange your face. Meanwhile, in the officers' quarters, the mood was all business. Standard surveillance, the intel officer assured his guests. Podolsky added, "We've been disrupting their comms, forces them onto radios." Kelly grinned. "Smart, ped this spins. Any chatter from the target?" "A bit, including Russian last night." The Admiral's eyes lit up. "That's our confirmation. Only one reason a Russian would be at Sender Green." Albie cracked his knuckles. "If he's there, sir, consider him bagged." The team's energy had shifted, rested, focused, the earlier unease replaced by sharp determination. They'd trained for this. Fresh reconnaissance photos, snapped by an RA-5 vigilante dodging SAMs, revealed guards still posted at the towers. "They're protecting something," Albie noted. Kelly studied the images. No unusual activity, just one car, no convoys. Telix Tinesteban." Franks laid out the plan. "Connie holds position 40 miles out. Medics transfer today, command arrives tomorrow, and then," Kelly finished, "I take a swim." Half a world away, an unprocessed film cassette gathered dust in a KGB safe within Washington's Soviet embassy. The Grand Building, once Pullman's mansion, housed both antique elevators and a sprawling spy network. Overwhelmed by intel, junior officers like Yegorov saw their reports sidelined. His cassette, sealed in wax, ended up in a courier's bag, whisked to Paris first class before connecting to Moscow. The courier, a shrewd opportunist, sweetened the trip with black market pantyhose, 2 pairs reserved for his KGB minder. The moment his plane touched down in Moscow, the courier breezed through customs and was whisked away in a waiting car. Instead of heading straight to the foreign ministry, the driver took an unexpected detour to the imposing KGB headquarters on Dzerzhinsky Square. There, over half the diplomatic pouch's contents, including those suspiciously flat pantyhose packages, were handed off to stone-faced officers. After a quick detour to his family's cramped apartment for a swig of vodka and a power nap, the courier's mission was complete. Meanwhile, the intercepted cassette landed on the desk of a KGB major, who glanced at the attached tag and recognized the field agent responsible. With a sigh, he scribbled out a form and barked at a junior officer to rush it to the photo lab. The lab, though sprawling, was swamped. Development would take at least a day, maybe 2. The major shrugged. Yegorov showed promise, sure, but his new legislative contact, codenamed Cassius, wasn't likely to cough up anything groundbreaking anytime soon. Raymond Brown stormed out of the University of Pittsburgh Medical School, fists clenched, forcing his breathing to steady. The session with Dr. Bryant had gone better than expected. Doris had recounted the last 3 years with shaky but determined honesty, and he'd held her hand the whole time, silently vowing to be her anchor. Guilt gnawed at him. If only he hadn't lost his temper that fateful Friday night. But regrets were useless now. The past was set in stone. The psychiatrist had drilled it into him. This was about moving forward. At dinner in a cozy diner, he let Doris steer the conversation, laughing softly at stories about old neighbors and childhood friends. Every time her voice wavered, he'd pivot, compliment her sweater, share a funny anecdote from the auto shop. Inside, though, his blood boiled. The session had confirmed his worst fears, and he suspected darker truths still lurked unspoken. But Doris needed him solid as the Allegheny Hills, unshakable. She needed faith, too. The doctor had nodded approvingly at that. Raymond met his daughter's eyes and made a silent promise he'd get her back to church, with the pastor's help. Sandy slipped back into her routine like she'd never left. Officially, her 2-week absence was just a special assignment for Dr. Rosen, and nobody questioned it. Department chairs had that privilege. The surgical ward hummed with the usual mix of critical cases and routine recoveries. When co-workers asked where she'd been, she brushed it off with a vague mention of research. They noticed, though, the way her gaze sometimes drifted mid-sentence, the slight tension in her shoulders. The other nurses exchanged glances. Maybe it was a man, they whispered, grinning. Whatever it was, they were just glad to have their leader back. Sandy had a natural talent for managing the surgeons, more so than anyone else on the team. With Professor Rosen supporting her, everything fell into a smooth rhythm. Did you find replacements for Billy and Rick yet? Morello asked, leaning against the table. Henry shook his head. That's gonna take time, Eddie. This whole mess is throwing off our deliveries. Morello scoffed. Man, you overcomplicate everything. Tony Piaggi cut in, voice calm but firm. Back off, Eddie. Henry's system is solid, safe, and efficient. Too many steps, Morello shot back. Who's handling Philly now? We're figuring it out, Tony said, pouring more wine. Your job is simple, drop off the goods, collect the cash. These aren't street thugs we're dealing with. They're professionals. The unspoken implication hung in the air. Morello bristled at the condescension but forced a smirk. I helped set this whole thing up, remember? Without me, you'd still be twiddling your thumbs. Henry raised an eyebrow. What's your point, Eddie? I'll make the damn delivery while you sort your mess out. How hard can it be? Hell, even the women handle it for you. Morello leaned in, confidence flaring. He wanted to prove himself, maybe even impress the Philly crew enough to get what Tony wouldn't give him. Henry smirked inwardly. Oh, predictable. You sure you want to take that risk? Damn right I am. Tony feigned admiration. All right, Eddie. You set it up. Later, as Piaggi sipped his wine, he thought about how transparent Morello was. Ambitious, reckless, and easily handled. Meanwhile, Detective Emmett Ryan sifted through the so-called Invisible Man case, frustration gnawing at him. Still nothing, he muttered. All this evidence, and we've got nothing. His partner shrugged. Only explanation is someone was making a move. Murders didn't just start and stop without reason. Ryan's instincts told him this was too calculated to be random. If William Grayson was the target, why stop there? He wasn't some kingpin, just a small-time player. The killings had ceased abruptly, leaving behind 3 unrelated drug-related deaths that didn't fit the pattern. Ryan frowned. Either the killer had vanished, or this was about something bigger, a hidden drug ring, a power shift. Maybe Grayson was just one piece of a larger puzzle. But without more bodies or leads, the trail had gone cold. Ryan's gut told him the ring the Invisible Man had stolen was the very one he and Douglas had been hunting for months. On paper, it all fit together perfectly, too perfectly. Real-life murders weren't like some scripted crime drama, where every loose end got tied up by the final commercial break. Even when you nailed the who, the why often stayed murky, leaving you with answers that felt more like guesses. Theories were clean, people weren't. And if this one was right, it meant a cold, calculating predator was running operations right under their noses. Tom, this doesn't add up for me. Douglas shot back. If he's your mystery commando, why'd he vanish? Weren't you the one pushing that theory? Yeah, and... So you're not exactly handing the lieutenant a slam dunk, Sergeant. Ryan exhaled, rubbing his temples. Look, we've got the weekend to stew on it. Me? I'm mowing the lawn, catching the Sunday double-header, and pretending I'm just some guy who doesn't spend his days chasing ghosts. Whoever this guy is, he's gone maybe halfway across the globe by now. My bet. A hired gun, in and out, job done. Douglas scoffed. Die Furcher Pleding. Dupree, seriously. That's straight out of a bad action flick. But he was already walking out, leaving Ryan to chew on the unsettling truth. They were both wrong, both right, and no closer to the real answer. Meanwhile, on the ship, the Marines ran through weapons drills under the bored gaze of command staff and curious sailors. The new brass Maxwell, Greer, and the CIA's Ritter looked fresh as daisies thanks to their cushy VIP flight, while the grunts assumed they were just as jet-lagged as the rest of them. Paper targets and wooden blocks were shredded for entertainment more than training, the debris tossed overboard as the ship crawled along at 5 knots. Kelly took his turn, squeezing off controlled bursts with his Car-15, each shot landing where it should. As the men secured their weapons, a chief machinist pulled Kelly aside. "Heard you're going solo." Kelly frowned. "That's not common knowledge." The chief just grinned. "Well, pas de perifaller." He led Kelly to the ship's machine shop, a cavern of tools and tech. There, on a work table, sat the sea sled Kelly would use for his mission, polished, tweaked, and ready. "We've been babying this thing since San Diego," the chief said. "Stripped it down, replaced the seals, tested the batteries. Guaranteed for 5 hours. We got it running for 7. Kelly nodded. "That make a difference. Now let's talk about your rifle." Before Kelly could protest, the chief had it disassembled, the front sight popping off. "Too loud for solo work," he muttered. "You want this thing whisper quiet, or you planning to announce your arrival?" Kelly hesitated. "You can't just mod a rifle like that." The chief smirked. "As one says, who? How far do you think you'll need to take the shot?" Kelly asked, eyeing the modified rifle barrel. "Probably less than 100 yards if I even have to use it at all," the chief replied with a shrug. "Because it's too loud, right?" Kelly smirked. The chief grinned back. "Watch and learn, sir." He carried the barrel to the drill press, where the right bit was already set up. Under Kelly's watchful gaze, along with 2 petty officers, he drilled a neat row of holes into the first 6 inches of the hollow steel tube. You can't completely silence a supersonic round, but trapping the gas cuts the noise way down. Kelly raised an eyebrow. "Even with a high-powered cartridge?" "Gonzo, you ready?" the chief called out. "All set, chief," answered Gonzalez, a second-class machinist. The barrel was mounted onto a lathe, where shallow threads were carefully carved along its length. The chief then held up a custom suppressor 3 inches wide and nearly a foot long that screwed smoothly onto the barrel. A clever gap allowed the front sights to be reattached, locking the suppressor firmly in place. "How long did this take you?" Kelly asked, impressed. Sir. Figured you might need something like this when I checked our onboard arsenal. Had some downtime, so I tinkered. Why have turs timith telegem tam. But how did you even know we're signaling a submarine? Not exactly hard to guess, the chief chuckled, reassembling the weapon. Ships don't keep secrets. Captains have yeomen, and yeomen talk. He handed the carbine back. Adds about 6 inches, hope that's not a problem. Kelly shouldered it, appreciating the improved balance. The extra weight at the muzzle gave him better control. Nice work. Of course he had to test it. They moved aft, the chief grabbing a scrap wooden crate along the way. On the fantail, Kelly loaded a full magazine, then watched as the chief tossed the wood into the ocean. He took aim and fired. Pop. The bullet striking the wood was louder than the shot itself. The bolt's action was crisp but subdued. This was precision work. The chief had done for a rifle what Kelly once managed with a Mitverstick Geierster. Try it full auto, the chief urged. Kelly unleashed 6 rapid shots. It still sounded like gunfire, but the noise was slashed by at least 95%. At this rate, No one beyond a couple hundred yards would hear a thing compared to a standard rifle's mile-plus report. Outstanding, Chief. Whatever you're planning, sir, stay sharp, the chief said before walking off. Kelly exhaled, watching the wooden crate splinter under another burst of fire, seawater spraying with each hit. You're ready, John. The weather was ready too, as he learned moments later. The Navy's top meteorologist, borrowed from the constellation, spread out charts and satellite images. Rain starts tomorrow, he announced. On and off for 4 days, some heavy downpours. This low-pressure system won't clear until it drifts into China. The mission crews exchanged glances. Flying a chopper through storms was nobody's idea of fun, and reduced visibility only made it worse. But the mission didn't wait for perfect conditions. The steady downpour offered an unexpected advantage. The drumming rain would mask the sound of approaching aircraft, while the poor visibility cut both ways. Their biggest worry remained the light anti-aircraft batteries, which relied on visual tracking. Anything that threw off the enemy's ability to hear or spot them increased their odds. What about the wind? A Cobra pilot called out. Gusts up to 40 knots at worst. It'll be rough up there, came the reply. Captain Franks chimed in. Our radar can track the worst of the weather. We'll guide you around it. The pilots exchanged nods. Admiral Greer turned to Kelly. Rain works for me, Kelly said, his voice steady. Only way they'd spot me on approach is the wake I leave rain will scatter that. Might even let me move in daylight if needed. He hesitated, knowing the next words sealed the deal. Skate ready. On your mark, Maxwell answered. Kelly felt a chill tighten his skin, as if his body were bracing for what came next. But he'd made the call. All eyes shifted to Captain Albee, the Marine who held the final say. Here was a man with 2 stars, a CIA operative, and a room full of brass waiting on his word. 25 Marines, plus a handful of others, were counting on his judgment. The mission hinged on his decision, and there was no margin for error. Albee glanced at Kelly and cracked a grin. Stay sharp, Mr. Clark. Bear, time for your swim. Missions a go. No cheers followed. Instead, the men studied the maps, willing the flat lines and symbols to transform into the terrain they'd soon face. Then, almost as one, they looked up, locking eyes in silent understanding. Maxwell broke the stillness, addressing a helicopter crew. Get your bird warmed up. He turned to Franks. Signal skate. Too sharp. Aye, sirs, echoed back as the men straightened, stepping away from the table. Kelly pushed the fear down, forcing his mind onto the mission, 20 lives depending on him. Strange, risking everything for strangers, but then, courage wasn't about logic. His father had died saving 2 kids. If he could honor that legacy, then this was how. His jaws set. Fear faded, focus took over. Dangers weren't obstacles now, just problems to solve. Maxwell recognized the shift. He'd seen it before, pilots steeling themselves before the plunge. The way muscles tensed, vision sharpened. First in, last out, just like his old Hellcat runs. A thought struck him, my second son. As brave as the first, just as sharp. But sending someone else into the fire weighed heavier than flying into it himself. Kelly caught his gaze and flashed a knowing smirk. No words needed. The mission was on. Don't worry about it, sir, he said, stepping out to gather his equipment. Admiral Podolsky took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. Dutch, that kid would have been perfect for our team back in the day. Maxwell didn't correct him. It had been decades, not years, but the sentiment rang true. They'd been young and fearless once, and now it was someone else's turn. Cass, I just hope he doesn't take unnecessary risks. Hey, Bolowski smirked. He'll be fine. We trained him better than that. The sea sled was already on the flight deck, prepped by the crew. The helicopter's rotors thrummed in the dim light before sunrise as Kelly pushed through the hatch. He paused, inhaling the salt-tinged air. This wasn't just another mission half the ship seemed to be watching. Irvin stood with a group of Marine sergeants. Albie lingered nearby, and even Ritter had shown up, as if this were some kind of parade. But it was the two Navy chiefs who approached him first. Batteries are at full charge, gears sealed tight, and your rifles ready to go safety on. Round-chambered, the machinist's mate yelled over the engine roar. Radios have fresh batteries, plus backups. You're good to go, sir. Kelly grinned. Perfect. Let's get this done. The chiefs clasped his hand. Give 'em hell, mister. Clark. After a quick salute to Captain Franks, more for laughs than protocol, Kelly turned to the rest. No speeches, just a nod. They didn't need words. The Sikorsky lifted off, the sled swaying beneath it before vanishing into the night. No lights, no fanfare. The USS Skate waited below, a relic from an earlier era of submarines. Unlike newer models built for speed, her hull was shaped like a ship, making her slower but more agile in tight waters. She'd spent years skulking near enemy coasts, gathering intel, even dropping operatives ashore, Kelly included, though none of that crew remained. Now, she surfaced just long enough for the helicopter to deposit the sled and lower Kelly onto her deck. Inside, Commander Estevez greeted him. Welcome back. 6 hours to the beach, maybe more if we need to scout ahead. Need anything? Sleep, Kelly admitted. XO's bunk is yours. We'll keep it quiet. A luxury the NSA techs certainly didn't get. Kelly barely remembered lying down before the sub slipped beneath the waves again. Meanwhile, a major tossed a translated report onto his superior's desk. Gru's running this show or trying to. Heard whispers about this place before. His tone dripped with skepticism. If they're in charge, we're all in trouble. Our so-called socialist allies aren't exactly pulling their weight. So the Americans finally caught on, did they? Yuri Petrovich skimmed the report, pausing at a familiar name. Cautious, who is this guy again? He'd seen the alias before, linked to scattered intel from leftist circles in the States. The major filled him in Glazov had only recently secured the asset. Yuri frowned. Surprised Georgy Borisovich isn't handling this himself. The junior officer smirked. Oh, he will be now. Meanwhile, across the Pacific, tension crackled in North Vietnam's coastal radar stations. Normally, the Soviet-built screens flickered with interference from American jamming, but tonight was different. The static was so intense, it turned the displays into blinding white circles. Operators squinted, hunting for faint blips amid the chaos. Then a shout. Ship on the horizon. Human eyes had outdone the electronics again. Up in the fire control tower of the USS Newport News, the Master Chief adjusted the vintage rangefinder, its optics as sharp as the day they were crafted. No nets hid the enemy radar, now just bare metal, perfect for targeting. Mark. The numbers rattled off, fed into mechanical computers below. Turrets groaned as the guns elevated, their trajectories calculated by women who'd punched numbers decades ago. The first salvo roared, shaking the deck. Dirt plumes erupted near the target, short by 300 yards. The correction came fast. The second volley tore through the air this time, dead on. The radar array disintegrated in a hail of shrapnel. On the bridge, the captain grinned. Nothing like the old ways. He'd cut his teeth on shore bombardments in the Pacific, just like his Master Chief. This might be the last dance for the Navy's big guns, but they'd make it count. As the dust settled, one thought lingered. No fancy jets needed today. The ocean erupted 1,000 yards away as enemy artillery shells splashed down those pesky 130-millimeter rounds the North Vietnamese loved lobbing at Navy ships. The captain knew this was just harassment fire, something to distract them from the real threat. "We turn fire," he barked to the gunnery team. Within moments, the Newport News swung her turrets, unleashing a storm of rapid-fire shells that found their mark. The distant orange fireball confirmed another enemy battery silenced. The bridge crew cheered briefly before refocusing. This was too easy. Something bigger was brewing. Meanwhile, aboard the Skate, Captain Mason stepped back from the periscope with a smirk. "Cutting it close, aren't we?" Kelly barely needed a glance to confirm Estèves was pushing limits. The sub was practically skimming the surface, waves sloshing over the lens. "Guess it'll have to do," Kelly muttered, tossing back the last of his bitter, salt-laced Navy coffee. "Perfect weather for a swim," Estèves remarked dryly. Kelly shot him a grin. "Then I'm going now, unless you'd rather nudge us closer." The captain chuckled. "No wheels on this boat, or I might have tried." He motioned Kelly forward. "What's the mission this time?" "I usually get briefed." Kelly shook his head. "Can't say. But if it works, you'll know." Alone in the XO's cabin, Kelly suited up double weights, black and green neoprene clinging to his skin. The warm waters wouldn't stop the cold from leaching his strength over hours. He paused, not for himself, but for the men he aimed to save. Strange, praying after everything he'd done. Forgiveness? Maybe. But hesitation wasn't an option. The image of that POW helpless about to be struck flashed in his mind. Time to end that. "Escape trunks ready," Estèves said as Kelly climbed the ladder, the crew watching silently. "Don't die before we get the story," the captain joked, sealing the hatch. Kelly's reply was lost in the hiss of flooding water. The Aqualung's gauge glowed full. "Gone to Cantarien. Ready to go. Surfaces clear, just rain. Good luck, amigo." Kelly smirked, flooding the chamber. Pressure spiked, water rising. At 8:16, he wrenched the hatch open, emerging onto Skate's slick deck. His light flickered over the sea sled, secured but eager to run. He clipped in, losing it wasn't an option. Depth, 49 feet. It time to move. The submarine hovered perilously close to the surface, its crew's safety depending on how quickly he could move away. With a swift motion, Kelly detached the sled, flicked the power switch, and watched as the shrouded propellers began their slow rotation. Satisfied, he pulled his knife from its sheath, rapped it twice against the deck for luck, and adjusted the sled's flippers before setting off on a steady course of 308 degrees. There was no room for hesitation now, not that Kelly was the type to second-guess himself anyway. The water around him was mercifully odorless, at least initially. Night diving in unfamiliar territory was disorienting enough, without adding foul smells to the mix. The sled's designers, experienced divers themselves, had crafted it with precision, a modified torpedo just longer than Kelly's height, repurposed into a compact underwater craft. With its hand-controlled flippers and essential gauges, depth, angle, battery life, and compass, it functioned like a miniature submarine, albeit one that looked like a child's sketch of an airplane. The electric motor, originally built for speed, could push the sled over 10,000 yards at full throttle, but at a steady 5 knots, it had enough juice for 5 or 6 hours, maybe more, if the mechanics aboard the Ogden had done their job right. The hum of the twin propellers was barely audible at a distance, but up close, the high-pitched whine grated against Kelly's nerves, amplified by the caffeine still coursing through his system. He'd downed enough coffee to wake the dead, and now his senses were razor-sharp, maybe too sharp. The river was alive with unseen dangers. Small boats darting back and forth, whether hauling ammunition or lover-struck teenagers sneaking across to see their sweethearts. A collision would be disastrous, and with visibility near zero, Kelly had mere seconds to react. He hugged the center of the channel, surfacing every half hour to check his position. The landscape above was eerily still. The war had left the country's infrastructure in ruins, and without electricity, life here had regressed to something primitive and harsh. It was a grim reality, one that weighed on Kelly as he submerged again, careful not to drop below 10 feet. He'd heard horror stories of divers dying from rapid ascents after prolonged exposure at depth, and he wasn't about to test that theory. First time dragged. Occasionally, the clouds would part just enough for the faint glow of a quarter moon to illuminate the raindrops hitting the river's surface, delicate black rings spreading and vanishing against the ghostly blue water above him. Then the darkness would swallow everything again, leaving only the sound of rain competing with the relentless drone of the props. The real danger, though, was his own mind. Deprived of external stimuli, his brain threatened to wander, lulled by the weightless sensation of floating, almost like being back in the womb. It was dangerously soothing. If he let his guard down, he might slip into a dream, and that was a risk he couldn't afford to take. Kelly settled into a rhythm, his gaze flickering between the basic controls and the endless water outside. To pass the time, he challenged himself, attempting to keep the craft perfectly steady without glancing at the level indicator. But it was hopeless. Spatial disorientation set in faster underwater than in the sky, and within moments, he'd lose his bearings, tilting uncontrollably. Occasionally, he'd roll the submersible just to break the monotony, but mostly, he cycled between scanning the river and checking the dials until even that routine became a hazard. 2 hours in, he caught himself drifting and forced his mind back to the mission. Staying sharp wasn't about focusing on one thing, it was about staying aware of everything. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, gliding silently through enemy waters, while every soul onshore would gladly put a bullet in him if they knew. These people knew the land, the river's whispers, the way shadows moved at dusk. And this was war where anything out of place meant death. Did the local government offer rewards for captured Americans? Probably. Nothing motivated like cash wrapped in patriotism. Kelly didn't dwell on how things had gotten this bad. Didn't matter. They were the enemy. That wouldn't change in the next 72 hours, the only future he allowed himself to consider. Survival meant pretending there was nothing beyond that. His next stop was a lazy bend in the river. Slowing the sled, he raised his head just enough to listen. Voices carried from the north bank, maybe 3 football fields away. The language had always struck him as almost musical until the tone turned sharp. He lingered for a few seconds, catching the cadence of conversation. What were they discussing? The war, most likely. It's just propaganda. Too mundane. Politics? Pointless under a regime like theirs. The voices were quiet, almost weary. A grim thought crossed his mind. America had taken enough of their sons that hatred was inevitable. Grief wasn't unique to one side. Somewhere, a father had once cheered his boy's first steps, only to later hear how he'd been torn apart by gunfire or burned beyond recognition. But those same boys had grown into men who followed orders from tyrants, and Kelly felt no remorse for what he'd done. The voices faded as he submerged again, the compass needle shifting with the river's curve. For a fleeting moment, he'd shared something with them, a sliver of humanity. Then reality snapped back. They're different, he reminded himself. Stop overthinking it. There were 20 more like him upstream, and distractions got people killed. Meanwhile, Pastor Charles Meyer sat in his study, absorbed in his sermon notes. After 3 decades of ministry, he knew the weight of words. His congregation only saw him once a week unless tragedy struck. And when it did, They needed a foundation already laid. His gift wasn't just preaching. It was distilling scripture into something sharp enough to cut through doubt. Every Sunday, he gave them clarity. Because when the world fell apart, faith couldn't be built on shaky ground. Pastor Meyer was a gentle soul who radiated kindness rather than judgment. His ministry focused on compassion and second chances, believing laughter could open hearts as effectively as solemn sermons. Though he took salvation seriously, he saw his role as reminding people of divine grace, love that forgives, mercy that heals, redemption that transforms. That's why he'd canceled his afternoon Bible study to hurry to Ray Brown's house, his worn leather Bible tucked under one arm. "Doris," he said softly when she opened the door, taking her shaking hands in his. "Seeing you here is an answer to so many prayers." His salt and pepper hair and warm eyes made him look like everyone's favorite grandfather, though the tension in the room could have choked a lesser man. The reunion was bittersweet. Doris had clearly been through hell literally, if her hollow stare meant anything. Meyer chose to focus not on her mistakes, but on the miracle of her return, just like the prodigal son in Scripture. As they settled onto the sagging couch, the pastor noted how the afternoon sun caught the dust motes swirling above their untouched tea. Small mercies, at least she was safe now. "You're stronger than you realize," he told her, watching her flinch at the compliment. What followed wasn't just a confession, but an exorcism, every grim detail of her descent into addiction, exploitation, and violence poured out between sobs. Meyer had heard war stories as a chaplain, but Doris's account of being trafficked by a meth ring made his coffee churn in his stomach. He schooled his face into calm, gripping his knees under the table when she described the night she'd nearly overdosed in a motel bathtub. Ray's knuckles went white around her hand, but Meyer marveled at her courage. This wasn't just repentance, it was resurrection. By the time she whispered about the abortion no one knew she'd had, even the pastor's steadfast optimism wavered. Yet when she finished, exhausted but lighter, Meyer surprised himself by laughing a bright, defiant sound. "Well," he said, wiping his own eyes, "Satan clearly picked the wrong woman to mess with." The room exhaled. Healing, he realized, sometimes starts with a joke at the devil's expense. Charles Meyer found himself carrying the weight of horrors others had tried to escape. Lives had been taken, innocent ones, young girls not unlike the trembling figure before him. Their deaths so brutal it made the pastor's heart twist with grief and fury. After the storm of emotion had settled, he leaned forward, his voice barely above a whisper. "Doris, what you did for Pan, that was more than kindness. That was divine courage." His eyes glistened as he clasped her hands, his words heavy with conviction. "God worked through you, showing the world the strength of your heart." Doris wiped her cheeks, her breath hitching. "You really believe that?" she asked, her voice breaking. Meyer didn't hesitate. He knelt, joining her and her father in a silent prayer, his grip firm. "God spared you for a reason. You're home now, and that darkness won't touch you again." What he didn't know, what Doris had carefully omitted, was the full truth. A Baltimore doctor had stitched her body back together, but the scars ran deeper than flesh. Meyer assumed she'd fled like Pam had nearly done. He had no idea about the warnings given to Dr. Bryant, the secrets buried under hospital confidentiality. Not that it would have changed his mission. Somewhere out there, Billy and Rick still held other girls in their grip. Meyer had spent his life fighting for souls. Now he had to fight for their bodies, too. He'd tread carefully. This conversation was sacred, but the law wasn't his to enforce. He'd urge Doris to speak to the police, though he'd never force her. Still, as a man of faith and a citizen, he couldn't stand idle. His son, a Pittsburgh police sergeant, might have answers. Meanwhile, Beneath the hum of rain and rustling leaves, Kelly emerged from the water like a shadow. He peeled off the rubber hood, letting the night sounds flood in crickets, bat wings, the soft patter of drizzle. The darkness ahead slowly sharpened into shapes. His target, a mile past the next ridge. No houses, just empty land and a quiet road. Too quiet. Any engine would have echoed for miles. Time to move. He guided the sled beneath the trees, stripping off the wet suit with practiced ease. The jungle boots, designed to mimic enemy prints, sank into the mud as he smeared camouflage across his face, dark streaks where light would catch, lighter shades in the hollows. With his gear secured, he sent the sled sinking into the river's depths. Superstition nagged at him, never watched the exit route. Bad juju. The road was clear. Kelly crossed it in seconds, vanishing into the undergrowth. Somewhere nearby, villagers chopped wood for fires, oblivious. Every step was deliberate, every breath measured. The mission had begun. The thought of people possibly working nearby tomorrow unsettled him, but it also provided an unexpected advantage. The noise masked his movements, letting him advance faster and quieter. Moving in a low, cautious crouch, he placed each step deliberately, senses sharp, scanning the surroundings. His car 15 was ready, thumb resting on the safety switch. He double-checked the chamber earlier, trust but verify, especially when silence meant survival. The last thing he wanted was an accidental discharge shattering the night. The first ridge took 30 tense minutes to scale. At the top, he paused in a small clearing, listening. Just past 3 a.m. The world was asleep except for those cursed with night duty, and they'd be sluggish, their bodies betraying them in the dead hours before dawn. Nothing stirred. Descending the far side, he reached a narrow creek feeding into the river. He refilled a canteen, tossing in a purification tablet, then froze, letting the valley's acoustics work for him. Still silence. Above him, the hill loomed under thick clouds, rain pattering harder now. Fewer trees had been cleared here, no surprise, given the rough terrain and the fertile lowlands nearby. Perfect for avoiding unwanted attention. Probably why they chose this spot, he mused. Nothing to draw prying eyes. A double-edged sword. Midway up, the prison camp came into view, a scar of open ground ringed by forest. Had it always been a clearing, or had the trees been hacked away for some grim purpose? A dirt road snaked in from the opposite ridge. Then a flicker of light. A guard in the tower, careless with a cigarette. Tsafteproli fititapen. One puff could wreck night vision for hours. Kelly looked away, focusing on the climb, weaving through brush, avoiding branches that might rustle like a klaxon in the stillness. Reaching the summit felt surreal. He settled into a concealed perch just below the ridgeline, where the steep drop and thick shrubs masked his silhouette. From here, he wouldn't be backlit against the sky. This was his vantage. Unsnapping his vest, he keyed the radio. Snake to cricket over. The reply crackled back instantly. Loud and clear, Snake. In position. Affirmative. Beginning recon. Out. Phase 2, done. Now, the real work. He wiped rain from the binoculars, adjusting the focus. The camp sprawled below 4 towers, 2 with glowing cigarette tips. Officer must be asleep. The Neva didn't tolerate slack discipline. Infractions often ended in executions. A lone car sat near what he guessed were the officers' quarters. No lights, no voices. Just the patter of rain and the eerie familiarity of it all, like training exercises at Quantico, except the stakes were life and death. The resemblance in angle and perspective was almost eerie. The building showed slight variations, maybe due to the darkness, or a subtle shift in color. But no, He quickly realized the real difference was the open space in front. Instead of grass, it was just bare, packed red clay, typical of the area. The lack of texture and the change in hue gave the structures a slightly altered backdrop. The roofs had different materials, but the same pitch. It felt like Quantico, and if luck held, this operation would go as smoothly as training drills. Kelly took a slow sip from his canteen. The water was tasteless, purified just like what they had on the sub, clean, sterile, out of place in this unfamiliar terrain. By 3:45 a.m., faint yellow lights flickered in the barracks, maybe candles or lanterns. Guard rotation, most likely. The two soldiers in the nearest watchtower stretched and chatted, their voices a low hum Kelly couldn't decipher. Boredom hung in the air. This was the kind of duty that numbed the senses. They might complain, but not too much. The alternative. A deadly hike down the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Patriotism aside, only an idiot would prefer that. Here they watched over a handful of prisoners, locked up tight with zero chance of escape. Even if one managed the impossible, where would they go? A towering white man in a land of smaller locals who wouldn't lift a finger to help. This place was as secure as Alcatraz. So, the guards got 3 meals a day and mind-numbing shifts. Perfect, Kelly thought. Stay bored, stay slow. Then the barracks doors swung open. 8 men stepped out, no sergeant barking orders, which was odd for Neva discipline. They split into pairs, each heading for a tower. The new guards climbed up before the old ones descended. Standard procedure. A few words were exchanged, cigarettes lit, casual conversation at the doorway. Routine, predictable, the kind of monotony that breeds complacency. Wait. 2 of them walked with a limp. Veterans. That was a mixed blessing. Combat-hardened men reacted faster when things went south. Instincts kicked in, even without recent drills. But they were also jaded, less eager, maybe even resentful of this cushy assignment. A double-edged sword. Either way, the plan accounted for it. Surprise was the great equalizer. Training didn't matter if you never saw the attack coming. One assumption had been wrong, though. POW guards were usually second stringers. These guys had seen action, even if injuries had sidelined them. Any other miscalculations? Not yet. Kelly sent his first radio message in Morse code. Easy spot. Good news. Captain Franks asked. Means no surprises, Admiral Podolsky replied. Maxwell was asleep. Cass wouldn't rest until it was over. Clark's right on schedule. Meanwhile, Colonel Glazov scowled at his desk. Weekends were for rest, not cleaning up after his assistant's filing mistakes. The young man had at least owned up to his mistake, even calling his supervisor at home to confess. There wasn't much more the boss could do besides scold him lightly, though. He had to commend the kid's integrity and professionalism. Leaving his countryside retreat, the colonel drove his own car into Moscow, parked behind the government building, and endured the tedious security checks before finally reaching his office. Unlocking the door and retrieving the necessary files from Central Records took longer than usual on a weekend, stretching the whole ordeal to 2 hours from the moment that inconvenient phone call had yanked him from his peace. Alone in his 4th-floor office, the colonel signed for the documents and muttered, "Bloody hell," under his breath. Cassius had a contact inside the White House National Security Office. No wonder some of his intel had been so precise enough to send Georgy Borisovich scrambling to London to finalize the recruitment. The KGB officer shook his head, annoyed at himself. Cassius had held that detail back, probably knowing it would unsettle his handler. Captain Yegorov, the field officer, had taken the revelation in stride, recounting the initial meeting with meticulous accuracy. Boxwood Green. Glazov muttered. Just another arbitrary operation name like the Americans love to use. Now came the real dilemma, whether to pass the intel to the Vietnamese. That was a political call, and it needed to happen fast. He grabbed the phone and dialed his superior, who answered in a predictably foul mood. Dawn arrived without fanfare, the clouds shifting from slate to smoky gray as the sun struggled somewhere beyond the thick overcast. Kelly checked his watch, mentally logging every detail. The camp's guard detail consisted of 44 men and 4 officers, plus a couple of cooks. Most of them assembled at daybreak for mandatory exercises, though quite a few struggled, especially the senior lieutenant hobbling around with a cane, his arm stiff at his side. What kind of injury landed you here? Kelly wondered. A grizzled sergeant prowled the ranks, barking obscenities with practiced ease. Through his binoculars, Kelly caught the resentful glances trailing behind the man, a rare glimpse of humanity he didn't want to see. The half-hour routine ended, and the soldiers dispersed toward breakfast, their discipline slackening instantly. The tower guards mostly stared inward, elbows propped lazily on the railings. Their weapons likely weren't chambered smart for safety, but a fatal mistake if Kelly decided to strike tonight. He scanned his surroundings again, careful not to fixate too long on the target. Movement was out of the question, even in the dim morning light, but he could still listen. Birds chattered in the trees, their patterns becoming familiar. Any deviation would stand out. Camouflage made him nearly invisible. A green cloth over his rifle, a floppy hat breaking up his silhouette, face paint blending him into the foliage. The humidity clung to his skin, and despite the repellent, insects still crawled along his arms. He gritted his teeth. Why the hell does anyone fight for this miserable place? The crawling sensation on his skin was bad enough, but knowing he couldn't react quickly made it worse. In a place like this, even the smallest misstep carried consequences. Training had its merits, but nothing truly prepared you for the real thing, the way your pulse would spike even when lying still, draining your energy before the fight even began. You never fully forgot that tension, yet somehow you never fully remembered it either. Hunger gnawed at him, a reminder that strength was fleeting. Slowly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 protein bars. Not exactly gourmet, but survival wasn't about taste. He ripped the wrappers open with his teeth, chewing methodically. The energy boost was as much mental as physical, but right now, he needed both. Fatigue and stress were relentless opponents. At 8 sharp, the guard shift changed. The tower sentries trudged off to breakfast, replaced by 2 bored soldiers at the gate who stared down the empty road, clearly wishing for anything to break the monotony. Work details formed, performing tasks that even Kelly could see were pointless, carried out with the resigned efficiency of men who'd long since stopped questioning orders. Colonel Grishinov woke late, groggy from the night before. His alarm clock had finally succumbed to the damp air, leaving him staring at his aviator's watch in annoyance. 8:10. No morning run now, the heat would be unbearable soon, and the looming gray clouds promised rain. He brewed tea on a battered army stove, missing the simple luxuries of home. A newspaper, football scores, even a bad ballet review. Anything to distract him from this miserable outpost. The humidity had already ruined his uniform, leaving it wrinkled like sleepwear. And his 3rd pair of shoes wasn't faring much better. He sipped his tea, flipping through interrogation notes from the night before. All work and no play, and now his matches were too damp to light. Fantastic. At least the Vietnamese soldiers treated him with deference, all except Major Vin, who was about as useful as a broken rifle. His so-called orderly, a scrawny kid with one eye, barely managed to tidy up before Grishinov left. Small comforts. Still, he had his work. Challenging, meaningful. but he'd trade it all for a single copy of Sovietsky Sport. Kelly didn't need binoculars to spot the Russian. The man stood out tall, crisp uniform, the pale face of someone who clearly hated mornings. He watched as the colonel snapped at a waiting private. Orderly, Kelly mused. Figures a visiting officer wouldn't rough it like the rest of us. The irony wasn't lost on him. The Russian officer was unmistakable, his pilot's wings pinned above the blouse pocket, a collection of service ribbons decorating his chest. Kelly observed him with quiet curiosity. Just one Soviet advisor overseeing the prison? It seemed strangely insufficient, though it did mean fewer complications if things turned violent. Not that eliminating Russians would solve anything politically, Kelly mused, despite his limited grasp of such matters. The tall colonel strode across the parade ground, his polished boots clicking against the packed dirt. Moments later, a Vietnamese major approached another man favoring one leg. Kelly noted. The smaller officer offered a stiff, almost mocking salute. Good morning, Comrade Colonel. Good morning, Major Vin. Kelly smirked. The man couldn't even manage a proper salute. Maybe he just refused to show respect to his supposed superiors. What about the prisoners' rations? Grishanov demanded, his voice edged with impatience. They'll have to make do, Vin replied in broken Russian, his tone carefully balanced between deference for his own men and thinly veiled disdain for the foreigner. We have our own people to feed. Why waste supplies on criminals? Grishanov stepped closer, looming over the smaller man. I need them alive and coherent, Major. Starving them won't get me the intelligence my country requires. And if my country gets what it needs, perhaps yours will benefit as well. Vin's smile was razor thin. If you're struggling with the interrogations, I'd be happy to assist. Knee arrogance, little rat. The unspoken insult hung in the air. Grishanov returned a deliberately sloppy salute before turning away. He had more pressing matters, an American pilot in the prison block, teetering on the edge of breaking. The thought of watching Vin suffer someday brought a grim satisfaction. From his concealed position, Kelly watched the exchange with detached interest. They seemed civil enough, but tension simmered beneath the surface. His earlier concern about patrols had faded. This wasn't a combat unit, just complacent guards in what they considered secure territory. A quick radio check with Ogden confirmed the mission was still within acceptable risk. Meanwhile, Sergeant Peter Meyer exhaled a slow stream of smoke into the evening air. His father, a pastor, tolerated the habit as long as Peter indulged outside. Doris Brown, right? Peter asked, flicking the cigarette butt into the grass. At 26, he was one of the youngest sergeants in the department, a Vietnam vet with a nearly finished degree and FBI aspirations. The neighborhood buzzed with news of the girl's return. She had a wild reputation a few years back. Peter, you know I can't discuss pastoral matters, his father said carefully. I'll encourage her to speak to you when she's ready, but, Pop, I get it. But we're talking 2 murders and drugs. That's serious. His father's voice dropped lower. It's worse. The girls weren't just killed, they were tortured. Abused. She's seeing a doctor now. I know I need to act, but yeah, I know what you can't say. Wings der Bear. Fine. I'll pass what I can to Baltimore. Peter knew they should wait until they had something solid to offer, but time wasn't on their side. I'll make the call first thing tomorrow, he said, exhaling a slow stream of smoke. Reverend Meyer frowned, catching his own slip. Will this put her, the woman, at risk? Peter shook his head. Doubt it. If she's gone underground, they shouldn't have a lead on her. If they did, she'd already be in trouble. The Reverend sighed, rubbing his temple. How do people live with themselves, doing things like this? Peter smirked, tapping ash into the tray. His father was too decent to grasp the darkness out there, not that Peter fully understood it either. Pop, I deal with this garbage every day and it still makes me sick. But right now, all that matters is nailing these bastards. The older man nodded reluctantly. You're right. That's what counts. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, a KGB general in Hanoi leaned back in his chair, studying the latest encrypted message. Way, his job? Spying on supposed allies because trust was a luxury no one could afford. Were the Vietnamese truly at odds with China? Or was it all theater? Would they hand over a naval base once the Americans pulled out? He had his theories, but Moscow demanded constant updates, and skepticism was part of the job. His network of informants stretched deep into Vietnam's Communist Party and foreign ministry. Betrayal here meant death, though the party would dress it up as an accident to avoid scandal. Symbols mattered more than truth in their world, easier to manufacture, harder to challenge. The report on his desk was intriguing precisely because it lacked clear instructions. Typical Moscow, always micromanaging until they didn't know what to do, then dumping it on him. He already knew about the prison camp. Colonel Grishanov's unorthodox methods were yielding better intel than his own team could scrape together. Now the colonel had a bold proposal. Instead of letting the Vietnamese execute the American prisoners, bring them to the Soviet Union. The idea had merit. Letting the U rescue their own in Operation Boxwood Green would humiliate Hanoi, sure, but it would also mean losing whatever secrets those prisoners held. And Moscow needed those secrets. He drummed his fingers on the desk. The Americans moved fast, but not fast enough. The mission had only just gotten White House approval. Bureaucracy bought him time. Still, he couldn't delay forever. Last time, they blamed him for dragging his feet. This time, he wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Politics and intelligence were tangled together, and one wrong move could bury him. Even allies deserve respect, not just orders. The general tapped his phone screen to set up a lunch meeting. Deciding to host his counterpart at the embassy, no sense letting the guys suffer through mediocre chow when they could discuss business over a proper meal. Meanwhile, the Marines were putting on a show. 25 of them moved through their drills with precision, ending with a formation run weaving between the choppers parked on the deck. Nearby, sailors watched in silence, but the rumor mill was already spinning. Too many eyes had caught sight of the sea sled and, like seasoned intelligence analysts, the crew pieced together scraps of information, seasoning them with wild guesses. The Marines were heading north, that much was clear. But why? To blow up a missile site? Snatch some high-tech gear? Or maybe, just maybe, their target was a person. Some speculated it was a high-ranking Vietnamese official. Prisoners, muttered a third-class bosun's mate between bites of his Navy slider, what civilians would call a sad excuse for a hamburger. He jerked his chin toward the medical team huddled at their own table. 6 corpsmen, 4 DOS. That's a lot of talent for a milk run. They're expecting casualties. Another sailor nearly choked on his milk. Damn, you might be on to something. If this works, it'll be one hell of a bragging right, someone else chimed in. A quartermaster glanced at the darkening sky. Weather's gonna be nasty tonight. Fleet's meteorologist was grinning like an idiot. Same guy who puked his guts out last night. Guess he only gets seasick on anything smaller than a carrier. The USS Ogden had a reputation for her awkward handling, and tonight's gusting winds weren't helping. Watching a chief petty officer lose his dinner was darkly amusing, but nobody enjoyed weather rough enough to turn a seasoned sailor green. There had to be a reason for the meteorologist's optimism, something big. The kind of thing that would give a security officer nightmares. Hope they pull it off, someone murmured. Let's sweep the deck again, a junior bosun suggested. The crew moved fast within an hour. Not so much as a stray bolt would remain on the black no-skid surface. Captain Dutch Maxwell watched from the bridge, nodding in approval. Good kids, he remarked as sailors meticulously scoured the deck. Every so often, one would stoop to grab a stray object, anything that could turn into FOD and wreck an engine. Whatever happened tonight, the crew was making damn sure it wouldn't be their fault. Half these deckhands could outthink my officers, Franks joked, pride in his voice. He wanted to say more to voice the question gnawing at everyone. What are the odds? But he bit his tongue. Some thoughts were better left unspoken, as if saying them aloud might jinx the mission. Down below, the Marines huddled around a sand table replica of their target. They'd rehearsed the plan a dozen times already, but they ran through it again, eyes closed, mentally retracing every step from their live fire drills at Quantico. A yeoman slipped into the room, clipboard in hand. Message from Mr. Snake, Captain Albee. The Marine captain smirked. You read it? The yeoman flushed. Yes, sir. Do and Sapincrine. He hesitated, then added, My department says good hunting. Go kick some ass. As the yeoman ducked out, Sergeant Irvin chuckled. Skipper, after that I might have to stop giving sailors such a hard time. Albee scanned the message, then grinned. Listen up, boys. Our guy's in position. The young captain scanned the report one last time before addressing his team. 44 guards, 4 officers, and 1 Russian operative standard patrol rotation. No red flags. He locked eyes with his Marines. We move in tonight. A lanky private fished a thick rubber band from his pocket, snapped it taut, and doodled 2 crude eyes with his pen before tossing it onto their makeshift sand table, dubbed Snake Hill by the squad. That guy's ice cold, he muttered, earning a few chuckles. Gunnery Sergeant Irvin barked a reminder over the chatter. Listen up. When our guy bolts downhill, don't let your trigger fingers get jumpy. Friendly fire isn't. Copy that, Gunny, the fire team leader replied, then turned to the others. Now instead, Tam. Rest up, hydrate, and for God's sake, eat something green. Night vision doesn't fix itself. He checked his watch. Weapons inspection at 1700 sharp. Stay sharp, stay quiet, and we'll wrap this up clean. As the team dispersed, Irvin headed to coordinate final insertion details with the helicopter pilots. Across the wire, in a dimly lit cell, Zacharias managed a weak smile as his surlit counterpart entered. Still working on upgrading the menu, Kolya. Grishinov tossed him a hunk of dark bread, its edges slightly frayed where he'd scraped off the mold. Compliments of my wife, he said, watching the American devour it. A swig from his flask chased the dry crumbs down. Vodka and rye, soon you'll demand borscht, Kolya teased, though his tone carried weight. I'd like to show you my homeland someday. The offer hung between them, deliberate yet casual. Zacharias exhaled. I've got a family, Kolya. If God, or fate, the Russian interjected softly, allows it. He unrolled a map, its Cyrillic labels clashing with the English annotations inked along strategic points. Zacharias traced the defensive layers SAM traps nestled in mountain passes. Patrols staggered for depth. Kolya had absorbed every lesson, reworking them into a brutal counterplay. Robin's fingers froze mid-scan. The pieces snapped together. This isn't about China, he whispered. Grishinov's jaw tightened. The Chinese have 25 Badgers. 2 Sefortek Q-Sidity. Zacharias's hands trembled. You took everything I gave you. Kolya gripped his shoulders. To shield my people, Robin. No lies. My father did abandon his lectures to fight at Stalingrad. I did flee Moscow as a boy. The embrace was fierce, an anchor against the storm of betrayal neither could undo. That winter in the snow, I lost friends, children like Robin, little boys and girls who froze to death. I saw it happen with my own eyes. Zacharias's voice was barely audible as the truth crashed down on him. I betrayed my country. The realization hit like a bomb, leaving him stunned by his own blindness. Robin recoiled, a sharp pain gripping his chest. For a fleeting moment, he prayed it was a heart attack, wishing for an end. But it wasn't death, just his stomach twisting, acid burning through him as his mind tore apart the last shreds of his conscience. He had failed his country, his faith. He was damned. My friend, you used me. Robin spat, wrenching away. But Grishinov held firm. Robin, listen. I love my homeland as you love yours. I've never hidden that. Now you need to hear the rest. He had to make Zacharias understand, just as Robin had once made things clear to him. Like what? You're already dead to your people, Kolya said, the words heavy. The Vietnamese told America you didn't survive. You'll never go home. That's why you're not in Hoa Lo, your Hilton, right? The accusation in Robin's eyes cut deeper than any blade. Kolya's voice cracked. You're wrong about me. I begged my superiors to spare you. I swear on my children's lives, I won't let you die. You can't return, but I'll give you a new life. You'll fly again. If I could send you back to Ellen and your kids, I would. I'm not a monster, Robin. I'm a man just like you. Wed a tavern, a soldier. Your father. For God's sake, put yourself in my place. What would you do? Only a choked sob answered him. Should I have let them torture you? 6 men died here before I arrived. Only one since, and I mourned him, Robin. I'd kill Major Vin myself if I could. I've saved you. Shared my own rations, things my wife sent me. And I gave you ways to kill my pilots, only if they attack my country. Only if they come for my family. Is that what you want? It's not the same. It is, Kolya insisted. This isn't a game. We deal in death. Sometimes to save lives, you have to take them. Maybe someday Robin would see reason. He was smart, logical. Given time, he'd choose life. For now, Grishinov clung to one truth. He'd kept the American alive. Even if Robin hated him for it, at least he'd lived to hate. Kolya could bear that. He'd gotten what his country needed and saved a man in the process, no small thing, for a boy who'd once sworn his oath trembling on a train from Moscow to Gorky. Outside, Kelly watched the Russian emerge from the prison block, notebook in hand. We're coming for you, you red bastard, he muttered. 3 white phosphorus grenades through that window cook you and your damn notes together. The thought warmed him. The thrill of foresight pulsed through him again, that divine rush of knowing what others couldn't. He took a careful sip from his canteen, reminding himself that dehydration wasn't an option, not when the stakes were this high. Patience gnawed at him, but he forced it down. Just ahead stood a building holding 20 terrified, wounded American strangers to him, save for one name. Yet their suffering made his mission undeniable. His rusty high school Latin surfaced in fragments. Morituri, non-cognate. Those about to die remain clueless. A grim smirk tugged at his lips. Ignorance suited Kelly just fine. The phone rang, slicing through the quiet. Homicide? Looking for Lieutenant Frank Allen. You found him, Allen answered, barely settled at his desk on this Monday morning. Who's calling? Sergeant Pete Meyer, Pittsburgh. Captain Dooley pointed me your way. Allen chuckled. Haven't heard from Mike in ages. Still bleeding black and gold for the pirates. Religiously, sir. I catch a game when I can. Want an inside tip? Bucks in 5. Clemente's unstoppable this year. Meyer snorted. Tell that to Brooks and Frank Robinson. Plavin grinned. Fair point. So, what's the play? The sergeant's tone sobered. Lieutenant, I've got intel on 2 homicides. Female victims, late teens to early 20s. Allen grabbed a fresh notepad. Hold up. Who's your source? Can't disclose, yet privileged. Working on it, but it's sticky. Can I proceed? 1 or 2, fine. Victim names. First one's Pamela Madden. Recent weeks ago. Allen stiffened. Christ. The fountain case. And the other? Helen, last fall. Both were brutal torture, sexual violence. Leaning in, Allen gripped the receiver. You're saying you've got an eyewitness to both? Affirmative. Also 2 suspects, white males, Billy and Rick. No descriptions yet, but I'm digging. Not my jurisdiction. Ryan and Douglas downtown handle these. High-profile stuff, Meyer. How reliable's your intel? Rock solid. Here's a kicker. Pamela Madden's hair was brushed post-mortem. Allen's pulse spiked. That detail had been buried to weed out false confessions. Even he hadn't known. What else? Drug ties. Both girls were mules. Bingo, Allen muttered. Your source behind bars. Meyer hesitated. All right, full disclosure, my father's a pastor. Counseling the witness. This stays off record, yeah? Bis is tap that disn't set. What do you need? Pass this to Ryan and Douglas. They could reach me at the station. Meyer rattled off his number. I'm due at the academy for a lecture. Back by 4. Done. They'll be in touch. And Meyer, we'd trade the damn World Series to nail these pricks. Hanging up, Allen jabbed another line. Ryan answered mid-sip. Frank, keep talking, I'm writing. Douglas barged in late, Danish in hand, just as Ryan's pen froze. Brushed her hair. He actually said that? Douglas leaned forward, his gaze locking on Orion's like a predator catching the faintest hint of movement in the underbrush. All right, what names did he... The detective clenched his fist, exhaling slowly before finishing the call. Got it, Frank. Where's this guy hiding? Wadutuvtotiver. Later. Wasbreak. Pittsburgh, Ryan muttered, tossing the phone onto the desk. Very Gebly Bultrite. A sergeant from Pittsburgh just called in potential witness, tied to the Pamela Madden and Helen Waters murders. Fefik Seb, no kidding. This is the one who brushed her hair, Tom. And guess what names popped up alongside it? Richard Farmer and William Grayson? Rick and Billy. Oh, but c'est possible drug mule. Hang on. Ryan leaned back, eyes fixed on the stained ceiling tiles. There was a girl at Farmer's scene, we think. That's the link. Pamela, Helen, Farmer, Grayson. They're all tangled up, which means the dealers, too. All part of the same mess. But what's the thread, Em? We know they were knee-deep in the drug trade. 2 different styles, Tom. The girls. Butchered like hell. You wouldn't even treat livestock that way. The others. Clean, precise. The invisible man. Farber called it right, a man on a mission. Revenge, Douglas muttered, pacing as the pieces fell into place. If someone took a girl I loved, Christ, him. Who could blame him? Only one name surfaced, someone tied to both murders, familiar to the department. Ryan snatched the phone again. Frank? That guy from the Gooding case, the Navy vet, what was his name? John Kelly. Found the gun near Fort McHenry, then trained our divers. Wait, Pamela Madden. Holy hell. Alan's voice sharpened as the dots connected. Tell me about him. D's solid guy. Quiet, carries a shadow, lost his wife in a car wreck or something. Sucks crepe treffelatren. Ut underwater demolition. Makes his living blowing things up. Literally. This will go on. Built like a tank, disciplined. Saw him dive once, scars all over. Combat vet, no question. Got his address if you need it. It's in my file. Thanks, Frank. Ryan hung up. He's our guy. The Invisible Man. A Savalichus Kelly. Damn it, I've got court this morning, Ryan growled. Doctor. Farber adjusted his glasses, halfway out the door for a tennis match when the detectives cornered him. Double A. Frogman. He chuckled around his pipe. They hit the beach before the Marines. What's that tell you? Then his expression shifted. Though there's something newer and deadlier. Molek thing what to see. Hopkins does contract work for the Pentagon. Classified stuff. There's a new unit SEALs. Sea, air, land. Think commandos with PhDs. Not just muscle strategists. Their existence. Barely on the books. Tattoo, Douglas cut in. Kelly's got a seal inked on his arm. Farber's smile faded. Doc, what if one of these SEALs lost someone? We, Blair to lead it. That's your mission, Farber said, stepping into the hallway, lips sealed tighter than a classified file. That's your guy. Ryan muttered to the closed door, his voice barely above a whisper. Except for one thing. No proof. Just a damn good reason. Night settled over Cinder Green, wrapping the base in a damp, miserable gloom. The day had been relentlessly dreary, turning the parade ground into a soggy mess of murky puddles. Soldiers huddled under whatever shelter they could find, their moods as gray as the skies. Tower guards shifted restlessly, adjusting to the biting wind. Rain had a way of wearing men down, dulling their focus, souring their tempers. And when the job was already mind-numbingly dull, like it was here, the weather only made it worse. Back in North Vietnam, storms like this meant fewer bombing runs, giving the men below one small reason to relax. The oppressive heat had fed the clouds all day, turning them into swollen, leaking sponges. By dinner, every guard would be grumbling about the miserable conditions, heads bowed over their trays, lost in their own thoughts. No one would look up or out, just inward. The forest, soaked and silent, offered the perfect cover. Wet leaves muffled footsteps better than dry ones, and the thick air swallowed sound instead of carrying it. Perfect, really. Kelly stretched under his bush, stiff from hours of stillness. He wiped the dampness from his skin, forcing down another tasteless ration bar. A full canteen later, he flexed his arms, studying the landing zone ahead. He'd already mapped his path now, he just had to hope the Marines wouldn't shoot first when he came running. At 2100, he sent his final transmission. The technician scribbled light green on his notepad. Men, all quiet. That's the last piece we needed. Maxwell scanned the room, receiving silent nods in return. Phase 4 of Operation Boxwood Green starts at 2200. Captain Franks signaled the Newport News. Aye, sir. Aboard the Ogden, flight crews suited up in flame-resistant gear before heading to their berths. Sailors wiped down cockpit windows, clearing every smudge. Below deck, Marines pulled on their striped fatigues, weapons freshly cleaned, magazines packed with pristine rounds. Each man helped his buddy smear on camouflage paint. No jokes, no laughter. The tension was thick, like actors prepping for a deadly opening night. Except for one. "Easy with the eyeliner, sir," Sergeant Irvin teased Captain Albee, who fidgeted under the sergeant's steadying hand. In Constellation's ready room, Lieutenant Commander Joshua Painter briefed his Phantom pilots. "We're supporting a special op tonight. Targets are SAM sites south of Haiphong." He didn't know the details, just that it was risky. His 8 Phantoms were lated for a fight, and 10 A6 intruders would be flying Iron Hand. The rest of the air wing would stir up chaos along the coast, flooding the airwaves with electronic noise. Painter hoped it was worth it. Playing cat and mouse with SAMs wasn't exactly his idea of a good time. 25 miles offshore, the Newport News crept closer to her position between Ogden and the coast. Radars off, she was a ghost in the night. After recent skirmishes, the Neva had grown cautious with their coastal surveillance. The captain leaned back in his chair, checked his watch, and slid open a sealed envelope. He skimmed the orders he'd guarded for weeks. He murmured to himself. Captain Schumann barked his orders with crisp efficiency. "Get engineering to fire up boilers 1 and 4 immediately. I need maximum power ready to go. We've got another coastal run tonight. Send my regards to the executive officer, gunnery team, and their leads. Have them report to my cabin ASAP." The officer of the deck relayed the commands without hesitation. With all 4 boilers roaring, the Newport News could hit 34 knots, cutting through the waves toward the shoreline and just as swiftly retreating after the job was done. "Surf's up, boys." The helmsman crowed as soon as the captain stepped off the bridge. It had become the ship's unofficial motto, coined months earlier by a grinning seaman during their first fire mission. Everyone knew what it really meant: charging straight into the danger zone, guns blazing. The Dutch shot the helmsman a look, but couldn't hide his own smirk. "Eyes on your heading, Baker. Steady on 185. In his cabin, the captain spread a detailed coastal map across his desk, every anti-aircraft position meticulously marked from recon photos. His gunnery team leaned in, eyes gleaming. "Gentlemen, if you've been wondering why we've been running drills non-stop, this is the payoff," the captain said. The Master Chief let out a low whistle. "We're lighting up everything, sir. Even the 5-inchers. You bet. Chief Skelly, if we return to Subic with a single round left, I'll personally toss you overboard." The room erupted in laughter. They quickly plotted firing solutions geometry mixed with brute force. The mission had been planned for daylight, but the captain shrugged. "Better this way. By the time the sun comes up, there won't be a single gun left to threaten those choppers." The growler phone rang. "Distus tapped in here. All boilers online, sir. Ready to push to flank speed." "Good. Sound general quarters." The alarm blared through the ship as he turned to his team. "Let's make sure those Marines get the support they deserve." 2 minutes later, he reclaimed the bridge. "Mr. Schumann, I have the con." "Captain has the con," the odd confirmed. "Hard right rudder, new course, 265. The helmsman spun the wheel with practiced ease. "Rudder hard right, aye. Coming to 265. The captain grinned. "Surf City, here we come." "Aye, aye, sir." Baker whooped back. For an old salt, the skipper sure knew how to keep morale high. Meanwhile, atop a wind-swept ridge, Kelly checked his rifle for the 10th time, his nerves coiled tight. 1,000 things could go wrong: mechanical failure, enemy flak, even bad luck. But not tonight. Not after weeks of relentless drills, not with every bolt and wire on those helicopters triple-checked. The Marines were ready, the sailors hungry for action. This wasn't some back-alley scuffle in Baltimore. This was the real deal. And when it was over, maybe, just maybe, he could finally leave the past behind. Kelly's failure to save Pam weighed on him, but he refused to let it derail this mission. Every move had been precise, no room for error when 20 lives hung in the balance. He glanced at his watch, the second hand crawling as if time itself had slowed. Closing his eyes didn't speed it up, of course. He knew better. Drawing a steadying breath, the ex-SEAL shifted focus, resting his carbine across his knees while scanning through binoculars. His recon had to be flawless, right up until the first grenade hit those guard towers. The Marines depended on him. Meanwhile, Eddie Morello cruised down Route 40 in his Cadillac, top down, the wind doing little to cool his simmering resentment. Henry's operation was falling apart, and who got called to clean it up? What the ray? Dumb, typical. Eddie lit a cigarette, grip tightening on the wheel. Tony always acted like Henry walked on water, first guy in the family to get made, all because Eddie had vouched for him. And where did that leave him? Still waiting. The attaché case at his feet held 6 kilos of uncut product. Philly's problem now. Easy money, smooth handoff. His snub-nosed revolver pressed against his belt, a familiar discomfort. But Henry, that was the real thorn. The guy had played them all, whacked his own crew, probably laughing while he did it. Eddie scowled. Dinner with Tony later. Keep it cool, Harvard style. Then they'd deal with Henry. Business was business, and loyalty only went as far as the next payout. Nobody was in this for love. Eddie Morello had it all mapped out in his head, him and Tony taking control of the operation, finally making him a made man. Glancing at his watch, he smirked as he rolled into the nearly deserted parking lot of an old railroad diner, the kind with chipped, red paint and neon signs humming in the dusk. The place reminded him of childhood, sitting across from his old man, watching steam engines rumble past while digging into greasy burgers. Nostalgia warmed him as he crushed his cigarette underfoot, the acrid smoke still curling from his lips. Right on cue, a blue Oldsmobile rolled in. 2 men stepped out, one in a crisp tan suit, looking every bit the polished lawyer, briefcase in hand. The other lingered by the car, playing lookout. Eddie kept his expression neutral, his fingers brushing the cold steel of the revolver tucked beside his thigh. Got the goods? The man asked, all business. Eddie shot back, you bring the cash. The suited man's face hardened as he popped the briefcase open. You screwed up, Eddie. Eddie's pulse spiked. The hell you talking about? Means it's lights out for you, the guy said, voice flat. Eddie barely had time to register the glint of the cop's badge before the first bullet tore through the case. He fumbled for his gun, firing wildly into the floorboard. But the detective was already on him, close enough to smell the gunpowder, close enough to press the barrel to his chest. The shot punched through him like a freight train. For one blinding second, it all made sense. Henry had played him. His whole damn life had just been a stepping stone for someone else's rise. Back up. Lieutenant Sharon barked, yanking the revolver from Eddie's slack grip. Sirens wailed as state troopers skidded into the lot. Idiot went for his piece like I wasn't already on him, Sharon muttered, hands trembling with adrenaline. His partner nodded, wide-eyed. Clean shoot, sir. The sergeant cracked open the briefcase, revealing stacks of heroin. Hell of a bust. Sharon grunted. Too bad the dumbass can't talk. And just like that, under the watch of half a dozen cops, he'd gotten away with murder. Henry's empire was safe. Meanwhile, under the steady drum of rain, Kelly scanned the compound through his binoculars. The guards were sluggish, huddled against the downpour. No lights, no movement, just one shadow in the officers' quarters. A Russian, maybe, staring out at the storm. Perfect. He smirked. First grenades going right through that window. Hope they saved some whiskey, he muttered, rolling his shoulders. The tension wasn't fear, it was anticipation. Time to move. Kelly felt completely at ease, convinced the real danger had passed during the insertion. Now it was the Navy's turn, then the Marines. His role was nearly finished. A sharp command cut through the night. Commence firing. The Newport News had only just powered up her radar systems moments before. Down in Central Fire Control, the navigator worked alongside gunnery officers, meticulously cross-referencing radar fixes against known landmarks to pinpoint the cruiser's exact position. It might have seemed excessive, but tonight's operation demanded precision. Every sweep of the radar tightened their calculations to near perfection. The first shots erupted from the portside 5-inch guns, the deafening crack of the twin 50-38s splitting the air. Yet there was something mesmerizing about it. Each blast birthed a fleeting ring of golden fire, a quirk of physics that made the muzzle flashes twist like a serpent chasing its own tail before vanishing into the dark. 6,000 yards away, star shells burst, painting the North Vietnamese jungle in the same eerie yellow glow. Looks like a 57mm emplacement, someone called from Spot 1. I can see the crew moving. Master Chief Skelly adjusted the rangefinder with surgeon-like precision, relaying the data to Central. Seconds later, 8 guns roared. The AAA site disintegrated in a fireball. Target Alpha neutralized. The chief barely paused before shifting to the next coordinates. Retirement wasn't far off. Maybe he and the captain could open a gun shop someday. To Kelly, the bombardment sounded like distorted thunder, unnatural and disjointed. What surprised him was the lack of reaction below. Through his binoculars, he caught glimpses of heads turning. Maybe a few muttered words, but no alarm. This was a nation at war. Strange noises were routine, especially ones that rumbled like a far-off storm. No flashes pierced the overcast sky. He'd half expected officers to scramble outside, scanning for threats. Ooh, he would have. But they didn't. 90 minutes left. The Marines moved aft, gear light, sailors lining the deck to watch them go. Albie and Irvin did a final head count, directing each man to their assigned chopper. Bringing up the rear were Admirals Maxwell and Podolsky, dressed in faded khakis, old command uniforms they swore brought luck. Even brass had their superstitions. For the first time, the Marines noticed the pale Admiral's Medal of Honor ribbon. Respectful nods flickered his way, met with a tight-lipped acknowledgement. "All set, Captain?" Maxwell asked. "Yes, sir," Albie replied, steady despite the nerves. "Why Pitero code? See you in 3. Maxwell snapped a crisp salute. "Good hunting." Nearby, Ritter, also in khakis, blending in with the wardroom, murmured, "They look sharp." Then, under his breath, "Christ, I hope this works." Greer exhaled as the ship turned into the wind. Deck crews guided the Sekorskis with glowing wands, and one by one, the heavy birds lifted into the turbulent air, banking west toward the mission. "It's on them now," Greer said. Podolsky clapped him on the shoulder. "Good kids." The Clark's got a sharp mind. Ritter raised an eyebrow. "What's his story?" "Between jobs, last I heard." Ritter smirked. "We could use a thinker like that." Ritter nodded in agreement as the group made their way back to the Combat Information Center. "That kid's sharp," he muttered under his breath. Up on the flight deck, the Cobra crews were running through their last-minute checks, the rhythmic hum of rotor blades filling the air. They'd be airborne in less than an hour. Over the radio, a crisp voice cut through the static. "Snake, this is Cricket. Mission timeline is green. Confirm." Kelly couldn't help but grin, whispering a quiet, "Yes." before tapping out a coded response on his handset. 2 short clicks echoed back Ogden had just confirmed the operation was live. 2 hours till we're out of here, he murmured to the prisoners below, though he knew their captors wouldn't be celebrating. Crunching down the last of his ration bar, he stuffed the wrapper into his cargo pocket and crept from his hiding spot. Night had fallen, giving him the cover he needed. With careful movements, he erased any trace of his presence, no sense leaving clues for the enemy. The tension coiled in his gut until he finally had to relieve himself, chuckling at the absurdity. Here he was, a trained operative, feeling like a nervous kid before a big game. 30 minutes to the landing zone, another 30 for approach. Once those birds cleared the ridge, he'd guide them in. Had to move. Skelly's voice crackled over the comms. Shifting fire, right target hotel in sight. Range 9250. The thunder of artillery shook the ground as one of the enemy's remaining gun emplacements returned fire. They'd watched Newport News obliterate their comrades, but these guys weren't quitting. In the sea, the XO's eyes locked onto the radar screen. Halos are feet dry, he reported, lifting the phone. Right down the corridor we carved for them. The captain's response was calm. Stand by to cease fire. We'll be refueling those birds soon. Keep your eyes peeled, X. A radar operator whistled. Man, what is this? His buddies smirked. First we blast 'em, then we own 'em. Minutes ticked by. The rain had eased, but the mud clung to Kelly like a second skin, the red clay staining his uniform. He scanned the camp through his binoculars, still dark, still quiet. Death was coming, and they had no idea. Then his ears picked up something beneath the drumming rain. A low growing rumble. Not thunder. Derain's Tainsquate. Multiple engines. His stomach dropped as he swung toward the sound. Trucks, military trucks, their headlights narrowed to slits with tape. 1, 2, 3, 4. His pulse spiked. This wasn't part of the plan. The dim glow from the second truck's headlights cast eerie shadows across the first vehicle as they rounded the base of Snake Hill. Soldiers lined both sides of the road, their silhouettes tense and alert. Johnny forced himself to stay calm, breathing slowly, counting silently as they approached the compound. A sentry in the watchtower barked an order, triggering a chain reaction. Lights flared in the officers' quarters. A half-dressed major stumbled outside demanding answers, and the lead truck screeched to a halt at the gate. A soldier jumped out, bellowing for the barrier to be raised. Kelly's stomach twisted as more troops poured from the trucks, 30, 40, maybe more, fanning out with chilling efficiency. Some dug machine gun emplacements, while others vanished into the tree line. He couldn't watch. Was this some cruel joke? Why not just put a bullet in him and call it fate's final act? But fate had never been satisfied with just him. There were always others caught in the crossfire. His fingers trembled as he keyed the radio. Cricket, this is Snake, over. Yazated Zeo's static. He tried again, voice tight. Cricket, this is Snake, over. On the other end, Maxwell snatched the mic from Podolsky. Snake, this is Cricket Actual. What's your status? Abort. Predecesaparad. Abort mission acknowledged now. Kelly's transmission crackled with urgency. Say again, Snake. Mission scrubbed. Confirm immediately. A beat of silence. Then copy that. Mission aborted. Hold position. Kelly exhaled, watching the enemy fortify their defenses. 25 men against 100? Even with surprise, those weren't odds. They were a death sentence. No way he'd sign that warrant. Meanwhile, Major Vinge scowled as the captain relayed orders from General Giop himself. The Americans might hit this camp. You're to escort the Russian to Hanoi. But no debate. Grishinov barely had time to shove his notes into a bag before Vin snapped. "Move it, Colonel." Back on the command ship, Ritter cut through the uproar. Clark made the call. "He's our eyes. And unless you fancy explaining 20 body bags to the Pentagon, I suggest we focus on extracting him." Maxwell turned to Franks. "Get us closer to shore. Fast." As the helicopters bent hard for home, Vin smirked at the dispatch in his hand. "Let them come. This won't be another song, Tay." Grishinov said nothing. Infantry battles weren't his idea of fun, but Hanoi meant the embassy and maybe a stiff drink. Small comforts. Vin had finally returned his work, and with it in hand, he could present everything to General Rokossovsky. Once the documents were officially submitted, he'd have the leverage he needed to argue for sparing the Americans. A bitter irony crossed his mind. Sometimes misfortune carried its own twisted blessings. The sound of movement reached him before he saw them, clumsy, exhausted, but closing in. He thumbed the radio. "Cricket, this is Snake. Weg over dat Tissen." The response crackled back instantly. "We read you, Snake. Enemy movement on my position. Heading west. Can you scramble a bird for extraction?" Maxwell's voice, tense but steady, replied, "Affirmative." "Watch your six, kid." Kelly stashed the radio and moved toward the ridge. A quick scan confirmed his suspicions things had changed. He smirked, recalling his old boast to the Marines about being faster in the dark. Time to put that to the test. With a final listen to the approaching May, he slipped through a gap in the undergrowth and vanished downhill. Back on the Ogden, tension hung thick in the air. The rescue helos had barely touched down before one was sidelined for repairs. The other, piloted by the squadron leader, was already refueling. Captain Albee bolted from the cockpit, sprinting to the command deck where Maxwell and the others waited. The ship was pushing full speed toward shore, the urgency palpable. His Marines trudged behind him, weapons cleared, eyes downcast. "What went wrong?" Albee demanded. "Clark aborted," Maxwell said. "Said hostiles were closing in on his position. We're reattempting extraction. Any guesses where he'll head?" Albee didn't hesitate. "He'll find a clearing for the helo. Let's check the map." Kelly had no time to dwell on how fast luck could turn. Survival didn't leave room for reflection. Right now, it was the only game that mattered, and luckily, it wasn't dull. The MIVA hadn't yet deployed enough troops for thorough patrols, just observation posts on key hills. If they feared another raid like Songtae, they'd keep their forces tight. Snake Hill was already half a kilometer behind him. He slowed, catching his breath more from adrenaline than exertion, though both gnawed at him. A smaller ridge offered cover, and he paused, listening. Voices, not footsteps. Good. His tactical guess had been right. Reinforcements would come, but not before he was gone. If the helo makes it in time. A dry laugh escaped him. Millivendetamd, tighter spots. Defiance piped up. Name one. Pessimism, ever the critic, stayed silent. The priority was distance put as much between himself and the Ma as possible. Then, find a landing zone. No panic, no hesitation. Dawn meant more troops, more danger. If their commander had half a brain, he'd want answers about an intruder in his territory. 4 hours until sunrise. 30 minutes for the helo. 2 or 3 to scout a pickup point. Doable. The recon photos of Sender Green flashed in his mind. A quick survey confirmed his bearings. The fastest route to open ground was across a bend in the road. Risky, but the best shot he had. Kelly adjusted his gear, shifting spare ammo clips to more accessible spots. The thought of being taken prisoner terrified him more than anything falling into the hands of men like plastic flour, stripped of any chance to fight back, robbed of control. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a small, steady voice insisted death would be better. Fighting against impossible odds wasn't surrender, it was defiance. Decision made. He pushed forward. Should we reach out to him? Maxwell asked. Captain Albee shook his head. Not yet. Dultrafri replied. He'll signal us when he's ready. Master Gunnery Sergeant Irvin stepped into the Combat Information Center. Clark's status. You're Tetskray, he asked. On the move, Albee replied. Irvin didn't hesitate. Want me and a team on Rescue 1 as backup? Marines didn't abandon their own. That was non-negotiable. Albee considered it, then deferred to Irvin's experience. You handle the rescue. I'll coordinate. Maxwell, Podolsky, and Greer stayed silent, observing the exchange between two seasoned professionals. Albee turned to Maxwell. Sir, I need Rescue 1 airborne now. With a nod, Maxwell handed over the headset to the young Marine officer, effectively passing command and sealing the end of his own career. Movement eased Kelly's nerves, tricking his body into believing he still had control. He knew it was a lie, but the illusion helped. Reaching the base of the hill, he spotted a clearing across the road, a meadow, maybe a floodplain. Hesgate twot wait. No need for anything elaborate. He keyed his radio. Snake to Cricket, over. The response was immediate. Bus to Cricket here. We're standing by. His transmission came in ragged bursts, each word strained. West of my position, past the road open field, 2 miles from the objective. I'm close. Send the helo. Strobe marker ready. Albee studied the map, then jabbed a finger at the location. The air controller relayed the coordinates. Moments later, Albee responded, Copy that. Rescue 1 en route, ETA 20 minutes. Understood. The relief in Clark's voice was palpable, even through the static. Kelly exhaled, gratitude washing over him. This second trip into North Vietnam wouldn't drag on like the first. No desperate swim this time. No fever from contaminated river water. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly as rain intensified, muffling sound and obscuring sight another small mercy. Maybe luck hadn't entirely abandoned him. He paused just shy of the road, scanning the area. Nothing. No point rushing into the open. Alone in enemy territory, exposure was deadly. Gripping his carbine like a lifeline, he forced slow breaths until his pulse steadied. Then, cautiously, he stepped forward. Grishinov grimaced as the car jolted over another pothole. The roads here were worse than Russia's impressive, in the worst way. The French-made vehicle ran decently, but the driver was another story. Major Vin should have taken the wheel himself. The officer likely knew how to drive, but his pride wouldn't let him instead. He left it to his orderly, some country bumpkin, who probably couldn't handle anything faster than a plow horse. The car fishtailed through the mud, the windshield wipers barely keeping up with the downpour. Grishinov slumped in the back seat, gripping his backpack, eyes shut tight. No point watching it only make his stomach churn. Bad weather flying was bad enough when you were at the controls, but trusting someone else? That was a special kind of torture. Kelly paused at the roadside, listening for the rumble of trucks, his biggest threat. The better bursing. 5 minutes to the chopper. He straightened, left hand reaching for the strobe light, scanning left as he crossed. That's where reinforcements would come from, barreling toward the now secure prison camp. Then, damn it. Focus had always been his ally, but this time it betrayed him. The car's tires sloshing through mud blended too well with the rain, and by the time he registered the engine, it was too late. There he was, frozen in the road like some dumbstruck deer. Instinct took over. His carbine snapped up, a quick burst shredding the driver's side. The car didn't even flinch, so he dumped another into the passenger seat. Only then did it veer, slamming into a tree with a sickening crunch. 3 seconds tops. His heart kicked back into gear like a stalled engine. He sprinted to the wreck. The driver was half through the windshield, brains leaking from 2 neat holes. The passenger door groaned as he wrenched it open the major. Not quite dead, skull split open on one side, body twitching. Kelly dragged him out, rifling his pockets for intel, when a groan came from inside. Another man Russian curled on the floor, backpack in a death grip. Kelly yanked him out, pistol whipping him into oblivion before turning back to the major. The guy's one good eye locked onto him. Tough break, Kelly muttered as the light faded. Then, eyeing the unconscious Russian, "You're the one giving my boys hell, aren't you?" "The backpack spilled papers," answers the colonel couldn't give. No time. The chopper was close. Their strobes lit. The co-pilot barked. The pilot shoved the Sikorsky hard, yanking back at the last second, rotors screaming. The nose tipped up, momentum bleeding off just feet from the blinking IR light. Wind battered the helo as it hovered, skids barely clearing the ground. The commander fought the controls, squinting. Had the rotor wash just knocked someone over, or was there a second figure out there? "Go, go, go!" Someone shouted over the intercom. "Get moving, we're taking off now." The pilot barked, yanking the collective control upward while stomping on the rudder pedal. The chopper's nose dipped sharply as it banked toward the river, engines roaring as they picked up speed. This wasn't part of the plan. They'd only expected 1 passenger. But questions would have to wait. 30 treacherous miles of winding waterways stood between them and safety. "Who's our extra guest?" Irvin shouted over the engine noise. "Unexpected +1," Kelly yelled back, his hands trembling violently as he gulped water from the offered canteen. His whole body shook like he'd been tossed into an ice bath. Fingers white, knuckled around his rifle until Irvin gently pried it away. The weapon showed signs of recent use, shell casings still warm in the chamber. Below them, the river snaked through the valley as door gunners scanned for threats, the helicopter skimming barely above the water's surface. The peaceful flight felt wrong after the chaos they'd left behind. All eyes kept drifting to their mysterious second passenger, the one wearing what looked suspiciously like Russian military gear, now restrained by 2 Marines, while a third secured his equipment pack. "Rescue 1 reporting we've got snakes secured and our feet wet," crackled over the radio. The response came instantly, cricket copies standing by. Albie exhaled sharply. "Well, that's that." Nearby, Podolsky stared blankly at the floor. This failed operation had been his brainchild. Boxwood Green was supposed to change everything, potentially opening doors for certain Cornet and giving meaning to his son's sacrifice. The bitter taste of failure clung to his throat as he considered, then dismissed, the thought of trying again. 30 years of service to his adopted country, and this was how it ended. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, Lieutenant Mark Sharon lit a stolen cigarette, his mood oddly buoyant, despite having just survived a fatal shooting and subsequent interrogation. "Complete waste of human life," he remarked to Frank Allen. Guess he preferred a bullet to doing time at Frankenstein's castle. The nickname for Maryland State Penitentiary needed no explanation. Every cop knew inmates would rather die than get sent to that gothic nightmare on Falls Road. Allen reviewed the straightforward paperwork. Charon's mandatory administrative leave would be more vacation than punishment, especially with multiple officers confirming it was a clean shoot. Your guy died of terminal stupidity, Allen agreed, flipping through a separate case file. But cheer up, Pittsburgh just called about your Fountain murder case. Seems we've got an eyewitness, probably female, who can place Madden and Waters at the scene. Charon's eyebrows shot up. Now that was what he called a good day. Charon forced a tight smile, though inside he felt that familiar icy dread, the same sensation he'd fought to hide years ago after his first paid hit. Just another loose end to tie up. Maybe this would finally put the matter to rest. The chopper's blades whirred to a stop as it touched down smoothly on the deck of the USS Ogden. Crewmen rushed forward, securing the aircraft with heavy chains while the Marines emerged, their relief at survival overshadowed by frustration. This was supposed to be their triumphant return, the kind of moment athletes dream of after a championship win. Instead, they stepped onto the deck empty-handed, the mission a crushing failure they still didn't fully understand. Irvin and another Marine carried out a limp body, drawing stunned looks from the officers as Kelly followed. The pilot's eyes widened. He'd only seen 2 bodies in the field earlier. Still, he took grim satisfaction in at least making it back from North Vietnam in one piece. What the hell happened? Maxwell demanded as the ship veered east. Ritter barked orders. Get him below deck now. And find a medic. They hustled the unconscious man into an empty troop bay, where a corpsman checked him over. Dazed but stable, he reported. No head trauma. 2 Marines stood watch, rifles at the ready. Kelly splashed water on his face, exhaustion etched into every movement. 4 trucks rolled in like they owned the place, he said flatly. A full platoon, maybe 50 men, digging in before we even got close. I had to abort. Greer and Ritter exchanged a glance. No way that was a coincidence. Kelly met Maxwell's gaze. Sir, it was impossible. They had patrols fanning out even if we pushed through, gunships or not. He trailed off, shaking his head. This wasn't Song Tay. We didn't have the firepower. Podolsky bristled. We had air support enough, Greer cut in. Kelly held the Admiral's stare. With more resources? Maybe. But not like this. Maxwell studied him. You're certain? Absolutely. Captain Albee gave a quiet nod. Ritter shifted focus. And our unexpected guest. Kelly's jaw tightened. My mistake. The car got too close. Driver and commander are dead. He pulled folded papers from his pocket. Took these off the Russian. Figured he might be worth something. Irvin flipped through them. Russian text. Let me see, Ritter said, scanning the pages. His eyebrows shot up. Rokossovsky. Chat in Hanoi. Albee called for Sergeant Chalmers, their Vietnamese linguist. As the sergeant pored over the documents, Ritter and Greer huddled over a separate set of notes. This isn't just intel, Ritter muttered. It's a goldmine. Meanwhile, Kelly sat in silence. Adrenaline still humming in his veins, replaying every second of the botched op. Somewhere in the back of his mind, a darker thought lingered. What if they'd been set up? The room remained silent as the intelligence officers sifted through the documents. Grishinov groaned, disoriented, his wrists straining against the restraints. Where am I? He muttered in Russian, his voice thick with confusion. When he attempted to remove his blindfold, he found his arms immobilized. A calm voice responded in his native tongue. How are you feeling? Your car collided with something. The explanation was clipped, deliberately vague. Grishinov repeated his question, sharper this time. You're on the USS Ogden, Colonel. Ritter replied in English, watching the man stiffen at the sound of the unfamiliar language. The prisoner denied understanding, but Ritter countered smoothly. Then why are your notes written in English? Grishinov bristled, insisting on his rights as a Soviet officer. Ritter cut him off with a cold reminder they had the same authority he'd once wielded over American POWs. The mention of Major Vinge's death drew a sharp, obscene oath from Grishinov, but beneath the anger was genuine shock. Ritter exchanged a glance with Greer. This man was too battered to lie convincingly. Got more reading to do, he said, pushing back from the table. Feel like keeping him company. Meanwhile, Kelly caught a rare break Captain Franks had spared the aviator rations. After debriefing, he retreated to his cabin and downed 3 stiff drinks, the adrenaline crash hitting him hard. The alcohol knocked him out before he could even shower. The Ogden pressed on toward Subic Bay, the crew subdued after the mission's failure. The usual chatter in the mess decks was replaced by the clatter of trays. Even the medics, with no wounded to treat, wandered aimlessly. Kelly woke at 1800, groggy but clean after a quick shower. He sought out the Marines, knowing they deserved answers. The SAM table model still sat in their compartment, the rubber band marking his position. 4 trucks rolled in, he explained, tracing the enemy movements. They were setting up heavy weapons. Another team was moving toward your approach route. A squad leader exhaled sharply. Jesus, that would have been bad. Kelly nodded. Yeah, Yuzber Patolbai. That's why. A corporal frowned. How'd they know to send reinforcements? Not my problem, Kelly muttered. The squad leader extended his hand. Thanks, Snake. Tough call. Kelly gripped it, guilt tightening his chest. I'm sorry, man. Really sorry. The Marine's voice softened. Mr. Fye. Clark, my wife's due in 2 months. If not for you. Before he could finish, a sailor appeared. Sir, the admirals want you. Officer Country. Elsewhere, Sergeant Douglas dialed Dr. Taffa. Rosen. We're trying to locate Kelly. Any idea where he is? The surgeon hesitated. Haven't seen him in a while. Douglas pressed, know anyone who has. Rosen's tone turned wary. I'll ask around. Sam leaned in, his voice low but insistent. What's really going on here? He braced himself for the answer, half expecting another evasion. The man across from him shifted uncomfortably. Mekli Pew's Pinnerka. Really can't discuss it, sir. You know how it is. Sam exhaled sharply. Right. Guess I'll have to find out another way. Across the room, Ritter studied Kelly with raised eyebrows. You look like hell warmed over. Still in one piece? Kelly rubbed his temple. Barely. What's the deal with our Russian friend? Ritter smirked, gesturing to a cluttered table stacked with files. Clark, you might have actually pulled off something worthwhile for once. Greer cut in, his tone grim. The Vietnamese plan to execute the POWs. Moscow wants them alive. This guy was trying to get them out. He tossed a wrinkled page onto the table. Here's his handwritten justification. Verkelly frowned. So, is that good news or bad? The prison walls had never felt thicker. Zacharias sat slumped on the cold floor, the distant shouts of guards echoing down the corridor. No visit from Grishinov today? Or any day now, probably. The silence was worse than the interrogation. He'd been played plain and simple. All those late-night talks over cheap vodka, the fake camaraderie just deployed to pry secrets from a broken man. And like an idiot, he'd spilled everything. No tears left, just the hollow ache of betrayal. The slop they slid under his door might as well have been ashes for all he cared. Grishinov clenched his fists, the ship's engine humming beneath his feet. They'd never let him go home. Not after this. The Vietnamese had a habit of making people vanish SAM crews, advisors, guys who knew too much. So why the decent rations now? Mocking him, probably. He forced down another bite, stomach churning. A fighter pilot didn't puke from fear. But Marina, what would they tell her? A sanitized letter, maybe. If she was lucky. Kelly's laugh was sharp. You're joking. Ritter lit another cigarette, unfazed. Kid, the world's a mess. Why do you think the Russians back Hanoi? Because they're arming them. We arm worse, Ritter shot back. Doesn't mean we like M. Point is, this Grishinov was trying to save our guys. He flicked a document across the table. Even requested a damn doctor. Podolsky crossed his arms. So, what's the play? Ritter exchanged a glance with Greer. Our call. And we're out of time. Kelly's head throbbed. The pieces weren't fitting together, not yet. But he'd be neck-deep in this soon enough. Sandy looked up from her desk, pen hovering. Where's John? Her voice was calm, but her fingers tightened around the paper. As her shift neared its end, Professor Rosen's unexpected question dragged up a fear Nurse Cortoul had buried for days. Out of the country. Why? The police called me today. They're searching for him. Sandy's stomach dropped. What do they want? Rosen glanced around the empty nurses' station, lowering her voice. He didn't say. Look, I know or at least suspect what he's been involved in, but I haven't heard from him either, Sandy admitted, gripping the counter. What are we supposed to do now? Rosen hesitated, her expression tight. Legally, we should help the police. But we're not, are we? You really have no clue where he is. Sandy exhaled sharply. He told me, but swore me to secrecy. Said it was government work. Overseas. The words stuck in her throat. He left a number, but I haven't called it. Sam gave her a pointed look. I would. Then he walked away, leaving Sandy to wrestle with the injustice of it all, her friend risking everything, only to come home to suspicion. But life, she'd soon learn, had even crueler twists in store. Pittsburgh? That's what he said, Henry confirmed. Piaggi smirked. Using him as your inside man? Classy move. Very slick. His tone carried reluctant admiration. He says we gotta move fast. She hasn't spilled much yet. She saw everything. Piaggi's disapproval was obvious. Henry, keeping folks quiet is one thing. Turning them into loose ends? That's sloppy. Tony, I'll handle it, Henry snapped. But we need this cleaned up now, understand? To him, the end was in sight: safety, money, all of it. If 5 more bodies paved his way, a small price after everything. Keep talking. Family names Brown. The girl's Doris. Father's Raymond. Guy, you sure? The girl's Gossip. I've got the address and everything. Use your Philly contacts fast. Piaggi scribbled it down. It'll cost you. Henry didn't blink. I figured. The flight deck stretched empty, the temporary squadron long gone, leaving the space eerily quiet. Under a sky strewn with stars and a thin crescent moon, the ship's wake glowed an eerie green, churned up by the propellers. A handful of men stood at the stern, silent, watching the trail fade into the dark. Could have been worse, Irvin muttered, appearing beside Kelly. Could have been a hell of a lot better, too, Kelly replied. Irvin squinted at the horizon. They didn't just stumble into us, did they? Kelly's jaw tightened. Not supposed to say. Good enough answer? Irvin nodded. Fair. But like the good book says, forgive them, they know not what they do. And if they do know, Irvin's laugh was grim. You already know my vote. They nearly got us all killed. Kelly stared at the water. Just once, guns. I'd like to finish a job clean. Bulasturia, Bickamiter Tapterder. Irvin paused. Who the hell does something like this? A shadow emerged in the distance, Newport News, her silhouette cutting through the night. Another relic, like them, heading home with the same bitter taste of failure. 7131, the woman's voice answered, crisp and impersonal. Sandy gripped the phone tighter, frustration bubbling under her skin. I need to speak with Admiral James Greer, it's urgent, she insisted, voice trembling. The secretary on the other end remained unmoved. He's unavailable. May I ask who's calling? This isn't a social call. Sandy snapped, then caught herself. Panicking wouldn't help John. She forced a steadier tone. A mutual friend gave me this number. He said Admiral Greer would understand it's about John. Please, just tell him Sandy called. She rattled off her contact details, desperation creeping in. The secretary's clipped, I'll see what I can do, offered little comfort before the line went dead. Sandy exhaled sharply. If Greer was gone too, he had to be near John. That meant safety, or as close as it got. But the waiting was torture. Every tick of her watch echoed like a hammer. Half a world away, the USS Ogden docked at Subic Bay under a sweltering sun. The Marines shuffled off toward a waiting bus, their silence heavier than their gear. No cheerful send-offs, just stiff nods and hollow handshakes. Clark wasn't among them. Back in the briefing room, Greer tossed a slip of paper to Kelly. Your lady friend's raising hell, he said dryly. Kelly scanned Sandy's frantic message. She lost her husband in Vietnam, sir. Ulgenai. Quote-she-you-en. Greer waved him off. I'll have Barbara reassure her. The other dispatches were less forgiving. Maxwell and Podolsky summoned to D. to explain Boxwood Green's collapse. Ritter and Greer had their own orders, but at least they'd sleep on the flight home. Outside, Colonel Grishinov blinked in the sunlight, dressed in borrowed khakis. Flanked by admirals, he knew escape was a fantasy. Ritter murmured in Russian as they headed to the cars, the unspoken game still in play. Just 10 minutes after boarding, they settled into the cramped cabin of an Air Force C-12 Beechcraft, its twin propellers humming as it taxied beside a massive Boeing jet. Within the hour, they were airborne, leaving Ogden behind. Kelly claimed a spacious seat, buckling in before dozing off almost instantly, the windowless fuselage and steady drone of engines lulling him to sleep before takeoff. Their next destination was Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii, a journey he intended to sleep through entirely. For the others, the flight was anything but restful. Greer had scrambled to finalize last-minute communications before departure, while he and Ritter remained buried in work. The aircraft, loaned without question by the Air Force, was a modified semi-VIP transport, typically reserved for congressional delegations, meaning it was well stocked with liquor. While the Americans sipped black coffee, their Russian guest found his cups generously spiked with brandy, the doses growing heavier as the flight wore on. Ritter led the interrogation with practiced ease, assuring Grishinov that no harm would come to him. We're not barbarians, he said smoothly, offering more coffee between questions. The Russian colonel, though hardened, was disarmed by the unexpected courtesy, the brandy, and the sheer exhaustion of capture. Halfway across the Pacific, Grishinov suddenly asked, Your man killed Vin, didn't he? Ritter confirmed, but the Russian cut him off with a dismissive wave. Good. He was a brute, wanted those prisoners dead. The brandy had loosened his tongue, but Ritter kept the conversation away from state secrets. There was no need to push. Grishanov's own decency worked in their favor. Meanwhile, in a quiet hospital corridor, a phone rang at the neurosurgery desk. Sandy O'Toole. A nurse called out. The nursing team leader took the receiver, her breath catching at the voice on the other end. "John's okay," Barbara from Greer's office said. "He's coming home." Sandy's grip tightened on the phone, relief flooding through her. Alive. That was enough for now. Kelly jolted awake as the plane touched down roughly at Hickam, the tired pilot bringing them in harder than necessary. An Air Force sergeant gave him a nudge as they taxied to a secluded hangar for refueling. Stretching his legs outside, Kelly inhaled the thick Hawaiian air, the scent of jet fuel mixing with tropical warmth. He had no idea what waited for him next, only that he was one step closer to whatever came after. The air in Hawaii carried a pleasant warmth, a far cry from Vietnam's suffocating humidity. Standing on American soil again, John Kelly felt the difference, or at least he told himself he did. Right. Like everything magically fixes itself once you're back home. He could still hear his own voice echoing in his head from weeks ago. Just one time. Get Doris out, then the others. Bert's next. Maybe he'd even let the guy walk afterward. Saving the whole world wasn't in the cards, but damn it, he'd carve out a piece of it to protect. Spotting a phone in the distinguished visitors' lounge, he dialed. 5,000 miles away, Sandy's sleepy voice answered. "John, where are you?" "Sector," he grinned. "Would you believe Hawaii?" The relief in her tone was instant. "You're okay." "Tired, but in one piece," he said, rubbing his temple. Just hearing her made the weight on his shoulders lighter until her next words cut through the moment. "John, there's a problem." His grip tightened on the receiver. The sergeant at the desk glanced over as Kelly's expression darkened before he stepped back into the booth. "Doris." He guessed. "Nobody else knows I'm involved." Sandy's voice was steady. "Wasn't us. But you should warn her." Kelly exhaled, forcing his shoulders to loosen. "I'll be back in 9-10 hours. You off today?" "Yeah." He could almost see her biting her lip before she blurted, "John, I want," he chuckled. "We talk when I get there, honey." For the first time in months. Home didn't just mean a place, it meant someone waiting. A quick mental checklist. His modified pistol and gear were stashed on the boat. Every scrap of clothing from the op. Burned or buried. If the cops came knocking, fine. The Constitution was a beautiful thing. Back on the plane, the Russian prisoner snored like a chainsaw. Ritter, nursing a martini, smirked. "That's one hell of a hangover waiting." Kelly raised an eyebrow. "What you pump into him?" Started classy, ended with cheap California brandy. The CIA man's grin was tired, but satisfied, as the engines roared to life. Then came the debrief. The camp had been leverage, badly used leverage. "They're thinking of scrubbing it," Ritter said. Kelly's stomach dropped. "Because of the raid." Bingo, bingo. But relax. We've got our own leverage now. Ritter's smile turned sharp. "You've got style, Clark." Grabbing that Russian? Smart play. And walking away when it got hot? Even smarter. Kelly opened his mouth to argue. But Ritter cut him off. "You didn't freeze. You adapted. Ever think about doing this full-time?" At 6:30 a.m., Sandy shuffled to the kitchen, coffee in hand. The front-page headline caught her eye. "Officer wounded in drug bust shootout." She snorted. One less dealer on the streets. The clock ticked. How early was too early to call Pittsburgh? The news report mentioned 6 kilos of uncut heroin, a staggering amount. She wondered if this was the same crew from before, but no, Doris had described their leader as black. Either way, another dealer had vanished from the scene. Glancing at the clock, she sighed, still too early for polite phone calls. The living room TV flickered to life as she slumped onto the couch. The heat clung to the air, thick and sluggish, matching her exhaustion from last night's interrupted sleep. John's late call had left her tossing until dawn. The Today Show droned on, but her eyelids grew heavier until, without realizing it, she dozed off. When she jerked awake past 10, frustration prickled under her skin. Rubbing her face, she marched back to the kitchen. Doris's number glared at her from its spot by the phone. Each unanswered ring, 4610, tightened the knot in her stomach. You boy night sick. A doctor's appointment. She'd try again later. But what would she even say? The weight of her involvement settled over her like a suffocating blanket. Was this a crime? Was she crossing some invisible line? The girl needed help, though she couldn't back out now. All she could do was beg Doris to tread carefully, to leave the people who'd risked everything unharmed. Reverend Meyer arrived late, his usual punctuality derailed by a parishioner's crisis. As he pulled into the neighborhood, a flower delivery truck rumbled up the hill, vanishing around the corner just as he took its vacated spot near the Browns' house. Locking his car, he hesitated. Convincing Doris to trust his son wouldn't be easy, but Peter had sworn they'd keep her safe. If only he could make a grieving father and a terrified girl believe that. The porch steps creaked underfoot, the chipped concrete a testament to years of wear. Paint buckets sat nearby, Raymond finally fixing up the place now that his family was whole again. A hopeful sign, Meyer thought, pressing the doorbell. The familiar chime echoed inside, but no footsteps followed. Odd. Raymond's Ford was parked right there. He rang again, shifting uncomfortably. Then he noticed the door wasn't fully closed. You're a minister, not a trespasser, he reminded himself, but unease prickled his neck as he nudged it open. Raymond. Doris, bezpemdenown. His voice bounced off the walls, unanswered. A game show blared from the living room, laughter ringing hollow in the empty space. A cigarette smoldered in the ashtray, its smoke curling upward like a silent alarm. His stomach dropped. Then he saw the roses scattered on the floor, stems snapped, petals crushed. Roses weren't meant for the ground. A memory flashed. His army days, the grim weight of last rites. Why think of that now? His pulse hammered as he stepped farther in, ears straining for any sound. The house held its breath. Something was very, very wrong. The kitchen was deserted when he entered, the only signs of life being a pot of water bubbling on the stove and a few scattered tea bags beside empty mugs. The basement door stood ajar, light spilling up the stairs. His pulse quickened as he pushed it open fully and descended. Halfway down, the sight froze him. Two figures sprawled motionless on the cold concrete, their blood mingling in dark, uneven patches. The pastor's breath caught in his throat as recognition hit. These weren't strangers. He'd be presiding over their funeral in 48 hours. Their clasped hands told the cruelest part of the story. A father and daughter who'd faced death together. For a split second, rage eclipsed grief. Whoever did this had been here moments ago, slipping away like shadows. Reverend Meyer forced himself forward, knees hitting the floor as he touched their joined fingers. Lord, receive these lambs, he murmured, clinging to the certainty of divine mercy. Later, he'd tell the congregation how death couldn't sever what love had forged. But first, he needed to make the call no father should ever make. Meanwhile, the abandoned flower van sat innocently in a grocery store lot. Two men strolled through sliding doors like ordinary shoppers, only to exit through the loading dock where their real getaway car waited. As they merged onto the Pennsylvania Turnpike, the driver eyed his speedometer, No need to attract state troopers when you're hauling 10 grand cash per man. Philadelphia was 3 hours away if luck held. Neither cared about the backstory. Payment spent the same either way. The phone rang in a sunlit kitchen. Hello? Mr. Porter. 2 Custastes to Brown 2. Wrong number. Y2's Verstärksing. This is Sandy. Is Mr. Brown available? Static crackled as the voice turned authoritative. This is Sergeant Peter Meyer, Pittsburgh PD. Identify yourself. Sandy's grip tightened on the receiver. I drove Doris home last. What's happened? Both Browns are deceased. Now, your full name, please. The phone clattered into its cradle before he could finish. Her legs gave out, landing her hard on a kitchen chair. Impossible. They'd been so careful. John's warnings about police moles echoed in her skull, but the crushing weight came from elsewhere, all those sleepless nights at Doris's bedside. The triumph when color returned to the girl's cheeks, her father's tearful gratitude. Wiped out in an instant. A strangled laugh escaped her. Of course, it wasn't wasted effort. Healing was her calling. The real theft wasn't her time, but their futures. As she blotted tears in the downstairs bathroom, the woman in the mirror startled her. Those weren't a nurse's eyes anymore. They belonged to a soldier who'd just seen the battlefield. For years, Sandra O'Toole had waged war against illness, with scalpels and syringes, winning more battles than she lost. Progress moved slower than hope, but it moved. Now she understood, some enemies didn't wear lab coats, they carried guns and bought cops. The realization didn't break her. It forged something new. Dragons came in many forms, didn't they? Not all could be tamed by compassion, medicine, or even the most dedicated care. She'd conquered one beast, yet another had still taken Doris from her. That kind of monster demanded a blade wielded by someone willing to strike. A sword was just an instrument, right? An essential one when facing certain demons. Maybe she could never bring herself to swing it, but that didn't make it any less vital. Someone had to. John wasn't cruel, just pragmatic. They battled different enemies in the same war. Her earlier judgment of him had been unfair. The realization hit her as she recognized the same hardened resolve in her own reflection that she'd once seen in his eyes, rage simmering just beneath the surface, giving way to steely purpose. Guess we all dodged a bullet, Hicks remarked, passing Peter a cold one. How's that? Henderson asked, genuinely curious. Mission scrubbed before things went sideways. No casualties, thank heaven. Whole team's already wheels up heading home. Best news I've heard all week, Peter replied, relief evident. Neither man had bloodlust, just war weariness. The prisoners left behind weighed on him, but some outcomes were beyond fixing. The Kretschafter Bleitzid. Still foggy on details. Want me to dig? Peter gave a slow nod. Discreetly. Intel committee should hear about agency screw-ups. I can funnel it their way, but tread lightly. Roger that. Getting the hang of massaging egos around here. Hicks sparked up the acrid smoke, making Peter grimace. You realize that habit could cost your security clearance. Worst case, I'll hop on Wall Street with dear old Dad and rake in millions. Hicks shot back with a grin. Seriously, Wally, you want reform or just more of the same? Hicks exhaled, the bravado fading. Point taken. Favorable tailwinds had spared the KC-135 a fuel stop after Hawaii, and the touchdown was smooth. Miraculously, Kelly's internal clock synced with local time 5 p.m., with exhaustion due to hit by midnight. Any chance of a breather before debrief? Quantico needs you ASAP, Ritter said, stretching stiff limbs. Fine by me, as long as I'm not in cuffs. Mind dropping me in Baltimore? Greer nodded as the engines whined down. I'll arrange it. Agency security swarmed the plane first, preceding even the cargo crew. Ritter nudged the drowsy Russian. Welcome to D. My embassy. Grishinov mumbled hopefully. Ritter smirked. Patience. We've got cozy quarters lined up. 2 days to protest, the Russian followed the guards to a waiting sedan, bound for a Virginia safe house. Appreciate the effort, John, Admiral Maxwell said, clasping Kelly's hand. Cass mirrored the gesture. And I owe you an apology. You called it right. Their own car idled nearby. Kelly watched them leave before turning to Greer. What now for them? James guided him down the noisy ramp. Duchess shot at Fleet Command. Gone. Maybe even 2. Operation was his brainchild, failure's a career ender. That's bullshit, Kelly shouted over jet noise. Greer met his glare. Life's rarely fair. A staff car waited. He directed the driver to take Kelly north. Rest up, then call me. Ritter wasn't bluffing, think hard. Yes, sir, Kelly replied, sliding into the sedan. The absurdity of it all struck him as they pulled away, how swiftly fate could pivot. One moment, you're airborne over the Pacific. The next, you're watching a man's future crumble because of bureaucratic whims. The system didn't care about justice, only results. And yet, here he was, unharmed, heading toward a soft bed while others faced the fallout. The irony tasted bitter. In just 5 minutes, the sergeant merged onto the interstate. The hum of tires on pavement, a stark contrast to the choppy waters of Subic Bay he'd left behind a day earlier. 36 hours before that, he'd been crouched in enemy territory now. He sat in the back of a government sedan, where the biggest threat was some reckless driver cutting him off. For the moment, at least. The world outside was comfortingly mundane. Green exit signs, the tail end of rush hour traffic, the rhythm of everyday life. It was surreal how quickly he'd readjusted after days spent in a place where nothing felt safe. The driver stayed silent, except for the occasional question about directions, likely used to ferrying mysterious passengers without asking questions. As they turned off Loch Raven Boulevard, Kelly offered a casual, "Thanks for the ride," and the driver gave a polite nod before driving off. Keys still in his pocket? Had they really traveled halfway around the world and back? Kelly let himself into his apartment, stripping off the grime of travel under a hot shower, that small luxury of home. Fresh clothes, a quick stop by a scout, and soon he was outside Sandy's place, each step feeling like another layer of his old life settling back into place. He hadn't expected her to rush at him, hadn't expected the tears. "I'm fine, Sandy," he assured her, brushing off her concern with a half-smile. But then her grip tightened, her face pressed into his chest, and he realized this wasn't about him at all. They killed Doris. The words hit like a mortar blast, shattering the fragile peace he'd just reclaimed. In an instant, he was back in the jungle, hearing distant screams, staring at a photograph in a hospital bed as if he'd never left. No, worse, as if the war had followed him home. Sandy's grief mirrored his own, a raw, shared pain. He guided her to the couch, trying to steady her, but she clung to him, her sobs muffled against his shoulder. "We got her clean, John," she choked out. "We brought her home." Then I called, and a cop answered. Her and her father both gone. Kelly exhaled, forcing his voice steady. "Sam and Sarah? I haven't told them yet." She wiped her face, the nurse in her surfacing despite the shock. The cap and serpal bopotem. Just tired from the trip, he lied, then corrected himself. Mission failed. The prisoners, they're still there. A wafrifreak, meh, she frowned. Was it bad? He gave a dry laugh. Yeah, you could say that. Sandy swallowed hard. Doris said there are others. More girls trapped. Billy mentioned it too. He watched for a reaction to the name, but there was none. I'm going after them. Kelly knew running wouldn't solve anything. The truth kept chasing him no matter how far he went. The only way out was to turn and confront it head on. Meanwhile, Henry Tucker sat across from Piage in a dimly lit diner, stirring his coffee absent-mindedly. Consider it handled, Piage said, sliding a newspaper across the table. The headline was vague, but Henry didn't need details. Clean work, just like we discussed. No loose ends. Henry smirked, pulling a thick envelope from his coat. Best investment I ever made, he muttered, handing it over. Piaggi tucked it away without counting. Trust was part of the deal. Now, about those other loose threads. Piaggi's voice dropped. You've built something real here. Can't afford any more risks. He stood, adjusting his hat before disappearing into the night. Over in Pittsburgh, Detective Malone rubbed his temples as he briefed Ryan and Douglas over the phone. Double tap to the back of the skull, professional work. No prints, no fibers, nothing. Stolen florist van, recovered before the bolo even went out. His frustration was palpable. 2 people saw the truck, but nobody remembers faces. Just another delivery in their eyes. Ryan exchanged a glance with Douglas. They'd been down this road before. No leads. No motive. Just another file destined for the cold case drawer. The Browns would be mourned, sure. Friends would shake their heads, mutter about what a tragedy it was, and life would move on. But for the detectives, it was another dead end in a job full of them. The perfect crime wasn't some grand puzzle. It was just patience, timing, and the sad truth that most people never really paid attention. Then there was the florist's van left idling outside a donut shop 3 blocks away. Malone hadn't mentioned that part yet. Small detail, but it stuck with Ryan. Amateurs wouldn't have bothered to hide it so carelessly. Now, professionals. They'd have torched it. Maybe there was a crack in the armor after all. Ryan stared at the case files scattered across his desk, victims forgotten by everyone except the detectives assigned to them. That was the real tragedy, wasn't it? These people deserved more than just a badge's obligatory grief. And now, another murder with the same eerie signature, yet nothing added up. This wasn't their elusive killer. Brick Goring cut the prejuson. Yanni too had been used, but their guy didn't hesitate when given the chance. He'd let Virginia Charles walk away. He'd gone to absurd lengths to protect Doris Brown, even saving her from Farmer and Grayson. None of it fit. Ryan rubbed his temples before asking, Detective, what shape was Doris in when they found her? The question hung awkwardly in the air, but the officer on the other end caught his meaning. Autopsy's scheduled for tomorrow, but honestly? She looked almost peaceful. Hair done. Clothes tidy like someone took care of her before putting 2 bullets in her skull. Ryan exhaled sharply. That detail gnawed at him. Someone had gone out of their way to clean her up before ending her life. It was chillingly deliberate. Send me whatever you've got. We'll compare notes, he said, though he already knew this case was different. The detective's voice dropped. Whoever did this, they didn't just kill her. They made it personal. Meanwhile, tucked away in the Virginia countryside, a deceptively serene estate served as a high-security safe house. The rolling hills and polished stables masked its true purpose: steel-reinforced doors, unbreakable windows, and a team of guards who never relaxed. Grishinov, their latest guest, fumbled with the disposable razor provided, acutely aware of the paper cup beside the steel mirror. The couple running the place chatted pleasantly about Pushkin over breakfast, careful to avoid anything too revealing. Their orders were clear: keep it casual. But Grishanov's jet-lagged exhaustion made him talkative, and the guard by the door didn't miss a word. Back in the city, Kelly slumped at the kitchen table, his voice rough. "The things I have to do, Sandy." She cut him off, her grip firm on his hand. "I get it now." "Really?" He hesitated, then met her eyes. "When I was out there, I thought about you." It helped. The admission hung between them, raw and unpolished. Sandy didn't flinch. She just smiled, soft but steady, like she'd been waiting for him to say it all along. Kelly's hands trembled slightly as he looked down, unable to meet her eyes. "You really were scared of me." His voice carried a mix of disbelief and regret, as if the idea pained him more than any wound he'd ever taken. She nodded, her fingers tightening around her coffee cup. "At first, yeah. The things you're capable of, it's hard not to be. But I'd never turn that on you," he said quietly, the weight of his past pressing down on him. He wanted her to see the difference, to understand the lines he drew. The training at Coronado had sharpened him, sure turning instinct into precision, hesitation into action. But it wasn't just about reflexes. It was about seeing the world in shades of necessity, recognizing when the unthinkable became unavoidable. His father's lessons had shaped him too, twisting into something darker but still guided by purpose. Every move he made had a reason, even if the reasons weren't always his own. Then she shattered his thoughts with a single sentence. "You love too much, John. You're like me." His head snapped up. Sandy's eyes were fierce now, no trace of fear left. "People die on my watch all the time. I watch families break, and I hate it. We fight, we lose, that's medicine. But Doris, we saved her. And then some bastard took her anyway. That wasn't fate. That was murder. So don't sit there thinking I don't get it." A stunned silence settled between them. She understood maybe better than he did. "Everyone linked to Pam and Doris is in danger now," he finally said. "I know," Sandy replied, her voice steady. "Henry's not the kind to leave loose ends. I'll tell you everything she told us. You realize what I'll do with that information?" She didn't flinch. "Yeah. Just come back alive." Meanwhile, in Pittsburgh, a single name dangled like a loose wire. Sandy. A young woman's voice, a hasty hang-up. It wasn't much, but cases had cracked on less. Ryan leaned back, rubbing his temples. Doris Brown's murder wasn't random. It tied back to the same web that had ensnared Pamela Madden and Helen Waters. And Kelly, a trained killer with a personal vendetta, moving through Baltimore like a ghost. 5 dealers wiped out with surgical precision. 1 bystander saved in a moment of twisted mercy. Ryan exhaled. This wasn't just a case anymore. It was a storm-gathering force, and Kelly was at the center of it. Detective Ryan pieced together the grim puzzle in his mind. Richard Farmer, known as Rick, had been stabbed to death, marking the second potential act of rage. William Grayson had likely been abducted and murdered, while Doris Brown was probably rescued, nursed back to health over several weeks, and sent home. That suggested professional medical attention, right? Probably. Or maybe not, he reconsidered. Could the elusive figure known as the Invisible Man have managed that alone? Doris was the same girl who'd once brushed Pamela Madden's hair. There was a thread linking them. Rewinding further, Kelly had saved the Madden girl, but he'd needed help getting her back on her feet. Enter Professor Sam Rosen and his physician wife. If Kelly found Doris Brown, who would he turn to for help? That was the lead Ryan needed. He grabbed his phone and dialed. "Hello? Doc, it's Lieutenant Ryan." "Didn't realize I gave you my direct line," Farber replied. pipe smoke practically audible in his voice. "What's going on?" "You know Sam Rosen." "Professor Rosen?" "Of course. Runs a department, brilliant surgeon, top tier. Don't see him much, but if you ever need brain work done, he's your guy." "What about his wife?" Ryan could almost hear Farber puffing on his pipe. "Why people be quive too?" "Fob?" "Know her well. She's a pharmacologist, does research across the street, and helps with our drug abuse unit." "I consult there too, and—" "Thanks," Ryan interrupted. "One more name, Sandy." "Sandy who?" "That's all I've got," Ryan admitted, picturing Farber leaning back in his leather chair, eyes narrowed in thought. "Let me get this straight," Farber said carefully. "Are you asking me to investigate 2 colleagues as part of a criminal case?" Ryan hesitated. Lying to a psychiatrist, a man trained to dissect minds, was risky. "Yes, doctor, I am," he finally admitted, the pause long enough for Farber to read between the lines. "You'll need to explain yourself," Farber said, voice steady. "Sam and I aren't close, but he'd never harm anyone." "And Sarah?" "She's a saint with the troubled kids we treat, puts her groundbreaking research on hold to help them." Then it hit him she'd been absent a lot lately. "Doctor, I'm just gathering information. No reason to believe they're involved in anything illegal." Ryan's tone was stiff, and he knew it. Time for a different approach, maybe honesty. "If I'm right, they might be in danger without realizing it." "Give me a few minutes." Farber hung up. "Not bad, Douglas remarked. Ryan shrugged. "Desperate times." 5 agonizing minutes later, the phone rang. "Ryan." "Farber." "No neurodocs by that name, but there's a nurse, Sandra O'Toole. Team leader on the service. Don't know her personally, but Sam's secretary says he thinks highly of her. She was working on something special for him, recently had to adjust payroll records." Farber had already connected the dots. Sarah's absences coincided. He'd let the police figure out the rest. He'd crossed a line. These were colleagues, not suspects. "When was this?" Ryan asked casually. 2-3 weeks ago. Lasted 10 workdays. "Thanks, doctor. I'll follow up." "Connection," Douglas said after the call ended. "Bet you anything she knows Kelly too." The optimism was thin. Sandy was a common name. But after 6 grueling months of dead ends and bodies piling up, this felt like the first glimmer of dawn. The evening had settled in, and Ryan knew he should be heading home for dinner with his family. Jack would be back at Boston College soon, and the thought of missing those moments with his son weighed on him. But duty had other plans. Sandy, who had never set foot on a Marine base before, drove him to Quantico, though their stop was brief, just long enough for Kelly to direct her to the marina. No sooner had he adjusted to the local rhythm of daylight and darkness than he was tearing himself away again. Sandy hadn't even merged back onto I-95 before Kelly was already pushing his boat into the river, throttling up to full speed. He cracked open a beer, his first in ages, and let his mind wander. Sandy had proven sharp, matching names to faces, recalling details like a seasoned investigator. Henry had been a talker, especially when he had a girl under his thumb. A braggart, sure, but useful. Kelly now had a lead Tony P. something. Maybe PG. White Italian, drove a flashy blue Lincoln. Probably mob-connected, or at least trying to be. Then there was Eddie, whose name Sandy recognized from a newspaper headline about a cop-involved shooting. What if that cop was Henry's inside man? A lieutenant getting his hands dirty like that seemed off, but it was worth digging into. The night stretched ahead, the water calm, mirroring the stars above. As he passed the spot where Billy had been left, He noted grimly that at least someone had taken care of the remains. Meanwhile, in a forgotten corner of Potter's Field, the earth settled over an unclaimed grave. Doctors at the local hospital were still puzzling over the autopsy report from the Medical College of Virginia. Barotrauma, a rare condition. Fewer than 10 severe cases nationwide each year, mostly near coasts. The diagnosis had been missed, but it wouldn't have changed the outcome. Death had come from a rogue fragment of bone marrow, lodging in a brain artery, triggering a massive stroke. The rest of the organs were too far gone anyway. Investigators were now scouring the Potomac for divers, though the river's depths kept their secrets well. Half a world away, General Rokossovsky's voice cut through the tension. "You don't know? He was my man. Did you lose him?" Giap bristled. "Comrade General, I've told you everything. And you're blaming an American? You've seen the same intel I have." Rokossovsky scoffed. "A raid just to snatch one Soviet officer? Unlikely. Yo into Tevli Tefanand. We're at war." Uriap snapped. The Soviet general's reply was ice. "Yes, that's why I'm here." Giap clenched his jaw, pride burning in his throat. He was no minor commander, he led a nation's army. But for now, he swallowed his fury. The weapons he desperately needed could only come from the Russians, forcing him to swallow his pride and humble himself for the sake of his nation. One thing was clear, this camp wasn't worth the chaos it had brought into his life. Strangely, the routine had settled into something almost bearable. Kolya was gone, that much was certain. Zacharias had lost track of time, his days blurring together. But for the past 4 nights, the Russian's voice had been absent, even outside his door. No one had come to torment him, leaving him alone with his thoughts, his meals, and his solitude. To his surprise, the isolation had been a relief rather than a torment. Robin realized now that his time with Kolya had been more destructive than his struggles with alcohol. Loneliness, not pain or fear, was the true enemy. Raised in a tight-knit family and religious community, he had chosen a career built on camaraderie, only to have it ripped away. Left alone, his mind had turned inward, feeding on its own despair. Add a dash of pain and fear, and what did you get? A slow unraveling, obvious to anyone watching, especially Kolya. Like you, the Russian had taunted him over and over. And now, in the quiet, Zacharias saw the truth. Kolya had played him expertly. The colonel wasn't a man used to failure, but he wasn't immune to it either. A reckless mistake at Luke Air Force Base had nearly cost him his life, and years later, curiosity had almost sent him plummeting into a thunderstorm. Now here he was, making another error. He didn't know why the interrogations had stopped. Maybe Kolya was reporting his findings, but the reprieve gave him time to think. "You've been a fool," Robin admitted. The resolve to change was shaky, but at least he had the chance to rebuild it. Then, like a jolt of clarity mid-flight, it hit him. Deliverance. The word stunned him. He'd been afraid to pray for it, yet here it was, creeping back into his mind. His guards would have been shocked to see the faint smile on his face, especially if they knew he was praying again. They'd been taught prayer was pointless, but that was their loss. For Robin, it might just be his way out. Ritter couldn't risk making the call from his office or his home. Security protocols indeed meant every call was recorded, the only place in America where that happened. Normally, he'd need approval from his section head, maybe even the 7th floor. But lives were on the line, and waiting wasn't an option. Claiming exhaustion from travel, he took the day off and drove into the city, stopping at the Smithsonian's Museum of Natural History. He passed the towering elephant in the lobby, checked the map for the payphones, and dropped a dime into the slot. The number he dialed, 347-1347, was almost a joke in intelligence circles. It connected directly to the KGB's station chief in Washington, a fact both sides pretended not to know. The absurdity of spycraft never failed to amuse him. The line clicked. "This predicts a doom." A voice answered. Ritter felt a rush of unfamiliar emotions, his pulse quickening. The calm tone on the other end of the line, the adrenaline of the moment. His words were carefully coded to prevent eavesdroppers from disrupting official matters. "This is Charles," he said. "There's something you need to hear. Let's meet National Zoo, White Tiger exhibit, 1 hour. How do I find you?" The voice replied, gruff and impatient. Ritter smirked. "I'll have a Newsweek in my left hand." 1 hour, the man grumbled before hanging up. Probably had a meeting to cancel, Ritter thought. Mintags preet phone. He grabbed the magazine from his car seat, picked up at a CV's on his way into D, and headed out. Meanwhile, Kelly steered his boat past Point Lookout, weighing his options. His Baltimore safe house, registered under a fake name, was still secure. The cops hadn't come knocking yet, and he intended to keep it that way. The advantage: his enemies had no idea who he was. The real challenge lay in balancing what he knew, what he didn't, and how to use the gaps to his advantage. Tactics, that was the key. He could plan for the unknown, even if he couldn't act yet. But time wasn't on his side. 4 women were counting on him, while others, those who'd killed out of fear, thought they were safe. That was the irony. Fear had driven them to murder Pam and Doris, and now they probably believed the worst was behind them. Good. Let them get comfortable. The real problem was the ticking clock. The police were circling, and though he doubted they had anything solid, it still put him on edge. And those women, he scoffed their safety, was a joke in a drawn-out operation. Patience was a luxury he couldn't afford. Ritter hadn't visited the zoo in ages. Maybe he'd bring his kids back soon. They were finally old enough to enjoy it. He paused at the bear exhibit, studying the massive creatures. Most people saw them as oversized teddy bears, but not him. To Ritter, they were the perfect metaphor for the enemy, deceptively strong, cunning beneath their lumbering appearance. A useful reminder. Rolling the magazine in his hand, he reached the tiger enclosure. He didn't check his watch. He didn't need to. "Hello, Charles," a voice said beside him. Ritter turned. "Hello, Sergei." The Russian operative arched a brow. "I don't know you." "This conversation doesn't exist," Ritter replied. Sergei chuckled dryly. "Do they ever?" He started walking, knowing any single spot could be bugged, but a whole zoo? Likely. His bodyguard trailed a few steps behind as they descended the path. "Just got back from Vietnam," Ritter said. "Warmer there." "Not at sea," Sergei countered. "Quite pleasant, actually." Ritter kept his tone casual. "Just an unexpected detour." The Russian gave a knowing smile. "I believe it didn't go as planned." "Not entirely," Ritter admitted. "We've got a guest with us," Ritter said, handing over the Soviet officer's identification. "His name is Nikolai. Imagine the headlines if word got out that one of your officers was grilling American prisoners. Your government wouldn't look too good, would it?" Sergei barely glanced at the pay book before slipping it into his coat. "Not ideal, no. Though, technically, your side already declared those men dead. Convenient, isn't it?" Ritter frowned. "I had no idea." It took a moment for Sergei to grasp the implications, how deep the deception ran. "You'll check, of course," Ritter added dryly. "And your colonel?" "He's comfortable. Probably eating better than our guys ever did." "Grishanov didn't bomb villages," Sergei countered. "No, he just helped bury living men on paper. Ritter shot back. We've got proof they're alive. So here's the deal. Convince Hanoi to resurrect them, move them to the official prison, notify their families. Do that, and your colonel walks free. No questions asked. The Sergei exhaled. He didn't need a map to see where this was going. I'll take it to Moscow, he said, though his tone suggested he'd push for it. And better hurry. The Vietnamese might decide to clean house permanently. You'd really let me see Grishanov? 40 minutes, if you want. Would I lie about something this delicate? Ritter smirked. He treated our men decently, I'll give him that. Even left thorough notes. The invitation stands. Sergei waited. Meeting Grishanov meant owing a favor, a dangerous game. But Ritter wasn't bluffing. Those prisoners could vanish tomorrow unless Moscow stepped in. Ritter, was it? Budapest Ritter? Sergei's mouth twitched. Guilty as charged. Ritter rubbed his neck. After that stunt, his field days were over at least east of the Elbe. Sergei jabbed a finger at his chest. You got your man out. Nell is a Tavligstat. The unspoken truth hung between them. In the KGB, such risks got you shot. 2 days, Sergei said finally. I'll call you. Make it 48 hours. I'll reach out. A firm handshake, and Sergei was gone, sliding into his car like a shadow. Their stroll had led them to the Kodiak Bear exhibit, where the massive brown creature paced behind thick glass. Ritter couldn't help but wonder if this detour held some deeper meaning. As he walked back to his car, it struck him that the entire operation had unfolded through a series of fortunate accidents. Despite the botched rescue attempt, his negotiations with the Russians had secured a major victory, all thanks to the quick thinking of a frightened young man on the run. That kind of sharp mind was exactly what the agency needed, and now Ritter had the influence to recruit him. Kelly had been hesitant during their flight from Hawaii, offering vague excuses. Fine, he'd need some persuasion. Ritter made up his mind then and there. His next objective was bringing Kelly into the fold, whether the man was hiding in some frozen wasteland or sweating it out in the tropics. Detective Ryan leaned against the porch railing, swirling the ice in his glass. You've known Mrs. O'Toole for a while? The elderly neighbor sighed, adjusting her sun hat. Poor thing lost her husband right after they moved in. Vietnam, you know. Such a shame, he was a good man. She's not in trouble, is she? Ryan shook his head. Not at all. Just routine questions. The woman brightened, eager to share. Well, something's been different lately. She's been buying groceries like she's feeding an army. And that friend of hers, short, curly hair, drove a red Buick with one of those hospital stickers. She was over all the time. Stayed the night, too. Ryan took a slow sip, keeping his expression neutral. Any idea who she was shopping for? The neighbor's eyes lit up. Oh, there was a girl, young, dark hair, looked a bit sickly. I remember seeing them leave together the morning my new rose bushes arrived. The 11th, I think. Ryan's pulse quickened. Doris Brown had vanished that same day, and Sarah Rosen's Buick matched the description perfectly. The pieces were falling into place: Sandra O'Toole, the Rosens, Kelly. After months of dead ends, he finally had a lead. Just then, the neighbor gasped. There she is now. Ryan turned to see a tall woman unloading groceries from her car. And that man from last night, built like a linebacker, saw her hug him right on the porch. Ryan nearly choked on his tea. Thank heaven for small-town gossip and people who didn't keep up with the news. Meanwhile, Kelly had settled on a Savage Model 54 for his rifle, lightweight, precise, and deadly in the right hands. The kind of tool that didn't ask questions. The rifle had set him back $150 after taxes, not cheap, but worth every penny. The loopholed scope and mounts added to the cost, making it a serious investment. Honestly, the gun was almost overqualified for hunting rabbits and squirrels, with its polished walnut stock and flawless craftsmanship. A shame he'd have to rough it up, but then again, wasting the hard-earned lessons from that chief machinist mate would have been a bigger shame. Losing Eddie Morello had been messy, especially since sealing the deal meant sacrificing 6 kilos of pure heroin to the cops' evidence room. That was a hit to the supply chain, and now Philly was itching for more. Even his New York contacts were buzzing after their first taste. One last batch on the ship, then he'd switch gears for good. Tony was setting up a proper lab, something befitting his rising status. But until then, back to the old routine. He wouldn't make the delivery himself. "One, sir, safe to pray?" Bert asked. "Was dear's do?" Bert nodded. "Who's riding with me?" "Phil and Mike." Tony's guys, young, sharp, eager to climb the ladder. They didn't know Henry yet, wouldn't be part of his local crew, but they were solid for out-of-town runs and grunt work like mixing and bagging. To them, it was just paying dues, a stepping stone to bigger things. Tony vouched for them, and that was enough. Trust was currency now, especially after everything they'd been through together. Rebuilding his network meant cutting loose the old risks, like those unreliable female couriers. 3 had already jumped ship, and that was 3 too many. They'd been useful once, but now? Just liabilities. "How much are we moving?" Bert pressed. Henry smirked and gestured to the beer coolers. Not much room for actual beer in there anymore. Bert hauled them out, calm but focused professional. Maybe Bert was lieutenant material. Loyal, tough when needed, nothing like Billy or Rick, those token white boys he'd leaned on early. Funny how things flipped. Now the white guys were coming to him, hats in hand. "Take Santha with you," Henry added. Bert frowned. "We'll be swamped. Drop her off when you're done. One at a time, cleaner that way." Patience had never been his strong suit, but action helped. He clamped the rifle barrel into the vise, scratching the finish before he even started. The milling machine whirred to life, and he drilled a precise line of holes into the barrel's tip. An hour later, he'd fitted a steel sleeve over it and mounted the scope. Test firing proved it was still deadly accurate. Kelly approved. Across town, Emmett Ryan pushed his dinner around his plate. His wife eyed him. "Pretty, Rand, rough day." 11 months' worth, he muttered. At hurried, he winced. "That bad one?" Emmett shook his head. "Not now, okay? Some things didn't belong at the dinner table." He glanced at his son, deciding now was as good a time as any to address that questionable life choice he'd made. Jack leaned back in his chair, pushing his plate away. "Marines, huh?" His dad's voice carried that familiar mix of pride and concern. "Yeah, Dad. Covers the last 2 years of tuition plus. It's not like I'm itching to sit behind a desk just yet." Jack flashed a grin, the kind that made his mother sigh and his father shake his head. Emmett Ryan couldn't help but chuckle, even as his gut twisted. My kid, a jarhead. The war in Vietnam still loomed, a shadow stretching into the future. He'd fought Germans so his son wouldn't have to, so why the hell was history repeating itself? Catherine set her fork down, her fingers tightening around her napkin. She remembered the hollow ache of waiting, the way she'd clung to every letter Emmett sent from Europe. Now Jack was tossing around Marine slogans like they were jokes. What falls out of the sky? She knew the answer. Trouble always did. Emmett's thoughts spiraled Kelly's boat vanishing, the killing stopping cold. The timing was too neat. A man like Kelly didn't just disappear unless he had a reason. And now he was back. The detective's jaw clenched. He'd seen this before the quiet, before the storm. But what could he do? Take a hunch to court. A jury would laugh him out of the room. Across the table, Mike frowned at the window. Who's that, you think? Emmett didn't look. His mind was already elsewhere back in Normandy, jumping into the dark with nothing but a rifle and a prayer. The hardest men with the hardest missions. Kelly wasn't so different. And if someone had hurt Catherine back then, well, he wouldn't have waited for a jury either. The food turned to ash in his mouth. Something was coming. He could feel it. Bert squinted through the windshield as the last streaks of daylight faded over the water. Just some guy fishing, he muttered, keeping Henry's eighth at a cautious distance from the other boat. The tangled channels leading to their hidden lab were tricky enough. In daylight, navigating them after dark would be a nightmare. As he adjusted course to port, the fisherman gave a friendly wave, which Bert returned half-heartedly. His mind was already racing ahead to the long night of work waiting for them. Nantha would be useless. As usual, maybe good for fetching coffee or sandwiches, but that was about it. A pity, really. She wasn't malicious, just painfully oblivious. Maybe they'd make it easy on her, let her enjoy one last high before the concrete blocks and nets came into play. Not his problem, though. He took a swig of beer and scanned the water for the red buoy, mentally rehearsing how he'd handle Mike and Phil's egos when he took charge. Money talked, and they'd fall in line. Kelly exhaled slowly, binoculars pressed to his face. Gotcha, he whispered. Billy's intel had been spot on the boat, matched the description perfectly. Henry's eighth turned sharply at the buoy, vanishing into the labyrinth of marshland. He scribbled notes on his chart, lips curling into a grim smile. 12 hours ought to do it. These guys had built themselves a fortress, but like so many before them, they'd forgotten one rule. Secrecy cuts both ways. One entrance, one exit, a death trap waiting to happen. As dusk settled, Kelly hauled out spray paint, transforming his dinghy with green stripes in a matte black interior. By midnight, he was gliding through the reeds, the electric motor's hum barely louder than the crickets. The stars were his compass now, just like they'd been in the jungles overseas. 6-foot grass whispered against the hull, and for a fleeting moment he was back there, stealthy, precise, hunting. The irony wasn't lost on him. A week ago, he'd been on the Ogden prepping for a routine op. Now here he was, navigating a graveyard of rusted ship carcasses, the stink of salt water and decay thick in the air. Perfect cover if you knew how to use it. And Kelly always knew. The city boys weren't sailors like him, and though they thought their hidden spot was perfect for cooking up their illegal goods, the untamed surroundings clearly made them uneasy. Kelly smirked to himself, like flies wandering into a spider's web. His ears were sharper than his eyes now, picking up the whisper of wind through the reeds along the winding waterway. The rusted wrecks around him stood like forgotten soldiers from another era, relics of a war long over, left to rot in the mud like discarded toys from a nation's reckless youth. Then, voices. He cut the engine, letting the current carry him as he turned his head to pinpoint the sound. The channel curved ahead just as he'd guessed, and the noise came from the same direction. Easing forward, he spotted 3 decaying hulls, likely dumped here by some tugboat captain with a misplaced sense of order. The farthest one leaned slightly, its funnel long gone, but a faint glow from the bridge gave them away, probably a radio blaring some late-night trucker anthem. Kelly waited, letting his vision adjust before choosing his path. He'd come in bow first, using the ship's bulk as cover. More voices now, laughter cutting through the quiet. No lookout they'd picked this place well, remote enough that even fishermen avoided it, but no operation was ever completely safe. Then he saw their boat. Moving at a crawl, he tied up and grabbed the rope ladder. pausing just long enough to steady himself before climbing into the unknown. Inside, the work was as mind-numbing as Bert had warned. Phil stirred the powdered mix into the bowls, the rhythmic sifting, taking him back to childhood, his mother's kitchen, the smell of flour before baseball became his whole world. But nostalgia didn't last. Now it was endless measuring, sealing, counting, the plastic bags piling up. He exchanged a weary glance with Mike, both over it. Bert stayed stone-faced, though at least he'd brought distractions. The radio droned on, and there was Xantha, doped up and dozing in the corner after their break. Phil wiped his forehead, eyeing the fine dust in the air. Was he inhaling this stuff? Next time, he swore, he'd wear a mask if there was a next time. The clock crawled toward 4, and he stifled a yawn, wondering if the powder was hitting him already, or if he was just that exhausted. Phil didn't mind the idea of turning a profit from the product, but the thought of actually using it himself made his stomach turn. At least Tony and Henry were getting a real lab, set up no more hauling everything around in beat-up vans. Small victories. He finished another batch quicker than usual, eager to wrap things up. Grabbing the next bag from the cooler, he gave it a cautious sniff. The stench hit him like a punch sharp, industrial like the preservatives they used to pickle frogs in biology class. With a flick of his penknife, he sliced the bag open, dumping the contents into the mixing bowl while keeping it at arm's length. Sugar went in next, and he stirred under the dim glow of a Coleman lantern. Then, without a sound, the doors swung open. A figure in military fatigues, face smeared with green and black paint, stood there with a pistol leveled at him. Silence wasn't necessary. Phil's stunned expression said it all. Kelly had swapped his Colt back, too. 35, and the barrel looked big enough to swallow a man whole. He gestured with his free hand. On the floor. Face down, hands behind your neck. You first, he said, nodding at Phil. Bert, the guy by the wall, bristled. Who the hell are you? Funny, I was about to ask you the same thing, Kelly replied, motioning for the other guy to join Bert on the ground. His eyes flicked to the corner where a girl lay passed out. Barker Stavler. Bert opened his mouth, but the 35 in his face shut him up fast. Down. Now. A quick pat down turned up a couple of cheap handguns and a pocket knife that wouldn't scare a kid. Bert, still sprawled on the floor, tried bargaining. Look, man, maybe we can work something out. We'll talk, Kelly cut in. Starting with where this junk's going. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, a decoded message landed on Voloshin's desk in Moscow. As a high-ranking KGB officer, he had connections everywhere, including an academic advisor in Service 1, the guy whispering in the ears of Soviet leadership about this so-called détente with the Americans. The report made his blood boil. After years of careful diplomacy, some idiot in military intelligence had gone rogue. He grabbed the phone. Yevgeny Leonidovich, you've seen this. The deputy chairman's voice was grim. Just did. Your thoughts? Deny it publicly, bury the evidence, and for God's sake, keep the foreign ministry out of it. The military's too slow. A dry chuckle. Our allies will listen if we dangle rockets in front of them. They've been begging for months. Voloshin exhaled. Then, make the call before this blows up in our faces. The scholar shook his head in bitter amusement. To protect American lives, they'd ship weapons that would inevitably take more lives, and somehow the Americans would nod along. Pure insanity. If anyone needed proof of why diplomacy was essential, this was it. How could two powerful nations govern themselves when they kept meddling in smaller countries' struggles? A pointless diversion from real issues. We need to move quickly, Yevgeny, the scholar pressed, despite the deputy chairman's higher rank. They'd known each other since university days, their paths crossing often over the years. Absolutely, Vanya. I'll have an answer for you by evening. For Zacharias, the moment felt surreal. After months in solitary confinement, even the thick, humid air tasted like mercy. But it wasn't just the fresh breeze, it was the faces. 18 other men stood in line with him, all around his age, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and quiet defiance. His eyes locked with the Navy man's, and they shared a fleeting, knowing smirk. The guards had silenced them with a warning slap earlier, but just seeing each other was enough. To no longer be alone, that was everything. Robin straightened his aching back, watching as the Vietnamese officer barked orders to his troops. The rapid-fire words were lost on him, but the captain's sneer needed no translation. "These are the enemy," the man declared, gesturing at the prisoners. "Look at them, not so invincible now, are they? They break just like anyone else." His voice dripped with contempt. Soon, his unit would head south, and if the Americans were foolish enough to attempt a rescue, his men would get first-hand experience in killing them. The captain smirked. Rumor had it this camp wouldn't last much longer anyway. Until then, these prisoners would serve as trophies, proof that the so-called elite could be broken. He'd handpick his best recruits, 19 in all, to give them a taste of blood. They'd need it where they were going. Kelly refueled at the Cambridge dock, his mind buzzing. He finally had what he needed, or close enough. Full tanks, solid intel, and for once, he'd struck a real blow. 2, maybe 3 weeks of the enemy's supply gone. That would rattle them. Part of him considered keeping the haul as bait, but no, he couldn't risk it. Not now, not when he was starting to piece together how this might play out. Bert's intel was vague, somewhere on the East Coast. Whoever Henry Tucker was, he ran his operation with paranoid precision. Under different circumstances, Kelly might have respected that. But not now. Not when the stakes were this high. The heroin shipments arriving on the East Coast carried a distinct, unsettling scent. It wasn't just the drugs themselves, but the memories they dragged in, like the fallen soldiers processed at Pope Air Force Base. That connection sharpened his resolve as he steered Springer north, past the weathered brick tower of Sharp's Island Light, returning to a city where danger lurked in more ways than one. This was it, the final push. Somerset County was the kind of place where time moved slower than the occasional tractor rolling down the road. Sprawling farms dotted the landscape, and the lone high school served the entire region. The main highway whisked travelers through without a second glance, while beachgoers sped past on their way to Ocean City, leaving the county's quiet corners untouched. Crime here was practically non-existent, unless you counted the rare burglary, which usually ended with a homeowner and a shotgun having the last word. The real excitement came from speeders, often fueled by liquor store runs, trying to inject some thrill into the sleepy backroads. Trooper Ben Freeland, a Somerset native and 4-year veteran of the state police, knew every back road and hidden turn in the county. He was halfway through his shift, eyes scanning for anything out of place, when he spotted a lone figure stumbling along Postbox Road near Dom's quarter. That alone was unusual, nobody walked here. As he closed the distance, he noticed her erratic steps and mismatched stride. Definitely not local. And definitely not sober. Freeland pulled his Ford to the gravel shoulder, adjusting his Stetson before stepping out. "Where are you headed, ma'am?" he asked, keeping his tone friendly. She blinked at him like he'd just landed from Mars. "Who you?" No alcohol on her breath. That left one obvious possibility. "What's your name?" He pressed firmer now. "Xantha," she giggled. "With an X. Where are you from, Axta?" "Cephasakan Prechi." "Around where?" "Here's Atlanta." Freeland sighed. "You're a long way from Atlanta." "I know that." She burst into laughter, like it was the funniest thing in the world. He didn't know I had more. She leaned in conspiratorially. Kept 'em in my bra. Freeland's hand drifted toward his radio. Mind showing me what you've got? This, he thought, was about to get interesting. Amtha chuckled as she rummaged inside her shirt. Back up a step, sugar. Freeland obliged, keeping his movements casual while his fingers brushed the holster near his service revolver. She fished out a fistful of crimson pills from her half-open blouse case closed. Popping open his trunk, he grabbed an evidence envelope from his kit. How about we stash those in here before you drop any? Sure thing. She beamed, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Need a lift, darlin'? He offered, playing the polite cop. Lord, yes. My feet are killing me. Then hop on in. Procedure demanded cuffs, so he secured her wrists as she slid into the back seat, humming like this was a joyride. Where we headed? Hurry, she asked. Freeland adjusted the rear view. Somewhere you can catch your beauty sleep, Exantha. The pills alone sealed her fate, but then she dropped the bomb. Bert and them boys sleepin' too permanent-like. His grip tightened on the wheel. Say that again. Some white dude popped him bang, bang, bang. She mimed a pistol with her bound hands, making Freeland swerve. Who? Didn't catch his name, didn't see his face neither. Left all them drugs, sittin' pretty though. She giggled. Dumbass even forgot his loot. Freeland stomped the gas, the V8 roaring as he veered toward Westover's state police barracks. Screw the radio, this wasn't the kind of story you lead with, unless you wanted the brass questioning your sobriety. Yacht Springer, check your port side. Kelly didn't glance up from the wheel. That a friend or a warrant? Where the hell you been, sailor? Oreza's voice crackled over the radio. Busy, Fire 4, but since when you keep tabs on me? Missed your ugly mug, Oreza shot back. Ease off the throttle. Kelly gritted his teeth but cut the engines. The cutter sidled up, and Oreza vaulted aboard without invitation. Chief, he nodded, though his smile didn't reach his eyes. Twice I swung by your place with a six-pack. Ghosted me. Wouldn't want to corrupt a coastie, Kelly deflected. The tension between them thickened like fog. Oreza scuffed his boot on the deck. Quiet out here without you causing trouble. Duck a trip. Business. Kelly's tone left no room for follow-up. Sticking around. Plan to. Good. Next week, you can regale me with tall tales from your Navy days. Kelly smirked. Who needs tales when the truth's wilder? Oraza's laugh was forced. Bull. Maybe I ought to inspect this tub right now. Thought this was a social call, Kelly countered. The silence between them turned jagged. Next week, Oreza muttered, retreating to his cutter. Their handshake was perfunctory, the camaraderie fractured. As the boat peeled away, Kelly watched the wake churn something unsaid, hanging heavier than an anchor. Kelly pushed the throttles forward despite the logic of the situation. Oreza kept his eyes on the Springer as it moved north, baffled by the whole scenario. Out of the country. That much was clear, the boat hadn't been spotted anywhere near the Chesapeake. But where had it gone, and why were the authorities so fixated on Kelly? This Tabang, a killer? Maybe. The Navy Cross wasn't handed out for nothing. Oreza knew Kelly was Exut, a solid sailor, and the kind of guy you'd share a beer with. But things got messy when search and rescue turned into whatever this was. Shaking his head, Oreza adjusted course toward Thomas Point. He had a call to make. So, what went wrong? Mackenzie's voice was sharp. Ritter didn't flinch. They knew we were coming, Roger. White Croy. How? Dury still figuring that out. Ulsista purifath. Ritter pulled a photocopy from his pocket Vietnamese text with a handwritten translation below. The words Green Bush stood out. They had the name. Their security slipped, but yeah, they knew. Probably planned to use it for interrogation if they captured any Marines. Lucky for us, it didn't come to that. No casualties. Ritter nodded. We had a SEAL on the ground early. Saw the Neva reinforcements rolling in and called it off. Then he just walked away. Mackenzie let out a low whistle. Sounds like one hell of a guy. Better than that. On his way out, he took down the Russian advisor and the camp commander. The Brevathren. They're in Winchester now. That's how you got the intel. I figured signals. Like you said, hell of a guy. Ritter smirked. That's the good news. Mackenzie sighed. Do I want the bad? The other side might wipe the camp off the map, everyone in it. Henry's in Paris right now. Want help. If he brings it up, they'll just deny it and panic. Might speed things up. So what's the play? Working it through the Russians. I've got a line open. Keep me posted. You got it. Lieutenant Ryan leaned forward in the cramped office. Thanks for seeing me. Sam Rosen crossed his arms. What's this about? Sarah and Sandy exchanged glances as Ryan cut straight to it. Rupp. John Kelly. No surprise there. I need to talk to him. Sam shrugged. What's stopping you? I don't know where he is. Hoped you might. About what? Sarah's voice was cautious. Ryan didn't soften it. A string of murders. Doris Brown. Travel, others sang. Sandy's hands clenched. John didn't hurt her. Sarah touched her wrist, but it was too late. Ryan pounced. So, you know who Doris Brown is? Sandy lifted her chin. We were friends. He's been out of the country. Couldn't have done it. Well, damn. That was a problem and maybe a lead. Ryan had pushed too hard with Doris Brown's case, and the nurse's defensive reaction had tipped him off more than he expected. Still, he'd just uncovered a crucial lead. Out of the country? Where, exactly? And how do you know that? Mo for testy. Sarah hesitated, her voice steady but guarded. I'm not supposed to disclose that information. Honestly, I shouldn't even know. Tip-you, Ryan frowned. What's that supposed to mean? The way she answered wasn't evasive, just cautious, like she was following orders. That only deepened the mystery. He shifted tactics. Someone named Sandy called the Brown residence in Pittsburgh. That was you, wasn't it? Sarah crossed her arms. Officer, I'm not sure why you're interrogating us like this. I'm gathering intel, Ryan countered. And I need you to pass a message to your friend he needs to talk to me. Sam cut in, his tone sharpening. Is this a criminal investigation? Yes, Ryan confirmed. Sarah's fingers tightened around her phone. My brother's an attorney. Should I call him? Because you're making it sound like we're involved in something serious. Ryan exhaled. None of you are suspects, but your friend is. And if you help him now, you're crossing a line. Sam wasn't backing down. So if you think John's guilty and expect us to lead you to him, doesn't that imply we're accomplices? Ryan smirked. Did I say that? Sarah's voice turned icy. You know what I do here. I treat addicts. If John's really taking out drug dealers, maybe I should thank him. Ryan leaned in, his tone dropping to a near whisper. Losing a patient hurts, doesn't it? Sarah's jaw clenched. We don't go into medicine to watch people die. How did it feel losing Doris Brown? The silence that followed was thick. Ryan pressed on. John brought her to you, didn't he? You and your team fought to save her. I'm not blaming you for that. But before he dropped her off, he killed 2 people, probably the same ones who murdered Pamela Madden. Your friend's playing vigilante, and he's not as careful as he thinks. If he turns himself in, it's one thing. If we have to hunt him down, that's another story. Sam exchanged a glance with his wife, remembering the surgical gloves he'd handed John. The stakes had just gotten real. Ryan's voice hardened. I don't usually give warnings. You're not criminals. What you did for Doris was noble. But John's out there executing people, and that's not justice. It's my job to deliver that. Pamela Madden's case is mine. I want those killers behind bars, not in the ground. Understand? Sam nodded slowly. Yeah, we understand. The room felt colder now. Back then, he'd felt strangely detached, emotionally numb to the horrors around him, yet oddly indifferent to his friend's actions, as if he were casually skimming a sports recap. Now things had changed. He wasn't deep. So, how close are you to catching Pam's killers? He asked, his voice tight with urgency. Ryan hesitated, unaware that his next words would shatter any chance of progress. We've got a few leads, he admitted, sealing his own failure without realizing it. Meanwhile, Orisa slumped at his desk, dreading the paperwork that came with the job. The thought of promotion to chief made him uneasy, more office time. Less action. With Mr. English away and the second-in-command handling some vague errand, Orisa was left in charge, though it hardly mattered. He rifled through the clutter, found the card, and dialed. Homicide, a voice answered. Lieutenant Ryan, please. Not here. Sergeant Douglas. Court today. Orisa sighed, hung up, and checked a clock, nearly 4 p.m. He'd been on duty since midnight. With a grumble, he pulled open a drawer and began logging fuel reports, another tedious task in his never-ending battle to keep drunk boaters from turning the Chesapeake into a disaster zone. All he wanted now was dinner, home, and sleep. Across town, the real challenge was deciphering the woman's slurred rambling. A doctor had confirmed the obvious barbiturate overdose, then charged the county $20 for the privilege of stating the obvious. Hours of questioning had only made her swing between laughter and irritation, but her story never wavered. 3 dead, just like that. The humor had worn off. Now memories of Bert surfaced, ugly and raw. If this girl was any higher, she'd be orbiting with NASA, the captain muttered. Trooper Freeland repeated, 3 bodies on a boat. Names and everything. You buying it? Story hasn't changed. The captain exhaled. You fish out there. What's your gut say, Ben? Bloodsworth Island area. Book her for public drunkenness. We've got her cold on possession, right? Freeland smirked. Didn't even have to ask. Handed it right to me. Ease process her. Then you ever ridden in a chopper? Elsewhere, Kelly chose a different marina, this time easier with so many boats coming and going. The dockmaster watched, impressed, as the young man expertly guided his cruiser into the slip. Staying long. You couple days. Cash okay. You cash is king. Kelly paid, then mentioned he'd be sleeping aboard. What came next, he kept to himself. At 8:10 a.m., Douglas dropped the bomb. We missed something, Em. Ryan barely looked up. What now? How they knew she was in Pittsburgh. No long-distance calls from the house, nothing. Ryan crushed his cigarette. Henry knew where she was from. 2 girls got away, he'd have asked. He paused. You're right. The assumption was that she hadn't survived, at least. That's what most believed. Only those responsible for her disappearance knew the truth, and they weren't talking. When Kelly's name came up, it turned out he'd been overseas, a detail confirmed by a nurse named O'Toole, though she clammed up when pressed for specifics. Typical bureaucratic secrecy. The trail led back to Pittsburgh, where Sergeant Meyer's father, a preacher, had counseled the girl and shared fragments of the story with his son. From there, it went up the chain Meyer to his captain, the captain to Frank Allen, and finally to Douglas and his partner. No leaks, no loose ends. Or so they thought. But someone had tipped off the wrong people. Douglas lit a cigarette, frustration simmering. Frank's clean, he muttered. No ties to any of this, no access to the files. Yet here they were, staring at the undeniable truth someone inside was feeding information to the enemy. The Helen Waters case had started with Allen's team, but the brutality had pushed it to them. Now, with everything unraveling too fast, the pieces didn't fit. That's hey foing some dough. Douglas scoffed. Sure. Now we know we've got a rat. Meanwhile, over at the state police barracks, Captain Joy and Trooper Freeland were prepping for their first helicopter ride. The Bell Jet Ranger looked smaller up close, barely big enough for the pilot, a paramedic, and their nerves. The safety briefing was a blur of words, and before they knew it, they were airborne, the world shrinking beneath them. Freeland's breath caught as the landscape snapped into focus, roads, fields, everything laid out like a diagram. His mental map had been wrong. That's where I found her, he said, pointing. Miles from Bloodsworth Island. You think she made it that far on foot? Joy shook his head. No way. But the water wasn't far. And that changed everything. About 2 miles ahead, they spotted the weathered dock of a farmhouse listed for sale. Barely 5 miles from their destination, just a quick hop by air. The Chesapeake Bay stretched beneath them like a shimmering blue ribbon under the morning mist. To the northwest, the sprawling grounds of the Patuxent River Naval Air Test Center came into view, with Navy jets buzzing low enough to make the pilot tense. Those hotshots love skimming the waves, he muttered, keeping a sharp eye out. Dead ahead, he announced, and the paramedic gestured toward the horizon so the others could follow his line of sight. Freeland leaned forward, his voice tinged with awe. Wild how different it looks from up here. I've fished these waters for years from the shore. It's just a tangled mess of marshland. But from 1,000 feet, the scene transformed. What had seemed like endless wetlands now revealed itself as a scattering of islands, linked by silt and swaying reeds. As they descended, the shapes sharpened jagged outlines of forgotten ships, half buried in overgrowth. Damn, there's a whole graveyard of them, the pilot remarked. He usually avoided this route, only venturing here for emergency night runs. World War I relics, the captain chimed in. My old man used to say the Germans missed a few. Freeland squinted. So what's the target today? Could be a boat. Picked up a junkie yesterday babbling about a lab hidden in there, claimed there were bodies too. No way. A drug operation in this swamp? Her words, not mine, Freeland said, marveling at the hidden channels below. From his fishing boat it had always looked impenetrable, but now he saw the maze of waterways. Bet the crabs here are monsters, he mused. The paramedic suddenly pointed. Got a glare over there, glass or metal reflecting. The pilot banked right, descending smoothly. Yeah, spotted it. Small boat tied up near those 3 wrecks. Take us in closer, the captain ordered. The pilot grinned finally, a chance to show off. A former Huey jockey from the 1st Air Cav, he lived for maneuvers like this. Circling once to gauge the wind, he eased the chopper down to 200 feet. Freeland estimated the boat at 18 feet. its nylon line barely visible against the rusted hull. "Lower," the captain barked. At 50 feet, the details became clear: an empty vessel, a dented cooler, scattered gear. Then, a sudden jolt as birds erupted from the wreckage. The pilot swore, jerking the controls to dodge them. "One feathered idiot in the engine, and we're swamp decorations," he muttered. Freeland mimed firing a pistol 3 times. The captain nodded grimly. "Mark the coordinates," he told the pilot, who hesitated. Dropping them onto the rotting deck would have been routine back in his army days, but today, it wasn't worth the risk. Back at base, Captain Joy dialed the Coast Guard. "We've got a situation." Meanwhile, Kelly hailed a cab at the marina, his next move already set in motion. Kelly's morning began at a rundown rental shop called Colonel Clunker's, where he secured a beat-up 1959 Volkswagen for a month, paying up front with unlimited mileage. The clerk handed him the keys with a cheerful, "Thank you, mister." Aiello, completely unaware Kelly was using a dead man's ID. After loading the car with gear at the marina drawing zero attention, he took the Beetle for a test drive through his hunting grounds. The industrial wasteland near O'Donnell Street was perfect desolate, reeking of chemical runoff, with crumbling warehouses and vast empty lots where truckers did 3-point turns. No playgrounds, no homes, no cops. Just a lone building with a shattered sign, 3 visible entrances, and a clear sightline from the abandoned concrete shell behind it. Satisfied, Kelly turned north, already mapping his approach. Meanwhile, Coast Guard veteran Oreza cruised south, grumbling about the lack of stations near Cove Point Light, though he couldn't blame the kid stationed there, not with newborn twins at home. Leaning against the wheelhouse, sipping his bitter homemade coffee, he barely reacted when the radio crackled. 4-1 Alpha, head to Dame's Choice Dock. Sceptre Eclise en scene. Benedicti, Stidra Site. Oraza checked his charts. 20 minutes English. He gestured to the helmsman. Adjust course to 165. The boat tilted as it cut through the waves. Back at the precinct, Exantha Matthews blinked under the fluorescent lights, her headache pounding like a drumline. The cops had her record, but her public defender had brokered a deal. Rehab instead of jail, if she talked. "They were gonna kill me," she slurred, the barbiturate fog lifting. Captain Joy leaned in. "Who's they?" Xantha's laugh was ragged. "Dead now. That white guy, he executed them." The room went still. Somewhere, a coffee machine gurgled. Xantha slumped in her chair, still wincing from withdrawal pains as she recounted the bizarre encounter. Dude just walked away, leaving behind enough drugs to stock a pharmacy. Joy exchanged a glance with Freeland. Her expression hovered between skepticism and reluctant belief. "Describe the white guy again," she pressed. "You said he was huge, built like Freeland here, but his face, green, like some kind of plant." Xantha nodded, rubbing her arms as if recalling the texture of his grip. "Blindfolded me after dragging me below deck. Next thing I know, I'm dumped on some pier with instructions to catch a bus. Hands were green, but his wrists? Pale as milk. Wore this military-style camo, carried a massive 4EC, Disker 1 Sepper. Woke up when he fired a shot, scared me straight out of bed. Forced me to dress, hauled me off, then vanished in that boat of his." "What kind of boat?" Freeland cut in. 30-footer, pure white, towering like a damn yacht," she muttered. Joy leaned forward. "And you're sure they planned to kill you?" Xantha's laugh was brittle. The white boy spelled it out. "Showed me fishnets, cement blocks, bragged they'd done it before." The defense attorney cleared his throat, seizing the moment. "Gentlemen, my client has stumbled into what appears to be a significant criminal enterprise. Protection and state-funded rehab seem a fair trade for her cooperation. Joy didn't hesitate. If this pans out, I'll cover it myself. She turned to Xantha, whose face twisted in disgust. Lockup food's disgusting. We'll fix that, Joy assured her, then addressed the lawyer. Doctor, Paige will examine her post-lunch. Charges are shelved pending verification. Your terms are met assuming she holds up her end. The attorney barely glanced at Xantha. She accepts. Truth was, he'd have taken the deal even without her consent. Beats defending DUIs, he thought, almost smug. County's footing the bill anyway. As Joy strode out, Freeland fell in step. Captain, you just hit the jackpot, she said, sliding into the passenger seat. Now let's see what this cruiser can do. Lights flashing, they tore toward the docks, arriving just as the Coast Guard cutter veered into the channel. On deck, a self-proclaimed captain received Oreza's salute. Life jackets were issued standard protocol before Joy spread a nautical chart. Can you reach these coordinates? Oreza's face remained stoic. Not in this tub. But the launch can. What's the play? Potential triple homicide. Fravacaves, drug angle. Our flyover spotted a fishing boat anchored near the graveyard. Oreza's grip tightened on the wheel. 5 miles out, the graveyard loomed a moniker he'd coined after too many grim recoveries. Freeland frowned. Tide is high. Why not go closer? Low tides, safer beach it. Float off later, Oreza countered, already signaling his crew to deploy the launch. His mind raced back to that storm-lashed night with Charon, the Baltimore lieutenant, and the whispered rumors of a Bayside drug deal. Serious players, he'd warned Portagee then. Now the pieces were aligning. Oreza couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Their small boat, propelled by a modest 10-horsepower motor, cut through the water as the quartermaster carefully navigated the winding channel marked on their chart. The eerie silence reminded Oreza of his days in Vietnam, during Operation Market Time, when he patrolled the Mekong Delta in swift boats built at the Trumpy Yard. The tall reeds lining the shore brought back memories, places where danger could hide just out of sight. He glanced at the cops, nervously gripping their revolvers, and cursed himself for not bringing his own weapon, though he doubted he'd know what to do with it. What he really needed was Kelly's someone with that Navy cross and the SEAL tattoo who'd seen his share of close calls. Spotting the starcraft ahead, Oreza radioed in, his voice steady despite the tension. The cops boarded cautiously, their movements stiff with unease. Freeland pointed to the back of the boat, where cement blocks and a rolled-up net lay just as Xantha had described. A rope ladder led upward, and Joy climbed first, revolver drawn. Oreza waited, counting the seconds until they returned. When Joy reappeared, his gun was holstered. 3 bodies up there, he said grimly, and enough heroin to flood the streets. Call it in, we need the crime lab. And you're now our unofficial ferry captain. Oreza suggested backup from fish and game, then circled the area, scanning the clear water for signs of other grim discoveries. The fishing boat's net and weights told a chilling story. Meanwhile, miles away, Kelly sat in his apartment, chewing on a sandwich as Sandy's warning echoed in his mind. The cops were looking for him, no surprise there. He chuckled darkly at the suggestion he should turn himself in. Thanks for the heads up, he told her, though his mind was already made up. Just as he stood to leave, a knock at the door jolted him. He hesitated, then swung it open to find the building manager. Thought I'd check in, mister. Murphy, the man said, oblivious to the storm brewing behind Kelly's calm expression. Relief washed over him this time, at least. It wasn't the police. But he knew time was running out. Kelly stretched out on his lumpy mattress after shutting the door on his manager's polite but unnecessary check-in. 2 weeks in the Midwest, then a week in Florida. He'd lied smoothly, though his pale complexion betrayed him. Mostly stayed indoors, he'd admitted with a sheepish grin, which seemed to satisfy the guy. Truth was, his real work happened under cover of darkness, leaving him perpetually exhausted, like living in some bizarre time zone where the sun never rose. Meanwhile, across town, Ritter wandered the zoo's tortoise exhibit, sweating under the midday heat. The pandas drew crowds, but he preferred the slower, quieter reptiles, fitting, really, given how glacially bureaucracy moved. When Voloshin appeared, Ritter didn't bother with code names. "Remind you of our governments," he quipped, nodding at the sluggish creatures. The Russian took a sip of his soda. "Not my department." "Ms. War, too." Cutting to the chase, Ritter asked for Moscow's update, only for Voloshin to drop a bombshell. "You forgot to mention your Vietnamese officer." Ritter's jaw tightened, but he kept his tone light. "Why is that your concern?" "Because Moscow doesn't know yet." "Then keep it that way," Ritter shot back. "Your allies are clueless, too." Voloshin scoffed. "How? You really want me to explain tradecraft?" Ritter deadpanned. The game was delicate, and neither side could afford missteps. "Look, General, you hate those guys as much as we do." "They're our socialist brothers," Voloshin recited, unconvincingly. Ritter rolled his eyes. "And we've got freedom-loving dictators." "Spare me the lecture." The Russian conceded with a grim smile. "Enemies are predictable. Without Remorse, not so much." Ritter leaned in. "If anything happens to our men, we'll expose your officer. The Pentagon doesn't give a damn about their taunt." His curse underscored the stakes. Voloshin exhaled. "And your directorate?" "Predictability's a luxury." "Where were you in 6-2? Ritter prodded, already knowing the answer. "Bonn. Watching your troops panic over Khrushchev's blunder." "Exactly. We don't have to like each other. Just play by the rules." Smart, Voloshin thought. Very smart. The Russians counted on predictable American behavior. That was their advantage. "You're convincing, Bob." "So, our allies still don't realize their man is gone?" Voloshin pressed. "Absolutely not. The invitation to meet him still stands," Ritter replied smoothly. "Without conditions?" Voloshin tested. "That would require higher approval. I can push for it, but it'll get messy." He tossed his empty cup into the trash. "Push for it," Voloshin insisted. "Fine. I'll call you. What do I get in return?" "Consideration." With that, Voloshin walked away. "Got him." Ritter smirked, heading to his car. He'd played this game carefully, feeding different lies to 3 potential leaks in Operation Boxwood Green. One heard the prisoner had died, another that he was barely hanging on. But the most promising lead got the juiciest bait, and now Ritter had his answer. 4 suspects remained: Roger Mackenzie, that incompetent aide, and 2 secretaries. Technically, this was FBI territory, but dragging a spy hunt into the White House. No thanks. As he drove off, he considered Voloshin sharp, meticulous, a veteran of Western Europe before landing in Washington. The man would keep his word, sticking rigidly to protocol. Ritter was betting everything on that. If this worked on top of his other moves, how high could he climb? Not through political favors, but on his own merit, a Texas Ranger's son who'd worked his way through Baylor. Even Sergei would have respected that, in proper Marxist fashion. Later, at Mama Maria's, Ritter savored the buzz of the crowded restaurant. Dressed to impress, he caught admiring glances between bites of calamari. The place thrived on good food and old-world charm, though its real business stretched back to prohibition. The owner, Tony Pipaggi, worked the room like a maestro until a sharply dressed black man entered. Yuri Tucker, the man who killed Pam. He didn't look like a monster. Just another patron, shaking hands, heading upstairs like it was any other meeting. But Ritter knew better. The game wasn't over yet. Kelly saw him as nothing more than prey, another name to file away in his mind next to Tony Pipaggi's. Glancing down, he was startled to find the fork in his grip twisted out of shape. Upstairs, Pipaggi played the gracious host, pouring glasses of Chianti before the door, even clicked shut. But Henry's expression said everything. "They're not back," he growled, though the names Phil, Mike, and Bert never left his lips. Tony tried to smooth things over. 20 kilos is a lot to handle. Maybe they're just slow. He sipped his wine, forcing calm into his voice. "We covered our tracks." "What's eating you?" Henry's gut churned. This wasn't just nerves. The summer's unexplained chaos had started and stopped like a bad radio signal, and he'd blamed Eddie Morello because it was easier than facing the truth. But Eddie was gone now, and the unease remained, gnawing at him. Tony wasn't wrong. Maybe the delay was just rookie mistakes. Their new lab in East Baltimore was almost ready, a legitimate front to mask their real work. The wine helped, dulling the edge of his paranoia. "Fine," he muttered. "We wait till morning." Meanwhile, an hour north of Bloodsworth Island, the boat's helmsman finally broke the silence. "Meticulous? What happened back there?" Port Security Officer Oroza exhaled sharply. "They fed a man to the crabs, wrapped him in netting, weighed him down, nothing left but bones. The image clung to him, the hollow skull, the tattered clothes shifting with the current, maybe even a crab still picking at what remained. The lab team was still figuring out how to retrieve the remains, but Oroza knew one thing. Some sights never faded." The helmsman whistled low. "Damn, that's cold. You recognize that name?" "What are you talking about, Portagee? Remember back in May, when we had that Charon guy on board the day sailor with the striped mainsail? Bet you anything that's who we're dealing with now." "Oh, right. Yeah, you might be onto something there, boss." They'd shown him everything, supposedly as a professional courtesy. Though looking back, he wished they hadn't. But backing out wasn't an option, not in front of fellow officers, even if his own role was more unofficial. So, he'd climbed that ladder after reporting the body he'd spotted just 50 yards from the abandoned wreck, only to find 3 more. All sprawled face down on what must have been the freighter's mess deck, each with a single bullet to the base of the skull, the wounds half-eaten by gulls. The sight nearly made him lose it right then and there. At least the birds had the sense to leave the drugs alone. 20 kilos over 40 pounds of pure junk, according to the cops. "Worth millions," Oreza muttered. "Always knew I picked the wrong line of work." Damn, those officers looked like kids on Christmas morning, especially the captain. Bet they'd be out there all night counting their prize. "Wally, you there?" The recording was frustratingly fuzzy thanks to ancient phone lines, the tech explained. The building's wiring might as well have been installed by Bell himself. "Yeah, what's up?" The voice crackled back. "That Vietnamese officer, they grabbed you positive about the intel?" "Straight from Roger." "Bingo." Ritter clenched his jaw. "Where'd they stash him?" "Winchester, last I heard." "Same place as the Russian." "You certain?" "Absolutely. Even I did a double take. Had to confirm before, well, you get it." "Choppy that." The line went dead. "Mafaria's guy?" Greer asked. "Walter Hicks. Ivy League pedigree, Andover, Brown. Daddy's some Wall Street heavyweight with friends in high places. And look where Junior lands. Ritter's fist tightened. You ever wonder why those snakes are still slithering around? There's your answer. So what's the play? Still figuring that out. But legal? Not a chance. The wiretap alone was off the books. Think hard, Bob, Greer warned. I was in the trenches too, remember? What if Sergei drags his feet? Then this bastard walks after butchering 20 men. Doesn't sit right with me either. It's goddamn unacceptable. Treason's still punishable by death, Bob. Ritter's gaze snapped up. In theory, another endless shift. Oreza caught himself envying the keeper at Cove Point Light. At least that guy got to see his family every day. Meanwhile, his own daughter, the smartest kid in her class, barely knew him. Maybe that teaching gig at New London wasn't such a bad idea. Sure, dealing with future officers would be torture, but at least he'd be home for dinner. Mostly, though, he just needed to talk. His crew had already turned in, but sleep wouldn't come. Not with those images burned into his mind. The crabber, the 3 corpses turned seagull buffets. He had to unload this somehow. And he had an excuse, didn't he? Fumbling through his desk, he found the card. Lieutenant Charon. Quartermaster Oreza, down at Thomas Point. It's past midnight, sailor. Charon sounded halfway to dreamland. Remember that sailboat search back in May? Yeah. Why? Think we found your guy, sir. The silence on the line felt electric. Tell me everything. So Oreza did, sparing no detail, and with each word, the weight in his chest lightened as if the horror was draining straight through the phone line. He didn't realize that's exactly what was happening. Who's the lead investigator for the state police on this one? Sharon asked, flipping through his notepad. Captain Joy out of Somerset County, Oreza replied. You familiar with him? Charon shook his head. Right, almost forgot, the Coast Guard officer added. There's a Lieutenant Ryan works out of the city precinct who asked me to track down some guy named Kelly. Ring any bells? Charon frowned. Should it? Remember that night we were searching for the missing sailboat? The guy in the cabin cruiser we spotted near Bloodsworth Island at sunrise. That's him. Lives out there, actually. Ryan wanted me to confirm his whereabouts. Turns out Kelly's back in town, probably in Baltimore now. I tried calling, but he wasn't around, and with everything else going on today, I never got back to it. Mind passing that along? Consider it done, Charon said, though his mind was already racing ahead. Lying in bed later, the phone still warm from the call, Charon wrestled with the implications. Being a dirty cop didn't mean he was careless, if anything. His analytical mind had kept him ahead of trouble. But now, Henry wouldn't just be angry about the destroyed lab and the 3 dead associates. He'd be furious about the lost product, and with supplies already tight, this was a disaster. Worse, whoever had pulled it off was still out there, unidentified and unpredictable. And then there was Kelly. The pieces were falling into place in a way that made Charon's stomach tighten. Kelly had been the one to pick up Pam Madden completely by chance, the same day Angelo Vorno was taken out. She'd been right there on his boat, practically within shouting distance of the Coast Guard cutter after that storm. Now M. Ryan and Tom Douglas, the department's top homicide team, were digging into him. Why? Witness follow-ups usually didn't involve this much effort. Sharon had dismissed Kelly as just some wealthy drifter, but suddenly, the coincidences stacked up like dominoes. He had a boat. He lived near Henry's processing site. And now the cops working the Fountain case, along with the other recent murders, were circling him. The realization hit hard. Sharon wasn't just investigating crimes anymore. He was the crime. That stung more than he expected. He'd always seen himself as separate, above it all playing the game, but never really part of the filth beneath him. After all, he had the best arrest record in narcotics. He'd even taken down Eddie Morello, in what he still considered his finest moment, a perfectly staged hit. Clean in the eyes of the law, with a nice bonus from Henry on the side. It had all felt like a game, really. A twisted, high-stakes version of the job taxpayers paid him to do. But now, the illusion was cracking. He hadn't lied to himself so much as he'd ignored the truth, focusing on the wins Henry handed him, eliminating rivals, securing the market. Funny how reality had a way of ruining a perfectly good delusion. Lieutenant Mark Sharon had carefully managed his narcotics division, strategically assigning cases to keep certain suppliers off the radar, especially the one he knew the least about. This oversight had given Henry Tucker the perfect opening to grow his operation, catching the eye of Tony Piaggi and his East Coast network. Piaggi had warned Henry that soon his people would need to take small bites out of the business, and Henry, likely coached by the shrewd Piaggi, had played along. But then, someone lit a match in the middle of this powder keg. Charon's intel pointed in one direction, but it wasn't enough. He needed more. Picking up the phone, he dialed through a few connections before reaching the state police. "Captain Joy, please." "This is Lieutenant Sharon, Baltimore City Police." After a brief hold, a weary voice answered. Charon cut straight to the chase. He'd heard about a major bust and wanted details. Joy hesitated at first, but Charon's name dropped Coast Guard Officer Oreza and a past marijuana case in Talbot County to establish credibility. Joy finally relented. "All right, Sharon, you've got my attention." Sharon laid out what he knew. Angelo Vorno, a small-time dealer with big ambitions, had vanished months ago. Now a body had turned up, likely Verano's. Joy confirmed the grim details, mentioning they were holding a woman named Antha as a material witness. Sharon jotted notes, his mind racing. After hanging up, he exhaled sharply. Execution-style hits weren't common in the drug trade yet, but this was different, calculated, efficient. And then there was Kelly, the white guy with the big boat, living suspiciously close to the lab. Too many dots connecting. He dialed Henry, knowing the line was clean. "Bert and his crew are dead," he said flatly. "State police have them bagged. Angelo, too. The lab's gone, the drugs are gone, and Xantha's in custody." Henry's voice sharpened with panic. "What the hell is happening?" Charon almost smirked. "I think I can answer that." The game had just gotten a lot more dangerous. Kelly tightened his grip on the steering wheel as he passed the familiar spot one last time. The rented Beetle humming beneath him. The evening air carried the lingering satisfaction of a good meal, but his mind was far from relaxed. That afternoon's rest had taken the edge off his exhaustion, though the real purpose had been to burn off the simmering rage, something the open road always helped with. And now he'd seen him. The man who had ended Pamela's life with nothing more than a shoestring. The temptation to act right then had been overwhelming. Kelly had never taken a life with his bare hands, but the training at Coronado had etched the knowledge deep into his reflexes. Every person he saw became a grid of possibilities, pressure points, weak spots, the precise angles for maximum effect. It had all been worth it, every brutal lesson. Worth the danger, worth the fallout. But just because he could didn't mean he should. Survival wasn't about recklessness. It was about control. The endgame was coming, and he needed to plan beyond it. The cops might know his name, but they had nothing solid. Even if Xantha ever worked up the nerve to talk, she'd never seen his face thanks to the camo paint. The boat's registration number was a loose end, but without hard evidence, it wouldn't hold up in court. So they knew he had enemies. So they knew his background. Most big deal. They played by one rulebook. He played by another. And his rules gave him the advantage. His eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, calculating distances, exits, contingencies. The location they'd chosen was smart, minimal patrols, wide sightlines. A perfect setup for a quick escape or a last stand. Logical, except for one flaw. They hadn't accounted for someone who didn't follow their playbook. Kelly smirked. Not his problem. Roger Mackenzie's hands trembled as he set down his coffee cup, the porcelain clinking against the saucer. The breakfast porch of his Northwest D. Home should have been peaceful, the morning breeze carrying the scent of fresh-cut grass. Instead, Ritter's unannounced arrival at dawn had shattered the calm. His wife and daughter were away in New York, shopping for fall wardrobes, blissfully unaware. 30 years, Roger muttered, staring at his untouched plate. I've known his father since Randolph. The same bomb group. Hell, we've done business together. His voice cracked. Ritter took a slow sip of orange juice, the tartness doing nothing for the knot in his stomach. This wasn't just betrayal, it was treason. Hicks had known exactly what he was doing, who he was hurting. Roger needed to vent, so Ritter let him, even though every second wasted grated on him. Espionage, Roger, Ritter said flatly. No way around it. Mackenzie's face paled further. What's the play here? It's a felony. And I've got my own problems, re-election teams pulling me in early. Northeast coordination. Hicks is handling Massachusetts. Roger's laugh was hollow. An espionage scandal in our office now. That'll tank everything. Roger hesitated, his voice tight with concern. If the details of your operation, how it unfolded, and the mistakes made ever got out to the public. Ritter cut him off with a chilling certainty. That traitor sold out his country, Roger. A slap on the wrist isn't going to cut it. You think I should just strip his clearance and toss him out? Roger countered, frustration creeping into his tone. Ritter's reply was ice. Not a chance. Lives are on the line because of him. He doesn't get to walk away from this. Roger's jaw tightened. We could issue a direct order to bury the truth? Ritter shot back. That's obstruction, Roger. A federal crime. And you know it. The wiretap was illegal, Roger fired back. Ritter leaned in, his voice dropping to a dangerous calm. This is a national security investigation. Or did you forget we're at war? The rules bend when the stakes are this high. Let him hear what we've got, and he'll crack wide open. He paused, letting the weight of his next words sink in. And what happens if this blows back on the president? Right now, with everything hanging in the balance? You think that's good for the country? For our relations with Moscow? Timing matters, Bob. He almost added, doesn't it always? But held back. Instead, Ritter exhaled, shifting tactics. I'm here for your guidance, Roger. What he got in return was less than reassuring. We can't risk a public trial. Politically, it's a disaster. Mackenzie's tone suggested that was the end of it. Ritter nodded stiffly and stood. The drive back to Langley was tense, the weight of what came next pressing down on him. Having free rein should have felt like a victory, but the reality left a bitter taste. First step, shut down the wiretap. Fast. Meanwhile, the storm broke in the most unexpected place, the morning paper. A headline below the fold screamed about a drug-related triple homicide in quiet Somerset County. Ryan barely glanced at the sports section, his usual ritual forgotten. It has to be him, he thought. Who else would leave drugs scattered at the scene alongside 3 corpses? He was out the door 40 minutes early, his wife blinking in surprise as he rushed past. Across town, Sandy O'Toole was finishing her rounds when the phone rang. Mrs. O'Toole? A smooth voice asked. Yes, James Greer here. My secretary, Barbara, mentioned you've been in touch. Sandy frowned. What can I do for you? Apologies for the intrusion, but we're trying to locate John. He's not at home. I think he's in the city, but I don't have specifics, she admitted. If you hear from him, please have him call me. He has my number. Greer's politeness didn't mask the urgency. Of course, Sandy said, but the call left her uneasy. First the police, now this. Why the sudden interest in John? Her eyes drifted to the newspaper on the lounge table, a patient's brother flipping pages, the headline glaring up at her, Drug Murder in Somerset. Elsewhere, Frank Allen leaned back in his chair, studying Mark Charon. Everyone's asking about this guy. Poor thing, why? Charon shrugged, playing casual. His name popped up. We're just dotting I's. Allen smirked. You're on vacation, Mark. Since when do you work off the clock? Charon shot back, you telling me crime takes a break? I didn't get the memo. Allen chuckled but didn't let it go. All this attention makes me wonder if there's more to this guy than we thought. Allen hesitated for a moment, tapping his fingers on the desk. Bidak, actually, mention it, I think I might have some details on him, yeah. It just came back to me. Be is so pulled on. He pushed away from his desk and headed toward the records room, leaving Sharon to flip through paperwork with feigned interest until he returned. A slim manila folder dropped into Sharon's lap. Here you go. The file contained fragments of Kelly's military service, dive certifications, instructor credentials, a faded photo, and a few bureaucratic formalities. Sharon scanned the pages before glancing up. Heard he lives on some island? Allen chuckled. Yeah, asked him about that once. Weird little story. But why the sudden interest? Just a name that keeps popping up in my cases. Figured I'd dig a little. Rumors about a crew operating offshore. Honestly, I should have sent this down to Em and Tom ages ago. Totally slipped my mind. Lucky for you, I'm headed that way, Charon offered smoothly. Want me to take it? You'd do that. But sure thing. Tucking the folder under his arm, Charon made his first stop at the Pratt Library, where he spent a few quarters photocopying every page. Next, he swung by a photo lab, his badge fast-tracked 5 enlarged prints of Kelly's ID photo in under 10 minutes. He left the copies in his car before ducking into headquarters just long enough to hand the original file to an officer for homicide. Keeping it to himself had crossed his mind, but playing the dutiful cop felt smarter. Behind the closed door of Greer's office, tension crackled. So, what's the verdict? Greer demanded. Ritter exhaled. Roger shut it down. Said an investigation would stir up political fallout. Greer's jaw tightened. That's just peachy. With Lager. He implied we handle it quietly. Ritter left out the unspoken subtext, no need to muddy the waters further. Greer's eyes narrowed. Meaning what exactly? You tell me, James. Meanwhile, Ryan frowned as the file landed on his desk. Where'd this come from? Some detective dropped it off downstairs, sir, the officer replied. No idea who he was, but he said it was for you. Ryan dismissed him and flipped open the folder, his first glimpse of John Terrence Kelly's service record. Enlisted at 18, 6 years in the Navy, honorably discharged as a chief petty officer. The file was clearly sanitized standard for departmental purposes, focusing on dive qualifications. You at school. Instructor status. Flawless 4. Biffle Everettings. A 3-star admiral's glowing recommendation included a laundry list of decorations. Navy Cross, Silver Star, Bronze Star, with combat V, Purple Heart with clusters. This guy's the real deal. Ryan set the folder down, recognizing it as part of the Gooding case. Frank Allen again. He grabbed the phone. Thanks for the Kelly intel. What sparked this? Sharon stopped by, Allen said. Doing follow-up on his shooting. Mentioned Kelly's name came up in one of his cases. Forgot I even had this file. He offered to deliver it. Guy's not the type I'd peg for dirty work, but... Allen's voice droned on, but Ryan's focus sharpened. What too fast? Sharon's name keeps surfacing. Frank, tough question. When Meyer called from Pittsburgh, who else did you tell? Allen's tone iced over. What are you implying, Em? Frank hadn't called the press, but Allen suddenly remembered something. That was the same day Sharon took out the drug dealer, right? I might have mentioned it to him. He was the only person I talked to that whole day. Ryan nodded, already dialing the state police barracks V. Captain Joy answered, exhaustion thick in his voice. The man had barely slept, crashing in his own barracks after a chaotic night. Part of him wished Somerset County would quiet down, though this mess might just earn him a promotion. Lieutenant Ryan, Baltimore Homicide, Ryan introduced himself. Joy's tone turned dry. City boys, suddenly real interested in our little corner of the world. What's the question? Ryan frowned. What do you mean? Another one of your guys called last night Lieutenant Chair, something like that. Claimed he could ID one of the bodies. Didn't write it down, but I know I scribbled that detail somewhere. Sorry, running on fumes here. Just give me the quick version, Ryan said. The summary was enough. So the woman's still in custody? Absolutely, Joy confirmed. Captain, I need you to keep her there until I say otherwise. She's a material witness in multiple homicides, including some of mine. 9 months of work writing on this. Joy chuckled darkly. Relax, she's not going anywhere. We've got plenty to discuss with her, and her lawyer's cooperating. Anything new on the shooter? Same description, white male, around 6 feet. Oh, and the girl swears his face and hands were green like camo paint. And get this, 3 kills, 3 perfect shots. Dead center every time. Ryan flipped open the file. At the bottom of Kelly's record, distinguished rifleman, master pistol. I'll be in touch, Captain. You're handling this like a pro for a guy who usually chases speeders. Honestly, I'd rather stick to traffic duty, Joy muttered before hanging up. Douglas walked in, raising an eyebrow at Ryan's early start. See the paper? Our guy's back and he's scoring again. Ryan passed over the photo. Douglas studied it. He looks older. 3 Purple Hearts'll do that. Ryan briefed him. Feel like a road trip to Somerset? I think we've got our witness. And our leak. Meanwhile, Kelly stood in the dim glow of a payphone, just needing to hear her voice. Unprofessional, maybe, but he was human. John, where are you? Her urgency spiked higher than yesterday. I've got a place, he said vaguely. James Greer left a message you need to call him. Kelly winced. He'd meant to do that yesterday. Was that you in the paper? What? 3 bodies on the eastern shore, she whispered. The chill hit him fast. I'll call you back. He hung up, heart pounding. No papers delivered to his place for obvious reasons, but now he needed one. The corner newsstand had it. One glance told him everything. What does she know? No time for regrets. He'd faced this before Doris had woken up to gunfire, blindfolded and terrified. He'd given her cash, a bus ticket, a warning about Bert. Even through the drugs, the shock had been real. Now history was repeating itself. The police had already taken her. How could things have gone sideways so fast? Forget the details, she was in custody, and just like that, his world flipped upside down. Now what? That question gnawed at him the whole walk back to his apartment. First things first, the Saudi 5 had to disappear. He'd planned to ditch it anyway. Even if he'd left zero traces, the gun was still a connection. When this job was done, it had to be over. But right now, he needed backup. And who else could he turn to but the very people who'd sent him out to kill? Admiral Greer, please. It's Mr. Clark. A pause, then a clipped response. You were supposed to check in yesterday. I can be there in 2 hours, sir. I'll be waiting. Where's Cass? Maxwell snapped, using the nickname in irritation. His chief of staff knew better than to ask why. Tried his house already, sir. No answer. Bonjour, when he tiftus damned. It wasn't. The chief got that too. Want me to send someone from bowling to check? Maxwell gave a curt nod before retreating to his office. 20 minutes later, a young Air Force sergeant pulled up to the row of officers' quarters. The sign out front read, Rear Admiral C. Podolsky Yuzan, complete with aviator wings. The sergeant, barely 23, and not exactly eager to barge into a flag officer's home, knocked firmly. No response. He tried the doorbell, still nothing. Regulations gave him the right to enter, but the silence inside made his skin crawl. The first floor was untouched, eerily still. Calling out yielded nothing, so he climbed the stairs, hand hovering near his sidearm. By the time Maxwell arrived, the scene was clear. Heart attack, the Air Force doctor said. Probably in his sleep. His wife hadn't been so lucky. Maxwell remembered her as vibrant before grief hollowed her out. A half-empty water glass sat neatly on a handkerchief, the pill bottle carefully recapped beside her. On the valet, Podolsky's uniform shirt waited, gold wings gleaming above rows of ribbons, the top one bearing 5 white stars. They'd been planning to talk about retirement. God have mercy, Maxwell murmured, staring at the first casualties of Operation Boxwood Green. Kelly tightened his grip on the wheel as he rolled through the gate. The guard gave him a hard look, probably wondering how a guy driving a beater rated an agency pass. The visitor parking spot was a small victory, better than most employees got. Inside, a security officer escorted him upstairs. The bland hallways felt heavier now, like he was walking toward judgment. Ritter's office was smaller than expected. For a man with so much pull, the space was almost underwhelming. Kelly had never been here before, but right now it felt like the last place he wanted to be. Admiral Greer barely had time to process the shocking update from Dutch Maxwell when John walked in. The Admiral gestured toward a chair and the door clicked shut behind them. Ritter exhaled a cloud of smoke, making Kelly grimace. Welcome back, Mr. Clark, the field officer said dryly, nodding at the Washington Post spread across his desk. Kelly's eyes flicked to the front page. Somerset County was still making headlines. Home sweet home, I suppose, he replied, though his tone carried a hesitation both men noticed. So why am I here? Ritter leaned forward. Like I said on the plane, your quick thinking with that Russian might just save lives. We need adaptable people like you. There's a spot for you in my division. Kelly crossed his arms. Doing what, exactly? Whatever we need, Ritter shot back, already scheming. When Kelly pointed out his lack of a degree, Ritter tossed a thick file onto the desk, his Navy records, pulled from St. Louis Coney. You should have taken that scholarship. Your scores are off the charts, and your language skills? Better than mine. The degree's negotiable. Greer added, a Navy Cross speaks for itself, John. So does your work on Boxwood Green. Kelly wrestled with himself, then sighed. There's a complication, gentlemen. Ritter's smirk faded as Kelly tapped the newspaper. You might want to read that again. Is spor duefter. What for kill? Someone did us all a favor, Ritter said. But the glint in Kelly's eyes made him pause. Spit it out, Clark. That was me, sir. Greer stiffened. Explain yourself, John. Across town, Detective Emmett Ryan scowled at his phone. The military records clerk's voice was polite but unyielding. The files checked out, Lieutenant. Ryan clenched his jaw. That's not how this works. I've got copies right here. Hold, please. The hold music grated on him. When a supervisor finally picked up, her tone was bureaucratic ice. Lieutenant Ryan, the file isn't available. It's been authorized for removal. By who? Classified. Ryan's threat of a court order bounced right off her. Baltimore judges held no sway in St. Bam Lewis. Hanging up, he stared out the window. Without that file, he was stuck and someone, somewhere, was making sure of it. The whole situation was treated more like a polite formality than an official directive. Appreciate it, I'll follow up, Ryan replied. Take care, came the automatic response, a hollow pleasantry from someone who'd already mentally filed this exchange under trivialities. Overseas? What possible reason? And who was pulling the strings? Ryan couldn't shake the feeling this case was different, not just unusual, but loaded with layers he might never fully unravel. Kelly finally laid it all out. Saying it aloud for the first time made it surreal, like hearing someone else recount the cold details of the autopsy report. That's what they did to her. Cops barely glanced at the case because of who she was. I got 2 others out. One didn't make it. The other... He gestured at the newspaper, jaw tight. You just let her walk. Should I have shot her, mister? Reader. That's what they had planned, Kelly muttered, staring at the floor. She was coherent when I left her. No time for anything else. My mistake. How many total? 12, sir. Kelly knew exactly what Ritter was asking. Christ, Ritter murmured. Part of him wanted to grin. There'd been chatter about CIA involvement in drug ops, which he'd shot down as a waste of resources. But this... No room for humor. The article claims 20 kilos. Mammon, the Taikabik Pan. Fog close enough. Didn't exactly bring a scale. Kelly hesitated. One more thing. The bags reeked like embalming fluid. Rant Traveretti. Asian heroin. Ritter's eyes narrowed. Mundeftes. Well, think about it. Asian product. Embalming stench. East Coast entry point. It's obvious they're smuggling it in with our dead soldiers. Ritter's phone buzzed, cutting through the tension. I said no interruptions, he snapped. It's Bill, sir. Insists it's urgent. The captain surveyed the scene with grim satisfaction. No electricity meant darkness, broken only by flickering flashlights and makeshift torches. The prisoners stumbled forward, wrists and elbows bound, each escorted by a conscript, shoving them toward the compound's center. Humiliation was the point. His men deserved this moment. They'd trained relentlessly, and soon they'd march south to finish what their country had started. The Americans looked rattled, their routine shattered. Maybe rounding them up earlier had been a misstep. It might have given them a false sense of unity. But the lesson for his troops outweighed that. They'd kill Americans in droves soon enough. Tonight was just the beginning. At his command, 20 rifle butts slammed into stomachs. One prisoner stayed upright after the first hit, but not the second. Zacharias gasped, the blow knocking the wind out of him. His back, already wrecked from ejection injuries and forced posture, screamed in protest. The AK-47 steel plate, finished with the months of abuse had started control, vanished in an instant. Robin collapsed onto the cold ground, his shoulder brushing against another captive as he instinctively curled into himself, desperate for some semblance of protection. The blows came without warning, sharp, methodical kicks that landed with brutal precision. With his arms wrenched behind his back, he couldn't shield his face, leaving him no choice but to stare up at his attacker. The boy couldn't have been more than 17, his delicate features eerily blank, like a porcelain doll devoid of emotion. There was no rage in those hollow eyes, just the detached boredom of someone kicking a stone down the road. The first strike shattered Robin's nose, sending a hot rush of blood down his face, but he refused to look away. He'd been broken before, had faced the kind of despair that hollows a man out, but time had given him clarity. He wasn't a coward or a hero, just a man enduring the consequences of his choices. The pain was penance, and he embraced it, silently begging God for the strength to endure. His swollen, blackened eyes locked onto the boy's vacant stare. "I'll survive this. I've survived worse. And even if I die here, I'll still be the better man." The kick stopped only when an officer barked an order. The soldiers backed off, though one delivered a final, spiteful jab before retreating. Bloodied, half-blind, ribs screaming with every breath, Robin still clung to one truth: he was alive. He was still an American. And he'd outlasted another ordeal. The captain, overseeing the detail, was furious, his face twisted in a snarl, unlike the blank-faced boy who'd beaten him. Robin didn't understand why until the order came to stand the prisoners up. 2 of his fellow captives were unconscious, needing to be dragged like sacks of grain. Better to kill us, Robin thought bitterly, but rules are rules. Then the boy was back, close enough that Robin could see the faint tremor in his hands. Their eyes met no words, just a silent battle of wills. "Think you're tough now, kid? You ever wonder if you'll regret this?" The soldier's grip tightened on Robin's arm, a telltale sign of fear beneath the cold exterior. That was victory enough. The truck was a rusted Soviet relic, its bed lined with wire like a cage. As it lurched forward, the camp dissolved into the night, taking with it the worst of Robin's suffering. For the first time in months, he bowed his head and whispered, not just gratitude, but hope. Wherever they were headed, it couldn't be worse than where they'd been. And if death came, he'd face it the same way he'd faced everything else, without flinching. Ritter studied the phone in his hand for a long moment before setting it down, his expression unreadable. "That was your handiwork, Clark," he finally said, his voice measured. "Not exactly how I would have scripted it, but here we are." "You're right, I didn't plan it that way," Clark admitted. "But the Russian officer is alive because of it." Ritter exchanged a glance with Admiral Greer, a silent understanding passing between them. Kelly missed the subtle nod that would reshape his future. "Cass would have appreciated this," Ritter murmured, almost to himself. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit warehouse in East Baltimore, Charon and Tony Piaggi faced off for the first time. The air was thick with tension, the scent of industrial cleaner barely masking the undercurrent of something illicit. "They've got Xantha locked up in Somerset County," Charon said, rubbing his temple. "The question is, how much does she actually know?" Piaggi exhaled sharply. "This is bad," he muttered, then caught himself. "But not unmanageable. First, we make sure our shipment gets to my contacts. That's priority." Tucker, visibly shaken, cut in. "We're down 20 kilos, man. That's not just a hiccup." His hands trembled slightly. Fear had finally found him. "You've got more?" Piaggi pressed. 10 at my place," Tucker admitted. "You keep it at home." Piaggi nearly laughed. Jesus, Henry, you're playing with fire. She doesn't know where I live, Tucker shot back. Sharon leaned forward, his voice low. She knows your name. That's enough to burn you. Piaghi, ever the strategist, waved a hand. We rebuild. Fast. Your product comes in elsewhere, we reroute. You lose a quarter of your expected haul? We'll make that back in 2 weeks. Stop thinking like a small timer. Sharon studied Piaghi, intrigued. So we cover our tracks. Mata's a junkie, not exactly a reliable witness. If we relocate, we stay ahead of this. The others need to disappear. Now, Piaghi insisted. Bert's gone, and I'm short on muscle. I can call in some favors. No, Sharon snapped. No new faces. We stick with who we know. Philly has 2 guys on standby. Tucker's next words sent a chill through the room. I only have 10 kilos. But you know where to get more, don't you, Lieutenant? The question hit Sharon like a punch, making him forget the other warning he'd meant to share. The weight of the moment pressed down on him. He'd never operated like this before, not since Vietnam, and that had been different. Baltimore, once divided into safe zones and danger zones, was now a minefield. The police had his name. Soon, they might have his face. Every patrol car was a potential threat, and he couldn't fight back, not against cops. The mission had spiraled beyond recognition. Just yesterday, he'd been so close to his target. Now doubt crept in. Maybe he should have walked away after Pam's death, let the police handle it. But it was too late for second thoughts. The game was already in motion. Kelly tightened his grip on the steering wheel as the Baltimore-Washington Parkway stretched ahead. The thought gnawed at him justice for someone like Pam would never be a priority. No one would pour resources into avenging a woman society had already dismissed. Could he have lived with that? The memory of high school literature crept in Aristotle's tragic heroes, doomed by their own fatal flaws. His flaw? Caring too damn much. He couldn't walk away, not from Pam, not from the men of Boxwood Green. Turning his back might have spared him, but it would have rotted his soul. The city lights blurred as New York Avenue swallowed the parkway. Fall hovered in the air, the sticky summer heat fading. Football season loomed, another year turning while he wrestled with choices that felt less like decisions and more like inevitabilities. He just hoped Ritter got it, why he had to see this through. Meanwhile, Hicks exhaled a cloud of smoke, grinning at his own reflection in the window. Peter had been right, staying in the game was the move. His old man was climbing the political ladder, and soon enough, he'd have real pull. That raid. Best decision ever. The phone rang, Peter's voice cutting through his haze. Mathry, you, quote Craig, need to run something by you. Hicks barely stifled a groan. There, Fleupsch. Sure. The knock came too soon. Not Peter. Not a cop, either. The guy at the door, John Clark, looked like he'd seen better days. Heard of Boxwood Green. Clark's voice was low, urgent. Hicks waved him in, the stench of weed thick in the air. Clark didn't sit. I was at Sender Green. Pulled a Russian out. Hicks blinked. You kidnapped a Soviet citizen? What the hell for? Clark's expression didn't waver. Why doesn't matter. What does? Orders to execute our POWs. Hicks shrugged. To serve a break. Like hearing about a flat tire. Clark's jaw tightened. That doesn't bother you. May people die. Hicks's mind snagged on something. Wait. I thought we got the camp commander too. No, Clark said coldly. I killed him. And we know who leaked the mission. Me is squid, he leaned in. It was you. We had the whole thing wired. Those men should be home with their families, every last one of them, Clark muttered, his voice tight with anger. Hicks just waved it off like it didn't matter. I never wanted them dead. People take risks, that's life. What's your move, huh? Phrasme pitmem. For what? You really think I'm stupid? That mission was off the books. Expose it, and you blow up the whole negotiation. The White House would never let that happen. Clark's expression didn't flicker. You're right. That's why I'm not here to arrest you. I'm here to kill you. Hicks let out a disbelieving chuckle. You're joking. You turned on your own country. You left 20 men to rot. Call it a moral decision, Clark shot back. And this is mine. Reaching into his pocket, Clark pulled out a small plastic bag. Inside were the drugs he'd taken from Archie's body, along with a spoon and a needle. He tossed it onto Hicks' lap. I won't force you. One be fine by me. In one smooth motion, Clark drew his ka-bar knife from behind his back. Done it this way before, too. 20 men should be alive right now. You took that from them. Your call, Hicks. Hicks' face drained of color, his eyes wide with disbelief. You can't be serious. The camp commander was an enemy. And so are you. 1 minute. Hicks stared at the blade turning in Clark's grip, realizing there was no way out. Those cold, unflinching eyes across from him told him everything. For a second, Clark's mind flashed back the rain, the mud, the men just yards away who should have been free. The weight of it settled on him, making what came next a little easier, though he prayed he'd never have to carry out orders like this again. Hicks' gaze darted around the room, desperate for an escape. The clock on the mantel seemed to stop as the reality of his situation sank in. Back at Andover in '62, he'd toyed with the idea of death in the abstract, shaping his life around that detached philosophy. The world had always been a puzzle to him, something to manipulate. Now, too late. He understood. He wasn't the one holding the chalk. He was just another number on the board. He thought about bolting, but Clark was already leaning forward, the knife glinting under the light. The edge looked razor-sharp, and for a moment, Hicks forgot how to breathe. His eyes flicked back to the clock. The second hand had moved after all. Peter Henderson took his time walking through Georgetown. On a quiet weeknight, the streets were nearly empty most of D. Its power players were already in bed, resting up for another day of running the country. The uneven sidewalks, cracked by tree roots, made the stroll uneven. He passed an elderly couple walking their tiny dog, and spotted one other person, a man about his age, climbing into an old Beetle a few houses down. Those ugly little cars never seemed to die. A minute later, he knocked on Wally's door. It wasn't fully closed, typical of Hicks, always careless about the small things. He'd never have survived as a spy. Henderson pushed the door open, ready to scold his friend until he saw him. Hicks was slumped in his chair, sleeve rolled up, one hand clutching his collar like he'd been fighting for air. But the real story was on the inside of his arm. Henderson didn't move closer. For a long moment, he just stood there, frozen. Then instinct kicked in, he had to leave. Pulling out a handkerchief, he wiped the doorknob, shut the door behind him, and walked away, forcing down the bile rising in his throat. Damn you, Wally. The anger burned through him. I needed you. And to go out like this, a drug overdose. The finality of it hit him hard. But beneath the shock, his convictions stayed firm. He'd keep moving forward. He had to. The ones who survived were his only comfort now. He'd make damn sure they stayed that way. The journey stretched through the endless night, each jolt of the truck sending fresh waves of agony through his battered body. 2 of the men lay motionless on the floor, Their injuries far worse than his own, but with his limbs bound tight, he could do nothing but watch. Still, there was a grim satisfaction in every detour they took. Each collapsed bridge meant the enemy was bleeding too. Someone out there was making them pay. Muffled whispers passed between the prisoners, just loud enough to drown out the guards' attention over the growling engine. Robin squinted at the overcast sky, robbed of stars to guide him, but as dawn crept in, the pale light confirmed they were veering northwest. He knew better than to hope for home, but then again, hope didn't play by the rules. Kelly exhaled, the weight of Walter Hicks' death settling like dust. The man had been a snake, no question, but there should have been a cleaner end. At least Hicks had spared him the mess of doing it himself, though the thought of driving a knife into him still turned his stomach. Justice had been served, even if it left a bitter taste. Packing his suitcase, he tossed one last glance around the empty apartment before loading the car. Midnight swallowed the streets as he rolled south, straight back into the fire. One last job. Chuck Monroe's patrol had finally quieted down. The pushers weren't dropping like flies anymore, and part of him almost missed the chaos, a sentiment he shared over greasy diner coffee with the other night shift guys. Cruising his usual route, he eyed the new faces filling Juju's old spot. Street names to memorize, informants to lean on. Maybe narcotics would finally stir up some action. He smirked in the dark. The invisible man fitting, even if the press hadn't caught on. Tonight was dead, thanks to the Orioles clobbering the Yankees. Funny how crime took a backseat to baseball. Even thugs loved a good pennant race. The western edge of his zone loomed ahead, a quiet boundary between his turf and another cop's. Just as he turned, a figure shuffled into view, a drifter, but not one he'd hassled before. Something about the guy pinged his radar. Boredom won out. He pulled over, rolling down the window. "Hey, buddy. Hold up a sec." The man kept walking, slow and unsteady, like he hadn't heard or didn't care. Monroe figured it was just another drunk stumbling down the sidewalk, some homeless guy whose mind had been fried by years of bottom-shelf liquor. He slid his baton back into its holder and picked up his pace. The guy was only 50 feet ahead, but he might as well have been deaf for all the reaction he showed to Monroe's approaching footsteps. The officer grabbed his shoulder. "Hey," I said, "stop right there." The second his hand made contact, Monroe knew something was off. The shoulder beneath the ragged coat was solid, coiled with tension. His brain screamed danger a split second too late. Before he could react, the world flipped upside down, sky, pavement, sky again until the cold barrel of a gun blocked his view. Why the hell couldn't you just stay in your car? The man snarled. Monroe barely got out a word before the pistol pressed harder against his forehead. "Do sut it." Then he saw the gloves. Surgical, sterile. The realization hit him like a punch. "Jesus," Monroe breathed, more awe than fear. "It's you." "Damn right," Kelly replied. "Now, what am I supposed to do with you?" Monroe didn't flinch. "I'm not begging." "Good. Roll over now." With a rough shove, Monroe complied. Kelly yanked the cuffs from his belt and locked them tight. "Relax, officer. You're gonna live." Monroe kept his voice steady, which Kelly had to respect. "That doesn't change a damn thing. Tell me about it." Kelly hauled him up and marched him back to the patrol car. "Where's your keys?" "Right pocket." Kelly fished them out, shoved Monroe into the back seat behind the security screen, and slid behind the wheel. He parked the car in a shadowed alley, then glanced back. "Cuffs too tight." "Just peachy," Monroe spat, shaking with fury. Kelly almost felt bad. "Settle down. I'm leaving the car locked. Keys go down a drain. You'll be found eventually." Should I send you a thank you note? Monroe snapped. Kelly smirked. Next time, pay attention. As he vanished into the night, relief washed over him, though not enough to ease the bigger problem. Cops were still prowling, still hassling drunks. He'd hoped they'd moved on by now. Another complication. Sticking to the alleys, Kelly reached the abandoned storefront Billy and Bert had described. The upstairs light was on, but the front door was bolted shut. Back door too, probably. He could do this the hard way. Or the other hard way. Time wasn't on his side. Cops had routines, check-ins. Sooner or later, someone would notice Monroe was missing, and then the streets would swarm. Kelly exhaled. Waiting wouldn't make this any easier. Kelly moved quickly across the street, abandoning caution for the first time. The risks were high, but so was the reward, and wasn't this whole mission insane from the beginning? He scanned the empty sidewalk before pulling out his crowbar knife and working at the old wooden door's glass pane. Maybe most burglars lacked patience, or maybe they were just smarter than him right now, he mused as he pried away the stubborn caulking. 6 agonizing minutes later, under the glow of a nearby streetlight, he finally slid the glass free, nicking his hand twice in the process. Cursing under his breath, he wiped the blood on his jeans and slipped inside the abandoned store. The place was dusty, forgotten, just another casualty of a dying neighborhood. At least the floor was clear. The creak of old stairs betrayed him as he climbed toward the voices above. A man's rough chuckle cut through the air, followed by a woman's pleading whimper. "Please, you don't mean you're sorry, sweetheart," another voice interrupted. "That's just how it is." Kelly moved silently down the hall. His Satikovan Cirques. The floor groaned beneath him. What was that? No time to hide. He lunged forward, rolling into the room just as one of the men fumbled for his gun. 2 quick shots to the chest, 1 to the head. Kelly didn't wait for the body to hit the ground before swinging his weapon toward the second man. Jesus. Okay. A chrome revolver clattered to the floor. A scream echoed from the front, but Kelly ignored it, keeping his aim steady. "They're gonna kill us," a woman slurred, her voice sluggish from drugs. "Wake, how many?" Kelly demanded. "Just these 2, not anymore," he said coldly. "Why you?" "Mithers Taflerns Paladi." She blinked, confused. "How do you know Maria and Roberta?" The surviving man tried to bargain. "They're just passed out, man. We can talk, right?" Kelly's grip on the 4C5 didn't waver. "Name?" "Bibe." "Rake Molinari." The accent clicked Philadelphia. "Not a cop, then." "Ever been to Pittsburgh, Frank?" The question slipped out before Kelly could stop it. Molinari's eyes widened. "How the hell did you know that?" The pieces fell into place. Tony Piaggi's crew. The mob connection. And now this. Kelly exhaled, finger resting on the trigger. Some conversations didn't need words. "Mary's paying you?" Kelly demanded, his grip tightening on the gun. "You took out Doris and her old man, didn't you?" "Just business." "You ever done a job before?" Kelly didn't waste words, his response was swift and final. Another scream echoed from the front as he tucked the weapon close, his mind racing against the clock. He hauled Paula up by the arm, ignoring her sharp cry of pain. "We'd move it. We're rounding up the others." Maria was barely conscious, slumped in nothing but underwear, too dazed to focus. Roberta trembled, fully aware of the danger. Kelly avoided their eyes, no time for pity. He herded them downstairs and out into the night, barefoot and stumbling over broken glass, their whimpers cutting through the air as they shuffled east. He barked orders, driving them forward, his only fear being a stray witness in a passing car. One wrong move could unravel everything. The agonizing 10-minute march felt longer than his desperate sprint from Cinder Green, but the squad car was still parked where he'd left it. Wrenching the door open, he shoved the women inside. Monroe cursed as Kelly tossed the keys to Paula, the least out of it, though that wasn't saying much. The other two clung to the passenger side, avoiding the radio like it was electrified. "Listen up, Monroe," Kelly said, voice low and dangerous. "These women are taking you straight to the station. One condition: you talk to Sergeant Tom Douglas, and only him. They've got intel that'll crack cases wide open. Screw this up and we'll have another chat." His glare left no room for negotiation. Monroe clenched his jaw but nodded. Paula gripped the wheel, her hands shaking. "Drive," Kelly ordered. "Don't stop for anything." The car lurched forward, sideswiping a telephone pole before vanishing around the corner. Alone now, Kelly exhaled, turning toward his own vehicle. He hadn't saved Pam. He hadn't saved Doris. But these three and Zonta were alive because of him. It wasn't redemption, but it was something. Meanwhile, the two-truck convoy arrived at Hoa Lo prison hours behind schedule. The Hanoi Hilton, as the Americans called it, lived up to its grim reputation. Once inside the courtyard, the prisoners were separated, each assigned a guard, before being thrown into solitary cells. Robin Zacharias slumped against the wall, exhaustion weighing him down, until a faint tapping broke the silence. Shave and the haircut 6 bits. His pulse spiked. The old POW code. He focused, deciphering the rhythm. Tap, 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 tap. Pause. Tap, tap. His fingers responded in kind, tracing letters across the grimy floor. Tap, 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 tap. A name clicked into place. Mirts der bedem seveling. Wispevther sevenis dispis day. Whisper cray. He tapped back, heart pounding. After 15 years, a ghost from the past was answering. The response came back, making it, followed by a coded message for his fellow Utahan, a string of fractions that seemed to pulse with hidden meaning. Robin gasped as the familiar hymn echoed in his mind, drowning out the rhythmic taps around him. The music swelled within him, carrying the message of hope he hadn't dared believe in. His fingers twitched against the cold floor, tracing the pattern of the taps as if they were notes on a sacred score. Closing his eyes, Robin Zacharias whispered a prayer of gratitude, his second in a day. His second in over a year. He'd been a fool to doubt. Deliverance had come in the strangest of ways. A fellow Mormon in the next cell, a hymn humming through the walls, and the unshakable truth of those final words. All is well. His body trembled, not from fear, but from the sheer weight of that realization. Meanwhile, Monroe clenched his jaw as Paula inched the car forward at a painstaking 10 miles per hour, swerving erratically despite his shouted directions. The drive took 40 agonizing minutes. Twice she turned the wrong way. Once she slammed the brakes when one of the women in the backseat leaned out to vomit. Then Maria's shaky confession hit him like a punch to the gut. They were going to kill us, but he shot them. Jesus. Monroe exhaled sharply. It all clicked. "Paula?" he asked carefully. "You ever hear of Pamela Madden?" Her slow nod sent a chill down his spine. The police station loomed ahead. "Turn here," he instructed, voice tight. The car lurched to a stop, and Paula burst into tears. He waited, patience fraying, but his fear now fixed on the girls, not himself. When she finally calmed, he had her free his cuffs with shaky hands. Tom Douglas nearly yanked the phone off the nightstand. "This better be good," he snarled, jolting his wife awake. On the other end, Monroe's voice was grim. "I've got 3 witnesses to the Fountain murder. And 2 more bodies for the Invisible Man." Douglas sat up, pulse racing. The what?" He said to only talk to you." Beverly watched her husband's face harden in the dim light. 8 months since Helen Waters. Since Pamela. Since Doris. Now, finally, a break or so, he thought. Sandy frowned at the shadow beside her car. "What are you doing here?" Kelly's voice was quiet. "Saying goodbye." Her stomach dropped. "Where are you going?" "Can't say." "Vietnam." "Maybe." He hesitated. "I got 4 out, Sandy. 4 girls like Pam, like Doris." The words hung between them. Dawn crept closer. She had to be at work soon, but time stretched thin where it mattered most. "Will you come back?" His answer was soft. "If you want me to." She didn't hesitate. "I do." John gave Sandy a quick, reassuring squeeze of the hand before stepping back. "Promise me you'll look after them," he said, his voice tight with urgency. She nodded, her eyes wide. "Steed that is browser, and I will. Don't listen to whatever rumors come your way. I will come back. Trust me on that. John can't stay, Sandy. But I mean it, I'll be back." With that, he turned and disappeared into the night. Across town, Detectives Ryan and Douglas stood in the dim glow of the crime scene, steaming coffee cups in hand as the forensics team worked. 2 torso shots, 1 to the skull clean, efficient, no room for mistakes, one of the techs muttered. This wasn't some amateur. Ryan exhaled sharply, leaning toward his partner. A pro's work, no question. The 35 casings scattered across the hardwood told the story, each one marked with chalk for evidence. The 3 witnesses were already locked down at Western District, guarded around the clock. They'd given them just enough Henry Tucker's name, his description. It wasn't much, but after hours of dead ends, it was everything. Ryan flipped through a stack of driver's licenses. "Both these guys from Philly?" Douglas nodded. "Francis Molinari and Albert Dendino. Wanna bet they've got records longer than my grocery list." Ryan smirked, handing a photo to Officer Monroe. "Recognize this face?" Monroe squinted in the dim apartment light. "Not really, sir." "You saw him, didn't you?" "Too fast, too dark. All I really noticed was the gun in my face." Meanwhile, Kelly moved like a shadow along the back of the building, balancing on the narrow ledge of a bricked-up window. The phone line hummed under his fingers as he spliced in his own wires, praying no one picked up the receiver. Once connected, he dropped silently to the ground, unraveling his Como wire as he moved north, then cutting across the quiet street like he belonged there. Inside the abandoned building, he set up his perch, double-checking his gear water flask, Snickers bars, and the rifle that still needed zeroing. He chuckled darkly to himself. Only me, using a wall for target practice. The first shot was off 2 inches left, 1 high, but the suppressor made the gunshot sound like nothing more than a muffled cough. The second shot landed dead center. Kelly adjusted the scope, loaded 3 more rounds, and settled in. The waiting game had begun. Tony Piaggi wiped the sweat from his brow, his hands coated in a fine white dust that smelled like industrial cleaner. "You catch that noise?" he muttered, glancing at Tucker, who looked just as exhausted. 12 grueling hours of manual labor mixing, measuring, packing work he'd sworn he'd never do again. Even with the 2 guys sent from Philly, they weren't even close to finishing. Tony gritted his teeth. At least this would earn him some street cred when he told the story later. Anthony Piaggi, man of his word. When things went south, he rolled up his sleeves and got it done. That reputation was worth the blisters and backache, even if the process was mind-numbing. He tore open another bag, the sharp chemical stink making his nose wrinkle. Something about it felt off, but he couldn't place it. Methodically, he poured the powder into a steel bowl, then dumped in the lactose, stirring with a pair of spoons. There's gotta be a machine for this, he thought bitterly. But no, here I am, playing chemist like some low-level errand boy. Where the hell were Albert and Frank? They were supposed to be here hours ago. Probably off playing tough guys somewhere, acting like pulling a trigger made them legends. Across town, Lieutenant Mark Sharon flashed a tired smile at Sergeant Harry, who was settled behind his desk with a donut and the morning paper. Family good? Sharon asked, already moving past him. All good, Lieutenant. What brings you down here? Just double-checking some evidence tags from last week's bust. Might be a mix-up. Sharon clapped Harry on the shoulder. Don't get up, I know my way around. Harry nodded, shifting his prosthetic leg uncomfortably. Nice work on that last case, by the way. Sharon smirked as he walked deeper into the storage room. Yeah, real nice, he thought. Take down a few dealers, get a pat on the back, and then what? Left behind while the big players move on without you. Still, he had his exit plan enough cash stashed to keep the ex-wife quiet and the kids in school, plus a little extra for himself. And if things went right today? Even better. He found the box exactly where it should be. 10 kilos of Eddie Morello's finest, tagged and sealed. The lab tech's initials were scribbled on each bag, easy enough to forge. Sharon pulled the sugar packets from his pockets, identical in texture to the real thing. In a month, he'd recommend destroying the evidence. Case closed. Captain's signature. No one would ever know. Harry casually poured the evidence down the drain as a few onlookers watched. The plastic bags, destined for the incinerator, another secret buried forever. The whole operation took less than 3 minutes before he strolled away from the storage area. Everything add up? He asked. Sharon gave a dismissive wave. All good, Harry. Appreciate it. Meanwhile, Piaggi's voice cut through the room like a rusty blade. Somebody answer that damn phone. Who'd even call this place? One of the Philly crew ambled over, pausing to light a smoke before picking up. Certainly me. A beat. Henry, it's for you. Tucker frowned. The hell? He grabbed the receiver. Evening, Henry, Kelly said, his voice calm. He'd rigged a field phone into the building's line, isolating them from the outside world. The old-school crank mechanism felt nostalgic in his hands. Simple, reliable. Do I know you? Tucker snapped. Name's Kelly. John Kelly. Zoo is pause. And why should I care? Because 4 of you killed Pam. You're the last one standing, Henry. The others. Taken care of. Now it's your turn. Tucker's grip tightened on the phone as his eyes darted around the room. Was this some twisted prank? How'd you get this number? Where are you? Close enough, Kelly replied, almost amused. You and your buddies cozy in there. Listen, I don't already told you who I am. Saw you at Pipagi's place the other night. How was the veal? Mine was fantastic. The mocking tone sent a chill down Tucker's spine. What the hell do you want? Not a damn thing from you, Henry. Just wanted you to know Rick, Billy, Bert. McGraft out. All handled. Now it's your turn. Be your pal, put Tony on. Tucker's voice dropped. Tony, you need to hear this. Piaggi nearly knocked over his chair, stumbling up. Exhaustion clung to him like a second skin. What now? He snatched the phone. Who is this? Those 2 guys from the boat? The ones you handed to Henry. Des is dev Tatum. Picked off the other 2 this morning, too. You're full of figure it out. The line went dead. Piaggi's glare locked onto Tucker. Henry, what the hell is going on? Kelly took a slow sip of water, unwrapping a Snickers with his free hand. perched on the third floor of the warehouse solid concrete. Built to last, he had the perfect vantage point. Storming in wasn't an option. 4 against 1 were lousy odds, especially without knowing the layout. Stealth was off the table. But from here, every exit was in his sights. The back windows were sealed with brick. Only one way out, right into his crosshairs. He adjusted the rifle against his shoulder, scanning methodically. Patience was key. Tucker's voice was barely above a whisper. "It's him." "What the scare again?" "Who?" "The guy who wiped out those dealers. The one who took Billy and the others. The one from the ship." "It's him." Piaggi's patience snapped. "Who the hell is him, Henry?" "How should I know?" Tucker's voice cracked. The other 2 men looked up, tension thickening the air. "He said he wants us to come outside." Piaggi grabbed the phone, dead silence. "You've got to be kidding me." The buzz of the field phone made Kelly smirk. He lifted the receiver. "Yeah, commit so cool." Piaggi's rage crackled through. "Beepis that and truest velista. Bir Coney, right? Tell me why Doris. She wasn't a threat to you." Kelly tightened his grip on the rifle, sweat beading on his forehead as he watched the window across the street. The cracked pane inched open just enough to reveal movement inside the abandoned warehouse. "Guess they're getting restless," he muttered, wiping his palm on his jeans before settling back into position. The morning sun glared off the broken asphalt below, turning the empty lot into a shimmering mirage. Somewhere down O'Donnell Street, a truck horn blared, but nobody glanced toward the decaying building where 4 cars sat parked like forgotten relics. Piaggi's voice crackled through the field phone's static, sharp with frustration. "I don't see a damn thing out there." He jerked back from the window, rubbing his neck. The other men exchanged glances. This wasn't just paranoia. Kelly had gotten to them, and the weight of that knowledge settled like a rock in Tucker's gut. Henry Tucker clenched his jaw. He wasn't about to let some ghost from their past unravel years of careful work. "Give me that," he snapped, shoving Piaggi aside to peer through the grimy glass. The street was empty, but the silence felt heavier than the august heat. Perfect hideout. More like a perfect trap. Tony had picked this place for its isolation, but now the walls seemed to press in, every creak of the floorboards a threat. Kelly smirked, listening to the dead line buzz in his earpiece. Let them sweat. He adjusted the scope, the crosshairs drifting over Tucker's silhouette. Choices boiled down to 3: wait, strike, or vanish. But patience was its own weapon. The sun climbed higher, baking the roof under his elbows. One last summer scorcher before autumn crept in fitting, really. Heat made men reckless. And reckless men made mistakes. Across the street, Piaggi slammed the phone down. "Line's dead." The words hung in the air too loud. Tucker's hand twitched toward his holster. No going back now. Sweat trickled down his face as he studied the building, ears tuned to the distant hum, letting tension do what the summer heat couldn't. Damn it. Piaggi barked, slamming the receiver hard enough to rattle the desk. "You two listen up." Bobby, the lankier of the pair, raised an eyebrow. "What's the play?" "Circle the building, bad idea," Henry cut in, rubbing his temple. "What if he's planted right by the door? That grimy window doesn't give us squat for visibility. You really want to waltz into an ambush?" Piaggi's jaw tightened. Tucker paced like a caged animal, forcing his mind to work. How would I pull this off? Think about it. He severs the line, makes his move, then just waits. Like a damn spider. You know this guy? I know he dropped 5 dealers and 4 of my crew. 4 of mine too, if he's not bluffing, so we gotta be smarter. What's your move? Pyagi exhaled. Violence wasn't usually his style. He preferred the chessboard to the battlefield. But he'd cracked ribs and shattered kneecaps before. Use a clue close enough, right? Stay hidden. Use the shadows. The main door swung left hinges gave that away, and it led straight to their parked cars. Of course he'd expect them to bolt that way. Then Henry's gaze lifted. Above the acoustic tiles, a roof access panel gleamed. A simple latch meant to deter kids not professionals. Nen Bakuyat. Nimbasant. A perfect perch to spot and drop anyone lurking below. Bobby, Fred over here. Pyagi laid it out. Neither panicked. Cops would have been worse. Fred, who'd once settled a messy family dispute near the Philly docks, hefted his snub-nosed revolver with grim pride. They stacked a chair on a desk, and Fred hauled himself up, barefoot now, wincing as hot gravel bit into his soles. Tough guy, he reminded himself, remembering the Delaware job. Kelly's scope caught the movement of head and shoulders emerging like a prairie dog. Finger on the trigger, he paused. The guy was scanning, cautious. Go ahead. Ear A, climb up. The distant roar of a semi masked the creak of the door. Fred straightened, revolver glinting. He inched forward, pebbles grinding underfoot. Recon first. Smart. Kelly almost admired it. Too bad smart won't save you. Tony and Henry dragged the lifeless form inside, splashing water to rinse away the crimson stains before refocusing on their mission. This shipment couldn't afford delays. They were almost there. Fred's focus sharpened as he crept toward the roof's edge, his body angled backward, socked feet inching forward until they met the low brick barrier. In one swift motion, he lunged forward, weapon ready only to find empty air. His eyes darted along the building's facade. Damn it, he hissed, spinning to shout over his shoulder. They're gone. Bobby's head popped up through the access hatch, confusion etched on his face. But Fred was already scanning the parked cars below for any sign of movement. Kelly exhaled slowly, steadying his nerves. Patience paid off, always had. Always would. The jittery excitement of a perfect shot threatened to shake his hands, but discipline won out. A flicker of motion near the hatch caught his eye. He adjusted his aim. A pale face, early 20s, dark eyes locked on something or someone else, a pistol gripped tight. Just another target. First things first. Kelly lined up the crosshairs between the man's brows and eased into the trigger. The sound was sickening, a wet crack, but when Fred whirled toward it, nothing was there. Then came the clatter, like Bobby's chair collapsing under him. The silence that followed was worse. A cold dread slithered down Fred's spine as he retreated from the ledge, scanning the flat rooftops in frantic sweeps. Ice pig zoo with dem sir. Kelly worked the bolt of his new rifle, the mechanism still stiff as he chambered the next round. 2 birds, 1 stone. The remaining man's head swiveled wildly, fear twisting his features. He sensed death but couldn't place it. When he turned to bolt for the hatch, Kelly compensated for the movement, leading his shot by half a foot. The bullet struck with a metallic ping followed by a grotesque smack, far louder than the muffled gunshot. As he reloaded, tires hummed on O'Donnell Street below. Tucker was still staring at Bobby's vacant expression when a heavy thud rattled the roof's steel supports. His head snapped up. Jesus Christ. Trial by ordeal, you've improved since our last meeting, Colonel, Ritter remarked in smooth Russian, watching as the security officer discreetly exited. He placed his attaché case on the coffee table with deliberate calm. The food treating you well? Grishanov's reply was guarded. I have no complaints. When do I leave? Tonight, most likely. We're waiting on confirmation. Ritter popped the case open, and Kolya tensed for all he knew it could hold a gun. Despite the comfortable captivity, the polite conversations, he was still a prisoner on enemy soil. The thought gnawed at him, especially when he remembered others suffering far worse. What's inside? Proof our men are in Ho'olo prison. Kolya's head dipped briefly, a muttered phrase lost under his breath. When he looked up, his voice was steady. That's good to hear. I believe you mean that. Your correspondence with Rokossovsky made it clear. Ritter poured tea for them both, the steam curling between them. You've been cooperative. The silence stretched, thick with unspoken tension. We've hosted Soviets before, Ritter added casually. Ever ridden a horse? Grishinov blinked at the sudden shift. No. Ritter hummed, eyes drifting to the papers crammed in the case. Kolya followed his gaze, curiosity prickling. What game was this? Ritter pulled out 2 oversized fingerprint cards and a small ink pad. Mind giving me your hands for a moment? He asked casually. Grishinov frowned but complied, watching as the American pressed each fingertip into the ink and carefully rolled them across the designated squares on both documents. The process repeated for the other hand, methodical yet oddly intimate. Best, see. Painless, Ritter remarked as he slid one card into a waiting folder and placed the second atop the desk. He made a show of burning the outdated record in the fireplace, the flames consuming the paper in seconds. When Grishinov returned from washing the ink off, his confusion lingered. Ritter dismissed it with a wave. Just routine paperwork. Let's grab lunch, you've got a fellow countryman waiting. Relax, Colonel. If your people hold up their end, you'll be boarding a plane home by tonight. His tone carried the practiced ease of someone who delivered this speech too many times to count. Across town, Mark Sharon's knuckles rapped against the reinforced door, his unmarked police cruiser idling at the curb. The door swung open to reveal Tony Piaghi clutching a pistol, his expression tight. Sharon's protest died in his throat when he spotted the corpse, sprawled on the floor, a single bullet hole, mocking him from above the lifeless right eye. He's here, Tucker hissed, already reaching for his own weapon. The guy who took out half our crew. Sharon's service revolver felt suddenly useless as he dumped the heroin bags onto the table. Their weight absurd now against the real threat. The ringing phone cut through the tension like a blade. Tucker snatched it up, only to recoil at the voice on the line. Kelly exhaled slowly, his cheek pressed against the rifle stock. The scope revealed rumpled clothing on the rooftop body, some poor schmuck who'd skipped buttoning his shirt that morning. A detail that meant nothing and everything. Having fun playing cop, Henry. He murmured into the phone, savoring the silence that followed. Or do you prefer shooting unarmed girls? The receiver slammed down hard enough to make him grin. Trebdurs. They never learned the first rule. Panic was louder than any bullet. Through the crosshairs, he watched them scramble like ants under a magnifying glass, their fear practically steaming up his lens. The heroin glittered on the table, a pathetic altar to their greed. Kelly adjusted his grip. Let them sweat. The game had just entered overtime. The pants had deep wrinkles around the knees, like the guy hadn't slept in days. Just some lazy slob? Unlikely. His polished shoes by the doorway told a different story. Kelly took it all in with a glance. These guys were exhausted, terrified, and way out of their depth. Perfect. He had supplies, time, and the upper hand. Damn it, Tucker. Henry's voice cracked with frustration. You knew who he was this whole time. I could have handled him back at the hospital, but no, you told me to back off. Cool it, Henry, Piaghi said, forcing calm into his voice. This wasn't just some punk he'd taken out 6 of their guys. 6. No room for mistakes now. We need a plan, not a meltdown. Tony ran a hand over his rough stubble, steadying himself. He's holed up in that white building across the street with a rifle. We can't just charge in blind. You see what he did to Bobby? Tucker jabbed a finger at the bloodied mess. You think waiting's gonna fix that? Ever heard of darkness, genius? Piaggi moved to the fuse box, yanked open the door, and twisted out the right fuse. The lone exterior light flickered out. Now we wait. Night falls, we move fast. He can't hit what he can't see. What about the product? One guy stays behind. The rest of us go in hard and finish this. It wasn't perfect, but it was solid. The guy wasn't invincible, walls stopped bullets, and they had supplies, caffeine, and patience. The witness statements lined up almost too well. Separated, still groggy from sedation, their panicked accounts matched, names, locations, Tucker's out-of-town heroin operation. Even the stench of the bags confirmed by that bust on the eastern shore. They had Tucker's license, a possible address, and a car description that led to plates. It was enough. The app was already circulating. Soon, every cop in the city would be hunting Henry Tucker. Ryan could almost taste justice finally. But someone else was hunting too. The Invisible Man had swapped his silencer for a .45, leaving loud, messy proof of his work. He wasn't hiding anymore. And worse, he'd been talking to his victims first. He knew more than Ryan did. Farber's warning echoed in his head. A predator, loose in daylight. John Kelly, Navy SEAL. Where the hell are you? If I were you, where would I be? The phone clicked. Still breathing over there? Kelly's voice was calm. Yeah, Piaggi answered, grabbing a late lunch. You hungry? Had your mom's calamari last night. Not bad. Kelly kept his tone light, testing. Tony chuckled. Yeah, she's got the touch. The aroma of coffee filled the dimly lit room as Piaggi poured himself another cup, though the brew had long gone stale and bitter. He smirked, feeling the caffeine buzz keeping his hands steady despite the tension. Across the table, his associates exchanged glances, but Piaggi's confidence was unshaken. There, he muttered, setting the phone down. That ought to rattle him good. Kelly's voice had been sharp with frustration over the line, but Piaggi wasn't buying any of it. You really thought you could cut a deal? Kelly had snapped before, abruptly ending the call. Piaggi almost laughed. The man was desperate, lashing out like a cornered animal. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Admiral Maxwell leaned back in his chair, the weight of the past few days pressing on him. His old friend, the superintendent, gave him a knowing look. Heard you put in your papers, he said. Maxwell nodded. Time for new blood. The unspoken truth hung between them. Some endings weren't by choice. Back in the tense standoff, Kelly's patience had worn thin. The rifle cracked, shattering glass across the street. Missed, you idiot. Piaggi taunted when the phone rang again. Kelly's voice roared through the receiver, raw with fury. You're the ones trapped, not me. But Piaggi just chuckled before hanging up. Let him stew. Elsewhere, under the shadow of the Lincoln Memorial, Ritter and Grishinov sat like ordinary tourists, though the air between them crackled with unspoken tension. A security guard lingered nearby, oblivious to the real stakes of their casual conversation. And your Vietnamese friend? Ritter asked, feigning innocence. Grishinov's confusion was almost comical. What friend? Ritter just grinned. Some games were best played close to the chest. The KGB general's expression soured as he remarked, I assume that was your handiwork. The trap had been glaringly obvious, yet he'd nearly stepped right into it almost. Luck had favored him, and Ritter likely had no clue. The game isn't over, Sergei. Would you shed tears for a traitor? Miller Tater. Never did to. But for someone who believed in peace? Absolutely. Voloshin's tone carried grudging admiration. You're sharp, Bob. Impressive work. Or maybe not as sharp as you think, Voloshin mused. The young American had acted too hastily, eliminating Hicks but failing to neutralize Cassius. A reckless miscalculation, one Ritter remained blissfully unaware of. Time to shift gears. What about our operatives? Right where we agreed, Ritter replied. Rokossovsky verified it. Do you trust my word, General? Fine. There's a Panem flight from Dulles to Paris at 8:15 tonight. If you want to see him off, I'll have him delivered. Arrange for a pickup at Orly. Agreed. Voloshin turned away, leaving Grishinov bewildered. Why'd he just walk off? Ritter smirked. Because he trusts me as much as I trust him. Rising, he stretched. We've got time to kill. Figure of speech. How about a stroll? The Smithsonian's got a moon rock. Tourists can't resist touching it for luck. The late afternoon sun glared into Kelly's eyes as he wiped sweat from his brow. Through the cracked window, only fleeting shadows moved. Were they resting? Now shirt dabble. He cranked the field phone, enduring another deliberate delay. Who's calling? Tony's voice dripped with false bravado. Kelly almost pitied him. Your place do take out. Getting hungry. A pause. Maybe we can cut a deal. Step outside and we'll talk. The line went dead. Perfect. Shadows shifted on the floor as Kelly drained his water and finished the last candy bar. The clock was ticking, flexible but inevitable. He could walk away, except he couldn't. Checking his watch, he exhaled. The danger wouldn't fade with time. They'd been awake for a full day, lulled into false confidence. They think they've won. Leaving his gear behind, Kelly slid back, stood, and brushed off his clothes. His Colt held 8 rounds, 1 chambered, 7 ready. A quick stretch, then no more delays. Down the stairs, into the VW. The engine sputtered to life, and he merged into rush-hour traffic, ignoring the honking behind him. See anything? Charon had argued the angles shielded them from Kelly's view. He might still try crossing, but they had both sides covered. Tony smirked. He's smart, but not that smart. Once darkness fell, they'd make their move. It would work. The small, meaty caliber wouldn't punch through a car door even if they managed to get close enough. And if they caught him off guard, they might just some cars passing by, one of them muttered. Stay back from the window, the other warned. Henry scoffed. No kidding. What about the drop? Tony smirked. My old man always said, late beats never. You feel me? Charon was sweating more than the others. Maybe it was the drug sitting there, poison in plastic bags. Too late for regrets now. Was there still a way out? His payment was right there, stacked near the desk. His revolver weighed heavy at his side. Die like some 2-bit thug. He studied Henry and Tony framed by the window. They were the real criminals. He hadn't crossed Kelly, not that he knew of, anyway. Henry was the one who killed that girl. Tony, the one who set the trap. Charon, just a dirty cop caught in the mess. This was personal for Kelly, plain and simple. What Henry did to Pam was savage, stupid. He'd warned him. But what if he walked out of this a hero? A tip-off, a wild shootout, maybe even help Kelly clean house. After this, he'd be done with the life for good. Cash the money, climb the ranks, use what he knew to dismantle Henry's operation. They'd never demote him after that. All he had to do was pick up the phone and talk sense into Kelly. Except for one tiny problem. Kelly swung left, cruising west a block before turning south toward O'Donnell. His palms were slick on the wheel. 3 against 1, he'd need to be flawless. But he was good. And this ended tonight, even if it cost him. He parked a block away, locking up before moving on foot. The surrounding businesses were dark now. 3 had stayed open all day, oblivious to the bloodshed about to unfold just across the street. Nice planning, genius. Yeah, but the setup was the easy part. He paused at the building's corner, scanning the shadows. Better angle from the other side. He edged toward the utility lines, using the same ledge as before to hoist himself up, careful to avoid the wires. Now came the hard part, crossing the gravel-strewn roof without a sound. Or he eyed the narrow parapet. 8 inches wide, solid brick. Wie his a treaser. He balanced along it like a tightrope, heading for the roof access, half expecting them to be on the phone. Sharon knew his window was closing. He stood, stretching deliberately as he moved toward the others. Coat off, tie loose, his revolver snug at his hip. Just drop them, then deal with Kelly. Why not? They were trash. Why die for their sins? Something on your mind, Mark? Henry asked, still fixated on the street. Perfect. Legs were cramping. Charon tugged his handkerchief free, wiping his brow while calculating the angles. Back to the phone, his only lifeline. Missed him B. Tony didn't like the look in his eyes. Sit down, relax. It's gonna heat up soon. Why is he eyeing the phone? Why is he watching us? Back off, Tony, Sharon snapped, hand drifting toward his hip. He didn't realize his nerves had betrayed him. Tony fired before Charon's fingers brushed steel. The shot punched through his chest. Real smooth, huh? Tony smeared as Charon crumpled. Then he noticed the sliver of light from the roof door, now broken by a shadow. Piaggi's gaze lingered on the shifting darkness until it dissolved into nothing, replaced by a fleeting movement at the edge of his sight. Henry, meanwhile, stood frozen, staring at Charon's lifeless form. The sudden gunshot jolted Kelly. His first instinct was self-preservation, but he was already in motion, diving into the square opening below. The drop reminded him of airborne training, feet tight, knees loose, spine aligned, tuck and roll on impact. The unforgiving tile over concrete floor punished his legs, but he ignored the pain, rolling smoothly to regain his footing. His arm snapped up, weapon ready. Piaggi was closest. 2 controlled shots to the torso, then a brutal third under the jaw as the man crumpled. Target acquired, target eliminated. Muscle memory took over as Kelly pivoted, his movements honed by lessons from hardened Nava veterans. Then time fractured. Henry stood armed, their eyes locking in a silent standoff. Predator, recognizing predator. For a heartbeat, neither moved. Then Kelly's training overrode hesitation. The Colt bucked in his grip, sending a round straight into Henry's chest. The recoil barely registered as the slide cycled, brass spinning through the air before the next bullet followed its predecessor home. Henry staggered. Whether from the bullets or the slick tiles, it didn't matter. He went down hard. Mission complete. Kelly exhaled, rising slowly. He nudged Henry's gun away with his boot, staring at the dying man's face. Words failed him. Would Pam find peace now? Unlikely. The dead didn't keep score. If they lingered at all, it was in the minds of the living, and for that fragile memory, he'd painted this room red. No remorse. None for Henry, none for the others. He safed the pistol, scanning the carnage. 3 corpses, and the only victory was that he wasn't among them. The drive to the marina passed in a haze of autopilot stoplights, turns, the mechanical rhythm of escape. The bay called to him, its brackish air a reprieve from the city's stench. He abandoned the car, keys still in the ignition, a relic of a life he was leaving behind. The suitcase weighed heavy in his hand as he strode down the dock toward the Springer. Men, almost free. Then smoke. Then a voice. John Kelly, right? Kelly froze, his fingers brushing the Colt hidden beneath his jacket. Depends who's asking. Bulb Emmett Ryan. Partner to Tom Douglas. Kelly set the suitcase down slowly. What do you want? Answers. Starting with why you left a trail of bodies across this city. If you're here, you already know why. Ryan nodded. Henry Tucker's missing. Try O'Donnell and Merman, Kelly said, his voice flat. Bring a body bag. Kelly stood his ground as the detective approached. He's not going anywhere, Kelly stated firmly. So, what's your plan for me? The officer exhaled, rubbing his temple. The girls from this morning, they're safe now. We'll take care of them. You and your team handled Pam Madden and Doris Brown well. Not your fault it didn't end clean. Well, maybe a little. He hesitated, then delivered the blow. I have to bring you in. There too a murder. Kelly scoffed. Murder? Only innocent lives make it murder. Detective Ryan studied him, the fading sunset casting Kelly in silhouette. The words hit harder than expected. Part of him wanted to nod in agreement, but duty won. The law doesn't see it that way. I don't need forgiveness, Kelly said flatly. And I won't be locked up. Ryan's hand hovered near his holster, but his weapon stayed put. Odd. I can't just walk away. You already did once, Kelly countered. Officer Monroe alive because of me. I don't kill without cause. Tucker? That was justice. Ryan clenched his jaw. And what did it solve? The drugs won't stop. Henry Tucker won't hurt another girl. That's enough. And that operation's finished. Kelly hesitated, then added, There's a cop in that building, Dirty, but Tucker shot him. Spin it right. Your department comes out looking good. Thank God I didn't have to pull that trigger myself. One more thing, Tucker's smuggling route. Here's how it worked. He laid it out quickly. Ryan's resolve wavered. Rules were rules. But so was justice. Give me an hour, Kelly pressed. You know I won't run. It'll clean things up for everyone. The request threw Ryan. This went against every protocol, but so did letting monsters like Tucker walk free. Would those cases ever have closed without him? Who else fought for the dead? And really, where could the guy even go? 1 hour, Ryan finally muttered. After that, I'll point you to a decent lawyer. Might even get you off. He turned toward the door, pausing just once. You showed mercy when you didn't have to, Kelly. That's why. Clock starts now. Kelly didn't watch him leave. The diesels roared to life as he untied the lines, leaving them coiled on the dock. By the time he reached the helm, the boat was ready. He swung into the harbor, hitting full throttle the moment he cleared the basin, 22 knots of pure escape. The autopilot engaged as he prepped for what came next. Cutting sharply past Bodkin Point, he knew pursuit was inevitable. They'll send the Coast Guard. At Thomas Point Station, Ensign Tomlinson grabbed the ringing phone. Fresh out of the academy, this was his first real test, though Chief Warrant Officer English would be the one truly calling the shots. The young officer bolted for the patrol boat, earning a chuckle from the seasoned chief. 41 Bravo's engines hummed, ready to hunt. The moment the young man secured his life jacket, the patrol boat, 41 Bravo, roared to life, pulling away from the dock and veering north before reaching Thomas Point Light. Kelly couldn't help but smirk. No leniency from the skipper, huh? The Coast Guard cutter loomed off the starboard side, right on schedule. He'd asked for an hour, and by God, he got it. For a second, he considered keying his radio for a final jab, but that would have been poor form. Shame, really. One of his engines was overheating, though it wouldn't matter soon. Now it was a desperate sprint, complicated by a massive French freighter cutting across his path, forcing him into a deadly game of cat and mouse between the ship and the Coast Guard. Ritter flashed a first-class ticket with a grin. Courtesy of Uncle Sam, free drinks included, Colonel. They'd bypassed passport control thanks to a well-placed call earlier. Appreciate the hospitality. Ritter laughed. You. Government flew you halfway across the planet. Figured Aeroflot could handle the last leg. His tone shifted, formal now. You treated our prisoners fairly, given the circumstances. That matters. I hope they make it home safely. They're not evil men. Neither are you. Ritter guided him to the gate, where a sleek transfer vehicle idled beside a gleaming new 747. Visit again. I'll give you the full tour. As the man boarded, Ritter turned to Voloshin. Decent guy, Sergei. Think this'll hurt his career? With what he knows? Doubt it. Good enough for me, Ritter said, walking off. The chase was agonizingly close. The lead boat had the edge, dictating the course while the cutter inched forward, its half-knot advantage barely making a dent. Skill decided this race, and Oreza had to admit, the other captain was damn good. He watched in grudging admiration as the man surfed the freighter's wake, riding the bow wave like a surfer, stealing a momentary lead. Clever. Almost poetic, if not for the armed crew crowding the wheelhouse. For Christ's sake, Oreza growled, nudging the wheel starboard. Stop waving those damn guns around. The crew snapped their holster covers shut, chastened. He's dangerous, someone muttered behind him. Oreza scoffed. Not to us. What about everyone else? Maybe they deserved it. He throttled up, weaving through the chop, hunting for smoother water like a sailor in a high-stakes regatta. No Newport race had ever been this tense or this twisted. Maybe Oreza didn't bother turning. You think you can steer this tub better, Mr. Tomlinson? No, petty officer. Then why call a Navy chopper? Where's he gonna go, Havana? Oreza snorted. I've got twice his fuel, half a knot more speed, and he's barely 3 football fields ahead. Do the math. We'll have him in 20, no matter how slick he is. Respect the man's skill, he thought, but didn't say. Some things didn't need words. Ensign Tomlinson kept insisting, he's dangerous, but Manuel Oreza wasn't backing down. I'll take my chances, he muttered, angling the cutter sharply to port, riding the freighter's churning wake like a surfer catching a wave. The physics of it fascinated him, how the boat harnessed the ship's energy to pick up speed. It felt almost playful, like a dolphin darting through the water. A full extra knot of speed, just like that. His hull handled the maneuver better than Kelly's ever could, and that gave him an edge. Oddly enough, Oreza found himself grinning. Here he was, learning a new trick from a man he was supposed to arrest, a man who'd killed people who probably deserved it. The irony wasn't lost on him. What would the lawyers make of that? But none of it mattered now. He owed Kelly this much: a fair chase, a clean fight. To do anything less would strip them both of dignity. Out here, when everything else was gone, honor was the last law that held. Kelly was pushing his boat to the limit, every trick in his playbook spent. Cutting diagonally across the freighter's wake had been a stroke of genius, but Oreza matched him move for move, his deep hull slicing through the water with stubborn precision. Both engines screamed at redline, heat radiating from below decks. The freighter's speed was just a fraction too fast, tipping the odds. Kelly cursed under his breath if only Ryan had waited 10 more damn minutes. His hand hovered over the detonator. 5 seconds and the fuel tanks would erupt, but with the Coast Guard cutter barely 200 yards behind, it wouldn't matter. What now? We just closed 20 yards, Oreza noted, satisfaction and regret twisting together in his chest. Kelly wasn't even looking back, he knew. He had to. God, you're good, Oreza thought, wishing he could take back all the old jabs and jokes. But Kelly understood. This wasn't about malice. It was the unspoken respect between sailors. Kelly could have turned, fired a few shots to throw them off, but he didn't. That wasn't how this race worked. They'd both play it straight, right to the end. Tomlinson's voice cut in, oblivious. Going to be dark soon. Oreza barely suppressed a sigh. The kid didn't get it, not yet. Maybe someday. Not soon enough, sir, he replied, scanning the horizon. The freighter loomed ahead, its freshly painted hull gleaming, its crew blissfully unaware of the drama unfolding in its wake. The bulbous bow carved through the water, sending up perfect waves for Kelly to ride. For a second, Oreza considered the obvious move cut behind the freighter, swing across its bow, and end this. But there was another way, smarter, cleaner. Now. He spun the wheel, the cutter responding instantly, surging forward 50 yards in a heartbeat. A sharp reverse of the rudder sent them leaping over another swell. One of the younger crewmen whooped in excitement. See that, mister? Tomlinson. Oreza called over the roar of the engines. Our hail's built for this. He might outrun us on calm water, but not in chop. This is where we shine. 2 minutes later, the gap had halved. Tomlinson hesitated. You sure you want to catch him, Oreza? The question hung in the salt-tinged air. Oreza didn't answer. He didn't have to. Turns out, he wasn't as clueless as he seemed. Officers had their moments, after all. Every race has a finish line, Oreza remarked, flicking his cigarette with practiced ease while his other hand barely grazed the wheel, making micro-adjustments as the water dictated. He'd given Tomlinson a cautious estimate 20 minutes, but the truth was, this wouldn't take nearly that long. The bay was crowded with boats, none of them grasping the high-stakes chase unfolding right in front of them. No flashing lights, no fanfare. Just professionals doing what they did best, without the distraction of an audience. Kelly had maneuvered himself amidships, forcing Oreza's hand. The freighter loomed ahead, its bow cutting through the water like a blunt instrument. A crewman peered down from the bridge, stirring an old memory Pam, the hollow ache in his gut. Too much time, too many choices. Right or wrong? That wasn't his call anymore. He glanced back, gauging the distance. Too damn close. The 41-footer rode low in the water, her engines growling as Oreza pushed her to the limit. His opponent was good, no question, but not good enough. Then Kelly did the unthinkable. Oreza's stomach dropped as he grabbed the radio. Don't, he barked. But the warning came too late. This wasn't how it was supposed to end. No honor in desperation. Kelly grinned as the transmission crackled in his ears. Portagee, ever the stand-up guy. The bow wave surged beneath him, and with a twist of the wheel, he made his move. The radio spat static, but all he heard was the thrill of the gamble. Some risks were worth taking. Life would feel unbearably empty without men like him. The Springer pitched violently to starboard as Kelly wrenched the wheel into a sharp turn, then bucked again as the freighter's bow carved a towering swell ahead. Gripping the wheel with one hand, Kelly fumbled for the air tank lashed with 6 weight belts, his lifeline in the chaos. A sudden, Gut-wrenching realization hit him as the boat tilted past 90 degrees. He hadn't checked the depth. If the water was too shallow, oh God, Pam, from just 100 yards away, Oreza watched helplessly as the cruiser, already heeled hard from the turn, caught the freighter's bow wave and flipped like a toy. The white hull vanished beneath the churning foam, swallowed whole by the merciless steel of the cargo ship. No sailor should meet his end like that. 41 Bravo shuddered to a stop, rocked by the freighter's wake. The Coast Guard cutter's searchlights cut through the gathering dusk, illuminating only debris. Then a crackling radio call broke the grim silence. Coast Guard 41, this is a U. Navy sailboat off your port side, need a hand? Oreza's reply was weary. We'll take all the eyes we can get. Whiz out there. Couple of admirals, one's a flyboy, if that helps. Then get over here, sir. Miraculously, Kelly was alive. The water had been deep enough to swallow him and the tank, plunging them 70 feet down in a maelstrom of swirling currents. Strapping the tank to his chest in the chaos, he barely dodged the sinking wreckage of his boat. After what felt like an eternity, the truth sank in. He'd survived. Maybe he'd been insane to try this, but for once, he'd trusted something beyond himself. And it had worked. Spotting the Coast Guard cutter to the east and, to his relief, the shadow of a sailboat to the west, Kelly shed half the weights and swam awkwardly. The tank was on backward. Surfacing behind the boat, he recognized the name before diving again. A minute later, he emerged on the far side, gasping. Hello? A startled voice answered. Jesus, that you? Fui close enough. A hand reached down, hauling him aboard. Bruised and exhausted, Kelly was ushered below deck while the Admiral muttered something about Navy luck. Back on 41 Bravo, Oreza's voice was grim over the radio. Doesn't look good, Navy. You can stand down if you want. But they didn't. The admirals kept searching for hours, their sailboat cutting through the wreckage with surprising skill. Normally, Oreza would have joked about Navy sailors and seamanship. Not tonight. The Coast Guard would keep looking until dawn, finding nothing but fragments. The papers spun it all wrong, of course. Detective Mark Charon, off duty and on leave after a shooting, had supposedly stumbled into a drug lab and died a hero in a shootout with traffickers. The truth, as usual, was buried deeper than wreckage. The unexpected escape of 3 young women led investigators to uncover that one of the deceased traffickers had a violent history, including multiple murders. This revelation seemed to fuel Charon's relentless pursuit of justice, wrapping up several cases in a way that even skeptical crime reporters found almost too tidy. Buried on page 6 of the local paper was a brief mention of a boating mishap, just another footnote in the chaos. 3 days later, a file clerk in St. Fering. Louis reached out to Lieutenant Ryan, informing him the Kelly case file had mysteriously reappeared, though its origins remained unclear. Ryan, already satisfied with closing the case alongside the others, didn't bother checking the FBI's records for Kelly's fingerprints. That oversight spared Bob Ritter the trouble of swapping them with those of someone who'd never set foot in the U. One for an again. The only lingering question which gnawed at Ritter was a single phone call, but even the worst offenders were entitled to one, and he wasn't about to challenge Clark over it. Months later, Sandra O'Toole left her post at Johns Hopkins, trading the city for Virginia's coastal region. There, armed with a stellar endorsement from Dr. Seps, Samuel Rosen, she took charge of an entire wing at the regional teaching hospital, her new life unfolding far from the shadows of the past.